Chapter 825. Rumble. The Mang Palace Master's sudden attack caused Qin Shao to feel as if the sky and earth were spinning. His vision turned pitch black, and his mind buzzed and went blank. In an instant, Qin Shao felt that the sky was falling and destruction was coming. The entire universe trembled violently, on the verge of destruction and shattering. Time and space stopped at this moment, and it even felt like they had disappeared. The attack of a universe master was indeed extremely terrifying. The moment the desolate Land Palace Master made a move, the entire black whirlpool violently exploded, becoming extremely turbulent, like a level 12 tsunami, as if the sky and earth were splitting apart. The turbulence was terrifying, like a raging sea, and peerlessly violent. Even a trace of its aura was enough to suffocate people. The sky moved, and the earth was shocked, as if an ancient giant had been revived. The desolate palace master stood in the void with an awe-inspiring aura, as if he was in control of everything in the universe. One of his palms grew infinitely larger as he slammed down heavily on the gigantic black vortex, bringing with it boundless power. Rumble. The sound once again resounded through the sky, shocking the world. The black whirlpool was surging endlessly, but under the huge palm of the desolate Land Palace Master, it was like a piece of sticky candy, constantly changing its shape, but it was not defeated. An endless amount of turbulent energy actually counterattacked. It actually shook the desolate Hall Master until he was slightly astonished. His eyebrows were slightly knitted together. The desolate Land Palace Master moved his hand, and a quaint-looking heavy sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword appeared, the entire sky trembled. Qin Shao, whose mind was still blank, felt the nerves of his whole body tense up. He felt as if countless sharp knives were slashing on his body, which made Qin Zhao's soul tremble violently. It was a terrifying feeling, as if he was going to die. Qin Shao tried hard to open his eyes, but he found that he could not do it. His vision was still dark, and he could not see anything. Voila! The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple became serious as well. He slashed down with his heavy sword, severing the path in the void and splitting the world apart. Under this sword, the entire star field trembled. It felt like it was going to collapse and be destroyed under this sword. A beam of light startled the entire hidden dragon ridge. The sounds shook the firmament of the universe, and they were the cries of eternity. The dazzling brilliance was like a waterfall that had traveled through time and space from the ancient times. One sword strike, one sword strike, one sword strike, one sword strike. With one sword, everything would cease to exist. This was the desolate Land Palace Master. This was the power of a universe master. It was enough to startle the ancient souls and shake the world. But when the sword hit the black vortex, it couldn't tear the black vortex apart. It was like a sword hitting a flower. It couldn't cut the flower in half. The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple frowned slightly. He sheathed his sword, and everything returned to normal. It was as if the darkness had faded and the light had reappeared. Everything quickly returned to normal. The black vortex also returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened. The buzzing in Qin Zhao's mind gradually subsided. His vision returned, and he saw the scenery in front of him. But the calmness in front of him, the black vortex was safe and sound, and the frown on the face of the desolate Land Temple Master made Qin Shao feel that something was wrong. "Temple Master, what's going on?" Qin Shao asked in a trembling voice. Master Qingye's expression became serious. He had seen what happened just now, so he knew that the situation was not as simple as he had imagined. The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Master frowned thoughtfully. After a while, he said, "Strange, it's really strange. This black vortex is not simple. It's much more terrifying than I thought. Its defensive ability is too frightening. I attacked with all my strength, but I couldn't break its defense. The stronger the opponent, the more powerful the opponent. The stronger the attack, the stronger the defense. I really didn't expect such a strange celestial body to exist. I've encountered countless strange celestial bodies, but I've never seen anything like this black vortex." Hearing the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Master's words, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. His heart had suffered a heavy blow. How could this be? Even the Temple Master couldn't break this black vortex? Didn't that mean that no one in this universe could break this black vortex? Such an outcome was truly a huge blow to Qin Shao. His heart suffered a heavy blow. He had never expected such an outcome. If he couldn't even protect his father, mother, and Gu Lingwei, then what was the point of him cultivating so hard? If he couldn't even protect his loved ones and had to watch them die, then what was the point of cultivating? He cultivated with all his might, desperately wanted to become stronger, desperately wanted to stand at a high position so that he could better protect his loved ones and the women he loved. If he lost all of this, then he would lose everything. Everything would become unimportant and meaningless. To Qin Shao, this kind of life was not what he wanted. Gem and Greenleaf could sense Qin Zhao's downcast mood. He asked, "Palace Lord, is there any way to break through this black vortex of celestial bodies? Either that, or we can save the people inside." The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Master shook his head. "I tried just now, but no matter what I did, this black vortex was able to block it. There's no way I can break it. I can't even get in, so how can I save the people inside? Right now, I still haven't figured out the limit of this black vortex. According to my estimation, I'm afraid that the 5 of us holy masters would need to work together to have a chance of breaking open this black vortex." What? 5 universe masters working together? How could that be possible? Even if Qin Shao, the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Master, could be persuaded, and his teacher should be able to shamelessly ask, too. But there were only 2 universe masters. They were still short of 3 universe masters. Moreover, this was only a possibility. It did not mean that it would definitely succeed. To Qin Shao, such a thing was simply impossible. Master Qingye said, "Qin Shao, don't be anxious. There'll always be a solution." Like what Temple Master said, the power of several universe masters should be able to break it. No matter how strong this black vortex's defense is, it can't possibly withstand the combined power of several universe masters. The Palace Lord and your master will definitely help you. As for the holy masters of the other 4 holy lands, you should have the ability to invite them. After all, they all owe you a big favor. If you use this to ask, you should be able to succeed. But if you want to take this path, don't be anxious. It's not the time yet. Choose Su. There'll be other ways. The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Master nodded slightly. Yes, there should be other ways. There should be a way to solve all things. Even if we can't destroy this black vortex, there should be a way to open a path to enter. Qin Shao, your main goal is to save your family. If you have no other choice, you can only move everyone from your world of origin to the godly world. I'll go back and do some research. I should be able to find a solution. Since Master Qingye and the Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Master had said so, Qin Shao would only give up temporarily. He nodded and said, "Thank you, Temple Master. Let's leave it at that for now." "Yes, that's the only way." Master Qingye patted Qin Zhao's shoulder to comfort him. The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Master said, "Qin Shao, you should make a trip to Qin Manor. Qingye and I will return to the Desolate Land Temple first. I understand how you feel, and I believe you can adjust yourself. Don't let your emotions affect you. Otherwise, it'll be more troublesome." Qin Shao nodded and said, "Thank you for your reminder, Temple Master. I'll adjust myself." The Lord of the Desolate Land Temple Master and Master Qingye left, leaving only Qin Shao standing there quietly, looking at the black vortex. It was as if he could see the world of origin through the black vortex. He could see the 9 provinces world, his parents, Gu Lingwei, some old friends, the thriving Sky Dragon continent, the Qin clan that had multiplied to its peak, and the descendants of the Qin clan. It had been almost 200,000 years since Qin Shao left the world of origin. After 200,000 years of development, the world had changed. The Heavenly Dragon continent was no longer the Heavenly Dragon continent that Qin Shao knew. The 9 provinces world had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Qin Zhao's legend and faith had spread far and wide. He was now the only faith in the Sky Dragon continent, the only true god. The Qin clan's power had long been unbreakable and had reached the peak level. The descendants of the Qin clan could be found all over the Nine Continents world, and they firmly controlled the Nine Continent world. All of this was the result of Qin Zhao's supreme glory. However, Qin Zhao could not see any of this. Countless ancestors of the Qin clan had died. He could not return to the world of origin and bring back life-prolonging pills. He could not save the lives of some ancestors. He could only watch them slowly die. Among the people that Qin Zhao knew from the Qin family, there were not many who survived. Qin Zhao's parents, Qin Yinji, and second uncle Qin Dingsheng were the only survivors. The others could not withstand the torment of time and died one after another. Qin Zhao stood there silently. Many scenes from the depths of his memories flashed through his mind. He recalled the events in the Nine Provinces world when he was still immortal. He also recalled the situation in the Nine Provinces world that Shi Jian and the others had reported to him. He thought of his old friends and brothers who had gone through life and death together. Everything was so beautiful. They were Qin Zhao's most precious memories. However, all of this was now blocked by the black vortex celestial body, making it impossible for him to return to the origin world. As the origin lord, he couldn't return to his own origin world. Just thinking about it was ridiculous. After a long time crack. Chapter 826. Qin Manor, the Nine Provinces Continent. This continent had only been named the Nine Provinces Continent for a few 100,000 years. However, after a few 100,000 years of development, this continent had become extremely prosperous and prosperous. The majestic city walls were like a huge dragon lying there, protecting the Nine Provinces continent. The entire Nine Provinces continent had been built into an impenetrable fortress, and a defensive formation had been laid down. Even an almighty expert wouldn't dare to rashly barge in. Currently, the Nine Provinces continent had been built with clusters of buildings. Apart from the Qin Manor, there were also many other mansions and military camps. It was moving towards the direction of a city. Basically, the entire Nine Provinces continent had been built to the brim. The Qin Manor was located at the center, and it was endowed with a sacred aura. In front of the city gate, there was a group of 36 city guards. They were also very majestic. The weakest of these city guards was actually a third-step heavenly deity, and there was even a fourth-step heavenly deity leading the city guards. Such a group was enough to stop any invaders below the level of an almighty expert. The strength of a single city guard had reached such a level. It could be seen how powerful the Nine Provinces continent was now. Apart from the city guards, there was also a group of 108 fourth-step heavenly deities patrolling the city every incense sticks time. They maintained the order of the Nine Provinces continent and displayed the prestige of the Qin Manor. This made it so that no one dared to act rashly here. With Qin Zhao's current prestige, no one dared to act rashly here. Looking at the incomparably majestic Nine Provinces continent that had been built, the Nine Provinces continent had a new name in the divine realm. It was called the Nine Provinces City. The Nine Provinces continent was originally a continent that was built by the people of the desolate land's divine palace in the boundless void. It floated in the boundless void, and its size was about the same as the Blue Sea City. Speaking of which, it really wasn't that big. However, the entire Nine Provinces continent was a complete continent. If a city was built on this complete continent, it would be a huge city. In the beginning, the Nine Provinces continent was still very desolate, and there was only the lonely Qin Manor there. Now, after more than 100,000 years of development, the Nine Provinces continent had become so prosperous that it was almost completely filled with buildings. Such a speed of development was indeed somewhat inconceivable. Over the past 100,000 years, a large number of god spirits had joined the Qin Manor. They had become members of the Qin Manor. Plus, they had multiplied and developed. Naturally, the Qin Zhao Manor had become stronger quickly. Therefore, now that the Nine Provinces continent was built into a huge city, some people started to call the Nine Provinces continent the Nine Provinces City. The Nine Continents City was also the symbol of the Qin residents. After all, it felt awkward to call it a continent. In the firmament, it was more appropriate to call a city. Overlooking the vast nine provinces continent from high up in the sky, the thriving nine provinces continent that had been built to look like a bustling scene. Looking at the bustling crowd in the city, looking at the lively streets, looking at the numerous shops, the bustling streets, and the endless stream of horses and carriages. This kind of vitality was not present in the nine provinces continent. Seeing this, Qin Shao was quite gratified. I didn't expect that after 110,000 years, the nine continents would have such earth-shaking changes. This time, I didn't recognize them at all. After a few 100,000 years of development, I'm afraid that the nine provinces continent will really become one of the top cities in the firmament. Now that the nine provinces continent was Qin Zhao's home, it was completely under Qin Zhao's control. It was also the base for the development of the source world into the firmament. Therefore, Qin Shao was very concerned about the development of the nine provinces continent. The prosperity of the nine provinces continent naturally made Qin Shao very happy. In fact, Qin Shao had always been a hands-off shopkeeper. The matters of the nine provinces continent were all handed over to the desolate land army, the 8 great experts, and Big Brother Chongfeng. They had done a surprisingly good job. This made Qin Shao very happy. However, although Qin Shao was a hands-off shopkeeper, the nine provinces continent's development today was all thanks to Qin Shao. Those gods came for Qin Shao. Without Qin Shao, no one would take a second look at the nine provinces continent. There were even many descendants of big forces who were willing to join the Qin mansion and become a member of the Qin Guard army. Qin Zhao's influence in the firmament was really too big. When Qin Shao landed, the group of city guards reacted very quickly. They swept their sharp gazes towards Qin Shao. When everyone realized that the person who came was Qin Shao, they were so scared that they knelt down and shouted respectfully, "Greetings, Your Highness! Welcome back, Your Highness!" Qin Shao smiled at everyone and said, "Get up. There's no need to be so polite in the future. I don't like it." Qin Zhao's amiability was also beyond the expectations of the city guards. They stood up one by one. Their eyes were filled with excitement as they looked at Qin Shao. They worshipped Qin Shao incomparably. Qin Shao was their idol. Many of them had never seen Qin Shao in person before. Today, they finally got to see him. Naturally, they were very excited. The reason they joined the Qin clan and became the Qin Guard army was completely because of Qin Shao. It was completely out of admiration. His Highness Qin Shao should have been high and mighty. He should have stood in an extremely high place. They should have looked up to him. However, His Highness Qin Shao was so amiable, so approachable. He didn't put on any airs. Moreover, he didn't notify them in advance and directly came back. Such a person's personality was even more admirable. "Open the city gate," Qin Shao said. The captain of the city guards walked over and said carefully, "Your Highness, I've already notified the commanders. Your Highness, you should wait for them to welcome you." However, Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "There's no need. There's no need to make it so grand. There's no need for these formalities. I'll go back by myself." The captain of the city guards was also stunned. However, he naturally didn't dare to disobey Qin Shao. He could only open the city gate and respectfully invite Qin Shao in. Qin Shao entered the world of the 9 provinces by himself. However, he changed his appearance and walked casually in the city. He personally looked at the situation in the city and felt the vitality of this new city. Qin Shao changed his appearance and restrained his aura. Naturally, no one could recognize him. He walked on a main road. This main road was more than 600 meters wide. The road was neatly paved with jade. It was clean and tidy. It was very beautiful. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the road. They displayed a dazzling array of goods, showing the prosperity of this place. There was also an endless stream of people coming and going on the streets. It showed that there were many people in the city. That was why such a lively scene was so lively. The God Realm is the God Realm after all. Its natural conditions can't be compared to the source world. The construction power of the God Realm is far from what the source world can compare to. After more than 100,000 years of construction, the current 9 provinces continent has far surpassed the accumulation of the source world over countless years. The source world is still a little weak. In the future, the 9 provinces continent will be the base of the Qin clan's roots. It will be the base of the 9 provinces world. However, all of this can only be realized when I can break through the black vortex. It's useless to think about it now. Thinking about the crisis of the source world, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown and shake his head. Along the way, Qin Shao was also quite satisfied. The smile on his face deepened. The atmosphere in the city was quite good. It was very harmonious along the way. However, a discordant voice broke the original atmosphere. Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked over. Not far ahead, an arrogant and domineering young man was driving away the pedestrians on the road with a fierce look. There were a few followers behind this young man. These followers were all dressed as servants. 2 of the servants were holding a beautiful woman and dragging her away. The beautiful woman's face was full of tears. She looked at the pedestrians on the road with a demanding gaze. However, no one dared to go easy on her. Any passerby who looked twice or didn't make way in time would be angrily reprimanded by the arrogant young man. Those passers-by seemed to be very afraid of the young man. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. They just obediently retreated to the side. This group of people swaggered through the city. They were not arrogant at all. Such a scene made Qin Shao frown slightly. A trace of anger welled up in his heart. This also reminded him of some of the playboys of big families he had seen when he was still immortal. In broad daylight, they forcibly seized democracy and did evil. They were incomparably rude and unreasonable. Qin Shao had always been extremely disgusted with such playboys. In the 9 provinces continent, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. Naturally, Qin Shao was angry. The residents of a 9 provinces continent were divided into several sources. The first source was the family members of some forces loyal to the Qin mansion. The second source was the descendants of those people in the source world. The third source was the several forces that Qin Shao had previously taken under his command. They had also migrated some of their people to the 9 provinces continent. In these hundreds of thousands of years, they had probably already spread their branches and leaves. Most importantly, it was the family members of the gods who had pledged allegiance to the Qin mansion. In this way, the population of the 9 provinces continent would slowly increase. He didn't know the origin of this arrogant and domineering young man in front of him. Just as Qin Shao was thinking, a big hand pulled Qin Shao forcefully and pulled Qin Shao to the side of the road. Qin Shao glanced at the other party. It was a young man in the 3rd step of the divine realm. He gave off a simple and honest feeling. When a young man saw Qin Shao looking at him, he lowered his voice and said, "Brother, I saw you standing there in a daze just now, so I pulled you up. Young Master Qi Sheng will be here soon. If you block his way, you will definitely be punished by him." Young Master Qi Sheng? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Obviously, he didn't know this name. However, the surname Qi. A thought flashed through Qin Zhao's mind involuntarily. However, this thought was not good. The young man looked at Qin Shao strangely and said, "Brother, don't tell me you don't even know young Master Qi Sheng." Chapter 8:27. The youth felt relieved and said, "Brother, you must be quite bored. You've never left your home in your life. No wonder you don't know about the situation in 9 Province City. You should have heard of the major clans in 9 Province City, right?" Qin Shao still shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. Cough. The young man looked at Qin Shao strangely and shook his head. "If you didn't say it, I really wouldn't believe that you live in 9 Continent City. You don't even know the most basic situation of 9 Continent City. Fortunately, you seem to be an honest person. You won't easily provoke others outside. Otherwise, you wouldn't even know if you provoked a big shot." Qin Shao bitterly smiled and nodded. "Yes, I also feel that I'm too inexperienced, so I want to come out more. I've always been focused on cultivation, and I don't like to go outside, so there are a lot of things that I don't know." "Brother, if it's convenient, please tell me more." The youth was a warm-hearted person and nodded. Okay, I feel that you're quite pleasing to the eye, so I'll tell you so that you won't suffer in the future. Currently, our 9-province city has the publicly recognized 10 great clans. Needless to say, the Qin clan is a transcendent existence, the supreme ruler of 9-province city. Aside from the Qin clan, there are also 10 great clans in 9-province city. They include the Qi clan, Tian clan, Xia clan by clan, Qian clan, 9 Dragons Dao Palace, Toba clan, Chana clan, Di clan, and Chu clan. Hearing this young man mention the 10 great clans, Qin Shao immediately understood what the 10 great clans were. The Qi clan must be referring to Big Brother Qi Zhu's clan. Big Brother Qi Zhu married a wife more than 100,000 years ago. This was enough to form a huge clan. The Tian clan must be referring to the Heavenly Star clan. The Xia clan must be referring to Palace Lord Xia's clan. The Bai clan must be referring to Bai Jinxiu. He married someone from the 9 Dragons Dao Palace and should have many descendants by now. The Qian clan was none other than Brother Pure Qian Shanshi. Needless to say, the 9 Dragons Dao Palace was the first faction to take the initiative to submit to Qin Shao. After being subdued by Qin Shao, the 9 Dragons Dao Palace had submitted to Qin Manor. Over the years, the 9 Dragons Dao Palace could be considered to have performed well. As for the Tuoba clan, the He clan, the Di clan, and the Chu clan, Qin Shao was not very familiar with these 4 clans, but he guessed that they should be the forces that had joined the city. After Qin Zhao's name had shaken the entire God realm, many almighty experts had brought their clans over to the city. These 4 clans should be the same. Qin Shao had also heard of some of them, but he had not taken them to heart. The young man continued, "This young master Qi Sheng is a descendant of the Qi clan. His talents are extraordinary, and he is arrogant and unruly. This area also belongs to the Qi clan's sphere of influence, so his arrogance in this area is very arrogant, tyrannical, and no one dares to provoke him. After all, young Master Qi Sheng's ancestor is someone that even His Highness Qin Shao has to call Big Brother. Furthermore, it is said that the Qi clan's ancestor dotes on young Master Qi Sheng." Towards the end, the young man lowered his voice and looked around nervously, as if afraid that his words would be heard by others. "Does the Qi clan's ancestor not restrain his descendants?" Qin Shao asked calmly. He was thinking that Big Brother Qi Zhu would not be so indulgent towards his descendants, right? If that was the case, then he really needed to have a good talk with Big Brother Qi Zhu. He really did not like such indulgence. He did not want anyone to turn the 9-continent city into a foul atmosphere. The young man looked around cautiously and whispered to Qin Shao, "I don't know about that. In any case, young Master Qi Tian has been tyrannical for several decades, but he is still the same as before. Furthermore, he seems to be returning to his roots. Furthermore, you see, his followers are all heavenly gods. Young Master Qi Tian himself is only a 4th-step divine spirit. Every time he swaggers through the streets, he has a few heavenly god followers following him." Qin Shao frowned slightly. It seemed that someone in the Qi clan was indeed indulging Qi Tian. As for whether it was Big Brother Qi Zhu, Qin Shao did not know for the time being. When young Master Qi Tian's group approached, the young man immediately made a shushing gesture to Qin Shao, indicating that Qin Shao should not say anything more. Otherwise, if young Master Qi Tian heard what they said, they would have to bear the consequences. At this moment, a man in armor suddenly rushed out and blocked the middle of the road, blocking the path of young Master Qi Tian's group. The armored man looked at the haggard woman captured by young Master Qi Tian's 2 subordinates with a pained expression and shouted, "Sister, are you all right?" When the haggard woman saw the armored man, her expression immediately became agitated. She struggled to escape, but she was just an ordinary 1st-step divine spirit. How could she possibly break free from the hands of 2 divine spirits? "Brother, why are you here? Hurry up and leave," the haggard woman said agitatedly to the armored man. Her face was filled with worry and fear. The armored man's eyes were red. He clenched his fists and said resolutely, "No, I'm not leaving. Sister, Don't be afraid. Brother will definitely save you. I will definitely save you. Even if I die, I will definitely not watch you be harmed by others. Never. The armored man looked at young Master Chi Tian with a cold expression. His anger had clearly reached its peak. The armored man was also a first-step divine spirit. He was not very strong, but he was not weak either. Furthermore, he was dressed in a standard armor. He was clearly a guard of the Qin clan and someone with a military position. However, no matter how angry he was, the armored man could only endure and restrain his anger. He did not dare to explode directly. Young Master Chi Tian, do you really have to be so ruthless in broad daylight? It's fine if you like my sister, but my sister doesn't like you. Do you know that you're kidnapping a civilian girl? Aren't you disregarding the law by doing this? The armored man asked angrily. Many of the onlookers on the road sympathized with the siblings. Even if they did not know the truth, they could roughly guess what was going on. However, in this world, one's fist was bigger and strength was respected. There was no reason to speak of. Sometimes, it would be so ridiculous to reason with them. Young Master Chi Tian did not get angry. Instead, he laughed with a playful expression. He looked at the armored man and said, "Don't be untactful. It's your sister's fortune that I have taken a liking to her." Humph! Not only did your sister not serve me obediently, she even dared to resist me. I have given her many chances, but she did not know how to cherish them. She even dared to hurt me. That's why you've all worn out this young master's remaining patience. I don't have the time to play house with you. Therefore, I will take her away now. I want to see how hard your sister's bones are. Let's see if she still won't obediently submit. The armored man's face turned red with anger. He clenched his fist so tightly that it made cracking sounds. It was as if his bones were about to be crushed. He gritted his teeth and said, "Young Master Chi Tian, my sister is not sensible. Why do you have to lower yourself to her level? It's my sister who doesn't have the fortune to serve young Master Chi Tian. There are many women in the 9-state city who admire young Master Chi Tian. Why must young Master Chi Tian insist on my sister?" Humph, humph. There are quite a few women who like this young master. But how could those ordinary women enter this young master's eyes? I have taken a liking to your sister. What about you? Young Master Chi Tian looked at the armored man with a playful expression. He did not care about his words at all. Young Master Chi Tian hurriedly said, "Young Master Chi Tian, there are rules in the 9-state city. The 9-state city is under the rule of His Highness Qin Shao. His Highness Qin Zhao's divine might is there. Aren't you afraid that His Highness Qin Shao will punish you for your audacity?" These words immediately infuriated young Master Chi Tian. An angry snort came from young Master Chi Tian's nose. His eyes were like cold swords as they swept over. "Don't be so shameless. If you say another word, I will take your life. I'm in a good mood today. Either you scram right now, or I will get someone to find you." You have one breath time to consider these two choices. If you say another word, I will not let you off easily. Young Master Chi Tian was clearly infuriated. The haggard lady also panicked and said, "Big brother, hurry up and leave. Don't bother about me." This pair of siblings had a deep friendship that made people sympathize with them. However, how could the armored man leave? He had a resolute look on his face as he said, "Sister, I said that I won't leave. Even if I die today, I won't leave." His expression had also turned cold. He was like a lone wolf that had reached the end of its life. He looked at young Master Chi Tian again and said, "Young Master Chi Tian, I only have one life. Although I am lowly, I am not afraid of death. I only have one sister. She's my only kin. My sister is my everything. I will never allow anyone to harm a single strand of her hair. If young Master Chi Tian insists on taking my sister away today, he will have to step over my dead body. However, I'm a guard of the Qin family and have a military rank. I will not allow anyone to kill me as they wish. You may have the protection of the chief family, but I believe that His Highness Qin Shao will never condone such a thing. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. It's not that there won't be retribution. It's just that the time hasn't come yet." Young Master Chi Tian, you have always been domineering and evil. Aren't you afraid that His Highness Qin Shao will punish you if he finds out about this? We are all here for His Highness Qin Shao. We all admire His Highness Qin Shao. That's why we joined the Qin family and successfully became a guard of the Qin family. We are hot-blooded, loyal subjects and full of admiration, just to be able to become His Highness Qin Zhao's disciples and bask in his divine light, so that we can have the opportunity to carry out our grand plans and improve ourselves. The glory of the Qin family cannot be destroyed by a foppish young master like you. Your actions are a great disrespect to the Qin clan, a great disrespect to His Highness Qin Shao. Are you not afraid of such a thing? Chapter 828. The armored man's words resonated with many people. In fact, more than 90% of the people in the nine-continent city were family members or descendants of those who had sought refuge with His Highness Qin Shao. These people had all come because of His Highness Qin Zhao's prestige. However, if they couldn't even protect their loved ones, then what was the point of them joining the city? They were willing to pledge their loyalty to Qin Shao, willing to follow Qin Shao, and willing to become a member of the Qin Manor. However, they also wanted to protect their loved ones from this unexpected disaster. The most precious thing in the world was always love. Even those who had lived for a very long time would care about love. Why did so many gods join Qin Shao? It was to have a powerful backer, to be able to live and work in peace, to be able to take care of their loved ones and friends, and to provide a good environment for their descendants to reproduce. In fact, many gods didn't have such big ambitions, or rather, they were self-aware. They knew that even if they worked hard for their whole lives, there was no way for them to reach a high position. No matter how hard they worked, there was no possibility of them becoming a powerful being. There were even some gods who didn't even have the possibility of becoming a divine god. Rather than that, it was better to join a powerful force that could at least ensure the reproduction and development of their descendants. Perhaps there would be some geniuses among their descendants. Qin Zhao's reputation in the heavenly realm was like the sun. He had endless potential, and he was also a member of the Desolate Land's divine palace. Moreover, Qin Zhao's current reputation was still quite good. He was also from a lowly background. Naturally, some ordinary deities would hold him in high esteem. When Qin Shao heard these words, he felt rather emotional in his heart. What was the purpose of his cultivation? He didn't want to fight for hegemony. He didn't want to dominate a region, and he didn't want to climb to a high position. He cultivated with all his might so that he and his parents could live on forever, so that he could wake up the woman he loved, so that he could lead the humans of the nine continents world out of the source world, so that he could have a place in the God world and spread the name of the nine continents world. In the end, it was all about love. He cultivated for love, and the armored man in front of him joined the Qin clan for love as well. Therefore, Qin Shao appreciated such a person very much. Many of the people around felt the same way. However, since some things didn't happen to them, most of them would choose to remain aloof and not stir up trouble. Furthermore, no one dared to stand up for the matter at hand. Such a situation was enough to show how famous young Master Chi Tian was in this area. Young Master Chi Tian was once again enraged by the armored man's words. His expression changed as he glared at the armored man with a ferocious and terrifying expression. He shouted, "You weakling! How dare you lecture me? You're just a small soldier of the Qin clan. You're insignificant. Who knows how many soldiers like you there are in the Qin clan? I don't even care if I lose one of you. Since you're courting death today, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, young Master Chi Tian gave a look to one of his followers behind him. The second-step Divine Realm follower walked out with a vicious expression. He looked at the armored man with an unfriendly expression, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cruel sneer. The haggard woman struggled violently and quickly begged for mercy. "No, young Master Chi Tian, I beg you. Don't kill my brother. No, I beg you. I'll promise you anything. Please let my brother go. Let my brother go. Sister, don't beg this bastard. Although I'm weak, I still have my pride. Since ancient times, evil will never prevail over good. I came here today with the heart of death. What's there to be afraid of death? If my death can be exchanged for the punishment of the evil, it'll be worth it. The armored man didn't show the slightest bit of fear. He didn't retreat an inch and stood there with a resolute expression. His eyes were filled with determination, and he wasn't afraid of death. The power of faith was endless. Oomph. Now you're begging for mercy? Too late. Your brother sought death himself. Don't blame me. Little beauty, you'd better wait obediently and serve me well. Chi Tian ignored the haggard woman's words. The second-step divine realm follower walked up to the armored man and looked at him pitifully. He said, "Brat, you're really blind. You're too audacious. Is our young master someone a nobody like you can afford to offend? Humph. And you're talking about the city rules? Don't you know who our young master's ancestor is? Our young master's ancestor is someone even His Highness Qin Shao has to call Big Brother. The city rules are nothing. The rules have always been set by the strong. Your sister doesn't know what's good for her. Are you the same? You're just an insignificant one-step divine realm cultivator. You're not even fit to carry our young master's shoes. Do you think you're very important? You're actually nothing. If you die, you die. You're no different from an ant dying. His Highness Qin Shao is a lofty existence. Why would he pay attention to a tiny ant like you?" The armored man's expression was cold. His eyes flickered. However, he was still very determined. He said, "A single spark can start a prairie fire. My weak fluorescence might not necessarily be unable to attract His Highness Qin Zhao's attention. I respect His Highness Qin Zhao's character. I believe that under his rule, he wouldn't condone such a thing. Cut the crap. If you want to kill me, then do it. There are so many people here. My death definitely won't be buried. I don't believe that you can cover the sky with one hand and cover this bright universe." The second-step divine realm cultivator shook his head. He had a playful expression on his face. "You really don't know what you're talking about. All right, quickly come and die." As soon as he finished speaking, the second-step divine realm cultivator's eyes became abnormally vicious. Like a poisonous snake, a sinister and cold aura surged over. It turned into beams of sinister light. With unparalleled killing intent, he directly attacked. The moment he attacked, it was obvious that he was going to kill the armored man on the spot. He didn't want to give the armored man any chance to resist. The armored man was only a first-step divine realm cultivator. He knew that he was no match for a second-step divine realm cultivator. Even if he could, so what? As soon as young Master Chi Tian gave the order, other subordinates would attack. In front of young Master Chi Tian, he was no more than a weak fluorescence. However, he didn't fear death. He stood there without even frowning. He made his final wish. "Chi Tian, you will definitely suffer retribution. His Highness Qin Shao definitely won't condone you. I believe in justice. It will definitely give me justice. My death isn't regrettable. It's just that my sister will suffer. If there's a next life, I will definitely work even harder to make myself stronger. Only then will I be able to protect my sister well." "Brother," the haggard woman immediately started crying heartbreakingly. Sparkling and translucent tears flowed down her face. It was such a heart-wrenching scene. In his final moments, Chi Tian looked at his sister with a loving expression. He revealed a warm smile. "Sister, brother is useless. I can't take care of you and protect you. Don't blame me. I'll leave first. We'll be brother and sister in the next life." "No, brother, don't die. You can't die. You'll always be my good brother. In my eyes, you'll always be the best. How could I blame you?" The haggard woman cried, even more heartbroken. "Without you, I don't want to live alone. Brother, you leave first. I'll come to accompany you soon. We'll be brother and sister in the next life." This farewell of life and death was such a tearful farewell. Many of the onlookers secretly clenched their fists. They wanted to save this pair of pitiful siblings. However, who would so easily make a move? Whoever dared to make a move would most likely end up dead. So what if they were angry? Everyone only dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. Apart from feeling indignant for this pair of pitiful siblings, what else could they do? "Ha ha, my little beauty, it won't be so easy for you to die. I won't let you die." Chi Tian laughed. At this moment, the haggard woman's body was completely restrained. Even if she wanted to commit suicide, it was impossible. Death was probably an extravagant hope for her. Everyone's indignation had been suppressed to the extreme. It was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The tense atmosphere was so oppressive. Die! Suddenly, a cold and sharp light slashed down from above. It seemed as if it was going to kill the armored man on the spot with a single move. The armored man knew that he was no match for it. He gave up resisting. He was already prepared to die. He wanted to gamble with his life. The onlookers could not bear to watch anymore. The young man who was talking to Qin Shao sighed helplessly and shook his head. He seemed helpless and indignant. Just as everyone was certain that the armored man was going to die, an invisible force surged out and destroyed the cold, sharp light of the second step heavenly god. It dissipated silently and disappeared without a trace. It was extremely strange. Such a scene stunned everyone. They looked over in bewilderment, not knowing what was going on. The second step heavenly god was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He looked nervous as he looked around cautiously. What was going on around him? Chi Tian was also a little stunned. He did not understand what had just happened. The armored man's face was filled with astonishment and confusion. What had just happened? The opponent's attack was about to land on him and take his life. However, at the last moment, why did the force disappear without a trace? This strange situation made young Master Chi Tian very displeased. "What the hell are you doing?" The second step heavenly god looked at Chi Tian innocently and said, "Sir, I don't know what happened either. It's too strange. Don't worry about the situation. Hurry up and kill him." Chi Tian had a ruthless look on his face. He decided to end the battle quickly to avoid any more complications. Although the second step heavenly god was still a little worried, he could only do as Chi Tian had said. Therefore, he attacked again. This time, he went all out and used his strongest killing move in an attempt to kill the armored man. At that moment, a calm voice rang out. "Stop." Chapter 829. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. Soon, their gazes all landed on Qin Shao. The young man who had spoken to Qin Shao earlier was shocked to see that Qin Shao was going to stand up for the poor siblings. He hurriedly tried to stop Qin Shao, but it was already too late. Young Master Chi Tian glared at Qin Shao with a cold expression. His eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. The armored man thought that he was going to die for sure, but twice someone had pulled him back from the brink of death. His gaze landed on Qin Shao. However, he could sense that Qin Shao was only exuding the aura of a divine spirit. He should be an ordinary divine spirit. Nine-State City was not big. There were only so many people. Most of them were part of the Qin family's army. Everyone knew some of the famous people. However, no one knew the young man in front of him. Could it be that he had just saved him? The armored man was puzzled. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. The person who had wanted to kill him was a second-step divine spirit. The young man in front of him was only a divine spirit. How could he have the ability to block the attack of a second-step divine spirit? Moreover, the power of that attack just now had disappeared without a trace. It was very strange. He didn't know what kind of method was used to do this. At least, he knew that a fourth-step divine spirit should not be able to do that. Only an almighty could do that. An almighty? How is that possible? There were only a few almighties in Nine-State City. Which one of them was not a high and mighty existence? Clearly, the young man in front of him was not one of them. Although he was confused, the armored man immediately said, "Brother, this is my business. You shouldn't get involved in it. If you get into trouble, I'll feel guilty." However, Qin Shao did not seem to hear the armored man. Instead, he stood in front of him and glanced at the second step divine spirit. It was a calm gaze, but it was like the gaze of the god of death. It scared the second step divine spirit. He could not help but take 2 steps back. This feeling was too strange. He did not feel this when facing a fourth step divine spirit. How could this be? Hao Chao, what the hell are you doing? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill him. Kill whoever dares to stop you. Young Master Qi Tian shouted furiously. Although the second-step sky celestial, Hao Chao, was somewhat fearful of Qin Shao, he couldn't disobey young Master Qi Tian's orders. Heavenly God Hao Chao said viciously to Qin Shao, "Kid, this is none of your business. If you don't know what's good for you and get the hell out of here, then don't blame me for showing no mercy." Qin Shao glanced over, and Heavenly God Hao Chao's expression instantly twisted. A look of horror appeared on his face, and he immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed repeatedly. It was as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Such a scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They clicked their tongues in wonder. They did not know what was going on. Wasn't this too strange? From beginning to end, Qin Shao had not moved at all. What was going on? How could a mere glance frighten a second-step sky celestial to this extent? Many people felt a chill run down their spines as they looked at Qin Shao with strange expressions. Only then did everyone believe that the person who had stopped Heavenly God Hao Chao from killing the armored man was this honest-looking young man. However, what puzzled everyone was that this young man was clearly exuding the aura of a fourth-step divine spirit. His strength should be extremely weak. If there was such a formidable existence in the nine-continent city, they should have known about it. Young Master Qi Tian was also shocked. Hao Chao was his most experienced subordinate. He had always played the role of young Master Qi Tian's imperial vanguard and had always been successful. However, he was frightened to such an extent today. Hao Chao, hurry up and stand up. Young Master Qi Tian shouted angrily. However, Heavenly God Hao Chao acted as if he had not heard young Master Qi Tian. He was still kneeling there, trembling. Young Master Qi Tian glared at Qin Shao and said, "Who are you? What did you do to him? What kind of method is this?" Qin Shao looked at young Master Qi Tian sternly and said, "Let me ask you, why didn't you abide by the rules of the nine-continent city? Don't tell me there are no rules in the nine-continent city." Young Master Qi Tian sneered and said, "So what if there are rules? So what if there are no rules? Rules only apply to the weak. Since the strong set the rules, they can naturally break them. The rules of the nine-continent city don't apply to me." Qin Shao said coldly, "The nine-continent city belongs to the Qin Mansion. The rules of the nine-continent city should be set by the Qin Mansion. In a nine-continent city, no one can break the rules. Not even Qin Shao can. It's true that the rules are set by the strong, but they are rules and no one is allowed to break them. You're just a fourth-step divine spirit. What right do you have to disregard the rules of the city? How dare you call His Highness Qin Shao by his full name?" Young Master Qi Tian pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and reprimanded him angrily. However, Qin Shao ignored him and continued, "Who allowed you to disregard the rules of the city? How dare you commit crimes in the nine-continent city? How dare you snatch a commoner's woman in broad daylight? How dare you act so righteously? Don't you feel that you've disgraced your ancestor's name?" Based on Qin Zhao's understanding of Qi Zhu, he shouldn't have allowed his descendant to act so tyrannically. Qin Shao admired Qi Zhu's character very much. "Kid, how dare you? How dare you talk nonsense about my ancestor? You're courting death." Young Master Qi Tian became even more furious. However, his most experienced subordinate was still kneeling there. Therefore, he did not have the strength to use his strength. He did not dare to attack Qin Shao rashly and could only use his mouth. The nine-continent city shouldn't be messed up by an unruly playboy like you. The nine-continent city should treat everyone equally. It should be a fair and just place. There shouldn't be any special treatment. We can't let anyone cause the nine-continent city to be filled with complaints. Qin Zhao's voice also became louder. Many onlookers agreed with his words. They also hoped that the nine-continent city would be a very harmonious city where everyone was equal. It was a place that people yearned for. However, such a thing was too difficult to be realistic in reality. The armored man cupped his fists respectfully at Qin Shao and said, "Brother, you're right. These are my heartfelt words. We're all here because of His Highness Qin Shao. We all hope to find a place to settle down and let our descendants reproduce peacefully. I also don't wish for the Nine-Continent City to be messed up by others. If that's the case, the Nine-Continent City will be no different from other cities. It will still be a place that exists in name only. It will still be a cruel existence. It's the law of the jungle and survival of the fittest. It's full of cruelty and tyrannical playboys. I joined the Qinwei army more than 100,000 years ago. I've personally seen the Nine-Continent City grow from nothing to prosperity. It can be said that I've personally participated in the construction of the Nine-Continent City. I've always treated the Nine-Continent City as my home. It's a home that I've painstakingly built. Therefore, I naturally hope that this home can be perfect and that we can truly find a place where we belong. However, reality is always cruel. Some things can only exist in fantasy. With our lowly strength, we won't be able to change anything. We'll only become a joke. Qin Shao looked at the armored man and said with certainty, "That won't happen. What you think will definitely become a reality. The Nine-Continent City is everyone's Nine-Continent City. It's everyone's home. It's everyone's place to settle down. Therefore, I will definitely not allow anyone to break the rules here. No one." The armored man shook his head and sighed silently. "Brother, it's enough that you have such intentions. However, there are some things that we can't resist. Sigh, you shouldn't have gotten involved." Young Master Qi Tian became angrier and angrier as he listened. "You guys are really delusional and ignorant. Humph, I think you guys won't give up until all hope is gone. So you still want to kill us?" Qin Shao looked at young Master Qi Tian and asked. Young Master Qi Tian sneered and said, "Humph, of course. You guys dare to spread rumors and cause chaos among the people. If I don't kill you, how can I appease the anger in my heart? So, you mean that you can represent the rules of the Nine-Continent City? You could decide the life and death of others?" Qin Shao asked again. Young Master Qi Tian said, "I don't dare to say anything else, but I can definitely decide your life and death." These two friends are right. We all came here for His Highness Qin Shao. We all want a place to settle down and a place for our future generations to develop steadily. The Nine-Continent City was built by us with great effort. It's our ideal home, and it has our infinite expectations. We can't let others turn the Nine-Continent City into a foul atmosphere. Yes, even if it's a disciple of the Su family, we can't let such a foppish person become the cancer of the Nine-Continent City. They can't die. If we ignore them today, I'm afraid we'll be the ones to die tomorrow. Yes, we who want to join the city must unite. Only in this way can we defend our dignity and protect our home. I can't stand it anymore. If we die, let's die. Let's go out together. Yes, let's go." The young man who spoke to Qin Shao was the first to speak. His call instantly resonated with the hearts of the surrounding crowd. With the effect, everyone gathered their courage and stepped out. With someone taking the lead, there would naturally be others who would follow suit. Therefore, a group of people surrounded them, swearing to protect the lives of Qin Shao and the armored man. Seeing that the crowd could go from being angry and not daring to speak up to the current situation, Qin Shao was very gratified. This was the situation he wanted to see. This was the Nine-Continent City he wanted to build. He came from a lowly background, so he could understand people who were weak the most. Seeing that everyone was standing up for him, the armored man's eyes were filled with tears. On the other hand, young Master Qi Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. It was as if he was exploding with thunder. He also panicked a little. Rebel, do you all really want to rebel? A group of unruly people. I think you all want to die. You dare to rebel openly? Are you all trying to betray the Qin family? Okay. Wait here. I'll report this immediately and arrest all of us. Chapter 830. Boom! A supreme power descended, causing everyone's heart to tremble. This was the aura of a mighty figure. A mighty figure had arrived. Those who wanted to stand up for the armored man felt the aura of an almighty being. They couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be that young Master Qi Tian was so capable that he could invite an almighty being to help him? But that couldn't be right. Young Master Chi Tian's status was high, but his ancestor was only a divine realm expert. In fact, in terms of strength, young Master Chi Tian's ancestor wasn't much. Even if he was thrown into the Qin Residence's army, he would be easily defeated and not worth mentioning. However, young Master Chi Tian's ancestor was someone that even His Highness Qin Shao would address as Big Brother. The two of them were as close as brothers, and he was His Highness Qin Zhao's ancestor. Thus, his status was naturally very high. Bak Qi, Baifeng, Jumei, Chongfeng's brother Pure, Shi Jian, Yao Shuilian, and the others came forward in a mighty formation. There was even a captain of the Desolate Land army leading a dozen Desolate Land soldiers to welcome them. Such a formation was big enough. When everyone saw this scene, they were really shocked and quickly knelt down. The armored man was stunned for a moment before he also knelt down respectfully. Young Master Chi Tian was a little dumbfounded. He thought that his reinforcements had arrived. He didn't expect so many mighty figures to come together. What was going on? This made his heart beat like a drum. Could it be that such a small matter had alarmed so many mighty figures? That's impossible. He's been doing the same thing for the past few decades. It wasn't that similar things hadn't happened before, but nothing like this had happened before. What was going on? But young Master Chi Tian didn't dare to think too much and knelt down immediately. Everyone knelt down except for Qin Shao, who was still standing there. The armored man thought that Qin Shao was scared out of his wits, so he secretly pulled Qin Shao. But this pull made him freeze on the spot, as if he had been electrocuted. Because at this time, Qin Shao had returned to his original appearance. He no longer had the simple and honest look just now. Instead, he had returned to his Qin Shao appearance. Qin Zhao's portrait was erected in the Nine-Continent City. Naturally, everyone in the Nine-Continent City could recognize Qin Shao. He was the spiritual leader of the Nine-Continent City. What? It's His Highness Qin Shao. The armored man's heart trembled violently. He immediately understood why so many big shots had arrived. It turned out that they were here to welcome His Highness Qin Shao. The others were dumbstruck like wooden chickens, and they were shocked to the extreme. The shock in their hearts surged like an overturning sea, especially the young man who had just explained to Qin Shao about the 10 great clans of Jiuzhou City. He was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would actually call His Highness Qin Shao brother. However, the one who felt the most uncomfortable at this time was young Master Chi Tian. The moment he saw Qin Zhao's true appearance, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. His face was paler than snow, and his body was trembling. Izzo was on the verge of collapse. How could this be? How could this be? He had actually provoked His Highness Qin Shao. It was over, it was over, it was really over. No one in the world could save him anymore. Your Highness, why didn't you inform us that you were coming back? Aid Enlightenment and the captain of the Desolate Land army hurriedly came forward respectfully. The more powerful Qin Shao was, the more they worshipped Qin Shao. Master, Shi Jian also came forward respectfully. They hadn't seen each other for 110,000 years. Shi Jian was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. He had undergone a great transformation in all aspects. Damn, Qin Shao, you've been gone for a long time this time. Someone has already lost hope. Brother Pure was still the same as always, laughing and joking. He was already a father and now had a huge family. He was also an ancestor-level figure, but he still didn't have a proper image. Yao Shuilian couldn't help but blush when Brother Pure said this in public. He secretly kicked Brother Pure. They hadn't seen each other for 110,000 years. It was really a warm feeling to see each other again. Qin Shao smiled at the crowd and said, I also wanted to walk around Jiuzhou City casually and have a look around. The last time I left, the Jiuzhou continent was still a desolate place. I didn't expect that in just a short 110,000 years, everything would change. The current 9-continent city is really something. I've been a hands-off shopkeeper. It's been hard on you all these years. The mighty figure glanced at young Master Chi Tian and said, Your Highness, what's going on? Other than Qin Shao, the mighty figure of 8 was the most powerful person in Jiuzhou City. Therefore, when Qin Shao wasn't here, the supreme decision-maker of Jiuzhou City was the mighty figure of 8. Of course, the mighty figure of 8 also reported to Qin Shao directly. Therefore, the mighty figure of 8 had a very high prestige in the Jiuzhou world. Qin Shao told him what had happened. After hearing it, the mighty figure of 8 hurriedly apologized. "It's my negligence. Please punish me, Your Highness." Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's also my negligence. I've never formally made any rules for Jiuzhou City and didn't give you any instructions. This time, it's not necessarily a bad thing. At least, it made me realize the many shortcomings of Jiuzhou City. It's also a kind of gain. Take these people back first and let them be dealt with. Let's go back first." The mighty figure of 8 waved his hand, and the army of Desolate Land came forward to arrest young Master Qi Tian and his followers. Young Master Qi Tian and his followers were already paralyzed with fear. They didn't have the slightest intention to resist. Qin Shao and his followers quickly left. The armored man and his sister were finally reunited. The two hugged each other and sobbed. This was considered a narrow escape from death. What they didn't expect was that they would be rescued by His Highness Qin Shao. The young man who had been talking to Qin Shao just now stood there in a daze. He looked at the sky, and his mind was buzzing. Until now, he still felt like he was in a dream. It was too unreal. He had actually talked so much with His Highness Qin Shao and even called him brother. This was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. Qin Shao and his followers returned to Qin Mansion. The news of Qin Zhao's return quickly spread throughout Jiuzhou City. The whole city was in an uproar. This was definitely a big deal for Jiuzhou City. It was an exciting thing. Qin Mansion was even livelier. The servants also started to get busy and prepare for the banquet. Since Qin Shao had returned, there would definitely be a big banquet. Qi Lu, Tian Xing, Palace Master Xia, and the others also rushed over. Qi Lu found out about young Master Qi Tian's situation and looked for Qin Shao with a guilty face. "Qin Shao, it's my fault for not being strict with my descendants. That's why they are so unfilial. I'm really ashamed. Brother Qi Lu, did you know about Qi Tian's matter?" Qin Shao asked. Qi Lu shook his head and said, "I've been in seclusion for most of these years. I really don't know much about the descendants of the clan. I only just found out about this matter. It's really a misfortune for the clan. Qin Shao, you can punish this matter however you want. I'll definitely cooperate with you." Qin Shao said, "Brother Qi Lu, you can deal with your descendants yourself. You should also pay attention to this matter when you're not concentrating on cultivation. We all came from humble origins and came from the source world. We came from poverty. Jiuzhou City is our Jiuzhou City. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. I don't want anyone to turn Jiuzhou City into a foul atmosphere. Since there are rules, everyone has to abide by them. Even I am no exception. Such a matter has chilled the hearts of those who came to the city. Therefore, we must kill one person to show respect to all. We must put an end to this matter." Qi Lu nodded and said, "Yes, I know. We can't let such a thing happen again. Since you want me to deal with it, I'll deal with it." "All right, Brother Qi Lu, you don't have to blame yourself too much. When a forest is big, there will definitely be all kinds of birds. You now have more than 100 million descendants. It's normal to have some hedonistic descendants occasionally." Qin Shao patted Qi Lu's shoulder. He believed Qi Lu's words. The others also had a serious look on their faces. They might have also lacked control over their clansmen. They had to pay more attention to such matters in the future. Qin Shao handed the matter of young Master Qi Tian to Qi Lu to deal with. Although Qi Lu doted on Qi Tian, Qi Lu naturally couldn't indulge him anymore after he had committed such a crime. He had to kill one person to show respect to all and set an example. Therefore, young Master Qi Tian naturally couldn't escape his fate. He was publicly executed as a warning to others. A few of young Master Qi Tian's subordinates were also severely punished. However, they were Qi Tian's lackeys and acted under Qi Tian's orders. Therefore, they weren't sentenced to death like Qi Tian. Instead, they were sentenced to prison and suffered endless pain as punishment. In addition, Similar matters were also being purged in the nine-continent city. A channel for reporting was opened. Anyone who had an unfair matter could report it to the Qin Mansion. Once it was verified, they would be severely punished. Under such a waterfall, the entire city cheered and jumped for joy. Everyone felt that they were truly treated fairly and found the warmth of home. The people of the nine-continent city worshipped Qin Shao more and more. The evildoers had all received their due punishment, and the nine-continent city was once again in a peaceful state. Under the hosting of Qin Shao, the Qin Mansion also held a banquet and invited all the important people to attend. Qin Shao also made a rare trip back to the Qin Mansion. This time, there were naturally many more faces. Apart from Qin Zhao's friends and subordinates, there were also some family members who attended the banquet. Naturally, the number of people increased. Those juniors also dreamed of meeting Qin Shao. They all wanted to pay homage to Qin Shao. Now that their wishes were fulfilled, the atmosphere of the banquet was extremely rich and cheerful. The entire Qin Mansion was also in a state of jubilation. Such an atmosphere was really very wonderful. It really made people find the warmth of home and the feeling of home. Qin Shao liked such an atmosphere. He liked to eat with everyone and chat casually. He also liked to listen to the interesting things that happened in the past few years. Qin Shao felt the most relaxed when he was with everyone. He was like a family and didn't need to care about anything. Chapter 831. This time, the banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The number of people who participated in the banquet exceeded 300, and they were all core members of the Qin Mansion. Most importantly, Qin Shao was also very happy for them when she saw that everyone had started their own families and started their own businesses. Now, except for him and Shi Jian, everyone else was married. Xing Jie Binglong, Mi Feng, Gu Kuchangfeng had a family in the Jiuzhou world, and he had married Qin Yinji a long time ago. As for Shi Jian, he was completely immersed in his cultivation. Most lonely combat, ghost this time. The banquet was also held for 3 days and 3 nights. The number of people who participated in the banquet exceeded 300, and they were all core members of the Qin Mansion. Chapter 832. But just as they were about to kneel, an irresistible force stopped them, causing them to look at the newcomer with even more fear and trepidation. Their faces were filled with indescribable respect. The newcomer was none other than Qin Shao. A few days ago, the siblings were saved by His Highness Qin Shao. Such an event made them feel as if they were in a dream, as if it wasn't real. But now, His Highness Qin Shao actually appeared in front of them, which made them feel even more incredulous. Something that they didn't even dare to dream of actually happened. Qin Shao looked at the siblings, and a slight smile appeared on his face, appearing very amiable. Songge, Songjishui, you two also ascended to the God realm from the source world, right? The siblings didn't find it strange that His Highness Qin Shao knew about their origins. With His Highness Qin Zhao's power, as long as he wanted to investigate, he could probably investigate everything from their birth to now without leaving anything out. Songge nodded, and his face was filled with respect and restraint. Yes, Your Highness Qin Shao. Qin Shao waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to be so reserved, just be a little more casual. I'm also a human, and I'm not superior to you two. Hearing Qin Zhao's kind words, Song Gue and Song Zishui were stunned again. Whether it was the God realm or the source world, they all followed the law of survival of the jungle. Both were world systems where the strong were respected, and both were world systems where the fist was the biggest. The strong would receive the respect of others, and they would stand at the top, high and mighty. The weak could only bow and scrape. However, Qin Shao was so high and mighty that he treated the two of them, who were insignificant people, as if they were guests. Such breadth of mind was truly admirable to the siblings. Qin Shao continued, you two were born in the source world in a lowly background, and you lost your family when you were young. But you two siblings have outstanding talent and an incomparably resolute heart. In your hearts, you two have the obsession to become gods. That's why all of you reach the level of gods, step by step. You and your sister both became gods and ascended to the divine realm together. That's quite a story. You're doing pretty well in the god world, Yang Qi said. You relied on your own hard work. Song Gui, you've also cultivated to the first step of the heavenly god realm. Song Jishui has also cultivated to the fourth step of the divine spirit realm. Facing Qin Zhao's praise, the Song siblings were even more unable to maintain their composure. Song Gui shook his head and said, Your Highness Qin Zhao is really praising me too much. When I was in the source world, I was a frog at the bottom of a well and was foolishly conceited. It was only after ascending to the god realm that I realized how insignificant and weak I was. It's been millions of years, yet you've only reached the level of a first-step heavenly god. You're really stupid. Qin Zhao said, although cultivating to the first-step heavenly god level in a few million years isn't considered fast, it's still not bad in the god realm. He can be considered to be quite talented. He might not be considered a genius, but he was still passable. If you work hard, you should have a chance of becoming a fourth-step heavenly god. As for becoming a divine spirit realm expert, that'll depend on your own luck. I can only say that the chances aren't great, but it's not completely hopeless. Nothing is absolute. Everything has a thread of hope, a thread of hope. It's just a matter of whether or not you can properly grasp it. Song Gui firmly believed in becoming a divine spirit realm expert. Only then would he be able to thoroughly establish himself in the god realm. Only then would he no longer have to wander about and would no longer be bullied by others. However, he also knew very well that this was an extremely impossible matter. Not to mention becoming a divine spirit realm expert, he might not even be able to reach the fourth step of the heavenly god realm. Song Gui nodded his head in acknowledgement. Qin Zhao's words of encouragement also strengthened the conviction in his heart. No matter what, he had to give it his all. Even if it was impossible, he would fight to the end. He absolutely wouldn't give up. Becoming a divine spirit realm expert was now an unshakable belief in his heart. For this goal, he could give his all, endure the vicissitudes of life, and endure the torment of the 9 hells purgatory. Qin Zhao continued, If you don't have enough talent, you can make up for it with hard work. Although talent is important, temperament is equally important. Your talent can't be considered high, but your temperament isn't bad. You're also hardworking enough. This is very rare and commendable. All this time, your luck can't be considered good. You haven't obtained any cultivation resources. Now, I'll give you a chance. Are you willing to take me as your master? What? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Song Gui and Song Shishui were completely stunned. They stared blankly at Qin Zhao, momentarily unable to believe their own ears. This can't be true. Song Gui thought he had misheard and responded with uncertainty. Qin Zhao said with a serious expression, Song Gui, we didn't mishear. I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing to take me as your master? This time, Song Gui and Song Shishui were sure that they hadn't misheard. His Highness Qin Zhao actually wanted to take Song Gui as his disciple. But how was this possible? At this moment, Song Gui's mind was buzzing and blank. His body trembled with excitement, and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. These words were like the sound of nature. Although it was pleasing to the ear, there was a strong sense of unreality. Even in his dreams, Song Gui had never thought of such a thing. This was too absurd. After a long time, Song Gui recovered slightly. With a face full of fear and trepidation, he said, Your Highness Qin Zhao, what virtue or ability do I have to be your disciple? I know that my talent is lacking and my potential is limited. Being able to cultivate to the fourth step of the heavenly god realm is most likely the limit of my life. It's not certain that I can't reach it. Your Highness' kindness to Song Gui and Song Shishui is something that we will never forget. In this life, we are willing to pledge our lives to the Qin residents. We have no other requests. In these millions of years, we have been homeless and miserable. We've been through many trials and tribulations, and we've been through many life and death situations. It wasn't easy for us to survive. Now that we're in the nine-continent city, Your Highness is willing to provide us with a place to settle down. This is already the greatest fortune of our lives. If Your Highness accepts me as your disciple, I'm afraid that I'll only be humiliating Your Highness' reputation. Song Gui is absolutely unwilling to see such a thing happen. Thus, I'm willing to ask Your Highness to take back your good intentions. Song Gui is only an insignificant person. Thanks to Your Highness' kindness, I have no more regrets in this life. Qin Shao smiled and waved his hand. Song Gui, you don't have to have such thoughts. I don't care about such things. When I accept a disciple, I don't look at their talent. What I like is your temperament and your character. If I look at talent in the entire divine realm, I'm afraid that there aren't many people who can enter my eyes. I'm afraid that even those few who can enter my eyes won't be able to enter my tutelage. You don't have to belittle yourself so unduly. You can't compare to the top, but you can compare to the bottom. Your talent can't be considered good, but I feel that you have great potential. It's not like there's no hope. What? You're really unwilling to accept me as your master? Song Gui hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand. No, Your Highness. To be able to accept you as my master is something that I've always dreamed of. It's something that I can't even imagine in my dreams. It's just that I'm really afraid of humiliating Your Highness' reputation. Haha, I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Perhaps in the future, you could be like Shi Jian and make me proud. Qin Shao smiled and said. This, Song Gui was indeed hesitating. He was very conflicted. From the bottom of his heart, he was indeed in fear and trepidation. It was difficult for him to cross that hurdle in his heart. To be honest, he really didn't have much talent. Not to mention the divine realm, even in the nine provinces city, there were plenty of people who were more talented than him. However, this kind of good thing that fell from the sky just had to fall on his head. This really made Song Gui not dare to accept it lightly. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of rumors and slanders. It would definitely be a disgrace to His Highness Qin Zhao's reputation. He had incomparable respect for Qin Shao, so he didn't want to see this kind of thing happen. Otherwise, he really couldn't forgive himself. He couldn't convince himself at all. However, His Highness Qin Shao had repeatedly said this, which really made his heart itch. To be able to become His Highness Qin Zhao's disciple was a blessing that he had cultivated for 8 lifetimes. This kind of benefit naturally didn't need to be said. Countless people probably dreamed of becoming His Highness Qin Zhao's disciple, but this kind of good thing only fell on his head. This was completely an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. However, this opportunity was too big, so big that it made his heart tremble. Looking at His Highness Qin Shao for a long time, Song Gui finally made up his mind. He plopped down on his knees and kowtowed to Qin Shao. With incomparable conviction, he said, Master, please accept this disciple's kowtow. After saying this, Song Gui kowtowed 3 times, completing the ceremony of becoming his master. Qin Shao also accepted Song Gui's kowtows with ease. A slight smile appeared on his face. He nodded slightly and said, Rise, Song Gui. From now on, you are my second disciple. Later, I will announce to the world that you and your sister will move to the Qin residence. I am rarely in Jiuzhou City. In terms of daily cultivation and teaching, I will instruct your senior brother Shi Jian. Announced to the world, Song Gui's heart trembled even more. He actually didn't want to announce it to the public. It was enough that only the 3 of them knew. However, he didn't expect that Master would announce it to the world. Song Gui's eyes reddened, and he had the urge to cry. However, he forced himself to endure. He had to be strong. He had to be incomparably resolute. He couldn't let Master be disappointed in him. Song Gui's heart became more and more resolute. Master, I am indebted to your kindness. I will definitely work 10 times, 100 times harder than before. Even if I can't compare to senior brother Shi Jian, I will definitely do my best to cultivate. Song Jishui was so happy that she started crying. She was really too happy for Song Gui. Brother, congratulations. This is great. This is really great. Sister had never dreamed that there would be such a day. Now, even if you want sister to die, sister will die with a smile. Song Gue glared at Song Jishui reproachfully. You're speaking nonsense again. If you die, what is the point of brother living? In this life, brother will live because of you. As long as you live well, brother will have greater motivation to make you live better. Right now, you are brothers only. You're not allowed to say such foolish things in the future. Otherwise, brother will really get angry. Chapter 833. Qin Shao announced to the whole world that he had accepted a second disciple, Song Gue. The whole city was in an uproar as soon as the news came out. Many people were trying to find out who Song Gue was and how he could be accepted as a disciple by His Highness Qin Shao. Some people who knew Song Gue found it hard to believe. They knew how talented Song Gue was, and many people were confident that they were more talented than him. However, such a good thing didn't happen to them. Very soon, Song Gue and his sister's story was dug up. Only then did everyone know that Song Gue was the young man who had been bullied by young Master Qi Tian that day. He was the young man who had risked his life to save his sister. The young man who had been saved by His Highness Qin Shao on the spot was him. After learning of Song Gue's identity, many people felt relieved. They felt that Qin Shao had accepted Song Gue as a disciple purely as a reward or as a signal to the outside world. This was a symbolic acceptance of a disciple. It wasn't because Qin Shao had taken a fancy to Song Gue. How could Song Gue be accepted as a disciple by His Highness Qin Shao? Such a matter naturally caused many people to be jealous. But what could they do? Perhaps this was fate. Because of Song Gue's story, there was a wave of people in Jiuzhou City who wanted to protect their sister, brother, relatives, and friends. However, accepting a disciple was completely based on one's mood. Sometimes, when one suddenly had a thought, something like this would happen. Qin Shao wouldn't accept a disciple on purpose. He didn't have time to teach his disciples and had always been a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Qin Shao felt a lot of guilt toward Shijian. Therefore, Qin Shao had always been very resistant to accepting a disciple. However, Song Gue had touched Qin Zhao's heartstrings, which was why Qin Shao accepted him. Liking someone was sometimes a kind of impulse. Qin Shao had always done things straightforwardly. However, he would still be a hands-off manager. After accepting Song Gue, he gave him some gifts and handed him over to Shijian. The most interesting thing was that soon there was a new piece of news that even Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. It was that Yao Shiwelian had accepted Song Jishui as his disciple. This was indeed something to be happy about. Although Yao Shiwelian told others that he liked Song Jishui very much and felt that it was fate that brought them together, he accepted her as his disciple. With Yao Shiwelian's current strength in the top 100 of the Earth Board, accepting Song Jishui as his disciple was naturally something to be envied. Upon hearing this news, Qin Shao could only smile helplessly. She naturally knew that Yao Shiwelian's actions were mostly because of her. However, Yao Shiwelian should still like Song Jishui. Song Jishui was also a very likable woman. Song Gue and Song Jishui had become disciples of His Highness Qin Shao and Yao Shiwelian. Yao Shiwelian's current strength was also in the top 100 of the Earth Board. In the Divine Realm, she could be considered a big shot. Moreover, she had become a sealed disciple of the Infernal Palace. Her status was also very high. Furthermore, her father was a very famous almighty, and her grandmaster was a sovereign. With such a background, it was a great thing to be able to become her disciple. Song Jishui was also undoubtedly hit by a big meat pie that fell from the sky. This pair of brother and sister also soared into the sky, directly rushing into the clouds. From a lowly and weak person to a high position in an instant, it was indeed something to be envied. This was the wonder of life. However, luck always belonged to the minority. The atmosphere in the nine-continent city was getting better and better. It was developing towards a prosperous and broad road. Qin Shao had been staying in the nine-continent city all this time. When she was in the mood, she would walk around the nine-continent city, take a look, and listen to the private discussions of the people. What made Qin Shao very gratified was that her bold actions received high praise. Everyone's support for Qin Shao was also greater than before. This was a positive development. As long as she persevered, the nine-continent city would definitely become even more beautiful. On this day, Qin Shao and Bai Jianqiu were playing chess in the garden. This was a kind of game in the source world. Bai Jianqiu's talent was ordinary. Although he had cultivated to the level of heavenly god with many resources, his potential was almost squeezed dry. If he wanted to improve, it would be too difficult. Becoming almighty was an even more unattainable thing. Unless he could find a way to reach the level of a fourth-step heavenly god and then consume a Tao integration pill, only then would there be a chance. Other than that, there should be no other possibility. Fortunately, Bai Jianqiu was open-minded and had a good attitude. Therefore, when he was free, he would come here to play chess with Qin Shao and reminisce about some of the things that happened in the source world. Those were also precious memories. Qin Shao, do you still remember that time in? Bai Jianqiu smiled and talked about some interesting things from the past. Just then, the great sage of 8 flew over. If the great sage of 8 came to disturb Qin Shao while he was playing chess, it was obvious that there was something important. After Qin Shao placed a chess piece, he raised his head and asked, "What is it?" The great sage said, "Your Highness, an emissary from the Heavenly Court Island is here." An emissary from the Heavenly Court Island? Qin Shao frowned slightly. The Heavenly Court Island had actually sent an emissary to his Qin manor. What was going on? If there was something, they could just use karma to contact each other. Sending an emissary to the Qin manor was very formal and respectful. Therefore, when the Heavenly Court's emissary came to visit, Qin Shao did not dare to slight him in the slightest. He immediately stood up and said, "Have someone invite him to the main hall first. We'll go over immediately." The great sage nodded and said, "Yes, I've already asked someone to invite the emissary to the main hall. Let's go," Qin Shao said and quickly left. The great sage of 8 also followed. Not long after, Qin Shao arrived at the main hall. When he walked to the door, he saw a man sitting in the main hall. From the powerful aura he exuded, he knew that he was an experienced almighty. Qin Shao quickly searched his mind for information and immediately recognized the person in front of him. Qin Shao walked over with a smile. "Welcome, Great Sage Spark. I apologize for not going out to meet you." The Great Sage Spark also greeted him with a smile. "I've long heard of your Highness Qin Zhao's great name, but I've never had the chance to meet you. This time, I'm finally lucky enough to meet you. Seeing is really better than hearing 100 times." The Great Sage Spark was also on the heaven roll. However, he did not enter the mother planet last time, so Qin Shao was unfamiliar with him. However, he was still in the top 100 of the heaven roll. Moreover, he was also an almighty of the Heavenly Court Island. His identity was needless to say. However, the Great Sage Spark was very humble in front of Qin Shao and lowered his status. This made Qin Shao have a good impression of him. Respect was mutual. If you couldn't give it to others, don't expect others to give it to you. Even if others respected you because of your strength on the surface, they might not think so in their hearts. The Great Sage Spark was visiting as an emissary of the Heavenly Court Island. This was originally an important identity, but he was still so humble in front of Qin Shao. This was indeed a rare and precious thing. Of course, this was also due to Qin Zhao's strength. Qin Shao was now in the top 5 of the heaven roll. He was a legendary figure and a hero of the God realm. Naturally, he was worthy of respect. Qin Shao hurriedly made an inviting gesture. "Great Sage Spark, you've come from afar. There's nothing much to entertain you with. Take a seat first. I have some specialties from my hometown here. I brewed some fruit juice and made some snacks. Great Sage Spark, please try them." The Great Sage Chi had already arranged the snacks and fruit wine. The two of them sat down one after another and drank the fruit wine and ate the snacks. The Great Sage Spark also praised. This fruit wine tastes really good. It's very unique. And these snacks are also quite delicious. It seems that your hometown is quite good in terms of food." Yes. Qin Shao smiled. After drinking a few cups of fruit wine, Qin Shao asked straightforwardly, I wonder why you've come all the way here, mighty Spark. The great sage Spark laughed. Something good, haha. Actually, I've been ordered to come this time to formally invite you, Qin Shao, to participate in the Heavenly Court banquet that's held once every 100 million years. The new Heavenly Court banquet will be held in 1,000 years, so I've specially come to invite you. Heavenly Court banquet? Qin Shao was slightly shocked. Of course, he knew about the Heavenly Court banquet. It was considered a secret of the Heavenly Court Island. It wasn't announced to the public, so no one knew about it. However, all the reputable figures in the universe knew about the Heavenly Court banquet. The Heavenly Court banquet was held once every 100 million years by the Heavenly Court Island. It was relatively grand and could be considered a tradition. During the Heavenly Court banquet, there would also be a relatively grand disciple selection. All the geniuses in the God realm could participate. The guest who arrived could accept anyone they liked as a disciple. Even the geniuses from the Heavenly Court Island could be accepted as disciples. The Heavenly Court Island wouldn't interfere. However, it wasn't easy to be invited by the Heavenly Court Island to participate in the Heavenly Court banquet. One had to be a reputable figure in the God realm. They either had to be a top-tier great sage, an extremely powerful heavenly god, or a ruler. In any case, there weren't many people who could be invited. There were probably only a few dozen from each sacred land. Furthermore, there were some who weren't willing to go. Therefore, not many people would go in the end. Most of them were from the Heavenly Court Island. As a fourth-step heavenly god, Qin Shao could receive an invitation. Moreover, it was an invitation of the highest standard. Normally, invitations would be sent directly through karma. Personally sending an ambassador to invite him was the highest standard. Such a standard of invitation was enough to show how much importance the Heavenly Court Island placed on Qin Shao. It was probably because of what happened on the mother planet that the Heavenly Court Island was grateful to Qin Shao. Haha, I've also heard of the Heavenly Court banquet. Since I have the opportunity to participate, I naturally have to go. I'll have to trouble Great Sage Spark to come all the way here. You could have just sent a message. Qin Shao smiled and agreed. Great Sage Spark said, Qin Shao, you're an esteemed guest of the Heavenly Court Island. Naturally, we have to personally invite an esteemed guest. Haha, Qin Shao, since you've agreed, then hurry to the Heavenly Court Island before the Heavenly Court banquet begins. I'll come to receive you then. Otherwise, you can come with me to the Heavenly Court Island now. Chapter 834. Qin Shao thought for a moment. All right, you don't have anything to do now. Going to Heavenly Court Island with Mighty Star Flame would save you a lot of trouble. It would save me a lot of trouble if I had to look for you myself. With that thought, Qin Shao nodded and said, all right then. Mighty One Xinghua, I'll go with you. In any case, if we arrive earlier, we can take the opportunity to take a look around Heavenly Court Island and broaden our horizons. Heavenly Court Island has always been a symbol of mystery. Mighty Star Flame laughed heartily and said, haha, it's another matter if it's mysterious or not. However, Heavenly Court Island is not easy to find. Without our mighty figures leading the way, no one can find Heavenly Court Island. Even if they can reach the area where Heavenly Court Island is located, they can forget about entering Heavenly Court Island. Qin Shao nodded. That was true. Heavenly Court Island was the most mysterious of the 8 great holy lands. No one knew exactly where Heavenly Court Island was. It was as if it didn't exist in this part of the universe. As the undisputed leader of the 8 great holy lands, Heavenly Court Island naturally had unparalleled power and influence in the universe. This sense of mystery also added to Heavenly Court Island's sacred aura. All right, Qin Shao, you can also bring someone with you, Mighty Star Flame said. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. He could actually bring another person to participate. This was a little interesting. Although the person he brought would not be treated as a guest, being able to attend the Heavenly Court banquet was an unparalleled honor in itself. Moreover, he could meet many important people at the Heavenly Court banquet. This was something that many people would flock to. However, at that moment, Qin Shao really couldn't remember who to bring along. He could take Shi Jian with him, but he didn't think it was necessary. Seeing such a big event might not make sure Jian feel any better. He was just going to have some fun. There was nothing else to it. As for the others, forget about it. Qin Shao was about to say no when a beautiful figure suddenly walked in. There were not many people in the entire Qin manor who could walk in without announcing themselves. This beautiful figure was none other than Yao Shiwelian. Shiwelian greets Mighty Star Flame. Yao Shiwelian bowed respectfully to Mighty Star Flame. Star Flame also knew Yao Shiwelian. He smiled at Yao Shiwelian and said, Miss Shiwelian, you're too polite. Recently, Miss Shiwelian's reputation has been rising. Now, he's also ranked in the top 100 of the Earth rankings. I met your father, Villa Lord Yao, once, and I quite like his character. You've really surpassed your master. It's rare and precious. Starfire looked at Qin Shao and smiled. Obviously, he knew about the ambiguous relationship between Yao Shiwelian and Qin Shao. Mighty cultivator Xinghua, you've come from afar. You must be here for the Heavenly Court banquet, right? Are you here to invite Qin Shao to attend? Yao Shiwelian did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Starflame nodded and smiled. Miss Shiwelian, you're indeed well informed. You even know that we're having a Heavenly Court banquet. That's right. I'm here to invite Qin Shao to participate. I heard that the guests you've invited are allowed to bring another person. Yao Shiwelian asked again. Starflame smiled even more happily. Yao Shiwelian's words sounded like she was talking to him, but in fact, she was talking to Qin Shao. This girl was really very smart. Such a move was clearly very proactive. Since Yao Shiwelian had already said so, Qin Shao naturally could not pretend to be deaf and dumb. She could only say, Shiwelian, I was just about to ask if you wanted to go. If you want to go, then come with me. Otherwise, I'll go alone. Yao Shiwelian smiled at Qin Shao. Her smile was obviously meaningful. Then I'll pretend to believe you, okay? Ahem. Qin Shao was immediately embarrassed, and her face turned red. On the other hand, the Starfire Almighty seemed to be gloating as he snickered to himself. Qin Shao blushed and said, All right, Shiwelian, I was wrong. Ha, it's fine. Anyway, I'm thick-skinned. Just take it that I'm begging for nothing. Anyway, it's not shameful. Who asked me to be a woman? Aren't women born with this kind of privilege? Just take it that I want to have fun and see the world, Yao Shiwelian said with a smile. In the face of Yao Shiwelian, even Qin Shao, who thought she had a glib tongue, was defeated. She was no match for him. Indeed, she was no match for him. The matter was settled just like that. Qin Shao brought Yao Shiwelian to attend the Heavenly Court banquet. After giving some instructions, Qin Shao and the others embarked on the journey to Heavenly Court Island. It would take a few hundred years to get to Heavenly Court Island. Along the way, the three of them chatted and did not seem bored. Starflame was quite talkative, so the three of them quickly got along well. They talked and laughed and talked about all kinds of topics. Qin Shao and Yao Shiwelian were considered inexperienced. They had not seen much of the world and had not experienced many things. However, Starflame was an almighty who had lived for a long time. Naturally, he had seen and heard countless things. He casually mentioned all kinds of strange things. Starflame's experience was extremely rich. After living for a long time, he liked to find some fun for himself. Especially someone like Starflame, who had a more cheerful personality, needed to find some fun. Therefore, his experience of disguising as an ordinary person, or using a clone to enter the source world, or entering a more backward planet, and traveling the universe as an ordinary person, was naturally very rich. Naturally, there were countless interesting stories about him. Chatting and laughing, drinking and eating snacks, such a journey was very relaxing and pleasant. They did not notice the passing of time. Soon, more than 300 years had passed. As for Astral Fire, he brought Qin Shao and Qin Shao into a strange star domain. As soon as they entered this strange star area, Qin Shao could not help but frown slightly. What a strange star area. What a strange space. Real and fake, false and real, broken and destroyed. Layers of overlapping. Countless voids were stacked together in various ways, forming countless passageways. Every passageway leads to a completely different area. There are countless passageways, but only one leads to the space where Heavenly Court Island is. Using endless space as a barrier, it's really very strange. Mighty Xinghua, did your Heavenly Court Island create this strange starfield? Starflame shook his head. That's not it. This is a natural formation of the universe. It's very strange. That's why the Master of Heavenly Court chose to build the headquarters of Heavenly Court Island here. However, many tricks were added later, making this place even more perfect and terrifying. Even a ruler wouldn't be able to force his way in. If you try to barge in, you'll be severely injured at best or die at worst. This is the first threshold of Heavenly Court Island. Qin Shao was relieved. So it was a natural formation of the universe. That was really strange. The universe was full of strange things indeed. Just by looking at it, Qin Shao could feel it. If he were to search one by one, he might not be able to find it even if he searched for an entire universe era. If he were to rely on brute force, even a ruler would not be able to do it unless he was a universe master. However, if he was a universe master, it did not matter. In this strange star area, the three of them traveled for a full 100 years. It was obvious how powerful and terrifying this star area was. After 100 years, the three of them finally left the strange star area. What appeared before Qin Shao was a huge floating island. Each of the islands was incredibly huge. The island in the middle was the largest. It gave off a holy light that illuminated the sky. The central island was surrounded by 9 smaller islands. They formed a 9-star chain that surrounded the central island. These 9 small islands were surrounded by 12 small islands, forming the shape of a heavenly cycle. Every island gave off a dreamy light. They were either jade green, golden, fiery red, sky blue, or brown. This caused each and every island to appear extremely beautiful and enchanting. The central island gave off a 7-colored holy light and had an unparalleled holy aura. It was obviously the leader of all the islands and the core of Heavenly Island. This is Heavenly Island. The scene in front of them stunned Qin Shao and Yao Shuilian. They were stunned for a long while before they came back to their senses. Qin Shao could not help but let out a cry of surprise. It was a huge shock to the soul. It's so beautiful, so holy, and so dreamy. I can't believe my eyes. Women had no resistance to beautiful things. Yao Shuilian looked on in a daze. Starfire smiled and said, "Let's go to the central island." The three of them flew toward the central island. It seemed to be close, but when they flew over, they felt that it was still very far away. In this void, there was a holy aura. Once they entered, they did not dare to act rashly. They could not help but feel a little pious. This feeling was like an ant meeting a dragon. It was a huge difference in the level of life. Even with Qin Zhao's strength, he felt that he was very insignificant at this time. The shock that Heavenly Island gave him was more than 10 times greater than when he first entered the desolate land Divine Palace. No wonder it was the undisputed leader of the 8 great holy lands. No wonder it was the preeminent land of the God realm. No wonder it was the most mysterious holy land. They flew closer to the central island and looked down from afar. However, they could only see a small part of it. Majestic buildings, majestic mountains and rivers, heaven-swallowing buildings, ancient city walls, a sacred mountain that was like a heavenly pillar. Everything brought about an unexpected shock. It struck the depths of one's soul and caused a rumble. Soon, the three of them landed on a huge white jade platform. A majestic gate appeared in front of them. 3 simple words were written in a flamboyant style. Qin Shao was stunned when he saw it. After a while, he retracted his gaze. He was quite surprised. Such domineering words. They are filled with the power of the sword. "This is the southern heaven gate of Heavenly Island," Qin Shao murmured. 2 teams of heavenly guards were guarding the southern heaven gate. However, when they saw Starflame, they immediately opened the gate and let him in. P.S. Kinshan's update this month should be okay. The update is slowly recovering. Now, Kinshan has the confidence to shout again. "Brothers, send some flowers over." The numbers of flowers are too horrible to look at. This chapter is from the mobile version of a novel. Thank you to Little Dolphin _234733687 for your subscription support. Chapter 835. The guards of the heavenly court's southern heaven gate were all fourth-step heavenly gods. Furthermore, one of them was emitting a powerful aura. Clearly, they were not just ordinary fourth-step heavenly gods. They were all top-tier fourth-step heavenly gods. Even if they were not on the earth roll, they were probably at the same level as fourth-step heavenly gods like Bifin and Jime. As for the guards of the southern heaven gate, there were as many as 108 of them. They were all clad in golden armor and looked very powerful. These 108 fourth-step heavenly gods, coupled with their armor, the heavenly court's formation technique, and the defensive formation of the southern heaven gate, were completely capable of blocking an attack from someone ranked in the top 10 of the heaven leaderboard. Just by sensing the aura of the guards of the southern heaven gate, Qin Shao felt that he might not be able to force his way through them. As expected of the famous southern heaven gate, seeing it in person is better than hearing about it 100 times. After passing through the southern heaven gate and entering the central island, Qin Shao could not help but exclaim at the magnificence of the place. The heavenly court island was indeed the leader of the 8 great sacred lands. Just the feeling of awe alone was not something the other sacred lands could compare to. Qin Shao was indeed shocked when he entered the divine palace of the desolate land. However, compared to the heavenly court island, it paled in comparison. The southern heaven gate is the signature of the heavenly court island. Actually, it's nothing much. Let's go. I'll take you to see the spiritual mountain island lord. After flying for a while on the central island, they finally saw a majestic palace. It stood under the colorful clouds and gave off an incomparably sacred glow. Tens of thousands of Buddhas were worshipping. Going up the sacred mountain that was like a heavenly pillar, numerous buildings were densely packed on top. Suddenly, a silhouette flew past the eyes of these 3 people. It turned into a meteor and streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. This was a cold and handsome man with a square face and stubble all over his face. His stern face made him look especially cold and handsome. He carried a heavy sword on his back. It was as tall as him and half as wide as his back. The jet-black heavy sword emitted a peerless aura of sharpness. It was like an ancient beast trapped in a scabbard, struggling to escape. What a cold aura! Was that heavenly god Jian Shao? Qin Shao asked. Jian Shao, ranked 7th on the earth roll. His emotionless sword and cold sword shook the god realm. He loved the sword of his life and always carried it on his back. This was his symbol. Being ranked 7th on the Earth board was enough to show how powerful Jian Shaotian was. Starflame nodded and said, "Sword, that's Jian Shao." That's just his personality. He always has a cold face and doesn't care about anyone. You don't have to mind him. Qin Shao did not care about this. The universe was so big, and there were people with all kinds of personalities. This was considered normal. There were many people with abnormal personalities. Soon, the 3 of them landed in front of a majestic palace. As soon as they landed, the palace door opened automatically and a figure walked out. Seeing the person, Qin Shao and Yao Shuilian hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, spiritual mountain island lord." The spiritual mountain island master, Qin Shao, was no stranger to him. They had met before on the mother planet. The spiritual mountain island lord was very polite to Qin Shao. He smiled and said, "Qin Shao, welcome to Heavenly Court Island. There are still 600 years before the Heavenly Court banquet. You can take this time to walk around Heavenly Court Island. I think the others will come one after another. Starflame, you'll be in charge of accompanying Qin Shao and the others during this time. They're not familiar with Heavenly Court Island. You can be their guide." Starflame smiled and nodded. "Okay, spiritual mountain island lord. Leave Qin Shao and the others to me." "Okay, spiritual mountain island lord. We'll take our leave first," said Qin Shao. The spiritual mountain island lord nodded, and Starfire led the way. Starflame said, "By the way, Qin Shao, do you want to go to a place with good scenery or a place where you can cultivate?" The spiritual mountain island lord said that you can go to any cultivation sacred ground in Heavenly Court Island. As long as you want, you can go anywhere except the forbidden grounds in Heavenly Court Island. Hearing this, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. He was indeed a little surprised. The cultivation sacred ground of sacred ground was the foundation of sacred ground. It was the treasure of a sacred ground to cultivate disciples. Therefore, the cultivation sacred ground was naturally very sacred. It was only open to the sacred ground's disciples. Even for the sacred ground's disciples, there were many restrictions. For example, the 3 cultivation sacred grounds of the Desolate Land Divine Temple had many restrictions on the disciples of the Desolate Land Divine Temple. They couldn't enter as they pleased or stay as long as they wanted. There was a time limit. Heavenly Court Island's sacred ground should be no exception. However, Heavenly Court Island said that he could enter as he pleased. It would be difficult to find another sacred ground with such a treatment. Of course, Qin Shao understood Heavenly Court Island's intention. They were obviously thanking him for what he did on his mother planet. After all, Qin Shao didn't ask Heavenly Court Island for this favor. However, if he went to Heavenly Court Island's sacred ground, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to ask for this favor in the future. This could be considered as an indirect return of Qin Shao's favor. Qin Shao was quite interested in Heavenly Court Island's cultivation sacred ground. Moreover, Qin Shao didn't care about this favor. Even if Heavenly Court Island didn't do this, Qin Shao wouldn't ask Heavenly Court Island for it in the future. After some thought, Qin Shao said, "There's still 600 years until the Heavenly Court banquet. There's no rush. If I go to Heavenly Court Island's cultivation sacred ground, I'll definitely have to stay longer. Therefore, let's wait until the Heavenly Court banquet is over." Starfire slapped his head. Yes. Haha, look at my silly brain. I forgot about this. Yes, 600 years is too short. There's no rush. We can still take a look at Heavenly Court Island's cultivation sacred ground. We'll more or less be enlightened. However, this will take time. It's fine. We'll go after the Heavenly Court banquet is over. How about this? I'll bring you to a few scenic spots. Qin Shao nodded. There wasn't enough time. They could only go sightseeing and swimming for some relaxation. Actually, Qin Shao was quite willing to go sightseeing. She could relax and get to know nature. She could also comprehend the heavenly Tao from nature. Why wouldn't he do such a thing? Following Starfire, the 3 of them quickly arrived at a magical place. Qin Shao and Yao Shuilian were completely stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of them. They could see through their souls, and even their minds were blank. It was an endless sea, but it was cut off here, forming a broken corner. It was very strange, and there was no way to describe it with simple words. The heavens were also abruptly severed here. The sky was broken, and so was the sea. However, it wasn't a shocking scene. Instead, it was a beautiful and incomparably magical scene. Beautiful. It was really beautiful. This kind of beauty directly struck the depths of one's soul and was imprinted. This kind of beauty gave people a huge shock. This kind of beauty would shock anyone who saw it to the point of no return. This kind of beauty could purify one's heart and directly reach the depths of one's soul. It could make one's mind clear and enter a mysterious state. This was a miracle of nature. This was the crystallization of heaven and earth. This was the beginning of the heavenly Tao. This is the end of the world, the end of the sea. It's called the end of the world, Starfire said. Chapter 836. This is the end of the earth. It truly lives up to its name. Seeing it once is better than hearing about it 100 times. Qin Shao had also thought that this should be the end of the earth, one of the wonders of the universe. There were countless legends about the end of the earth in the God realm, and there were all kinds of versions. There were also different versions of the end of the earth. Most of them said that no one had ever found the end of the earth. As for the end of the earth, most of them only existed in legends, and there weren't many real records. Therefore, Qin Shao had only heard a little about it. It was only today that he found out that the end of the earth was in the Heavenly Court Island. No wonder it was said that no one could find it. Indeed, in the Heavenly Court Island, other than the people of the Heavenly Court Island, no one could find the end of the earth. The emptiness in his heart made Qin Shao feel a little more heroic. There were even many thoughts in his heart. These thoughts were very complicated, but they were able to give Qin Shao a lot of inspiration. All things are really incomparably exquisite. The mystery of all things, the beginning of all things, the source of all things, the foundation of all things. All things are really amazing. It can create everything. The Tao of all things, the beginning of all Taos, the mother of all Taos, the end of the earth, the end of the sea. Everything starts from all things and originates from all things. The true essence of all things is also written within. With his heart empty, Qin Zhao's many thoughts gathered and gushed out like a fountain. He had a deeper understanding of the Tao of all things, and he was even more inspired. The Tao of all things that had been dormant for hundreds of thousands of years was also beginning to stir. Qin Shao had currently mastered 4 supreme gray Taos. There were the Tao of all things, the ultimate sword Tao, the chaos Tao, and the primordial Tao. Apart from his ultimate sword principle, which had been cultivated to level 6, the other 3 supreme gray Taos had only been cultivated to level 5. Although level 5 was only 1 level away from level 6, it was a world of difference. They weren't even on the same level. And now, Qin Zhao's Tao of all creation was touched, and he had a lot of comprehension towards the 6th level. Many thoughts surged out, making the path in front of Qin Shao even clearer. As soon as Qin Zhao's thoughts moved, all things in the world surged, and all things in the world gave birth to a myriad of scenes. At this moment, this part of the world bowed down to Qin Shao. At this moment, Qin Shao had become the sole ruler of this world, the supreme ruler. I am the only one in heaven and earth. I'm the only one in all creation. I am everything, and everything is me. With a thought and a thought, one's thoughts would be clear, and one's heart would be clear. When the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. He took a step forward and arrived at a land of light. Qin Shao revealed a smile. So this is the all-creation Tao. Everything is clear, everything is clear. If there are all things in the heart, then all things have a heart. Move all things with a thought, and all things will move with a thought. At this point, Qin Zhao's all-creation Tao had reached level 6 perfection. This step could be said to have dragged on for more than 100,000 years. However, such a speed, if news of it were spread out, it would still be shocking. Cough, cough. Starflame was also shocked by Qin Zhao's monstrous talent. Tisk tisk, you are indeed a peerless monstrous talent, an unprecedented genius. I can't believe that you have cultivated the all-creation Tao to level 6 perfection at the end of the world. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Although there have been many people who have made breakthroughs at the end of the world throughout history, this is the first time I've encountered a situation like yours. The perfection of all creation Tao is an extremely difficult step to take. Furthermore, you have only cultivated for a short period of time. Heaven-defying, this is really too heaven-defying. Yao Shiwilian also smiled and congratulated. Congratulations, Qin Shao. Qin Shao was very calm. He curled his lips and smiled faintly. It's nothing much. After being trapped for more than 100,000 years, it's about time for a breakthrough. I've always had some inspiration for the all-creation Tao, but I just haven't been able to grasp the point of breakthrough. Touching the scenery at the end of the world made my thoughts surge like a fountain, breaking through layers of obstacles. Cultivation is like this. Sometimes it's quite miraculous. Sometimes breaking through is just a matter of a thought. Of course, this kind of thing can only be chanced upon and not sought. My luck has always been good. Starfire shook his head and said, "This isn't about luck, it's about strength." Ha! My Heavenly Court Island's miraculous scenery can help you break through. It's also a contribution. Looks like Qin Shao. You will definitely have a great harvest on this trip. Qin Shao nodded and smiled. Yes, if it wasn't for the Heavenly Court, I don't know when I would be able to break through. Therefore, This contribution must be from the Heavenly Court Island. I also have to thank your Heavenly Court Island for giving me this opportunity. Having a breakthrough in the all-creation Tao, Qin Zhao's mood was even better. Looking at the Heavenly Court Island again, there was a different feeling. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The endless sea surged, as if it was about to topple over. Towering dragons spewed out like a volcano erupting, instantly forming huge waves that were hundreds of millions of feet tall. It swallowed the heavens and the earth, as if it was the end of the world. It was extremely frightening. Qin Shao and the other two's expressions changed drastically, their hearts filled with shock. What's going on? Qin Shao frowned deeply. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he glanced at the monstrous wave. Yao Shiwelian was also slightly shocked, his hand involuntarily grabbing Qin Zhao's arm. In the hundreds of millions of feet tall waves, a huge creature rushed out from the huge waves, its length reaching 108,000 miles. This creature was incomparably huge, resembling both a fish and a bird. It had a huge body and a bird's wings, but its head was strangely long, as if it didn't have any life. Qin Shao had never seen such a huge beast before. The huge beast flapped its wings, soaring 90,000 miles into the sky. In an instant, it streaked across the void and arrived in front of Qin Shao. Obviously, this huge beast was coming for Qin Shao. That peerless evil aura also let Qin Shao know that this huge beast's strength was extremely terrifying. It brought with it an unstoppable force, an unparalleled might that could destroy the heavens and earth, and an unparalleled howl as it came for the kill. Its body moved, and the entire sea seemed to flip over, wanting to swallow Qin Shao whole. Mighty Star Flame, hurry up and take Shiwelian away. I'll stop it, Qin Shao said coldly, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. Since the opponent was coming at him aggressively, he could only give it his all. Qin Shao displayed the Desolate Landsword technique with his sword force. Endless sword chi seemed to surge out from the desolate land, carrying with it an ancient aura, an unparalleled divine power, and an unparalleled ancient might. The Desolate Landsword technique was the most powerful one among the top 10 unique skills of the Desolate Land Divine Palace. Qin Zhao's ultimate sword principle had been cultivated to a high level, so the Desolate Landsword technique was especially terrifying in the hands of Qin Shao. When the sword moved, the desolate land moved, and the heavens and earth collapsed. Everything was annihilated by this sword. Countless sword chi attacked the huge beast, but the huge beast's body was terrifyingly strong, and the sword chi couldn't hurt it. Such a situation truly caused Qin Shao to be extremely shocked in his heart. The Desolate Landsword technique was now his most powerful offensive skill. When combined with the high level of ultimate sword principle, it should be extremely terrifying. However, such an attack couldn't do any damage to the huge beast in front of him, which really made Qin Shao feel very uncomfortable. Purple electric snakes spat out of the huge beast's mouth and rushed towards Qin Shao. Qin Shao pushed the Desolate Landsword technique to the extreme, forming an absolute defensive field. However, when the electric snakes hit, Qin Zhao's defensive field collapsed. The terrifying power completely destroyed Qin Zhao's sword force, and Qin Shao was sent flying. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's own defense was extremely strong, so it didn't hurt Qin Shao. It just made his whole body ache as if it was going to fall apart. So scary. What kind of existence is this? Could it be that he's a sovereign? Qin Shao was secretly shocked. The strength of the huge beast in front of him had exceeded Qin Zhao's expectations. Qin Shao felt that it was even stronger than the top 10 on the heaven list. If it was stronger than the top 10 on the heaven list, then it could only be a dominator. A dominator? How could Qin Shao be a match for it? Qin Shao didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately took action, using the illusion technique to the extreme. The 7th level of the illusion technique was enough to deal with a dominator. The huge beast was immediately trapped in Qin Zhao's illusion. However, It didn't take long for the huge beast to rush out of the illusion. Huh, even the illusion technique can't trap it? Qin Shao frowned and was slightly shocked. If even the illusion technique didn't work, then Qin Shao didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. The illusion technique was Qin Zhao's most powerful trick now. Without the illusion technique, Qin Shao wouldn't be able to reach the top 10 on the heaven list. At most, he would be in the top 50. However, with the illusion technique, everything was different. On the Mother Egg Star, Qin Shao had relied on his illusory techniques to sweep through everything before him, and he had been successful in every endeavor. He'd relied on his own strength to turn the tide and turn the situation around. However, the illusion technique didn't have an overwhelming advantage in front of the huge beast. This made Qin Shao frown deeply. If they were to fight again, Qin Shao would be in deep trouble. Fortunately, at this moment, everything returned to normal. The turbulent sea quickly calmed down. The giant beast stood on top of Zhu Hai. Its eyes, which were as huge as the stars, fell on Qin Shao. It let out a buzzing sound. Qin Shao, you really live up to your reputation. Your strength is really amazing. You're in the top 5 of the heaven list. Just now, I saw that you had a breakthrough in the all-creation Tao. Your talent is indeed unprecedented. It is absolutely heaven-defying. Therefore, I came out to test your skills. Not bad, not bad. Really not bad. Haha, I heard that Heavenly Court Island also invited you. Unfortunately, you rejected it. What a pity, what a pity. Heavenly Court Island doesn't have such good fortune. Starflame hurried forward and bowed respectfully to the huge beast. Greetings, Kuan Peng ruler. Upon hearing Starflame's words, Qin Shao finally realized who this huge beast was. He was slightly surprised and hurriedly asked, "You are the Kuan Peng ruler?" Chapter 837. The Kuan Peng sovereign's name was like thunder to the ears. Qin Shao had naturally heard of the Kuan Peng sovereign's unparalleled fame. It was just that Qin Shao had never seen the Kuan Peng ruler before, so he didn't recognize him. However, in truth, Qin Shao already had some guesses in his heart. This was Heavenly Court Island, and outsiders couldn't enter unless they were universe masters. However, the beast before him was clearly not a universe master. At most, it was a ruler. It was impossible for a ruler to sneak into Heavenly Court Island, so there was only one possibility. This was the ruler of Heavenly Court Island. However, Qin Shao didn't understand why he would attack him. Only now did he realize that he had only wanted to test his skills. Kuan Peng ruler was known as the strongest ruler, and his power was closest to that of a universe master. Kuan Peng ruler had always been mysterious, and almost no one had seen him fight. He hadn't even shown his face for countless years. However, there were countless legends about him. Many people even believed that he was the primordial race of the beast race. He was the leader of the beast race. Kuan Peng ruler had left behind many legends in the godly world. He was an ancient being that had lived since the Wonton era and had experienced the ancient war. Therefore, when Qin Shao learned that the beast before him was Kuan Peng ruler, he was filled with deep veneration. Kuan Peng ruler said, "Yes, it's me. It seems that I've been silent for far too long. Many little fellows can't recognize me. My appearance is unique in the universe. There won't be a second Kuan Peng in this universe. Therefore, it shouldn't be hard to recognize me, right?" Indeed, there was only one Kuan Peng in the universe. There was only one species, and it was truly unique. It was impossible to find another of its kind. However, Kuan Peng ruler hadn't shown his face for far too long, so no one knew what he looked like. This was Qin Zhao's first time seeing him as well. He only remembered that there was a record in an ancient book. There's a fish in the north called Kuan. Kuan is huge, no smaller than 108,000 miles. When it transformed into a bird, its name was Peng. The size of the Peng was no less than 108,000 li. When the Kuan Peng flaps its wings, it can travel hundreds of thousands of miles and soar up to the 9 heavens. Of course, this was just a description. In fact, the Kuan Peng was far more than what was described in this paragraph. When the Kunpeng Hegemon flapped his wings, he didn't travel 108,000 kilometers, but 1.08 billion kilometers. A single flap of his wings was nothing more than that. The Kunpeng in front of him was in its smallest form. If it transformed into its largest form, it would be 1.8 billion feet long. The Kunpeng Hegemon was also known as the Lord of Beasts. I'm ashamed. I really haven't seen much of the world. I apologize for offending the Kunpeng ruler. Qin Shao said somewhat awkwardly. The Kunpeng sovereign didn't care about this. Instead, he smiled and said, I was just joking with you. It's normal that you don't recognize me. All right, you guys continue playing. I'm going to sleep. With that, the Kunpeng sovereign sank into the depths of the sea and quickly disappeared. Qin Shao and the others bowed respectfully, sending the Kunpeng Hegemon off. Qin Shao, you're quite influential. You were able to make the Kunpeng Hegemon show himself. Starfire looked at Qin Shao enviously, but his face was filled with admiration. Qin Shao curled his lips in confusion. The Kunpeng Hegemon rarely shows himself in heavenly court. This is my second time seeing the Kunpeng Hegemon. Think about it, Starfire said. Ahem, that's quite a long time. Qin Shao was shocked. Even Starfire had only seen the Kunpeng Hegemon once. Starfire was an ancient relic who had lived for an extremely long time. At the very least, he had lived for trillions of years. And Starfire spent most of his time in Heavenly Court Island. Even so, he had only seen the Kunpeng Hegemon once. From this, one could see how rare it was for the Kunpeng Hegemon to show himself. Qin Shao was indeed very fortunate to be able to make the Kunpeng Hegemon show himself and exchange a few blows with him. This was enough for Qin Shao to be proud. This was the most powerful ruler in history. There was no debate about it. No other ruler had ever been able to shake the Kunpeng Hegemon. No one knew how powerful the Kunpeng Hegemon was. Some said that he was infinitely close to becoming a universe master, while others said that he had the power of a universe master. But among the rulers, there was no one who could compare to the Kunpeng Hegemon. It could even be said that he was much stronger than the second. This was the Kunpeng Hegemon, a mysterious being. He was the master of all beasts, the supreme of a race. Even Qin Shao hadn't expected the Kunpeng Hegemon to be so approachable. He was actually so polite to him. This surprised Qin Shao. Yes, it's been a long time. So long that I don't even remember. The Kunpeng Hegemon is on Heavenly Court Island, but he almost never shows himself. It's a great honor for us from Heavenly Court Island to be able to meet the Kunpeng Hegemon. It's also something worth bragging about. Starfire nodded. Everything returned to normal. The ends of the earth were still as dazzling and colorful as ever. It was beautiful to the extreme. The emptiness of the heart, the purity of the soul, and the simplicity of the Tao. The effects of comprehending the Tao in this place were unimaginable. If a mortal creature were to comprehend the Tao here, it probably wouldn't take long for them to break through and become a god. The purification of one's soul could eliminate all distracting thoughts and obtain a pure soul. Without any impurities, one could completely immerse oneself in the emotions of the Tao. The effects were naturally very good. It was equivalent to being immersed in the ocean of the Tao and personally comprehending it. A few silhouettes flew over, and a few voices came from afar. Qin Shao, you sure ran fast. You arrived so early. Why didn't you wait for us? Hearing this voice, Qin Shao smiled. Naturally, he knew whose voice it was. Qin Shao turned around and saw 3 figures walking over. It was Yi Juanhe, Great Emperor Gongyu, and Emperor Qing. The one who spoke was Emperor Qing. Qin Shao smiled and walked over. Juanhe, Gongyu, Emperor Qing, you guys are here too. If I knew you guys were coming, I would have followed you guys. Emperor Qing joked. We don't have the same luck as you. We were invited to Heavenly Court Island by envoys, but we came on our own. Wouldn't it be degrading for you to come with us? After saying that, Emperor Qing and the other 2 greeted Starfire and Yao Shuilian. Yi Juanhe and the others were here. Qin Shao also had a companion, but they didn't bring a companion. Qin Shao was the only one who brought a companion. Therefore, the Azure Emperor teased him. Yao Shiwuyan, on the other hand, was happy to be teased and didn't explain. Qin Shao had some things that he couldn't explain, so he could only let Emperor Qing and the others explain. Gong Yu, Emperor Qing, Yi Juanhe, I'm afraid you guys don't know. This brother of yours is really impressive. TSK, I'm really impressed. No wonder he's called the most talented person in history. He really lives up to his name, Starfire suddenly said. Yi Juanhe and the others' curiosity was piqued. Emperor Qing, in particular, was especially excited. He hurriedly said, Starfire, hurry up and tell us. What did Qin Shao do just now? But we're already used to it. Starfire told them about how Qin Shao had cultivated the Tao of all creation to level 6 perfection and fought with the Kunpeng ruler. After hearing this, even though Yi Juanhe and the others were mentally prepared, they were still stunned. If it was just a breakthrough in the Tao of all creation, they wouldn't be surprised. They were already numb to it. And yet, the Kunpeng Hegemon had actually shown himself and had even fought against him. This was truly an astonishing feat. They naturally knew how powerful and mysterious the Kunpeng ruler was. There was probably no other person who could do such a thing. I'm impressed. I'm really impressed. Haha, as expected of Qin Shao. He's the pride of our desolate land, undying palace. Qin Shao is definitely the main character of this era. Emperor Qing's face was full of admiration. Starfire nodded. Yes, he's indeed the main character of this era. There's no one like him in the past or in the future. To be honest, I've never heard the Kunpeng ruler praise anyone like this. Even the geniuses of our heavenly court island have never enjoyed such an honor. There were definitely many geniuses in Heavenly Court Island. The number 1 on the Earth list was from Heavenly Court Island. The number 1 on the Sky list was also from Heavenly Court Island. The strongest ruler was also from Heavenly Court Island. Furthermore, the most powerful universe master was still from Celestial Court Island. In every level, Heavenly Court Island firmly held the number 1 position in the universe. This kind of authority was something that no one could challenge. And this was the deep foundation of Heavenly Court Island. No one could compare to it. Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop teasing me. Can't you see that my face is already red? If you continue, I'll be too ashamed to show my face. Red? Let me see. Emperor Qing walked over to Qin Zhao's face and sized him up seriously. It was as if he was choosing a wife. Qin Shao felt awkward. After a while, Emperor Qing said seriously, Don't tease me. You're so dark. How are you red? Even if you are, you won't be able to tell. Besides, people with dark skin are usually thick-skinned. You're no exception. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Only Emperor Qing dared to joke with Qin Shao like this. Qin Shao wasn't a petty person. Naturally, he knew that Emperor Qing was joking. He smiled and waved his hand. Stop fooling around. Take a look at the ends of the earth. It's not bad. Maybe you'll get a lot of Qi Fa. Emperor Qing and the others nodded. They had been talking to Qin Shao and hadn't noticed the ends of the earth. They really needed to take a good look. This time, they had come to the ends of the earth. With Emperor Qing and the other 2 joining in, the atmosphere became more joyful. Everyone was talking and laughing. It was very happy. Soon, everyone was immersed in the ends of the earth. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 838. For the rest of the time, the group wandered around Heavenly Court Island. It had to be said that the scenery on Heavenly Court Island was very wondrous. There were no less than 5 places that were as wondrous as the ends of the earth. There were also about 10 places that were slightly weaker. Every wondrous scenery could shake one's soul and purify one's spirit. After a round of sightseeing, they more or less gained something. Of course, if one wanted to gain something big, it still depended on one's luck. For example, Qin Shao had gained something big at the ends of the earth, but he didn't gain anything like that after that. He did gain something small. This kind of thing could only be chanced upon and not sought. The Flame Emperor of Heavenly Court Island also brought a few almighties to attend the Heavenly Court banquet. There were a total of 8 people from the Desolate Land Temple. Other than the 2 heaven gods, Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe, the other 6 were all almighties. There was even someone like the Flame Emperor who was in the top 10 of the heaven roll. However, Yao Shiwen was also a disciple of the Desolate Land Temple. Of course, she didn't come as a guest, but as Qin Zhao's female companion. Among the guests from the other Holy Lands, there were many familiar faces to Qin Shao. Most of them had been seen on the Mother Planet. These familiar faces were naturally very polite to Qin Shao. This made Qin Shao extremely popular wherever he went. 600 years wasn't a long time. For almighties, it was really just the blink of an eye. They wandered around Heavenly Court Island, immersing themselves in the wondrous scenery. Everyone played in the mountains, chatted, and joked together. It was a joyous and harmonious atmosphere. 600 years naturally passed by unknowingly. The Heavenly Court banquet finally began. Almighty Xing Hua led Qin Shao and the rest to the mountainside of the Saint Mountain. There was a huge piece of flatland there. This place was filled with heavenly music, multicolored and gorgeous. Enormous thrones were scattered one after another, splitting into 2 sides, leaving behind a large open space in the middle. At the end of the huge flatland, there were 99 steps up. It was made of gold and jade, and there were rune formations around it. It was dense and colorful. Under the holy light, an unparalleled majesty bloomed, appearing incomparably sacred. At the top of the 99 steps was a snow-white throne. It was just a throne, but it exuded a supreme aura. It gave people the feeling that it was a sacred object with supreme, saintly might. Heavenly soldiers and generals in snow-white armor stood all around the huge flat ground. There were sentries every few steps, and the entire banquet hall was tightly surrounded by them. These celestial soldiers were all 4th-step heavenly gods. Furthermore, they were all extremely powerful 4th-step heavenly gods. As for those heavenly generals, they were all at the mighty figure level. A general led a squad of celestial soldiers. There were 999 squads of celestial soldiers standing there with solemn expressions. The banquet became extremely sacred and solemn. No one was allowed to cause any trouble here. Unparalleled majesty, unparalleled splendor, such a style was truly shocking. Walking into the banquet hall made people feel as if they were ordinary people entering the main hall of the palace. The guests invited by Heavenly Court Island, as well as some 4th-step heavenly gods from Heavenly Court Island, all entered the hall. There were 2 large areas. One area was for the people of Heavenly Court Island, while the other area was for the guests who had come from afar. Qin Shao and the others entered the banquet hall under the guidance of the mighty figure Xinghua. The moment they entered the banquet hall, they could feel the grandeur of the Heavenly Court banquet. Even Qin Shao was slightly shocked. Under such a grand, solemn, and sacred aura, it even made people feel a little nervous. Qin Shao was still all right, but the Qin Emperor was a little fearful. He looked a little reserved and uneasy. It was obvious that he had not experienced such a grand occasion before. The VIP area was also divided into more than 10 small districts. Each small district clearly represented a person from a different faction. At the front were 4 large districts, and behind them were a few smaller districts. There were more than 10 seats in the large districts and a few seats in the small districts. Qin Shao and the others sat down in the highest district. The Yin Emperor and the others had also arrived. Everyone had met before, so they nodded in understanding and sat down. Qin Shao sat down next to the Yin Emperor. The 2 of them clearly held high positions in the divine palace of the Desolate Land. They were also the 2 most powerful people in the crowd. Naturally, they were more respected. Therefore, everyone subconsciously regarded the 2 of them as the leaders. Strength naturally brought about the respect of others. The other guests also arrived one after another and took their seats. Qin Shao knew many of them, but it was the first time he had met most of them. Qin Shao was very popular. Regardless of whether he had met them before or not, they would all greet Qin Shao. This situation was clearly a symbol of Qin Zhao's status and strength. The atmosphere at the scene was very relaxed and cheerful. The heavenly court banquet was originally a relaxed banquet. It was a banquet for everyone to gather together, eat, drink, and laugh. That was the purpose of the banquet. Therefore, the atmosphere was very relaxed. Qin Shao looked at the small districts at the back. They were all unfamiliar faces, and he did not even know where some of them came from. Qin Shao was quite surprised by this situation. He asked the Yin Emperor in confusion, "Yin Emperor, what's going on with those people?" The Yin Emperor smiled faintly and said, "Oh, you're talking about them. Maybe you're not familiar with them. This is normal. After all, these people usually keep a low profile. Many of them do not live in the territory of the divine realm. Many of them are not even on the heaven list or the earth list. Therefore, their reputation is naturally much lower. Look at their appearance. In fact, they are not from a human race. They are from other races. They are considered to be one of the more powerful alien races in the universe. Many alien races have submitted to the human race. However, there are also many other races that did not submit to us. Instead, they opened up new territories in the universe and built their own worlds. There were too many of them to count. However, those invited to the heavenly court banquet are very powerful alien races. The most basic indicator to determine the strength of an alien race is whether there is a sovereign in charge. If an alien race does not have a sovereign, then it is a very, very weak alien race. Naturally, it has no right to speak. If they have a sovereign overseeing them, then they'll be relatively strong. The alien races here all have sovereigns in charge. Some of them even have a few sovereigns in charge. Qin Shao was relieved. He knew about the alien races. In fact, the universe could be said to have thousands of races. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were countless of them. However, these races were divided into several levels. The first level was naturally the human race, the demon race, the netherworld race, and the abyssal demon race. These were the four most powerful races in the universe. They far surpassed the sum of the other races. The power of any one of these four races was far greater than the sum of the other alien races. Therefore, since the beginning of the universe, no power could shake the position of the four races. They had always firmly held on to their position as the overlords. Of course, among the four races, the human race was the most powerful. The human race was the leader of all races. They were the overlords of the universe and the supreme ruler. Therefore, the number of alien races that were subordinate to the human race was the most. It could be said that more than 90% of the alien races were subordinate to the human race. They lived with the human race in the God realm and served the human race. Of course, there were a few races that were subordinate to the other three races. However, they were very few in number. There were also some races that were completely independent. They were not subordinate to any other race. Of course, these races were more low-key. They basically lived in hiding. They did not participate in anything in the universe. They did not have the impulse to benefit from any other race. It was also because of this that these races could survive for a long time without being oppressed by other races. Although these races were low-key, there were still some extremely powerful people. It was just that they were not on the earth roll or heaven roll. Originally, people from the three realms would be invited to the heavenly court banquet. However, the people of the three realms are in cahoots with the powers of the alternate universe to deal with the God realm. Therefore, they were naturally not invited this time. The heavenly court island has always been committed to peaceful coexistence and pursuing prosperity. It is also very tolerant of the three realms. Unfortunately, the three realms have always been ambitious, the Flame Emperor said. Qin Shao nodded. Yes, they are doomed to destruction. If the three realms want to seek their own deaths, then they can't blame us. We pursue peaceful coexistence, but we must not let any power subvert the God realm. The hot-blooded men of the God realm will not allow this to happen. Yes, if they want to fight, then let's fight. The God realm was able to achieve total victory in the previous war of the four realms. This time we can do it again. The Flame Emperor's face was also filled with determination. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a commotion. The Lotus Emperor patted Qin Shao and laughed mischievously. Qin Shao, look, there's a beauty. A beauty? Qin Shao looked over. Indeed, he saw a fairy flying over with a rainbow-colored sash trailing behind her. She landed on the ground and left a trail of rainbow-colored clothes behind her. A holy light enveloped her entire body, making her appear extremely beautiful. She was as beautiful as a fairy and as pure as a lotus that had just emerged from the water. The holy light on her back bloomed like a snow lotus. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Almost everyone at the scene looked over, and most of them were stunned, completely mesmerized. Some people were even so mesmerized that their souls were turned upside down. They stood there in a daze like wooden chickens. Even Qin Shao had to admit that the woman in front of him was indeed beautiful. Her beauty was not the beauty of an ordinary face. That kind of beauty was too superficial. When one reached a certain level, one's beauty was not simply based on appearance and temperament. It would be based on all aspects. There was a kind of beauty that was enough to shock one's soul with just one glance. It would take a long time for one to recover from the shock. It was like the feeling that the ends of the earth gave people. Just one glance would be enough to completely shock them and even cause their souls to tremble. Fairy of 100 Flowers, 7th on the heaven roll. She is also the only woman in the top 10. I have long heard that she is as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing her today, it is indeed so. Qin Shao immediately recognized the woman's background. Chapter 839. 100 Flower Fairy is a member of the immemorial Jiang clan. She can be considered as the number one person under the immemorial Jiang clan and has a supreme position. In the immemorial Jiang clan, she is a respected fairy, a sacred existence. But 100 Flower Fairy has always maintained her purity and has lived for countless years, but she has always been married. Of course, with 100 Flower Fairy's strength, there are probably not many people who can catch her eye. If their strength does not reach her level, 100 Flower Fairy will not even spare them a glance. But the number of powerful cultivators who admire 100 Flower Fairy is also countless. A beauty, no matter where she goes, she will attract a lot of attention. Even Yao Shiwilian has attracted a lot of attention in the past few years in Heavenly Court Island. The stronger Yao Shiwilian became, the more beautiful she became. She became more beautiful in all aspects. But Yao Shiwilian and 100 Flower Fairy are incomparable, the difference between heaven and earth. Even so, Yao Shiwilian is still in the top 100 of the Earth Board and is indeed a peerless genius. And she is not old to have such strength. She is indeed a monster, a rare and precious thing. However, he was still far from reaching the level of 100 Flower Fairy. 100 Flower Fairy's arrival attracted everyone's attention, and they all came to greet 100 Flower Fairy. Whether they know her or not, they all greeted her with a smile and called her 100 Flower Fairy. 100 Flower Fairy, on the other hand, has a cold and aloof feeling, like a supreme queen. In response to everyone's greetings, 100 Flower Fairy only responded indifferently. She only nodded slightly to those in the top 20 of the Heaven Leaderboard as a polite response. As for the others, 100 Flower Fairy did not even look at them. This cold arrogance also added to her temperament, making her look high and mighty, like a goddess that can only be admired from afar and not profaned. But the more 100 Flower Fairy is like this, the more people flock to her and go crazy for her. Just as the saying goes, the more unobtainable something is, the more precious it is. For women, it is the same. The more unobtainable a woman is, the more precious she is, the more people feel that she is a queen, a fairy who did not come to the mortal world. And the more people flock to her and worship her as the saintess of the 9 heavens. This kind of mentality, even powerful people who have experienced great things are not immune to it. 100 Flower Fairy looks down on the gods, but she is still being held high, and the effect, even more than Qin Shao, this new rich person. Her gaze landed on Qin Shao. This action caused many people to look over at Qin Shao. Now, Qin Shao's fame, 100 Flower Fairy's name, and name, 100 Flower Fairy special treatment, made people slightly surprised. Qin Shao couldn't help but slightly frown. Seeing Hundred Flower Fairy's eyes, Qin Shao also had an indescribable feeling when he looked at her pair of eyes that were as pure as autumn water. It is as if under the gaze of these eyes, people can't help but be captivated by her. This kind of feeling is like the feeling of a young man who has just awakened to love, the feeling of being unconsciously attracted to the other party. Logically speaking, with Qin Zhao's strength, he should not be so easily attracted. Although Qin Shao has not been in the God Realm for long, and has not wandered much in the God Realm, but he has seen all kinds of beauties, but it is the first time he has seen someone like Hundred Flower Fairy. Even Qin Shao felt a slight involuntary feeling when looking at her, but Qin Shao tried his best to get rid of such thoughts in his mind, not letting his thoughts fall into it, as if he was fighting against some kind of illusion. Hundred Flower Fairy actually walked towards Qin Shao, and everyone can understand her action just now. After all, Qin Shao is now very famous, and is called a legend by countless people, and is even crowned as the most talented person in the universe. Therefore, it is understandable that Hundred Flower Fairy is curious about Qin Shao when seeing Qin Shao for the first time. However, the always cold and arrogant Hundred Flower Fairy actually walked towards Qin Shao, which made many people widen their eyes and indescribable surprise, and also indescribable envy. Qin Shao, Hundred Flower Fairy is walking towards you. Aren't you a bit too lucky with women? Emperor Qing pushed Qin Shao and looked at Qin Shao with an envious expression. Such a thing is indeed enviable. Seeing Hundred Flower Fairy's action, Qin Shao was also a bit confused. Obviously, he does not understand why Hundred Flower Fairy is so interested in him. On the other hand, Yao Shiwilian seemed to be a bit jealous, and her mouth slightly pouted and even looked a bit cute like a little girl. Hundred Flower Fairy quickly stood in front of Qin Shao, indicating that she's indeed here to look for Qin Shao. Since Hundred Flower Fairy took the initiative to come to his door, Qin Shao naturally could not pretend to be deaf and mute, and could only smile and said, "Greetings, Hundred Flower Fairy. May I know what you are looking for me for? Can't I look for you for nothing?" Hundred Flower Fairy's voice was as clear as a silver bell, like the sound of nature, very pleasant to the ears. Her voice was very comfortable, and it was an indescribable feeling. Her voice was neither cold nor warm, and was very calm. These words made Qin Shao choke a bit, and he could only shake his head. Hundred Flower Fairy misunderstood me. That's not what I meant, but I feel that Hundred Flower Fairy must be looking for me for something. I don't like to beat around the bush, so I've always been straightforward. I'm not looking for you for anything. It's just that this is the first time I've seen you in person, so I came to take a closer look and also to see your face. Hundred Flower Fairy said. Cough, take a closer look? This kind of words really didn't make much sense. With the eyesight of a powerful being, not to mention a distance of a few thousand feet, even a distance of a few 100 million miles could be seen clearly. Why would she need to take a closer look? At this level, distance was no longer a problem, and would not be an obstacle at all, and would not be affected at all. Therefore, Hundred Flower Fairy's words naturally caused some other questions to arise. Under the strange gazes, Qin Zhao's face couldn't help but blush. When it came to the matters between men and women, Qin Shao was indeed a complete greenhorn and had no experience in this area. So in the face of this kind of thing, he naturally felt a bit shy. You've been very famous recently, and I've heard a lot about your deeds and also investigated your situation. To be honest, I'm a bit interested in you, and now that I've seen you, I'm even more certain of this feeling. Since I was born, you're the first person who's been able to move my heart a little. Hundred Flower Fairy said again, and said it very straightforwardly, without beating around the bush at all. But when these words came out, the banquet hall was also in an uproar. Once it came out, the atmosphere was obviously ignited. A few envious gazes had already turned into jealousy and hatred. Qin Shao also immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. He felt the fiery gazes directed at him, and many of them even had a bit of hostility in them. It was as if Qin Shao had suddenly become the public enemy of many people. A few people from the desolate land divine temple were secretly laughing and had a look of schadenfreude. Hearing such straightforward words, Qin Shao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Qin Shao really didn't have any experience in dealing with this kind of thing. The flirtatious tone in Flower Fairy's words was obviously very strong, and it was enough to fully explain Flower Fairy's meaning. Qin Shao didn't expect 100 Flower Fairy to say such words to him, and was completely caught off guard. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Of course, I only said that I was a bit moved and that you met my criteria for a partner, but that doesn't mean that I already like you. My love isn't that casual and superficial. What I value more is personal strength and a man's charm. You don't lack these two things, but it's still not the best. I actually hope that you can do even better, to be the best of this era. Then perhaps my heart will be completely captured by you. 100 Flower Fairy continued to say. In front of so many people, she didn't hide anything. As a girl, being so bold and straightforward, this completely overturned the image of 100 Flower Fairy in everyone's mind. How could this high and mighty queen be like this? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. This was the first time that everyone saw this side of 100 Flower Fairy, and it was quite shocking. Facing all the strange gazes, 100 Flower Fairy didn't care and didn't care about them. This kind of attitude was also very good. Qin Shao helplessly smiled bitterly and said, 100 Flower Fairy is too kind. I really don't care about the matters between men and women, and have never thought about it before. Such an answer could be considered as an indirect rejection. 100 Flower Fairy was indeed very beautiful, very charming, and was ranked 7th on the heaven list, the saintess in countless people's hearts. But Qin Shao really couldn't accept this sudden change, and Qin Zhao's heart had long been completely occupied by Gu Lingyue, and there was no way for him to separate. Otherwise, Yao Shuilian wouldn't have been unable to enter Qin Zhao's heart for so many years, and always kept Qin Shao at arm's length, unable to break through that layer of relationship. Even if 100 Flower Fairy was more attractive than Yao Shuilian, she still couldn't attract Qin Shao. As soon as this was said, many people's eyes widened. Some people began to criticize in their hearts, but some people began to admire her. Of course, this admiration wasn't admiration, but because Qin Shao didn't agree, they still had a chance. No one had expected to see such a scene at the banquet. 100 Flower Fairy seemed to have expected Qin Zhao's indirect rejection, but she didn't look unhappy at all, and her expression didn't change at all. She said again, "It's okay, I'm just saying. At least you haven't completely reached the level of perfection in my heart. If you can't reach it, then what I said today is just empty talk. If you can reach it, then we'll see." After saying this, 100 Flower Fairy didn't wait for Qin Zhao's reply, nor did she care about the gazes of others. She turned around and walked to her seat from the immemorial Jiang clan. The other members of the immemorial Jiang clan were also helpless about 100 Flower Fairy's actions, and their expressions didn't look too good. But since 100 Flower Fairy was the leader of the immemorial Jiang clan's team, no one dared to say anything. This chapter is from the mobile version of the novel. Thanks to Little Dolphin _23473687 for your subscription support. Chapter 840. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of 100 Flower Fairy. It was a handsome young man with an arrogant aura, which made his handsomeness even more conspicuous. Time had not left many traces on him. It was obvious that this young man had only cultivated for a few 100,000 years. However, he was only a fourth-step heavenly god, not an almighty being. There were only a few fourth-step heavenly gods who could receive an invitation from Heavenly Court Island. Generally speaking, those who were not in the top 10 of the Earth Board were not qualified. However, this arrogant young man was clearly not in the top 10 of the Earth Board. Not only was he not in the top 10 of the Earth Board, his name was not even on the Earth Board. Of course, the fact that he was not on the Earth Board did not mean anything. From the aura emanating from this arrogant young man, one could feel that he was extremely powerful. Such a bold move caused everyone's gaze to shift from Qin Shao to him. It even attracted many unhappy gazes. Qin Zhao's gaze also landed on the arrogant young man. There was an indescribable aura about him. It felt as if he was not from this era. It was as if he did not fit in with the time and space of this era. It was a very strange feeling, but one could not put a finger on it. Emperor Qing, who is this? Qin Shao asked. Emperor Qing shook his head. I don't know. I've never heard of him before. However, he seems to be from the Reincarnation Clan. The Reincarnation Clan can be said to be the most mysterious clan in our universe. This time, the Reincarnation Tribe sent him alone to participate in the competition. That's unprecedented. The Reincarnation Clan rarely participates in the Heavenly Court Banquet. This time, not only did they send someone, but it's a fourth-step Heavenly God. Someone who could be sent by the Reincarnation Clan is definitely not simple. The strength of this fourth-step Heavenly God cannot be underestimated. The Reincarnation Clan? Qin Shao was slightly surprised. He had heard of the Reincarnation Clan before. They were mysterious and powerful. In the universe, other than the four major races, the Reincarnation race was definitely one of the top races, even comparable to the Beast race. However, the Reincarnation Tribe was different from the Beast race. The Beast race could be said to be completely subordinate to the human race. However, the Reincarnation Tribe had always been incomparably mysterious. The members of the Reincarnation Clan rarely traveled in the God world or the three realms. At most, they would travel in the endless sea of darkness. Powerful and mysterious, this was the impression people had of the Reincarnation Tribe. Even the intelligence department of the Godly Temple of Desolation didn't have much information on the Samsara tribe. The members of the Samsara tribe, who had always been low-key, suddenly became high-profile this time. They actually stood in front of Flower Fairy, which undoubtedly caused public outrage. One had to know that those who were able to sit here were undoubtedly people with reputations in the divine realm. Each and every one of them was an extremely powerful existence. Under the gazes of these people, there would be endless pressure. Those who were weaker would directly collapse mysteriously. The Reincarnation Tribe. A trace of displeasure appeared on 100 Flower Fairy's cold and arrogant face. She raised her willowy eyebrows and asked. The arrogant young man's face showed a bit of an arrogant smile, saying, My name is Chu. I have long heard of Flower Fairy and have admired you for a long time. Today, I have finally met you, and my heart is filled with admiration. Therefore, I have the courage to come forward and confess my feelings to Flower Fairy. I wonder if Flower Fairy would give Chu a chance to pursue you? Voila, another uproar. This time, the uproar was no less than the one before. Just now, Flower Fairy had clearly expressed her admiration for Qin Shao. Although it was not love, this was an honor that only Qin Shao had received in the entire universe. At least, Qin Zhao's chances of pursuing Flower Fairy were very high. This was a kind of clear indication. As long as Qin Shao gets in touch with 100 Flower Fairy more in the future, he might be able to capture 100 Flower Fairy's heart, and then he would be able to win her heart. This time, the Reincarnation Tribe's Chu had directly confessed to Flower Fairy, directly saying that he wanted to pursue her. This was the most direct attack. There were quite a few powerful beings present who had admired 100 Flower Fairy for a long time, but none of them dared to express their feelings so boldly in front of her. They were afraid that they would be rejected, afraid that they would be beaten black and blue. With Flower Fairy's rank 7 on the Heaven leaderboard, in the entire universe, how many people had the qualifications and the courage to confess to Flower Fairy? But Chu dared to do this, daring to do what others dared not do. This action naturally made a lot of powerful people jealous and envious. Immediately, it also made a lot of powerful people who admired Flower Fairy angry and dissatisfied. Brat, are your hair all grown out? You're still wet behind the ears, stinking brat. How dare you, a fourth-step heavenly god, blaspheme Flower Fairy? Everyone says that you Reincarnation Tribe people keep a low profile, but you're too arrogant. The one who spoke angrily was a powerful person of the 9 Dragons' celestial palace, the sea-suppressing elder. 37th on the Heaven leaderboard. His strength was not particularly terrifying, but he was still a 37th on the heaven leaderboard. In the vast universe, he was considered an extremely powerful existence. Below the ruler, there were not many people who could suppress him. With the sea-suppressing elder taking the lead, the others were happy to watch a good show. The smile on Chu's face was still very arrogant. He looked calmly at the sea-suppressing elder and said, "Looking down on fourth-step heavenly gods? Then can you beat Qin Shao? Isn't he also a fourth-step heavenly god?" As he spoke, Chu Yi glanced at Qin Shao, but there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. This kind of gaze was a confrontation between love rivals. Invisible hostility had already surged out. Chu Ye's words undoubtedly pulled him to the same level as Qin Shao, comparing him with Qin Shao. This was undoubtedly incomparably arrogant. Who was Qin Shao? He was publicly recognized as the most monstrous genius in this universe era. He was a peerless genius with countless halos on his body, and he was an existence who had created many records. Qin Zhao's strength was in the top 5 of the heaven leaderboard. How could other fourth-step heavenly gods compare to him? Among the fourth-step heavenly gods, only Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong could compare to Qin Shao. Chu Yi had always been a nobody. No one knew where this brat came from, but he dared to say that he was comparable to Qin Shao. Wasn't this a well-known fact? The sea-suppressing elder sneered at Chu Yi and said, "You really think highly of yourself. Who do you think you are? You think you can compare to Qin Shao?" Chu Yi chuckled and said, "Then how about I compare to you?" Chu Ye's casual words were full of provocation. Ye's words completely infuriated the sea-suppressing Almighty. The sea-suppressing Almighty slammed the table and walked out, glaring at Yi. A turbulent aura surged out, but Ye's face was still calm and indifferent, as if Mount Tai was in front of him. "What? Do you still want to fight with me?" The sea-suppressing elder said angrily. Chu Yi smiled faintly and said, "If you insist on bullying me, then I naturally have to fight back appropriately, right? If you, the sea-suppressing mighty expert, are in love with Fairy of 100 Flowers, then that's your business. You can boldly pursue her, right? Being able to pursue her is the ability of a sea-suppressing Almighty. I love 100 Flower Fairy, and I want to pursue 100 Flower Fairy. That's my business. Everyone is fair and square. No one owes anyone anything. Sea-suppressing elder, why are you so agitated? Flower Fairy didn't even reject me. Don't you think it's a little inappropriate for you to jump up and down like this? Do you think 100 Flower Fairy will look at you differently just because of this? The way I see it, you're just like a clown, aren't you? Clown? The sea-suppressing elder was at least 37th on the heaven list. He was also an ancestor and had a high status in the Nine-Dragon Celestial Palace. However, he was actually pointed to his nose and called a clown. To him, this was simply a matter of extraordinary shame and humiliation. Arrogant kid, I think you're courting death. Humph, what a glib tongue. I like to see if your strength is as sharp as your mouth. The sea-suppressing mighty figure was completely enraged. He pointed his finger and a sharp light burst out. He said sternly, "Boy, don't say that I'm bullying you. As long as you can survive 3 moves from me, I'll consider you strong. If you're confident, then fight. If you don't, then shut up." Yi smiled and shook his head gently. 3 moves? Are you sure? The sea-suppressing elder nodded. Yes, 3 moves are more than enough. This was the sea-suppressing elder's confidence, and it was also true. With the strength of 37th on the heaven list, other than Tian Lingzi, Lord Huayong, and Qin Shao, no one in the 4-step divine realm could survive 3 moves from him. Therefore, the sea-suppressing elder had the confidence to say this. Even if Ye's strength was ranked 4th on the Earth list, he was not afraid of anything. He could finish him in 3 moves. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong were existences that were born since the beginning of the universe. They were extremely ancient existences that had lived until now. Tian Lingzi and Lord Huayong were 2 unique outliers in the universe. They could not be measured by common sense. As for Qin Shao, he was crowned with countless halos. He was known as the #1 genius of this universe era. Needless to say, Qin Shao was an evildoer. Since the beginning of the universe era, Qin Shao was the only evildoer. Such a situation would definitely not happen again. Not only the Sea-suppressing elder, but everyone present also felt that it would not be a problem for the Sea-suppressing elder to defeat Yi in 3 moves. Ye's arrogance really made many people very unhappy. Naturally, they also wanted to ruthlessly trample on him to vent their anger. However, what was even more shocking was that Yi smiled faintly and said very casually, "How about this, Sea-suppressing elder? I'll give you a chance to make 3 moves. If I can't defeat you in 3 moves, I'll leave immediately. How about that?" Crash. What? His words caused an uproar in the banquet hall again. A great uproar surged out and a heated discussion broke out. Wasn't this too arrogant? If this was the case, perhaps even Qin Shao would not say anything. This kind of arrogance had reached an extreme level. Who would have thought that he would use the same words back to the sea-suppressing mighty figure? How arrogant was he? Chapter 841. Generally speaking, there are only 2 possibilities for someone to be so arrogant. The first possibility was that he had the strength, so he naturally had the confidence to be arrogant. The second possibility was that he was a lunatic or an idiot. The first possibility didn't seem to be very likely. Of course, it was impossible, but it wasn't absolute. The second possibility was obviously impossible. No matter how crazy he was, he wouldn't dare to be so crazy, right? This was not an ordinary occasion. Daring to openly provoke or even humiliate a sea-suppressing almighty was not an ordinary thing. Looking at Ye's calm expression, it was clear that he was definitely not a lunatic or an idiot. In that case, there was only the first possibility, which was that he had the confidence to be so powerful. Ignorant brat, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue by talking big? Other than the top 10 on the heaven list, no one else dares to talk big to me like that. Brat, don't talk nonsense. Make your move and speak with your strength. Otherwise, your words will only be a joke. The sea-suppressing almighty snorted angrily. However, Yi acted as arrogant as he usually did. He hooked his finger at the sea-suppressing almighty in an extremely provocative manner. There was no need to say more. You're courting death. The sea-suppressing almighty was furious. He made his move in anger. His move was like a raging sea. An endless turbulent sea emerged and completely enveloped the entire open space in the middle of the banquet hall. Suddenly, a strange beam of light rushed out from the sea. It was like a huge hand. It carried an invisible force and rushed towards Yi to kill him. The sea-suppressing almighty didn't leave much leeway when he made his move. He was so angry that he naturally wanted to teach Yi an unforgettable lesson to defend his dignity. The reason why the sea-suppressing almighty had the title of sea-suppressing almighty was because he became famous by sealing the endless sea. Since then, his name had shaken the divine realm, and he had received the title. The vast and boundless endless sea was actually sealed by the sea-suppressing almighty alone. It was enough to show how powerful and domineering the sea-suppressing almighty was. The 37th place on the heaven list was enough to explain everything. Therefore, when the sea-suppressing almighty attacked in anger, the power of the attack was naturally extremely terrifying. The heaven and earth violently surged. The boundless brilliance seemed to have penetrated through the ancient times, shocking the entire universe. He was sealed in the raging sea by him. Huge waves washed away the sand, crazily crashing against Yi, wanting to devour him. Even a sliver of his power was enough to kill an ordinary almighty. Such a method also shocked many people. They knew that the sea-suppressing mighty figure was completely enraged. Otherwise, why would he use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Youngsters nowadays are really getting more and more fierce. They're really crazy. Qin Shao, this man is even more arrogant than you. Emperor Qing shook his head. In his eyes, Na Yu was indeed a young man who was very tender. Qin Shao rubbed his nose and said, "Actually, I'm all right. I don't think I'm crazy, right? Under normal circumstances, you're not crazy. But when you're crazy, you're pretty crazy." Haha. But I like your arrogance. Your arrogance is targeted. Huey's arrogance is ingrained in his bones. He exudes a wild energy from head to toe. There's no humility in him at all. His arrogance is too aggressive. It really makes people uncomfortable. Emperor Qing nodded and said. Qin Shao smiled helplessly. In fact, he felt that Hui was quite humble. Of course, once he was enraged, he would be even crazier. However, Qin Shao had a limit. He would always have a standard. He would not be arrogant all the time, nor would he be humble all the time. To put it bluntly, Qin Shao was a person who could be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. If you were tough to him, he would only be tougher than you. If you were soft to him, he would be softer than you. If you respected him, he would return the favor. Qin Zhao's character was admirable. Hui was indeed a little too flamboyant. This kind of character was not very likable, so it was easy to provoke public anger. Qin Shao, do you think it's possible for him to withstand 3 moves from the sea-suppressing mighty? Emperor Qing asked again. Qin Shao shook his head slightly and said, I really can't say for sure. In theory, it seems unlikely, but I think everything is possible. Therefore, I can't make such a conclusion for the time being. I always feel that it's not that simple. Emperor Qing said, Yes, I also think that we should not be too simple. Otherwise, he would not be stupid enough to fight with the sea-suppressing mighty. This kind of person may really have some ability. It's just that, if he can really defeat the sea-suppressing mighty, then it's really terrifying. Yes, if he can really defeat the sea-suppressing mighty, it's really terrifying. The universe is so big. It's not surprising that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons. But I don't think it's possible. I don't believe that there can be another peerless genius like you in the same era. That's really strange. However, the situation quickly changed, which shocked everyone. They originally thought that Hui would be directly suppressed by the sea-suppressing mighty, so that his arrogance could be reduced. However, they did not expect Hui to be able to ignore all power under the sea-suppressing mighty's various means. All power would automatically collapse and cease to exist as soon as it got close to him. There seemed to be an invisible world around him, a world that could devour all power, a world of reincarnation. Power could also enter the reincarnation cycle. The cycle of heaven and earth and the reincarnation of the great Tao was a natural law, a law of the great Tao. Everything would have a reincarnation cycle. Even the universe had a reincarnation cycle. An era was a small reincarnation cycle, and 991 was a big reincarnation cycle. Amidst the raging sea, Hui remained as steady as Mount Tai. He was like a supreme god. He even stood there with his hands behind his back, displaying his arrogance to the fullest. Such strength had truly stunned everyone. The people of the reincarnation tribe are known as the guardians of reincarnation. They are born with the inheritance of the reincarnation path. Every member of the reincarnation tribe can control the reincarnation path. Those who are talented can cultivate the reincarnation path to level 6 complete realm. Yeah, the people of the reincarnation tribe do have an unparalleled and unique advantage in the reincarnation path. Huey's attainment in the reincarnation path is extremely impressive. I'm afraid his use of the reincarnation path is at least at the intermediate level or even at the advanced level. It's impossible for an intermediate level to be so powerful. His ability to resist the killing move of the sea-suppressing mighty is definitely not to be underestimated. He must be at the advanced level. Looks like there's going to be a good show. I didn't expect the reincarnation tribe to be hiding such a peerless demon. Yeah, the universe is so big. After all, there are only a few demons that are known by people. I guess many of them are hiding and have escaped the detection of the Heavenly Court Island. Crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Huey's strength immediately changed the image in everyone's mind. Many people began to look at him in a new light. Of course, there were still many people who were dissatisfied with his overbearing and arrogant way of doing things. The sea-suppressing mighty's expression changed drastically. A strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He originally thought that Hui was a young lad who was easy to control. He wanted to use such a forceful method to defend his supreme dignity. However, he didn't expect the outcome to be like this. How could this be? The sea-suppressing mighty couldn't accept such an outcome. How could a young lad from the reincarnation tribe be so strong? His use of the reincarnation path was cultivated to the advanced level. He was just a young lad who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Originally, such a thing had only happened to Qin Shao. However, now there was another unknown young lad who was new to the reincarnation path. This move naturally shocked the world, causing many people to remember the name Ho, and the news quickly spread. Obviously, even if Danglong lost this battle, his name would still shake the entire god realm and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat moreover. The commotion he would cause wouldn't be any weaker than Qin Zhao's. In fact, Qin Shao had advanced layer by layer, rising step by step to achieve his current status. However, if Hui became famous in the realm of the gods, he would really amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He would go for being unknown to the level of a peerless genius like Qin Shao. Ahem, is this guy really going to slay a god? Emperor Qin was also a little tongue-tied. He didn't have high hopes for Hui. He didn't expect Hui to use his strength to speak for himself. It really shocked everyone. Qin Zhao's gaze also fell on Hui with interest. As the saying went, it was lonely at the top. When one stood at a certain height, one's way of looking at a problem was completely different. Qin Shao didn't have hostility towards a peerless genius like Hui. Instead, he had an attitude of admiration. He saw Hui as his opponent and used him as a motivation to move forward. This was the reason why people of the same talent appreciated each other. The sea-suppressing mighty exerted all his strength to perform 2 moves. However, it didn't do anything. Such a situation made the sea-suppressing mighty's expression extremely ugly. It was simply a great humiliation. It was hard for him to accept such a fact. Zhao still had a faint smile on his face. He looked at the sea-suppressing expert who had an extremely ugly expression and said, "Sea-suppressing expert, I gave you 2 chances to make 2 moves, but you couldn't do anything to me. I said 3 moves, so 3 moves. Therefore, I'm going to make my move for the 3rd move. Sea-suppressing mighty, you have to be careful." Just now, Hui boasted that he would defeat the sea-suppressing mighty within 3 moves. In fact, he didn't fight back at all. He was completely defending himself. However, even so, the sea-suppressing mighty couldn't do anything to Hui. It was enough to show how powerful Hui was. Now, Hui said that he would defeat the sea-suppressing mighty within 3 moves. It was obvious how confident he was. The sea-suppressing mighty, who was in high spirits just now, was completely defeated by Hui. It was useless to be angry. Hui's strength was there. He had already realized that he couldn't do anything about it. He was afraid that today's situation was like shooting himself in the foot. Such a situation really made the sea-suppressing mighty very uncomfortable. It was hard for him to accept such a result. Damn it. Chapter 842. Facing the arrogant Qi, the sea-suppressing almighty felt as though he was being bullied at his doorstep. He felt as though something was stuck in his throat, and he had to spit it out. However, there was no way for him to vent his anger completely. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and endure it with all his might. Boom! Heaven and earth suddenly changed, and the world entered the cycle of reincarnation. Time, space, light, and darkness all entered the cycle of reincarnation. The stars in the sky, the 12 constellations, the universe, and the universe all entered the cycle of reincarnation. The wind and clouds surged, and the banquet became extremely turbulent. The endless void returned to its original point at extreme speed, making it difficult for people to see the situation inside clearly. Such a scene was enough to make people tremble in fear. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, the sea-suppressing almighty was like a small boat that fell into the roaring waves. He was hit by the huge waves and was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the sea-suppressing almighty no longer had the grace of being ranked 37th on the heaven list. In the endless cycle of reincarnation, he was like a helpless child. His face was filled with pain, and his body was desperately twisting. On the other hand, Chi did not even make a move. He was still standing there with his hands behind his back. He stood in the center of the endless cycle of reincarnation like a supreme ruler that controlled everything. The cycle of reincarnation of heaven and earth was under his control. Under his divine might, all power became incomparably turbulent, surging and howling incomparably. He had a somewhat arrogant and wild smile on his face. It was the kind of smile that was very aggressive. His sharpness was like the sacred light above the 9 heavens that could illuminate the entire vast land. At this moment, his figure had become extremely huge and imposing. All the stars in the heavens were trampled under his feet at this moment. The vastness of the universe was under his control at this moment. The cycle of reincarnation of heaven and earth was under his control. At this moment, Chi seemed to have become the supreme ruler of the firmament. Everything was under his control. Such a situation truly caused the hearts of the crowd to be greatly shocked. Such a method was truly frightening. The reincarnation path was actually so powerful in his hands. One life of glory, one life of withering, one life of destruction. One life and one death, one life and one reincarnation. Flowers bloomed and withered. Leaves returned to their roots and returned to the mud. After the turbulence, it quickly regained its calm, as if the storm had passed. PFFF. The sea-suppressing Almighty rolled on the ground and spat out blood. He was clearly in a sorry state. At this time, the way he looked at Chung had completely changed. His expression was gloomy and ugly, and he could not say a word. His previous arrogance had completely vanished. The winner takes all, and the loser does not have much of a reason. His face was gloomy and gloomy. But what could a sea-suppressing mighty figure like him do? Tianho looked at the sea-suppressing Almighty and said, "It seems that I was right in the end. I defeated you in 3 moves. Fortunately, you are not my enemy, and there is no grudge between us. Otherwise, I wouldn't have just hurt you." The sea-suppressing Almighty's face turned even uglier, but he had to admit that Chi did have the strength to kill him. If Chi really wanted to kill him just now, it was not impossible. Without saying a word, the sea-suppressing mighty expert returned to his seat dejectedly. This time, he had suffered a big setback. Chung, who had won, naturally had a completely different status now. His power suddenly soared, and he established a certain prestige among the crowd. He could easily defeat the sea-suppressing mighty expert, so one could imagine how strong he was. He was probably comparable to the top 10 on the heaven list. Another peerless monster. In this universe era, there were only 2 people who could reach the top 10 on the heaven list at the level of a 4th-step divine god. However, in this era, first there was Qin Xiao, and now there was Chung. As a result, Zhuai was suddenly pulled to the point where he was comparable to Qin Xiao. Shui's domineering attitude made Flower Fairy look at him in a new light, and she began to size him up again. The others also began to reevaluate Lu Ming. The people who had mocked Chung before were also slapped in the face. They couldn't say a word at this moment. Chung used his super strength to establish his supreme prestige, and his status also rose to an extremely high level, and he immediately rose to the level of the top echelon in the universe. Emperor Qing's expression also became somewhat interesting. He was very pessimistic about Chung just now, but now he was counterattacked by Chung. Just as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Of course, not many people could have imagined such a thing. Zhao looked at Flower Fairy again, and the smile on his face seemed to have deepened, but it was still very ostentatious. "Flower Fairy, I know that the man you like must be peerless in appearance, and his strength must not be below yours. He must also be elegant, dignified, and peerless. You like heroes, and I am also willing to be a hero. I don't know if my current condition has reached the standard of Flower Fairy's choice of a partner." He was still so straightforward, and he still confessed without any hesitation. Chung was probably the first person who dared to confess to Flower Fairy like this, or at least the first person who was known by others. Baihua Fairy's attitude towards you was no longer as cold and disdainful as before. Instead, there was a bit more luster in her eyes as she said, "That's right, with your strength and charisma, Yuan Chu has met my criteria for a spouse. Of course, you have only reached the standard, that's all. Then if Flower Fairy had to choose between Qin Xiao and me, who would you choose?" Cheng asked with a smile, and then glanced at Qin Xiao. Right now, he had completely pulled himself to a level comparable to Qin Xiao. Flower Fairy hesitated for a moment, and then said, "For now, I am more inclined toward Qin Xiao, but you still have a chance." Cheng laughed and said, "In other words, if I can be better than Qin Xiao in all aspects, then you will be more inclined towards me, right?" 100 Flower Fairy didn't reply, but this silence seemed to be a tacit agreement. Cheng turned around to look at Qin Xiao and actually walked towards Qin Xiao. Everyone turned to look at him when they saw what he was doing. Many people thought in their hearts, could it be that host still wanted to provoke Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao's strength was not something that the sea-suppressing experts could compare to. He was an existence whose strength was comparable to the top 5 of the heaven list. Is Cheng really going to provoke Qin Xiao? If Cheng really wanted to provoke Qin Xiao, then the battle between the two could be seen as a battle for the number 1 of this era. "You are Qin Xiao?" Cheng stood in front of Qin Xiao and asked while knowing the answer. His words were incomparably frivolous, with a hint of provocation. As soon as he came up, he showed off his ability and directly provoked Qin Xiao, which was enough to show Cheng's arrogance. Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, "Yes, I am Qin Xiao." Cheng looked at Qin Xiao with a smile and said, "I have heard of your fame and deeds, and know that you are a rising star recently. You have created one miracle after another, and broken one record after another. Some people even say that you are the number 1 genius of this era." There was a hint of mockery in his words, which made people uncomfortable. Qin Xiao did not care, and just curled his lips casually and said, "It's just a false reputation, don't take it seriously." Cheng nodded and said, "Yes, I also think that it's just a false reputation, and I also think that it can't be taken seriously. So, I don't really think that you are the number 1 of this era, because there is still me. With me here, you can't be the number 1. Voila. Sure enough, it was a direct provocation, a naked provocation. The atmosphere of the scene became a little tense, and everyone lowered their heads and began to discuss. However, Cheng had just proven his strength, so although this matter caused an uproar, no one would think that Cheng did not have the strength to compete with Qin Xiao. Maybe he really had such strength, so now no one dared to jump to conclusions. Even the people of the desolate land Divine Palace did not dare to underestimate Cheng. In the face of such a provocation, Qin Xiao was not angry, but smiled and said indifferently, "I have never competed for the number 1. If you want to take it, then take it." "Ha, take it?" Cheng chuckled and shook his head and said, No, maybe you are mistaken. I want to compete for the number 1, and I don't need you to give it to me. Don't give it to me like it's charity. If I want to compete, I will compete openly, and I will compete openly." Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows, smelling a strong provocation, and said, "Then what do you want?" Cheng said, "Very simple. The Heavenly Court banquet has not started yet. Since everyone is here, then let's bring some entertainment to everyone. How about we spar and see who is better? Firstly, it is our competition for the number 1. Secondly, it is our competition for the 100 Flower Fairy. I have always kept a low profile and have never left the clan. This Heavenly Court banquet is also the first time I have left the clan and entered the God Realm. This is also a chance for me to show off my abilities. I love the 100 Flower Fairy, but she has a soft spot for you. Of course I will compete for this." Qin Xiao shook his head but did not agree and said, "I came to the Heavenly Court banquet just to have fun, not to compete with anyone, and not to prove anything. It is my honor that the 100 Flower Fairy admires me, but it is also not something I want to do. Again, whoever likes the 100 Flower Fairy should pursue her, don't drag me into it. There is nothing between me and the 100 Flower Fairy, and I have no intention of pursuing her. If you want to pursue her, that is your problem. Don't drag me into it. I don't want to be anyone's love rival. I have already made my stance clear, and I don't want to say anything more. In this world, there is no such thing as number one. You and I have no grudges, and I do not need to be at odds with you. Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. Then I formally challenge you. Do you dare to accept? If you don't, then you can just admit defeat and swear that you will never pursue the 100-flower fairy. Then I will forget about it. P.S. There are so few flowers that it is unbearable to look at. It is almost the new year, and Kanshang-san has grown up a little, so he can relax a little. How about this? It seems that if I don't add more flowers, I won't be able to arouse everyone's enthusiasm. Right now, Kanshang still has to take care of his son. 20 flowers plus 1 update. Now is 18 flowers. When it is 38 flowers, I will add another update. Kanshang will do his best to guarantee 2 updates a day. Brothers, throw flowers. Let Kanshang go crazy again. Roar, roar, roar. Chapter 843. Hearing this, Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. If it was just admitting defeat, it was not a big deal. Qin Shao really did not care about these things. However, Zhao actually wanted Qin Shao to swear that he would never pursue Flower Fairy. Qin Shao could not accept such a thing, and he could not accept it. Even so, Qin Shao had never thought of pursuing 100 Flower Fairy. However, he had already made it clear to the public, yet he still had to make such an oath. That was a bit too much. An oath could not be made easily. Moreover, if Qin Shao succumbed to Zhao again and again, wouldn't he become a big joke? If Zhao wanted to fight, Qin Shao could indeed choose not to. Others had their own opinions. However, it was absolutely impossible for Qin Shao to do so. Zhao, you are too much. Qin Shao has already said what needs to be said. Why do you have to be so aggressive? The Qing Emperor was also a straightforward person. He really couldn't stand it any longer and said angrily, "Don't worry." Zhao glanced at Emperor Qing and said with a smile, "Are you Qin Shao? Or can you represent Qin Shao?" "I'm talking to Qin Shao." "Emperor Qing, why do you have to interrupt? Or are you, Emperor Qing, unhappy with me and want to compete with me to see who is better? If you, Emperor Qing, are willing to do so, bring it on." "You." Emperor Qing's face instantly turned red. His ranking on the heaven list was far below that of the sea-suppressing mighty. Even the sea-suppressing mighty was directly suppressed by Zhao and defeated in one move. How could he be Zhao's opponent? Therefore, Emperor Qing could only be choked and speechless. He sat back with a displeased expression. Zhao's sharpness did indeed make many people unhappy. Which of those who could sit here were not high and mighty figures? Which of them was not the overlord of a region or the ancestor of clan? Which of them was not incomparably arrogant? Which one of them wasn't honored? Every single one of them was definitely at the top of their respective forces. They were supreme existences that were admired by tens of thousands of people. At this moment, their arrogance was being challenged by Qi's strength. Naturally, everyone was displeased. However, due to Huey's strength, many people had no choice but to endure it. They could not afford to offend him. "You're a reincarnated?" Bai Hua Fairy's angelic voice suddenly rang out. Reincarnated? Many people were confused when they heard the words reincarnator. They had no idea what that was. Only a small number of people were stunned. You turned around and smiled at Flower Fairy, saying, "It seems that Flower Fairy is still the smart one." Others didn't think of it, but Flower Fairy was the first to think of it. "What's wrong, 100 Flower Fairy? Do you mind the identity of a reincarnator?" 100 Flower Fairy's expression was somewhat indifferent as she indifferently spat out 3 words, "I don't mind." "Haha, as long as you don't mind." I was afraid that 100 Flower Fairy would mind. Reincarnators are nothing. They just carry the memories of their previous lives. However, the body is still the body of the whole body. The soul is also the soul of the whole body. It is not affected by anything else. Qi laughed. Qin Shao also looked at Emperor Qing and Emperor Yin with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is a reincarnator?" Emperor Qing shook his head, indicating that he did not know much about it. There were many things that he did not know. Everyone was asking about what a reincarnator was. Emperor Yin, on the other hand, was experienced and knowledgeable. He explained, "The reincarnation clan is very special. They're a clan that protects reincarnation. They have been given a special mission by the heavens. The reincarnation clan is mysterious and powerful. The members of the reincarnation clan keep a low profile. Therefore, it is almost impossible to meet a member of the reincarnation clan in the universe. However, the members of the reincarnation clan have a natural advantage. Therefore, they are all relatively strong. Moreover, the reincarnation clan has a rule that those who are not in the top 10 of the heaven list are not qualified to come out. Chi was originally sent by the reincarnation clan to participate in the heavenly court banquet. Therefore, I did not expect him to be so strong. I thought that the reincarnation clan would send someone to participate in the heavenly court banquet because of special circumstances. It seems that the reincarnation clan is very strict with this rule. The reincarnation clan is favored by the heavens. They are the messengers of the heavens. The most mysterious thing about the reincarnation clan is that they can enter the cycle of reincarnation. When they walk out of the cycle of reincarnation and arrive as newborns with their memories, they are called reincarnators. Reincarnators are born with the memories of their previous lives. Therefore, their talents are naturally terrifying. Strictly speaking, every member of the reincarnation clan is a reincarnator. After hearing Emperor Yan's explanation, everyone was even more confused. Qin Shao was also very confused. Yao Shiwilian could not help but ask, "That can't be right. If everyone in the reincarnation clan is a reincarnator, then Fairy of 100 Flowers would not say that, right? Don't tell me that everyone does not know this." Flame Emperor nodded and said, "Yes, the situation isn't that simple. I'm just saying strictly speaking. Strictly speaking, the situation has changed. Almost all members of the reincarnation clan can enter the cycle of reincarnation and return to their descendants with their memories. However, many people who enter the cycle of reincarnation completely die in the cycle of reincarnation. A person's will is limited. After reincarnating once, they no longer want to live. Their original deity heart will collapse, and they will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. However, some members of the reincarnation clan have incomparably strong wills. They can enter the cycle of reincarnation again and again. Each time, they will become stronger. This cycle will repeat until they become powerful or even dominators. Reincarnator means that since the birth of the reincarnation clan, they have been reincarnating for their entire lives. Those who have been reincarnating all the way to this life are called reincarnators. Reincarnators have gradually developed into the symbol of the strong in the reincarnation clan. It is a manifestation of status. Therefore, not everyone can be called a reincarnator now. In the reincarnation clan, generally speaking, only powerful people with more experience can be called reincarnators. For example, in the history of the reincarnation clan, there have not been more than 2 reincarnators at the level of Heavenly God. If one wants to become a reincarnator, it will be more difficult as one progresses. She was not born for long, only a few decades. In just a few decades, he has become a reincarnator. No wonder his talent is so strong. He is a peerless monster, comparable to you. It is very likely that his previous life was a powerful person with more experience. In order to find a chance to break through to Dominator, he took the initiative to enter the cycle of reincarnation and was reborn. However, even if a powerful person entered the cycle of reincarnation, it would be difficult to reach such heights. Unless he was in the top 10 of the heaven list in his previous life and then entered the cycle of reincarnation. Only then would it be possible. It is also possible that after several reincarnations, he reached the level of a powerful person but was unable to break through to Dominator. So he entered the cycle of reincarnation again and again. A reincarnator at such a young age must be very terrifying. Qin Shao and the others were relieved. It turned out that there were so many secrets in it. It was very interesting. The universe was so big that there were indeed all kinds of strange things. If that's the case, Qi can't compare to Qin Shao in terms of talent. He relied on the memories of his previous lives to reach such a level. What does that mean? You must know that Qin Shao started from humble beginnings and grew up step by step to where he is now. Emperor Qing seemed to be fighting for Qin Shao. Emperor Yin said, "In theory, that is the case. However, theoretical things are often not worth mentioning. People are more interested in what is in front of them. As far as the current situation is concerned, Qi is indeed a monster to the extent that he is comparable to Qin Shao. Therefore, we can't deny him this point." Emperor Qing was still not convinced. He said, "But in terms of potential, he is definitely not as good as Qin Shao." Emperor Yin shook his head slightly and said, "In fact, it is hard to say. Qin Shao is definitely going to become a powerful figure. However, it is not so easy for Qin Shao to become a dominator. Now, no one dares to make such a conclusion. Qi's situation is the same as Qin Shao's. Their biggest goal now is to break through to the dominator level. If they can't break through, then there is no difference between them." After hearing Emperor Yan's words, Qin Shao had to pay attention to this opponent. It seemed that Qi was indeed a formidable opponent. However, no matter how strong the opponent was, Qin Shao was not afraid of anything. What kind of difficulties had he not encountered along the way? What kind of challenges had he not encountered? He was able to come all the way here because he was able to overcome all the obstacles along the way. He was able to advance triumphantly and overcome all the difficulties along the way to come all the way to where he was today. The stronger the opponent, the more challenging it was for Qin Shao. The more stimulating it was for Qin Shao, the more he liked it. There was a burst of discussion. Some people had different opinions about Qi, while others had different opinions. What was praiseworthy was that Qi's talent was indeed unparalleled and could be compared to Qin Shao's. Others criticized Qi for being so monstrous because he had relied on reincarnation after reincarnation and the memories of his previous life. Therefore, he could not be compared to Qin Shao. But all in all, Qin Shao's supporters were still the majority. After all, Qin Shao was truly admirable. He had come from a humble background and walked step by step from the origin world to where he was today. Everyone believed that he was the #1 person in this universe era. However, Qi still lacked something convincing. In addition, Qin Zhao's character was indeed not bad. He was not as ostentatious, arrogant, frivolous, and insufferably arrogant like Ho. One was easy to get along with, while the other was arrogant and domineering. It was as if the winner had already been decided. Flower Fairy didn't say anything else. She had already sat down in her seat. Her bright eyes glowed as they fell on Qin Shao and Ming. She seemed to want to see the confrontation between the two men and see who was the stronger one. She looked at it from an appreciative point of view to provide a solid basis for her future choice. Seeing that Qin Shao did not reply, Qi sent out a provocative signal again. "Qin Shao, you've been silent all this time. So, I'll take it that you've accepted my challenge. Since you've accepted it, let's fight. To be honest, I've always wanted to fight with you and see if you're better than me. You should understand the loneliness of a master. Who else in this world is worthy of being my opponent? Only you, Qin Shao. As a reincarnator, I do have a lot of advantages over you. I know you came from a humble background. It's really rare for you to reach where you are today. However, there are some things that don't need to be judged by those things. Let's talk with our strength. Chapter 844. Once again, he issued a challenge to Qin Shao. It was a blatant challenge, a loud and clear horn. Everyone's heartstrings were pulled. If this battle were to happen, it would be an earth-shattering battle. It would be a battle to fight for the first place, a battle that would shake the entire universe. One was known as the #1 genius of this era of the universe, a peerless genius who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. The other was a terrifying reincarnator, who could also shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. If these two people collided, it would definitely be extremely fierce. The flames of war had already reached Qin Shao. In the face of such a provocation, no one would be able to bear it. Qin Shao was also a hot-blooded young man. How could he endure it? Do you really want to fight with me? Qin Zhao's eyes turned slightly cold as he asked. He said, of course. As you wish. Qin Zhao's figure flashed as he walked out and landed on the ground. He landed in front of Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's acceptance of the challenge also pushed the atmosphere of the scene to a peak. On the one hand, everyone did know who was stronger and who was weaker between the two. On the other hand, many people were unhappy. They also hoped that Qin Shao could teach this arrogant man a lesson. The battle between the two of them involved a lot of things. There was still a somewhat arrogant and wild smile on his face, but it was obvious that he had become much more dignified and serious. Obviously, he also regarded Qin Shao as his opponent, so he dared not be the slightest bit careless. There was no need for any words. The two had already entered the state of battle. Their eyes quickly became gloomy and cold. They looked at each other with cold light. Their fighting spirit soared, causing the atmosphere to suddenly become extremely tense and oppressive, making everyone feel a little suffocated. The two stared at each other. Their eyes became sharper and sharper, flashing with a strange luster. Rays of light burst out like thunderbolts, illuminating the whole sky. Under the light of their eyes, the space where the two of them were also became distorted, which was very strange. However, the two of them didn't move. They were still standing in the same place. They didn't seem to have made any movements, but the smoke was already rising. Therefore, everyone knew that the battle had already begun. The battle between the two of them did not need to use their fists and feet. The Tao of reincarnation sent Qin Shao into the cycle of reincarnation, using the boundless power of reincarnation to suppress Qin Shao. Qin Shao, on the other hand, used the 7th-level illusion technique, which was pushed to the extreme. The power of reincarnation against the art of illusion. This was a battle at the pinnacle. It was an invisible contest that directly entered the foreign space. Therefore, in the eyes of others, the two of them were still standing in the same place, staring at each other in a confrontational posture. However, the confrontation between the two had already started in secret. It was just that not many people could see it clearly. Only a few people had the eyesight to see how the two of them were fighting, how terrifying it was, and how they used their most powerful and invisible means to kill without leaving a trace. Time passed by minute. Originally, 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye for these powerful people. However, every minute and second now felt very long, and they were waiting anxiously. The whole banquet hall was silent, and the sound of falling leaves could be heard. Many people held their breaths and looked over nervously. An invisible force was suppressing the banquet hall, making the atmosphere very oppressive. Flame Emperor, what's the situation now? Emperor Qing couldn't see the trick, but the Flame Emperor could. Therefore, Emperor Qing asked worriedly. Yao Shiwulian and Yi Juanhe also looked at the Flame Emperor with a worried expression. Although they believed in Qin Zhao's strength, they couldn't be absolutely sure about this kind of thing. Therefore, they were still a little worried. After all, he was a reincarnator. A reincarnator who had only lived for a few 100,000 years was obviously an extremely powerful existence. He had memories of his previous lives. Even if his realm wasn't high, his great Tao had already reached a terrifying level. Therefore, this kind of contest was actually unfair to Qin Shao. However, no one could say anything about this kind of unfairness. The Flame Emperor frowned slightly and said, for the time being, Qin Shao has the upper hand. However, it's hard to say until the last moment. There may still be changes. After all, there's no guarantee. Even if he uses all his strength, he won't have any tricks up his sleeve. It can't be said that Qin Shao doesn't have any tricks up his sleeve. The battle between the two of them hasn't reached the final moment. It's too early to say anything now. Emperor Qing frowned deeply and said, if that's the case, then his strength is indeed very terrifying. He can really fight with Qin Shao. He's a reincarnator indeed. He has a natural advantage. Indeed, no one can compare to him. The reincarnation tribe is truly the favored child of the heavens. They have a unique advantage over the others. Fortunately, there are relatively few people in the reincarnation tribe. Otherwise, they might really become an overlord of the universe. They might even be on an equal footing with the three realms. The Flame Emperor nodded and said, "Yes, the reincarnation tribe is indeed mysterious and powerful. They have a natural advantage. However, heaven is fair. When it gives something, it also restricts something. The reincarnation tribe's reproductive ability is extremely low. Therefore, there are not many people in the reincarnation tribe. That's also why everyone in the reincarnation tribe is an expert. Most of the people in the reincarnation tribe are almighties. There are almost no ordinary gods and very few divine realm experts. After each reincarnation, they will eventually become almighties. Moreover, the reincarnation tribe is very mysterious. They always keep a low profile and never provoke any forces. They don't have any conflicts of interest with any forces. They also don't participate in any battles or compete with other forces. That's why the reincarnation tribe has always been able to stay out of trouble. Even the Great War of the Four Realms didn't involve the reincarnation tribe. Every race wants to rope in the reincarnation tribe, but the reincarnation tribe doesn't care about anyone. Lotus Emperor thought for a while and said, "Flame Emperor, I've always been curious. How powerful is the reincarnation tribe?" The reincarnation tribe and the beast race are definitely powerful. Other than the four races, they should be the two most powerful races. We all know how powerful the beast race is. Even the first master of the universe is the supreme of the beast race. How powerful is the reincarnation tribe compared to the beast race? Flame Emperor thought for a while and said, "It's really hard to say. After all, the reincarnation tribe has never revealed their true strength to anyone. Therefore, I'm afraid no one can say for sure how powerful the reincarnation tribe is. However, I think that the reincarnation tribe should be more powerful than the beast race. The reincarnation tribe's strength may not be weaker than any of the three realms. The only thing that the reincarnation tribe lacks is a universe master. If the reincarnation tribe has a universe master, they may not be able to compete with the godly world, but at least they can compete with any of the three realms." Lotus Emperor was slightly surprised when he heard Flame Emperor's words. He couldn't help but admire the reincarnation tribe's strength. However, the question that everyone was most concerned about was not whether the reincarnation tribe was powerful or not, but whether Qin Shao would win. This was the most important thing. At least, almost everyone present hoped that Qin Shao would win. More importantly, whether Qin Shao would win or lose. This battle could be seen as a competition between the young talents of the human race and the reincarnation tribe. It would represent the honor of both races. If the honor of being the number one genius of the universe era was lost, if they won, wouldn't the human race be embarrassed? It should be known that in terms of geniuses, the human race had always firmly held the number one position. The top three positions on the Earth ranking and Sky ranking were firmly held by the human race. Only the first master of the beast race was the supreme Kuan Peng ruler. This was the only exception. The battle is about to end. Flame Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up as he said this. Lotus Emperor, Yao Shulian, and the others immediately looked over, but they couldn't see what was going on. The Flame Emperor suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. Qin Shao won. Sure enough, as soon as Flame Emperor finished speaking, Qin Shao would win. The space on the other side was restored. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He knelt down on one knee and slammed his palms hard on the ground to prevent himself from falling down. After a long while, he stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked coldly at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, on the other hand, was in high spirits. There was a hint of indifference on his face. Look at them. This scene made everyone secretly heave a sigh of relief. Qin Shao had won. The human race had won. You won. His mouth was dry, and he spat out these three words with difficulty. These three words were incomparably heavy for him, and he was extremely unwilling to spit them out. He carried an air of arrogance, absolute confidence, and a sense of sharpness. He carried a peerless demeanor. He had thought that he could shake the world, that he could settle the situation in one fell swoop, and that he could seize the title of the #1 genius of the universe. He had not expected that he would still lose. As a reincarnator with memories of several lifetimes, he was no match for an aboriginal who had grown up from humble beginnings. Wasn't this a kind of irony? He had to accept such an outcome, even if he couldn't accept it. I won by luck. It wasn't an easy win. You're still very strong. If you really wanted to fight with your life on the line, I might not have been able to defeat you so easily. Qin Shao curled his lips. He said softly, even though he was the victor, he was still very humble. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "A win is a win. A loss is a loss. There's no excuse. There's no such thing as luck. Your strength is indeed above mine. Even if I fought with my life on the line, I would be the one to die. I underestimated you, but losing is only temporary. I may lose to you for a while, but I won't lose to you forever. The next time we fight, I must defeat you." Qin Shao said, "Well, then I'll wait for you to defeat me. You're a very formidable opponent. With your whiplash, I'll be more motivated to improve myself. So, your pressure is a good thing for me." He took a deep look at Qin Shao, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and returned to his seat. However, on his face, there was less arrogance and more coldness. People didn't dare to get close to him, for fear that they would vent their anger on him. This earth-shaking battle had finally come to an end. In the end, it was still Qin Shao who had the last laugh. Such an ending was also what everyone wanted to see. However, this battle was also a success. He rose to the 4th place on the Earth list, and his strength was also among the top 10 on the Heaven list. He could be said to be a peerless genius. This chapter is from the mobile version of the novel. Thank you for the subscription support of Little Dolphin _23473687. Chapter 845. 100 Flower Fairies' friendly gesture pushed the atmosphere of the Heavenly Court banquet to a new height. Tian Ming's aggressive challenge to Qin Shao pushed the atmosphere to a new height. The Heavenly Court banquet hadn't even begun, but there was already such an appetizer, which made the atmosphere even livelier. However, this didn't affect the Heavenly Court banquet. Instead, it added a little fun. With the heightened atmosphere, the Heavenly Court banquet finally began. Above the 9 heavens, brilliant lights poured down like the Milky Way, instantly enveloping the entire banquet hall. Everyone involuntarily stood up and looked at the high platform with a respectful expression. 10 figures descended from the sky and landed on various thrones. The throne in the center stood above the heavens, at the pinnacle of the firmament. It was the leader of everything and could make everything submit. Below the throne in the center, there were 9 other thrones. They surrounded the throne in the shape of 9 dragons hugging a pearl. Everyone's gaze also landed on the 10 thrones. They became even more respectful, and their hearts were filled with shock. This was especially so for Qin Shao, who was attending the Heavenly Court's banquet for the first time. The shock in his heart had already reached an extreme level. Sitting on the throne in the center was obviously the master of the Heavenly Court. He was the undisputed #1 person in the universe, the leader of the 8 holy lands. He had unparalleled holy power and was invincible. The master of the Heavenly Court wore a purple and gold robe. He was slender and handsome, and he maintained the appearance of a 30-year-old. He didn't give off any aura, as if he were immortal. However, he gave off a very strange feeling. He had an invisible power that made people dare not disrespect him. These 2 feelings, which were supposed to be polar opposites, appeared on the same person at the same time. It was indeed very strange and miraculous. The master of the Heavenly Court's eyes, which were as black as stars, swept across the hall. Everywhere he passed, everyone lowered their heads respectfully. For a moment, their minds were blank. It was as if the entire world had been pulled away by this gaze. Below the master of the heavenly court were the 9 great rulers. They held the master of the heavenly court high up in the shape of 9 dragons hugging a pearl. 1 universe master and 9 great rulers. And this isn't even the full power of the heavenly court island. No wonder the heavenly court island is the undisputed leader of the 8 holy lands. With such a foundation, no other holy land can compare. Qin Shao was shocked. As far as he knew, the heavenly court island had 2 universe masters. Among the 8 holy lands, only the heavenly court island had 2 universe masters. The other holy lands only had 1 universe master, just like the god of desolate land. Everyone knew that there were only 3 universe masters at the level of universe masters. Even if there were some unknown masters, at most 1 or 2 universe masters, the heavenly court island would die. However, 9 universe masters had appeared in Celestial Court Island all of a sudden, and it was obvious that there were still others who had yet to make an appearance. Just like that universe master who had yet to make an appearance, there were the hidden powers of Celestial Court Island. Qin Shao had to admit that Heavenly Court Island was indeed far more powerful than the Temple of Wilderness. This was a fact that had to be faced. 9 universe masters, 9 heavenly court. Everyone bowed respectfully, and their loud voices reverberated throughout the entire banquet hall. The master of the heavenly court walked out with a slight smile on his face. He scanned the crowd and said, "Everyone, please take a seat." Everyone lifted their heads and sat down. Some of them were still secretly sizing up the master of the heavenly court. After all, this was the first time many of them were seeing the master of the heavenly court. They were especially respectful and curious about the number 1 great being in the universe. They wanted to know more about him. A burly figure walked out. He was so burly that he didn't look like a human at all. He was filled with hostility, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura. He didn't even try to hide it. Such an aura made many people feel uncomfortable. They felt as if they were being suppressed. "He is Nian." Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the burly figure. That aura made him feel uncomfortable, as if he was being pricked by needles. Saiyan Emperor nodded and said, "Yes, he is Nian. He looks a little strange. Although he is in human form, he doesn't seem to be from the human race. I have heard rumors that Nian isn't from the human race, but from another race in the universe. He is an extremely powerful race. Like the Kuan Peng, he is a unique existence in the universe. Nian has been number 1 on the heaven list for far too long. No one has been able to shake his position." Qin Shao was slightly surprised. There was such a rumor? It didn't matter if he was from the human race or not. With Nian's power, who would dare to be disrespectful to him? Being number 1 on the heaven list was enough to show how powerful Nian was. At least, Qin Zhao's current power was far inferior to Nian's. Hence, Qin Shao had some respect for Nian. Such an existence was worthy of respect. Nian waved his hand, and a loud voice came from his mouth. "Friend from afar, let me represent Heavenly Court Island to welcome all of you. At the same time, I would like to thank all of you for coming to our Heavenly Court banquet. Please forgive us for any inadequacies in our hospitality." He started off with some pleasantries. However, as the host, Heavenly Court Island had to perform the most basic etiquette, so it had to be done properly. After a round of polite greetings, Nian's gaze fell on Qin Shao. As the saying goes, every generation brings forth new talents. The new generation excels the old, and heroes emerge from the young. Recently, many geniuses have appeared in our God realm. This is a scene of prosperity. For our God realm, this is a good thing. First there was Qin Shao, and now there's Bai. The fight between the two of you just now was truly spectacular. I can see the future of our God realm in you. Before the calamity of our God realm arrives, I also hope that you can truly grow up and become rulers. Only then will you become the main fighting force of our God realm and protect our homeland. Nian's evaluation of Qin Shao and Bai was quite high, especially for Qin Shao. He was full of praise. As a reincarnator, Bai was actually slightly inferior to Qin Shao in all aspects. Of course, Bai also had hopes of becoming a ruler. In the face of this calamity, there was no need to explain how beneficial it would be for the God realm to have another ruler. No matter how many powerful beings there were, it would be hard to compare. Before the calamity, ordinary powerful beings were cannon fodder. Only those on the heaven roll were the elites. Rulers were the main force, and universe masters were the final deciding factor. The influence of each level was completely different. After a round of speeches, the servants finally began to bring out the banquet. Those servants, who were as beautiful as fairies of the 9 heavens, brought out exquisite dishes and placed them in front of everyone. Everyone's throne had an individual table, where many banquet dishes could be placed for everyone to enjoy. Since it was the heavenly court banquet, there was naturally no lack of food. Moreover, the food was very particular and very good. It was definitely something that could not be eaten anywhere else. Yao Shuilian was brought here by Qin Shao, so there was no special throne set for her. Instead, she sat with Qin Shao and shared a portion with Qin Shao. Yao Shuilian was not given a separate portion. Every banquet was incomparably precious. Only the heavenly court banquet, which was held once every 100 million years, would have such extravagance. Normally, even the core members of Heavenly Court Island would not be able to enjoy such a banquet. Soon, everyone's table was filled with banquet dishes. There were 99 portions of delicious food, a jug of wine, a jug of fruit juice, and 9 portions of desserts. These delicacies looked very unique and delicious. They could whet one's appetite. Qin Shao did not pay much attention to the delicacies in front of her. However, Qin Shao discovered an interesting phenomenon. She realized that everyone loved the jug of wine so much that they could not bear to part with it. They treated it like a treasure and could not wait to drink it. Was there something special about that jug of wine? Qin Shao looked at the Flame Emperor and asked, "Is this wine very special?" Without waiting for the Flame Emperor to answer, the Qing Emperor laughed and said, "I know that. Just ask me." Haha. This jug is filled with dragon saliva wine. This is an absolute treasure. It is the holy brew of wine that can only be found by chance. This small jug is priceless. I'm afraid that even if one spent all his wealth, he would not be able to afford it. Moreover, it is priceless. There is no place to buy it, even if you want to. Dragon saliva wine? Is this wine that precious? Qin Shao did not understand. No matter how exquisite the wine was, it should not be so precious. No matter how delicious it was just a taste. It was nothing. The Qing Emperor shook his head and said, "No, no, no. The dragon saliva wine is not just a type of wine. It is a treasure that can only be found by chance. A mouthful of the dragon saliva wine can allow one to return to their original state of mind, throw away all impurities, and reach a state of emptiness. There's no need to talk about the effects of cultivating in such a state. Oh, there is such a magical effect." Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. Returning to one's original state of mind was extremely helpful for cultivation. When a living being was just born, it was in its purest state. There was no trace of distracting thoughts, and it was not affected by anything in the world. Nothing in the world would leave a trace of its existence. However, as a living being slowly grew and came into contact with the world, it would start to have connections with everything in the world. There would be many karmic connections. Karma would slowly entangle one. As a result, it would be difficult to get rid of it. One's original state of mind would become increasingly impure, and it would affect one's cultivation more and more. It would become increasingly difficult to get rid of this layer of shackles. Successfully integrating the Tao and becoming a mighty figure meant that one would be able to get rid of the shackles of karma to a certain extent. The longer one lived, the more shackles there would be. The deeper the shackles, the harder it would be to get rid of them. Therefore, to judge a person's talent and potential, one only needed to look at their first few million years. The longer one lived, the greater the shackles, and the harder it would be to break through. Even if one was lucky enough to integrate the Tao, their potential would be very limited. Of course, it was not absolute, but it was basically the case. This dragon saliva wine could actually allow one to get rid of the shackles in a short period of time and return to one's original state of mind. It was obvious how effective it was. No wonder people were so eager to get it. It was indeed a rare treasure. Even Qin Shao was moved when he heard this. He immediately paid attention to this pot of dragon saliva wine. This was something that was hard to come by. Heavenly Court Island is really generous. No wonder the Heavenly Court Banquet is able to attract so many mighty figures. So that's the reason. This kind of benefit is really unparalleled. Qin Shao clicked his tongue. P.S. Brothers, let's shout again. We're begging for fresh flowers. If you have fresh flowers in your hands, please throw them in. There are only 23 flowers left. We're still 15 flowers short of the required 38 flowers. Chapter 846. That's right. No one else can do this. Otherwise, why would the Heavenly Court's Banquet be so famous? TSK. The Heavenly Court's Banquet is held once every 100 million years. It has been going on for who knows how long. There have always been two things that are indispensable to the Heavenly Court's Banquet. One is this dragon saliva brew. However, this dragon saliva brew is not very useful to many almighties. Most of the time, it's just a wonderful wine to taste. Of course, many people will take it back and give it to their descendants or disciples. So, Qin Shao, you should also quickly put away this pot of dragon saliva wine. The Azure Emperor laughed. Qin Shao was slightly surprised. This dragon saliva brew can be taken away? The Lotus Thearch nodded. Why not? Since it's for us to drink, we can naturally take it away. Not only this dragon saliva brew, but there are also other delicacies on the table. If you can't bear to finish them, you can take them away too. Actually, many almighties will take some away for others to try. Many of the things at the Heavenly Court's Banquet are unique to Heavenly Court Island. You can't find them outside. However, the Heavenly Court is quite generous. They can let me take them away. Only then did Qin Shao feel relieved. So that's how it is. That's really interesting. However, it made sense. Since these things were already on the table, there was no reason to take them away. Even if they didn't take them away, the guests would definitely finish them. Letting the guests take them away was also a small gift from Heavenly Court Island. After all, everyone was invited by Heavenly Court Island. As the host, it was normal for Heavenly Court Island to give some small gifts to their guests. Qin Shao looked at the others. Indeed, most of them had already kept the dragon saliva brew. Some of them even kept other things. Since that was the case, Qin Shao didn't stand on ceremony and kept the dragon saliva brew as well. This item might not be of much help to powerful beings, but it would be of great help to divine spirits and heavenly gods. It could be said that the effects of this dragon saliva brew wouldn't lose to a Tao integration pill. In other words, one dragon saliva brew could create an almighty. Such benefits were naturally very attractive to those mighty figures who had experienced great dangers. Although Qin Shao had received 3 Tao integration pills from the Desolate Land Hall Master, Qin Shao still felt that it was not enough. In fact, it was far from enough. By the way, Emperor Qing, you said that there is one more thing that is indispensable. What is it? Qin Shao asked curiously. One of them was the dragon saliva brew, so the other one should be at the same level as the dragon saliva brew. This really made Qin Shao look forward to it. The Azure Emperor smiled mysteriously and kept him in suspense. He said, "Don't be anxious. You'll know later. If you say it now, you won't feel fresh anymore." In any case, it was definitely something good. The Celestial Court's Banquet is definitely big enough. Emperor Qing kept Qin Shao in suspense. Qin Shao did not ask any more questions. He was not a very curious person. Anyway, he would know the answer soon. Everyone, let's start the banquet. Just treat it as your own banquet. Be casual. Eat and drink well, and then have fun. This is the purpose of the Celestial Court's Banquet. The voice of the Celestial Court's master from the highest throne resounded throughout the entire banquet hall. Since the master of the celestial court had spoken, everyone stood up and bowed. Then, they started to eat. The atmosphere in the banquet hall was indeed very relaxed and joyful. Everyone could talk and laugh freely. There was no need to be restrained. Besides the dragon saliva brew, the celestial court island had also prepared other wines. There was definitely enough wine. Qin Shao picked up a piece of meat and threw it into her mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, the crispy feeling was really refreshing. A refreshing fragrance was emitted from the meat, instantly filling her mouth. This fragrance made his body and soul feel comfortable. It made his soul feel comfortable and nourished. A pure and thick divine power also flowed into his body. Qin Shao had never tasted such delicious meat before. Most importantly, this meat also contained extremely dense and pure divine power. Eating one bite was equivalent to cultivating for 10,000 years. If an ordinary divine being were to take a bite of it, they would immediately break through several realms. This divine power did not help Qin Shao much. However, Qin Shao could vaguely feel that his deity ocean had expanded. Qin Zhao's deity ocean was more than twice the size of an ordinary person's. Originally, the deity ocean of a fourth-step heavenly god was only 10 million miles wide. However, Qin Zhao's deity ocean was already more than 20 million miles wide. As Qin Zhao's strength increased, the size of the deity ocean was also slowly expanding. Previously, Qin Shao had not paid much attention to the deity ocean. After all, at his level of strength, the deity ocean was no longer useful. The power of the world projection was very limited. Therefore, Qin Shao had not paid much attention to his deity ocean. Even though his deity ocean was a little different from ordinary people, Qin Shao did not think much of it. He could not see any practical use for it. This time, after eating this meat, there were some obvious feelings. That was why Qin Shao noticed it. However, he only noticed it for a while and did not think much about it. Qing Emperor, do you know what kind of meat this is? Qin Shao asked. Qing Emperor shook his head and said, "Don't ask me. I don't know either. Anyway, it's not something that can be eaten outside. These delicacies are all incomparably delicious. Come, come, come. Let's have a drink." If even Qing Emperor did not know, then so be it. Qin Shao was just casually asking. Qin Shao raised his wine cup and clinked it with Qing Emperor's. They drank. Qin Shao, I've known you for a long time. Today, we finally meet. Let me give you a toast. An Almighty stood up and raised his cup to Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not dare to be negligent. He immediately stood up and raised his cup in response. Almighty and Shi, you're too polite. I should be the one toasting you. After all, I'm just a junior. Ha. In the deity ocean, seniority is not determined by age. Strength is. Almighty and Shi laughed heartily. Qin Shao was very approachable and easy to get along with. Those Almighties who wanted to interact with Qin Shao also liked him. In any case, Zhao was very calm. Not to mention that someone took the initiative to toast him, there was no one around him. They all respected him, but feared him. Zhao, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face. He just sat there, eating the delicious food and drinking the fine wine. It was a kind of enjoyment. In this relaxed and joyful atmosphere, the heavenly court banquet went on for 3 days. Heavenly peaches of immortality. Suddenly, a loud and clear voice came from Yin's mouth. The originally lively banquet hall instantly quieted down. After a short period of silence, the atmosphere became lively again. Many people had expectant looks on their faces as they waited with bated breath. Heavenly peaches of immortality? Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Was this the other indispensable thing that Qing Emperor said? Something comparable to the dragon saliva brew? Under everyone's anticipation, beautiful palace maids walked out with exquisite plates in their hands. On each plate was a peach the size of a child's head. However, these peaches were different from ordinary peaches. These peaches were especially beautiful. They emitted a refreshing fragrance that could be smelled from afar. Just a sniff would make people completely intoxicated. It was as if even their souls were intoxicated. As soon as the palace maids came out, The entire banquet hall was filled with this fragrance. This is the heavenly peaches of immortality? Soon, a fragrant heavenly peach of immortality was placed in front of Qin Shao. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was a magical thing. However, Qin Shao had never heard of it before. Therefore, Qin Shao looked at Qing Emperor in confusion and asked, "What's so special about this heavenly peach of immortality? Is it comparable to the dragon saliva brew?" Qing Emperor held the heavenly peach of immortality lovingly. He smiled at Qin Shao and said, "The heavenly peach of immortality is unique to Heavenly Court Island. It takes 30 million years for it to bloom, 30 million years for it to grow, 30 million years for it to bear fruit, and 10 million years for it to fully mature. Therefore, a single heavenly peach of immortality takes 100 million years to mature. This is why the Heavenly Court Banquet is held once every 100 million years. The Heavenly Court Banquet also has another name. It's called the Heavenly Peach Banquet. Of course, no one calls it the Heavenly Peach Banquet. Everyone prefers the Heavenly Court Banquet so that it can highlight the Heavenly Court. This Heavenly Peach of immortality is formed by gathering the essence of 100 million years. It has the effect of immortality and the ability to bring the dead back to life. When ordinary gods die, if their lifespan is not up yet, they can still be revived by sovereigns. However, it's too difficult to ask sovereigns to help. However, this Heavenly Peach of immortality is able to do so. If an ordinary person were to drink this Heavenly Peach of immortality, they would immediately become a god and have a lifespan of 8 billion years. Of course, these abilities are not very useful to us. To us, the greatest use of the Heavenly Peach of immortality is to aid our cultivation. The Heavenly Peach of immortality contains the complete Tao of all creation. Eating a Heavenly Peach of immortality can allow us to peek into the true essence of the Tao of all creation for a short period of time. Qin Shao finally understood. The Heavenly Peach of immortality was indeed an extremely precious treasure. Of course, to Qin Shao, it did not seem to be of much use. His Tao of all creation had already been cultivated to level 6 perfection. He did not need the Heavenly Peach of immortality to aid him. In comparison, Qin Shao felt that the Heavenly Peach of immortality was not as useful to him as a bottle of dragon saliva brew. Of course, this was only in his personal situation. Haha, to many powerful beings, the most beautiful thing about the Heavenly Peach of immortality is its taste. TSK, this taste is something that nothing can compare to. Those who have eaten the Heavenly Peach of immortality once will definitely want to eat it a second time and a third time. This taste is something that you can't get rid of. It's like you're addicted to it. The Cyan Emperor chuckled. Qin Shao was stunned. Was it really that delicious? Was it really addictive? However, Qin Shao looked at the others. It seemed like there were indeed quite a number of powerful beings who had gotten their hands on the Heavenly Peach of immortality and started eating it immediately. Their faces were filled with enjoyment. From the looks of it, one would think that the Heavenly Peach of immortality was extremely delicious. However, Qin Shao did not eat the Heavenly Peach of immortality immediately. Eating the Heavenly Peach of immortality did not bring him much benefits. Eating it would be a waste. Qin Shao, you're not eating it? The Cyan Emperor asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I'm not eating it first. It's not of much use to me. Haha, I understand. I think you want to give it to a beauty. TSK. It's good to give this to a beauty. This is a rare gift. Believe in a certain someone. He will definitely be overjoyed. The Cyan Emperor laughed. This certain someone he was referring to was naturally Yao Shiwilian. P.S. 27 fresh flowers. There are still 11 more to the 38 fresh flowers. Recently, the fresh flowers have been wilting. Brothers, if you still have fresh flowers, please send them over. The plot is getting more and more exciting. Chapter 847. Hearing Emperor Qing's words, Yao Shiwilian looked at Qin Shao with a smile, as if she was waiting for Qin Shao to give her the peach. Her affectionate smile was very charming. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Emperor Qing speechlessly. He also knew that Emperor Qing was joking, but this matter really made him feel a little awkward. It was not that he was reluctant to give up the peach, but Qin Shao really did not know how to deal with Yao Shiwilian. He had already rejected her once, but Yao Shiwilian did not give up. She still liked him. What should he do? Therefore, Qin Shao did not know how to deal with this matter. Since Yao Shiwilian was looking at him, Qin Shao could not be stingy. He handed the peach over and said, Shiwilian, this peach is for you. So simple? Yao Shiwilian asked in reply. Qin Shao was stunned. What else could it be? Qin Shao knew what Yao Shiwilian meant, which made a blush. On the other hand, the Azure Emperor and the others were secretly laughing. Yao Shiwilian was a good girl. She was also very active. Because of her father, Villa Head Yao, and her grandmaster, Yao Huang, she was a disciple of Yao Shiwilian. Yao Shiwilian was also a disciple of the divine palace of the desolate land. Therefore, everyone doted on Yao Shiwilian and treated her like a niece. Naturally, he hoped that such a good girl could find a good home. Yao Shiwilian liked Qin Shao. It was no secret in the divine palace of the desolate land. Therefore, everyone hoped that Yao Shiwilian and Qin Shao could be married. Seeing Qin Zhao's embarrassment, Yao Shiwilian smiled proudly. He took the peach from Qin Zhao's hand and said, Forget it. I know you're not good with words. I won't argue with you. Seriously, you don't even know how to give gifts to girls. Who gives gifts like you do? If you were to chase after a lady, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to do so for an entire universe epic. Qin Shao could only be speechless and almost suffered internal injuries from holding it in. However, Qin Shao had no experience in the affairs between men and women. He had always been shy about this kind of thing. It didn't seem like his personality, but it was true. The matters between men and women were the most mysterious and inexplicable things in the universe. Once you fall into it, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape that vicious circle. Everyone, from the rulers to the masters of the universe, had experience in this regard. The atmosphere of the Peach of Immortality Banquet had been pushed to the peak. Most of the experts had enjoyed the Peach of Immortality Banquet. Therefore, they were all beaming with joy. They were all in a good mood. After the Immortality Peach Banquet, the banquet entered another theme. The master of the heavenly court waved his hand, and a passage to the alien realm opened in the middle of the banquet hall. The scene of the alien realm was clearly presented. This was the heavenly court selection of the heavenly court island, which was held once every 100 million years. In fact, the heavenly court banquet wasn't called the heavenly court banquet at the beginning. It was called the heavenly court selection. Every 100 million years, the heavenly court island would hold a public selection of geniuses within the territory of the heavenly court island. Some of the geniuses would be recruited by the heavenly court island, while others would be nurtured as outer disciples of the heavenly court island. It was a very rare opportunity. During the heavenly court selection, the core members of the heavenly court held a banquet. That was how the heavenly court banquet was formed. It had evolved over countless years. The heavenly court banquet was now a major feature of the God realm. The heavenly court selection was split into two levels. One level was for the God level cultivators, and the other level was for the heaven God level cultivators. The two levels were separated. If someone caught there, everyone present could take him or her as a disciple. The heavenly court island wouldn't stop them, and the guests would be given priority in their selection. Of course, the probability of being taken in as a disciple was extremely low. After all, everyone who came to the heavenly court banquet was already at the top of the pyramid. Very few people were willing to take in disciples. Furthermore, the matter of taking in disciples didn't necessarily depend on talent. Some almighty people would take in disciples based on their own preferences. The probability of meeting an extremely heaven-defying genius during the heavenly court selection wasn't very high. This kind of thing was mostly a form of entertainment for the heavenly court banquet. Furthermore, This was also one of the main themes of the Heavenly Court banquet. Therefore, not many people paid attention to the selection. At most, they would take a few glances occasionally before continuing to drink and eat. Qing Emperor, are you planning to take in a disciple? Qin Shao asked when he saw that the Qing Emperor was watching the selection with interest. The Qing Emperor immediately shook his head and said, "That's not it. I've long lost interest in taking in disciples. I'm not good at teaching disciples. After taking in 3 disciples, I stopped taking in any more." Qin Shao, don't be fooled by the Qing Emperor. The 3 disciples he took in are all pretty good. All 3 of them have already become almighties, the Flame Emperor said. It was already extremely impressive to have 1 almighty disciple. The fact that the Qing Emperor had 3 almighty disciples was enough to show how good the Qing Emperor's judgment was. It also showed that the Qing Emperor was indeed very good at nurturing disciples. Azure the Arch, you're being too humble. To be honest, I really need to learn from you when it comes to teaching disciples. I've also taken in 2 disciples, but I'm not a competent master at all. I'm just a shopkeeper who doesn't do anything, Qin Shao said. The Qing Emperor said, "Cough, Qin Shao, don't listen to the Flame Emperor. My disciples aren't very good. They only became almighties after many years of hard work. Furthermore, their strength is very average. It's not worth mentioning at all. What's the use of an ordinary almighty, right? When it comes to teaching disciples, I'm not good at it. You should ask the Flame Emperor about this. The Flame Emperor has nurtured a disciple who's on the heaven list." Oh, Qin Shao really didn't know about this. If the Qing Emperor didn't mention it, he wouldn't have heard of it at all. The Qing Emperor laughed and said, "Haha, you haven't heard of it, right? Look at how low-key the Flame Emperor is. He doesn't even let his disciples say that they're his disciples. TSK. I've always dreamed of nurturing a disciple who's on the heaven list. This level is more interesting. He can become my assistant. Otherwise, what's the use of an ordinary almighty?" Qin Shao had been in the desolate land Divine Palace for a long time. It had been more than 200,000 years, but he had never heard of this. It seemed that the Flame Emperor had done a good job of keeping a secret. Qin Shao said with admiration, "Flame Emperor, I really need to learn from you next time." "Sure, we can talk when we're free." The Flame Emperor didn't refuse and immediately agreed. Speaking of which, Qin Shao was indeed a little ashamed of this matter. Qin Shao remembered that he still had something important to ask. He said to the Qing Emperor, "Since you don't want to take in disciples, why do you look so interested?" "Huh." The Qing Emperor laughed heartily and said, "Qin Shao, you probably don't know yet. There's going to be some small games soon. There will be some small bets. Everyone can play. If you can win 1 or 2 rounds, you'll make a fortune. Therefore, I'm going to take a look and choose some good seedlings. If there's a chance later, I'll play a few rounds." "What do you mean?" Qin Shao was still confused. He didn't understand what kind of small game it was. The Qing Emperor explained it to Qin Shao in detail. Qin Shao was completely relieved and finally understood what was going on. Small games at the Heavenly Court banquet had always been a tradition. To put it bluntly, it was purely for fun. For example, most of the powerful people present were existences who had lived for a very long time. They had lived for who knew how many trillions of years. The longer they lived, the more boring it would be. The more they liked to find some fun and interesting things to do. This was especially so for such a rare opportunity where everyone could gather together. There weren't many opportunities like this. Perhaps only the Heavenly Court banquet had such a rallying power. Otherwise, it would be rare to see such a gathering even in trillions of years. Since it was rare for them to meet, they naturally had to catch up and play some games to find some fun. It could also be considered as a way to improve the atmosphere. The rules of the game were actually very simple. They just had to pick someone they liked from those participating in the Heavenly Court selection. Then, they would fight against the person they liked. If they won, they would win. Of course, it wasn't that simple. They also had to guess the rankings. They could also pick a random battle and bet on who would win. There were many variations, but the basic principle was still the same. It was based on the Heavenly Court selection. In any case, They could think of any way to play. The important thing was that they were looking for fun. As for the wager, although it was a game, it naturally couldn't be small. After all, everyone who could sit here was a big shot. They were all overlords of their own regions. For example, there were people who dared to use a peach of immortality as a wager. There were also people who dared to use a pot of dragon saliva brew as a wager. There were also people who used the 10 great ultimate techniques as a wager. There were also people who used universe treasures as wagers. In any case, there were many different types of wagers. It was also a kind of thrill and fun to play with such high stakes. Haha, Lotus Emperor, you and I could be considered acquaintances. There are many opportunities for us to sit down and drink like this. Since there's such a chance this time, why don't we play a game? That pot of dragon saliva brew probably isn't very useful to you. Why don't you lose it to me? An almighty's gaze landed on the Lotus Emperor as he directly issued a challenge. The Emperor Qing had wanted to play along. He looked at the other party and hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, brother Yuanjin. Since you want to play, I'll play along with you. How do you want to play? Let's play the simplest game. Just pick a random battle to play. Look at the battle going on over there. It's not bad. The two of them are evenly matched and are in a stalemate. Either one of them could have the last laugh. How about it? Let's play this round?" Almighty Yuan Lai pointed. The Lotus Emperor also noticed the battle over there. It was a contest between two fourth-step divine spirits. The two of them were indeed locked in a stalemate. It was difficult to determine the winner immediately. There were indeed many variables in a stalemate in terms of strength. Either one of them could win. All right, let's play then. I choose the young man in green. Who will you choose? The Lotus Emperor nodded and accepted the challenge. He was very straightforward. The wager of a pot of dragon saliva brew was thrown just like that. Almighty Yuan Lai said, "Since you choose the young man in green, I'll choose the young man in white." All right, it's settled then. The Lotus Emperor nodded. His eyes flickered with a strange luster as he fixed his gaze on that battle. Chapter 848. The other powerful figures were also playing their own bets, and the atmosphere became very lively. "Qin Shao, what do you think Emperor Qing's chances of winning are?" Yao Shuilian asked with some interest. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's really hard to tell at the moment, but I feel that Emperor Qing's chances of winning are higher." "But why do I feel that Emperor Qing's choice is a little bit disadvantageous?" Yao Shuilian asked. The situation in front of them was indeed so. The young man in green was indeed at a disadvantage, and the situation did not look good. However, the young man in white was getting braver and braver as he fought, and it seemed that he was going to win the battle. It seemed that the young man in white had a better chance of winning. The young man in white was chosen by Almighty Yuan Lai, while Emperor Qing chose the young man in green. Emperor Qing frowned slightly. The situation was a little unfavorable for him. On the other side, Almighty Yuan Lai had a smile on his face, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. Although it was a small bet, and winning or losing was related to a pot of dragon saliva wine, it was not what both sides cared about. In fact, both sides cared more about their reputation. Winning or losing was related to their reputation, and that was what everyone cared about more. At this level, their reputation was more important. Qin Shao said, "You can't just look at things from one side. The young man in green is indeed at a disadvantage, and the young man in white is also chasing after him. He wants to take down the young man in green in one fell swoop. His momentum is very strong. But the young man in white is obviously holding on. He is desperately trying to break out. It is a last gamble, and it is a risky move. Of course, it is possible that he will succeed, but I think the possibility of failure is higher. Look at the young man in green. Although he is at a disadvantage, he has been fighting steadily and calmly. Look at his eyes. They are very firm, and there is a hidden fierceness in his eyes. He is waiting for an opportunity to break out. Therefore, I think the young man in green is very likely to be pretending to be weak. He is waiting for a good opportunity to counterattack and turn the tide. If two people are of equal strength, The deciding factor of winning or losing on the battlefield is more about one's wisdom. Winning with wisdom is very useful in many situations. Listening to Qin Zhao's analysis, Yao Shiwelian pondered for a while. It seemed that Qin Zhao's words were quite reasonable. Qin Zhao added, "Of course, it's just a possibility. It's not absolute. It was possible that the white-clothed young man still had some big move up his sleeve, and it was also possible that the green-clothed young man wasn't as smart as I thought, able to turn the tables around. For the time being, there are still some uncertainties." Yao Shiwelian nodded. That was indeed the case. The situation of the green-robed youth was getting worse and worse, and the situation was tilting towards one side. Yuanlai laughed happily and said, "Haha, Green Emperor, it seems like your dragon saliva wine is mine. I told you to give it to me. Now, isn't it already in my pocket?" The Azure Emperor's expression turned slightly ugly as he said, "Brother Yuanzhen, isn't it a little too early to be happy now? How do you know I'll lose until the end? You're still so stubborn. You won't give up until all hope is lost, right? Haha. Anyway, there's not much time left. The winner will be decided soon. Just wait for me to personally hand over your dragon saliva wine." Yuanlai was full of confidence and was already enjoying the joy of victory. The pot of dragon saliva brew was secondary. Winning this match was also something to be happy about. The green-robed youth was already on the verge of collapse. He was already on the verge of losing and was on the verge of collapse. "Sigh, it seems like I'm really going to lose." The Azure Emperor shook his head. He couldn't see any hope. Qin Zhao said, "Azure Emperor, don't jump to conclusions too early. Perhaps there's still a chance to turn the tables." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Azure Emperor looked over in surprise and said, "Qin Zhao, do you think there's still a chance?" Qin Zhao nodded and said, Yes, I think there's still a chance. Although it's not big, there's still a chance. Even if the green-robed youth puts himself in a desperate situation, it's still a big test for him. This is a huge test for him, and also an opportunity to transform. If he can grasp this opportunity, he will be able to make a comeback and turn defeat into victory. Ahem, the Azure Emperor shook his head and said, "Qin Zhao, don't treat everyone as you. How difficult is it to do that? Although the green-robed youth's talent is very good, it's not at the level where it could defy the natural order. Even with such talent, it's not certain that he'll be able to mature enough to enter the desolate land island." Qin Zhao smiled and said, "You can't say that. Of course it's difficult, but it's not impossible. What I'm looking at is not his talent, but his eyes." "His eyes?" The Azure Emperor frowned slightly. Qin Zhao nodded and said, "Yes, his eyes. Don't you see that the green-robed youth's eyes are especially calm and determined? On the other hand, the white-robed youth's eyes are full of ruthlessness and hostility. He's like a vicious wolf that wants to eat his opponent. The green-robed youth is like a block of ice. His mentality is very good." The Azure Emperor had also noticed this situation and said, "I know this, but what's the use of it? Temperament can determine a person, but it's not in a short period of time. It's a long-term effect. Under such circumstances, the green-robed youth has no chance to turn the tables." On the battlefield, the green-robed youth had been forced into a corner by the white-robed youth. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and there were several shocking wounds on his body. These were wounds caused by a terrible power. Even divine power could not recover in a short period of time. Obviously, the green-robed youth was like a lonely leaf in the storm. He was swaying, making people feel that he would completely collapse in the next moment. It was a sign that he was going to lose. The white-robed youth showed a victorious smile on his face, but he did not relax his attacks at all. He was still attacking crazily, not giving the green-robed youth any chance. Such an overdraft clearly caused the smiling face of the white-clothed youth to have a pained expression. If he still could not take down the white-robed youth, then there was nothing the white-robed youth could do. He was also at the limit of his exhaustion. They were both fighting to the limit. The situation was very good for the white-robed youth. However, there was a sudden change. Just as the white-robed youth was about to take the fruit of victory in his hands, the green-robed youth, who had already fallen, suddenly exploded. Like a flash of light, he suddenly burst out with an extremely strong energy. Scorching light flashed out with endless sharpness and fiercely pounced on the white-robed youth. Such a change caused the white-robed youth's expression to change drastically. His face was full of shock. However, it was all too late. He wanted to block this attack, but he had overdrawn too much and exhausted his divine power. Now, he had no way to burst out again. Therefore, he had almost completely lost the ability to fight back. He forcibly took the blow of the green-robed youth and was directly sent flying by the green-robed youth. He vomited blood in the air, looking extremely miserable. In the end, he flew out of the martial arts arena and rolled on the ground, unable to get up for a while. After completing this final blow, the green-robed youth finally could not hold on anymore. He directly knelt on the ground, his trembling hands supporting him on the ground to prevent him from completely falling down. A smile finally appeared on his face, which was as firm as a knife. He had succeeded. He had finally succeeded. He had risked his life to take this risky move. Fortunately, he had succeeded. This battle for him was a kind of transformation, a kind of improvement. For him, the harvest was huge. The huge reversal at the last moment also surprised many people. The smile on Almighty Yuan Lai's face also came to an abrupt halt. The people on the side of the Nine Dragons' celestial palace also stared with their eyes wide open. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Emperor Qing was slightly stunned for a moment before he reacted abruptly. A thick smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yuan Lai. I told you not to be happy too early. Look, a desperate counterattack. How wonderful and beautiful it is. I knew my judgment would not be wrong. The green-robed youth really did not disappoint me. Ha ha, Brother Yuan Lai. You're the one who is going to hand over the dragon saliva brew. Come. Hurry up and hand over my dragon saliva brew. It was not easy to win against you." Emperor Qing's words made Almighty Yuan Lai's mouth twitch. He really had the urge to vomit blood. Victory was clearly in his grasp, but he had not expected to be defeated at the last moment. It was just too unpleasant. But so what if he was unhappy? A loss was a loss. There was no explanation. Almighty Yuan Lai had no choice but to hand over his pot of dragon saliva brew to Emperor Qing with both hands and toss it over. The originally high-spirited Almighty Yuan Lai also lost his temper at this moment. Emperor Qing, who had received his spoils of war, smiled even wider. This was the first time he had won a spoil of war at the Heavenly Court banquet. It was indeed something to be happy about. Moreover, the winner was Almighty Yuan Lai. Almighty Yuan Lai was ranked several places higher than him on the heaven roll. Emperor Qing had also fought Almighty Yuan Lai in the past and suffered some losses. Hence, winning against Almighty Yuan Lai today was of great significance to Emperor Qing. How delightful! The desolate land's sacred hall was naturally overjoyed as well. Emperor Qing's victory was also a joyous occasion for them. After putting away the dragon's saliva brew, Emperor Qing patted Qin Shao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Qin Shao, you have good judgment." "Ha, I thought I was going to lose. Who would have thought that there would be such a pleasant surprise?" "Delightful today is really delightful. Qin Shao, you have such good judgment. Have some fun too. A little gambling is actually quite fun. The value of a pot of dragon saliva brew is equivalent to a first-tier Dao integration elixir. It might even be more valuable than that. Your family and friends, and you're a very loyal person. Winning more dragon saliva brew is a good thing for you. This is also a rare opportunity." Qin Shao shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it, I won't play. I am not interested in such small gambling games. I don't want to win or lose to anyone. Hence, the best way is to not play. If I don't play, there will be no winning or losing. Just watch the show. Why must you insist on playing?" Emperor Qing smiled and said, "Do as you wish. It's just for fun anyway. It's nothing." Chapter 849. Qin Shao really did not want to play. He felt that there was no point in playing. Although the spoils of war were indeed attractive, How could Qin Shao not want to get more dragon saliva brew? Although the dragon saliva brew had a high possibility of elevating a fourth-step heavenly god to the level of an almighty, there were some conditions. It was for fourth-step heavenly gods with some talent and potential. Moreover, the dragon saliva brew assisted in breaking through. Its effect was similar to the unification flower, but much better. Therefore, as long as a fourth-step heavenly god with some talent and potential reached the unification stage, with the help of the dragon saliva brew, there was more than a 90% chance of success. In other words, the greatest benefit of the dragon saliva brew was that it did not have any side effects and would not affect future cultivation. Therefore, for fourth-step heavenly gods with some talent and potential, the dragon saliva brew was indeed much more valuable than the unification pill. However, for ordinary fourth-step heavenly gods, the unification pill was much better than the dragon saliva brew. The function of the Tao integration pill was to allow ordinary fourth-step heavenly gods, who would never be able to reach the Tao integration stage in their entire lives, to advance to the almighty level. In terms of effect, the unification pill was indeed much more powerful and domineering than the dragon saliva brew. However, the side effects of the unification pill were also very great. If one used the unification pill to break through and become an almighty, their cultivation path would be completely cut off and there would be no way to further elevate. The unification pill and the dragon saliva brew were both divine medicines for the unification stage. They both had the ability to steal from the heavens and were extremely precious. Previously, Almighty Daoqi had not hesitated to betray Qin Shao for a unification pill. Even at Almighty Daoqi's level, he could not obtain unification pill. This showed how difficult it was to obtain a unification pill. The dragon saliva brew was the same. It was also extremely difficult to obtain. It would only be distributed during the heavenly court banquet that was held once every 100 million years. The dragon saliva brew was a specialty of the heavenly court island. Only the heavenly court island had it. As far as Qin Shao was concerned, he actually preferred the dragon saliva brew. This way, it could allow others to become an almighty without any side effects. Of course, the Tao integration pill was also necessary. Just like his parents, they had to use the Tao integration pill to become almighty. Whether it was Tao integration pills or dragon saliva wine, the more the better. A figure suddenly landed in front of Qin Shao. As soon as this figure appeared, the banquet hall immediately quieted down and many people looked over. Seeing the person who came, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown a little because the person who came was none other than Li Mu. This domineering and overbearing one, he was a peerless genius. Just now, the battle with Qin Shao had made him famous. His arrogance and frivolity had left a deep impression on others. Therefore, when he appeared, people naturally smelled the scent of gunpowder. Obviously, nothing good would come out of this. Everyone is playing, but we are still idle. Don't you think it's a little boring? So, I think we should play. What do you think? The moment he opened his mouth, it was a direct challenge. Qin Shao didn't want to play in the first place, but he understood. If he directly refused, then he definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Avoiding the battle would only yield. That would cause more trouble. Therefore, after a short silence, Qin Shao said, "How do you want to play?" Since he couldn't hide, he could only accept the challenge. Did he win just now? Presumably. He also had a lot of energy in his heart, and he wanted to get back at Qin Shao. Now he regarded Qin Shao as his opponent, but in fact, Qin Shao also regarded him as his opponent. As his opponent, Qin Shao's strength was indeed strong. Qin Shao only had a little advantage because of his illusion. If he didn't use his illusion, then Qin Shao wasn't his opponent at all. He was his opponent. The pride in Qin Shao's heart also aroused his fighting spirit. He needed such fighting spirit. He needed to be pressured. He needed something to stimulate him. He smiled and said, "After watching for so long, I found that the games they play are relatively simple, not challenging, and not very interesting. Since we're going to play, why don't we play something special? Let's play something different. What do you think?" "Play something different?" Qin Shao asked with some doubts. He nodded and said, Yes, why don't we each pick a fourth-step divine spirit who has already been eliminated, and then send an energy clone to train them and give them a chance to compete in the semifinals. Then, whoever takes first place in the final will be the winner. What do you think of this game? As soon as he said that, it caused another uproar. There was a burst of heated discussion. Pick a fourth-step divine spirit who has already been eliminated, train them separately, and let them take first place in the end? How could this be possible? If there was time to train them slowly, there was still some possibility. However, the selection was already underway, so there was definitely not much time left. The Heavenly Court selection was usually held for 100 years at most. In other words, both sides had to train a fourth-step divine spirit with extremely ordinary talent into a peerless genius who could take first place in the selection within 100 years. This was simply a kind of metamorphosis that defied the natural order. How could this be possible? Since they had already been eliminated, it proved that they were relatively ordinary in all aspects and were far from being able to compete with the top geniuses. The difference was more than 100,000 miles. But this was actually the way to play, but it was also very appropriate. He had always been this frivolous and flamboyant. There are still more than 10,000 fourth-step divine spirits who haven't been eliminated yet. There's still about 100 years until the selection ends. If you want to play, then play something challenging. If there's no challenge at all, then there's no point in playing. As for the stakes, we can play a little bigger. Apart from the Dragon Saliva Brew and the Peach of Immortality, we can also add other things. As long as Qin Xiao can afford to play, what about me? I'll definitely accompany you to the end. What do you think? He said again. Such a provocation made it difficult for Qin Xiao to refuse. Qin Xiao frowned slightly and said, "Don't increase the stakes. I don't have the Peach of Immortality, but I can bet the Dragon Saliva Brew with you. I didn't want to play in the first place. I just wanted to accompany you. Since you want to play in this way, then let's play in this way." As soon as Qin Xiao finished speaking, Yao Shiwilian took out the Peach of Immortality she had just received and said, "It's okay. Let's also bet on the Peach of Immortality. This Peach of Immortality is my bet. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, it's on me too. Okay." She said indifferently, "Okay, I don't care. I'm fine with betting a little more. Again, I'm fine with betting a little more." Qin Xiao refused. "No need. Let's leave it at that." "Okay, then let's leave it at that. I've already chosen the person I want to pick. You can also choose one. Once you're done, let's start." He seemed to be a little impatient. This kind of game was relatively new. No one had played it like this before. Qin Xiao and the bet attracted everyone's attention. The master of the Heavenly Court suddenly said, "It seems that the atmosphere is good. Since all of you are willing to play, then I'll increase the stakes." Qin Xiao and both of them are peerless geniuses of our era. They are among the top young talents. They are good seedlings. How about this? I'll take out 10 pots of Dragon Saliva Wine and 10 Peaches of Immortality. Whoever wins in the end will get the Dragon Saliva Wine as a reward. It'll be a little more fun. Crash. The master of the Heavenly Court came to join in the fun. This was definitely a very rare thing. Many people didn't expect it. Moreover, the master of the Heavenly Court was really generous. He took out 10 pots of Dragon Saliva Wine and 10 Peaches of Immortality at once. It really made people envious. If they could win this round, they would win 11 pots of Dragon Saliva Wine and 11 Peaches of Immortality. Such a gamble could be said to be really big, and really crazy. Just thinking about it was enough to make people's blood boil. They were full of endless expectations. The master of the Heavenly Court came to join the fun. Qin Xiao was also very interested. If he could win, the reward would be really big. Such a reward was enough to attract him. It was enough to make Qin Xiao's heart beat faster. Haha, since everyone is so excited and the game is so fresh, then I'll join in the fun. Come, I'll open the bet. Everyone can bet as much as they want. A loud laugh rang out. The person who spoke was Qi Zun of the Ninth Heaven, 8th on the heaven ranking. His ranking was even higher than the Flame Emperor. He was a number 1 person in the 9 Dragons Celestial Palace. With such a person as the banker, there was naturally nothing to worry about. It's rare for the atmosphere to be so good. Chizun of the ninth heaven also came to join in the fun. I'll pour a pot of dragon saliva wine on Qin Zhao's win. I can't use it anyway, so I might as well take it out and play. Forget about the dragon saliva wine. I have a big use for it. I can still play with a peach of immortality. I'll bet a peach of immortality on Qin Zhao's win. You guys are too evil. You're all betting on Qin Xiao. If Qin Xiao really wins, won't Chizun of the ninth heaven vomit blood? What's there to be afraid of? Chizun of the ninth heaven is rich anyway. He can definitely afford to lose. I'll bet on Qin Xiao too. I'll bet a pot of dragon saliva wine. Chizun of the ninth heaven. Are you sure you want to play like this? I think the majority of people are betting on Qin Xiao. If you lose, it'll be enough to make you vomit blood. Chizun of the ninth heaven waved his hand casually. It's fine. I haven't lived for so long in vain. It's rare for me to go crazy. Even if I lose, I'm willing to pay. Come, everyone, bet as much as you want. The higher the risk, the higher the chance of winning. This is relative. Those who bet a lot might not necessarily win in the end. There were many people betting on Qin Xiao. That was because everyone liked Qin Xiao. Therefore, in a completely unknown situation, there were naturally more people betting on Qin Xiao. But it was also true. Only with great risks would there be great rewards. If both sides had the same amount of bets, then there would be no point in being the banker. But speaking of which, Chizun of the ninth heaven was really crazy. It was rare for people to go crazy. Everyone's enthusiasm was completely aroused, and there was a resonance effect. Since everyone was playing, then they should play along. Therefore, everyone's enthusiasm for betting was incomparably high. The atmosphere of the banquet was pushed to a new height. Chapter 850. Qin Xiao, you're the best. TSK, look, you've caused a huge commotion. Even the Lord of the Heavenly Court has joined in. This level of influence was truly unparalleled. The bet between you and the Ho will be an unprecedented one. The Azure Emperor laughed heartily. The Flame Emperor nodded and said, Yes, I've never seen such a lively scene before. Even the Lord of the Heavenly Court has joined in the fun. At least, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Qin Xiao, you and Bai are really influential. Qin Xiao smiled awkwardly. In fact, he didn't expect that his bet with Ming would cause such a huge reaction and push the atmosphere to a new high. What was even more unexpected to Qin Xiao was that the master of the Heavenly Court actually waved his hand and joined in on a grand scale. With the participation of the master of the Heavenly Court, everyone's attention was naturally focused on this side. Qin Xiao, you should choose first. You have to be careful. This is also very important. The Lotus Emperor could not help but remind Qin Xiao. The outcome of this round was too important. Although Qin Xiao was not someone who could not afford to lose, the stakes this time were too big and too tempting. Therefore, Qin Xiao was very tempted and naturally wanted to win this round. More than 100 million God-level youths had participated in the Heavenly Court selection. Now, only 10,000 had been eliminated. The number of people eliminated was still more than 100 million. It was indeed not an easy choice to choose a young man to represent himself from among the 100 million eliminated contestants. Success or failure was determined by many factors. The seed chosen was naturally one of the more important factors. Therefore, Qin Xiao could not afford to be careless in this round. It was actually quite difficult to choose. He had to choose from the list of eliminated youths. Those who had been eliminated were not at the top level and could be said to be more average. It was like digging for gold from a pile of mud. It was way too difficult. It felt like a stroke of luck to be able to find it. Qin Xiao carefully scanned the eliminated God-level youths. According to the Tao of Fate, Qin Xiao could know everyone's growth process clearly. He was familiar with all of their life trajectories. Qin Xiao could judge a person based on various factors and determine his or her potential. It was definitely not an easy task to complete such a shocking reversal and counterattack in a short span of 100 years. Therefore, one's potential was especially important. Furthermore, Qin Shao and Bai had only sent an energy clone to train the seed. Therefore, they could not bestow any treasures or help him or her raise his or her cultivation level. Cultivation techniques, secret arts could be imparted, but it was obviously very difficult. Firstly, time was too short. What could be done in 100 years? Secondly, his or her cultivation level was too low. There was no way to achieve success in 100 years with a slightly weaker cultivation method. Therefore, Qin Shao weighed several factors in his heart. The first was potential. The second was perseverance. In fact, potential included several aspects. Of course, it was more complicated. Qin Shao seriously and carefully analyzed each and every one of them. Very quickly, he checked all the eliminated youths once, and in the first step, he filtered out over 20 people to be selected as candidates. Now, he needed to choose the best candidate from these 20 or so people. Qin Shao had never been an indecisive person. He had always done things cleanly and neatly. Therefore, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He quickly made a decision and chose a youth. After both sides had made their choices, they each sent out a doppelganger. Xinhuang Island was a management department set up by Heavenly Court Island. It was in charge of the 1,000 territories in Heavenly Court Island's Su district. The location of Heavenly Court Island's sect was very mysterious. Apart from the people of Heavenly Court Island, no one else knew where it was. Xinhuang Island was not mysterious at all. Everyone in the world knew about it. The Heavenly Court Island selection, held once every 100 million years, was also held here. Although Xinhuang Island was called an island, it was very large. It was a huge city floating in the void of the universe. Many Heavenly Court troops were stationed here, responsible for maintaining the stability and peace of Heavenly Court Island's territory. It possessed unparalleled divine power. It was also a sacred place in everyone's heart. It was sacred and inviolable. In a courtyard of the Pleasant Arrival Inn, a young man was sitting there with a sorrowful expression. He was in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking about. His gaze was cold and resolute, but also somewhat sharp and resolute. His expression was a little stiff and a little cold. He sat there, clenching his fists tightly. He did not move for a long time. He did not even blink. The youth's name was Han Zheng. He was born of humble origins on an ordinary planet. Han Zheng's life experience was somewhat similar to Shi Jian's and Qin Zhao's. He was more or less a combination of Qin Shao and Shi Jian. Han Zheng had basically gone through everything that the two of them had gone through. Therefore, his temperament had long been honed to be very firm and sharp. He did not think that he was some peerless genius. Therefore, he had put in 10 times, 100 times more effort than others. He had poured in endless blood and sweat to get to where he was today. He was the only one who could understand the bitterness of this. He had fought with the hot blood in his heart to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly, time and time again, to reach the level of strength he had today. Maybe it's because my strength is still too weak, or maybe it's because my talent is sloppy and ordinary. There's always someone better. There's always someone better. There's always someone better. I was just a frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. The geniuses of the God realm are really too good. I'm so ordinary. It's not a big deal if I vanish from the masses. But Han Zheng shook his head. He was unwilling. He was very unwilling. He had worked so hard for so long. It was not easy for him to wait for this opportunity. He wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect that the cruelty of reality would give him a resounding slap in the face. I'm so useless. I'm so useless. I might as well die. Han Zheng laughed self-deprecatingly, shook his head hard, and closed his eyes with a pained expression. He had failed. He had worked so hard and waited for so long. In the end, he still won this kind of answer. If he missed this opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate and soar to the sky, it would be almost impossible for him to have another chance in the future. However, this opportunity could only be grasped by those who had the strength to do so. Han Zheng had a lot of worries in his heart. There were many relatives and friends waiting for his return. They were waiting for his glorious return. But he was going to disappoint them. For a moment, Han Jing could not face the people in the clan. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is until you look at the sky. No matter how brilliant I was in the past, no matter how sharp I was, it was all useless. It's still strength that speaks. Strength is everything. Han Jing's face was filled with pain. The muscles on his face seemed to be twisting. He appeared to be in great pain. The pain of the heart was more than 10 times more terrifying than the pain of the body. But I'm unwilling. I'm unwilling to end like this. I'm unwilling to accept that I haven't achieved a single goal in my heart. Furthermore, they're all too far away. For my father, for my clansmen, for my fellow clansmen who are waiting for my glory, I really can't fall like this. When I left home, I said that I would obtain a certain ranking in return. I wanted my name, Han Jing, to become the pride of my clan. I wanted everyone in the God realm to know that I, Han Jing, am Han Jing. But all of this was clearly a joke. A huge joke. I'm truly laughable. I'm truly ignorant. The pain on Han Jing's face was very painful to look at. Such sorrow was the easiest way to knock someone down. If it were someone else, their mind would have likely collapsed long ago. At this moment, Han Jing's mind was also on the verge of collapse. It was on the verge of collapse again and again, only to be forcibly pulled back by Han Jing time and time again. His heart was incomparably firm. He still didn't admit defeat, didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged, and didn't retreat in the slightest. The closer he got to this point, the more resolute he became. He knew that he had to do this. So what if I can't pass the selection? So what if I'm eliminated? So what if I'm looked down upon by others? For the time being, I'm too ashamed to face my father, my friends, and my clansmen. But this doesn't mean that I have no chance to grow at all. Passing the selection only means that I have a slightly higher chance of growing. Since I didn't pass the selection, I can only continue on my old path. I'm seriously lacking in all aspects. It's fine if I can't win against those people, but I can't admit defeat. I have to turn this into motivation and then explode out again and again. I'm from such a lowly background. I'm extremely lacking in cultivation resources. Even during the most difficult times of my life, I wasn't defeated. Do they still want to defeat me now? No. Even if I don't enter Heavenly Court Island, I can still rely on my own efforts to raise my strength and reach a very high level. I've been like this all this time. I should continue on this path and keep going. Yes, that's it. After figuring everything out, the sadness on Han Jing's face was swept away without a trace. Qin Xiao, who had been secretly observing, also revealed a gratified expression. It seemed that he hadn't misjudged Han Jing. Han Jing's performance had satisfied Qin Xiao somewhat. To be able to think through all this in the face of such a huge setback and not be affected by it was also a very rare thing. Han Jing was also the seed that Qin Xiao had chosen. Qin Xiao was standing there now. He could see Han Jing, but Han Jing couldn't see him. Just as Qin Xiao was about to appear, a servant who looked like a waiter kicked the door open with explosive force without even knocking. That waiter acted as if someone owed him millions of divine stones. His face was gloomy and somewhat unsightly. His attitude was rather haughty, and he didn't look like a servant at all. He'd practically flipped over and become the master, and treated himself as such. Chapter 851. Han Jing recognized this person. He was a waiter at the Yulai gas station who had been in charge of serving him. Previously, the waiter had been extremely respectful to him, nodding his head and bowing his back, vividly displaying the spirit of a lackey. But now that he had been eliminated, the waiter's face had a 180-degree change in an instant. In fact, this was normal. After all, those who could participate in the Heavenly Court selection were all geniuses recommended by various places. They all had a certain amount of potential. They all had the potential to soar into the sky. Once they passed the selection, they would soar into the sky. Therefore, every time the Heavenly Court selection was held, All the inns on Xianhuang Island would open their doors to the participating geniuses and try their best to rope them in. They would entertain them with the best conditions, all free of charge. The purpose of this was naturally to produce geniuses who passed the selection. Then, such small favors would be worth it. This was a little bit of a game. They were all giving these geniuses small favors when they were still very weak and had no status. Such a big favor would be extremely huge in return. However, there were some things in the world that were very fickle. Once one failed to be chosen, they would immediately receive another kind of treatment. And this reality was vividly portrayed by the waiter in front of him. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his expression was as unpleasant as it could be when he looked at Han Jing. Such treatment naturally made Han Jing very uncomfortable, but he knew that he had failed, so it was normal for others to look down on him. It was just that being looked down on by a waiter was really unpleasant. "Why are you still living here?" the waiter asked directly as he came up, acting like an old man. Han Jing frowned deeply, but he still said, "I'll move out right away." "Not right away." Right now, right away, understand?" The waiter didn't give Han Jing any chance at all. He put his hands on his waist and raised his voice by a few octaves. The look of disdain on his face was extremely aggressive. "I say, why are you so shameless? You have no self-awareness at all. You have no strength and no talent. Why did you participate in the Heavenly Court selection? You simply don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? The moment I saw you, I knew that you wouldn't be able to pass the selection. Just as I expected, mud will always be mud. No matter how hard you try, you won't become strong. All these years, I've let you freeload at RULI Inn and serve us well for so long. It really feels like I've eaten shit. I'll put up with you for a long time. Get the hell out of here, or I'll get someone to beat you up." This wasn't what the waiter had said in the past. Before this, the waiter had been fawning over Han Jing every day. He had been fawning over Han Jing in all sorts of ways, flattering him and saying all sorts of good things about him. But now, Han Jing smiled bitterly in his heart when he saw that face. He didn't want to get angry with a waiter. Anyway, he didn't have anything to pack, so he just left. Seeing that Han Jing had given in, the waiter revealed a smug smile on his face. But at this moment, a voice rang out. "How many godstones do you live here for a year?" "Who?" Hearing this sudden voice, the waiter was startled. Since when was there another person? Han Jing was also startled. Since when did he not know that there was someone here? After the two of them scanned the surroundings, their gazes landed on a figure. The person who had arrived was none other than Qin Shao. In fact, Qin Shao had been here all this time, but the two of them couldn't see him. "When did you show up?" The waiter looked at Qin Shao with some vigilance, but he didn't sense any powerful aura from Qin Shao. This meant that the person in front of him shouldn't be an expert. Thinking of this, the waiter felt a little relieved. Qin Shao said casually, "You just arrived. How many godstones do you live here for a year?" "Godstones?" The waiter immediately sneered. "You must be an outsider. You don't know the market price. Our ULI Inn is one of the largest inns on Xianhuang Island. This courtyard is in the sky class, so it's very expensive. Godstones can't afford to live here for a year. It costs 1 divine crystal a year. Do you know? 1 divine crystal a year?" Qin Shao frowned slightly. A divine crystal was equivalent to 100 million divine stones. Such a price could not be considered low. One had to know that the wealth of an ordinary 4th-step celestial god was less than 100 million godstones, but 1 year of living here would cost 100 million godstones. In other words, an ordinary 4th-step celestial god couldn't afford to live here for a year. But for Qin Shao, it was nothing. Qin Shao casually threw 100 divine crystals into the waiter's hand and said, "Then stay here for 100 years. The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the divine crystals in his hand. Someone who could take out 100 divine crystals so casually was definitely not a nobody. The waiter naturally didn't dare to offend such a person. He immediately smiled flatteringly, nodded and bowed, and said, Good. Please come in. If there's anything you need, just let me know." The waiter's expression immediately changed. He glared at Han Jing and scolded. "Why haven't you left yet? What are you still doing here? Scram, Scram, scram. Hurry up. As he spoke, the waiter impatiently chased Han Jing away, as if he was chasing a chick. Wait, who told you to chase him away? Qin Shao shouted coldly, his face darkening slightly. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the waiter stopped what he was doing and looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled expression. Han Jing also looked at Qin Shao in confusion. What was the meaning of this? Qin Shao said to the waiter with a cold face, "This is my friend, so of course he's staying here. I'm paying for him. What? Can't you stay in the Yueli Inn with divine crystals?" Boom! The waiter felt a sudden clap of thunder explode in his chest. However, he was also a person who spoke according to the situation. His attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. No. That's not what this humble one meant. This humble one didn't know that young Master Han was young Master Han's friend. My apologies for offending you earlier. I hope that young Master Han will be magnanimous and not lower himself to this humble one's level. Look at my stinky mouth. I deserve to be beaten. As he spoke, the waiter slapped his own ears. He was still as arrogant as before. At this moment, he was a complete henchman. Qin Shao was too lazy to argue with this kind of person. He waved his hand to the waiter and said, "You can leave. If there's nothing important, don't bother us. Understand?" Understood. The waiter immediately nodded and bowed, then quickly retreated. After sending the waiter away, Han Jing said gratefully, "Senior, thank you for helping me out. I really don't know how to repay such a great kindness. However, I've already been eliminated. There's no point in staying here. Leaving is the best choice for me. It's just that I've caused you to spend 100 divine crystals for nothing. I really feel bad about it. I'm afraid I won't be able to repay such a great kindness." Qin Shao walked to a stone table in the courtyard and sat down. With a wave of his hand, some wine appeared on the table. Han Jing frowned slightly, not quite understanding the senior's intentions. However, he still walked over and sat opposite Qin Shao. "Have you ever thought about passing the selection and becoming a disciple of the Heavenly Court Island? Do you want to stand out and become an expert?" Qin Shao poured himself a cup of wine and smiled faintly. Han Jing's heart burst. How could he not have thought about this? He had come here with this belief right from the start. He wanted to pass the Heavenly Court selection and join the Heavenly Court Island. He wanted to leap over the Dragon Gate and ascend to a high position. Once he joined the Heavenly Court Island, his fate would change completely. Everything he wanted would come true. However, all of this was just a fantasy to him. Now, this fantasy had been shattered. As a result, when Qin Shao mentioned this again, Han Jing felt extremely bitter inside. He shook his head helplessly and said awkwardly, "To be honest, Senior, I'm not very talented. I really don't have much potential to improve. I've already been eliminated, and I only made it to the 3rd round. I've really embarrassed myself in front of Senior. My path has already come to an end. No matter how many fantasies I have, they all cease to exist." However, Qin Shao chuckled softly and shook his head. "No, your path hasn't come to an end. Your battle hasn't ended. There's still hope." "What?" Han Jing was stunned, as if he had been electrocuted. He stood up in shock and stared blankly at Qin Shao. He said in confusion, "Senior, forgive me for not understanding what you mean. I've already been eliminated. I don't even have the right to participate. Why isn't it over yet? I don't know where the hope you speak of comes from." Qin Shao didn't answer immediately. Instead, he drank a cup of wine and said slowly, "If I give you a chance to resurrect and participate in the selection, do you think you'll have a chance to win first place in the selection battle?" "What? A chance to resurrect and participate in the selection battle? What was that?" He'd never heard of it. First place in the selection battle? How is that possible? He'd been eliminated in the 3rd round. There were millions of gods who were stronger than him in this selection battle. How could he win first place? The difference was simply too great. It was something that was completely impossible. Han Jing didn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Therefore, Han Jing looked at Qin Shao strangely. He didn't understand the meaning of Qin Zhao's words at all. Qin Shao also knew that Han Jing would find it hard to believe him. He said, "You'll know soon enough." "Know soon enough? Han Jing was still confused. What was the meaning of this? Where did this senior come from? Boom! A supreme divine power suddenly descended. A towering figure descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. It was a majestic old man with an incomparably sharp aura. When he saw who it was, Han Jing immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, mighty one." It was obvious that a mighty one had descended. This mighty one was the one who had presided over the selection battle for the heavenly court, so Han Jing naturally recognized him. Chapter 852. An almighty being would actually descend? Recalling the senior's words just now, Han Jing was no fool. How could he not know that the senior in front of him had a great background? In the heavenly court selection, apart from having the chance to be accepted by the heavenly court, there were actually some rumors circulating that some almighty beings might directly choose one to become their personal disciple. Of course, such a chance was very slim. Moreover, only the truly top geniuses might be chosen by the almighty beings. How could someone like him, who was eliminated in the third round of the selection, be chosen by the almighty beings? Therefore, while Han Jing was in fear and trepidation, he was also puzzled. The almighty being who descended bowed to Qin Shao without saying much. Qin Shao had already secretly told the almighty not to reveal his identity. The almighty being looked at Han Jing with a slight smile on his face. The originally dignified him actually had a somewhat friendly expression. "Han Jing, hurry up and get up. In view of your previous performance, I've decided to resurrect you and continue to participate in the next round of the selection. However, there's only one chance. If you're still eliminated, then there's no other way." Hearing the almighty being's words, Han Jing's body trembled violently. His mind was shaken, and he couldn't even believe his ears. It was actually true. He'd clearly been eliminated, but he actually had a chance to participate in the selection again. He'd never heard of such a thing. He was originally in despair, but now he was given hope again. New hope. How could he not be happy? After the almighty being finished speaking, he waved his hand and a token flew into Han Jing's hand. "Han Jing, the next round of the selection is 3 years later. You only have 3 years to prepare. 3 years later, you'll be on time to participate in the selection. This is your only chance. If you miss it, you won't have another one. So you must seize it well." After that, the almighty being bowed to Qin Shao and left directly. Only Han Jing, who was still in a daze, was left behind. This kind of thing was simply like a dream. Ever since he was born, he had never felt that his luck was good. All along, his path had not been smooth. There had been many trials and tribulations, but he had never stepped on any big dog shit. But this time, God seemed to be playing a joke on him. He actually gave him such a big surprise and dropped such a big piece of pie for him to eat. Thank you, Almighty. Han Jing will definitely do his best and grasp this opportunity well. It wasn't until the almighty being was far away that Han Jing came back to his senses. He respectfully bowed in the direction that the almighty being left with a resolute look on his face. Only a chance that was lost and regained would make people cherish it more. Originally, Han Jing had a sense of unwillingness in his bones. He wanted to fight, but he no longer had the chance. Now that the opportunity had come again, he had to do it again. Although he knew that with his strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to fight. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the conviction in his heart still supported him, and he did not retreat at all. He was fearless. He was only looking for a glimmer of hope. For this glimmer of hope, even if he had to die, he would not hesitate at all. "Senior." Han Jing looked at Qin Shao and immediately knelt down. However, an invisible force held him up, preventing him from kneeling. Han Jing looked at Qin Shao, waiting for Qin Shao to speak. "You don't need to know who I am for the time being. It was indeed me who resurrected you, so that you can participate in the selection again. However, I'll only give you one chance. If you're still eliminated, then you will not have another chance. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. You can guess what it is, but that is not important. What is important is that you only have 3 years to prepare. What I want to do is to let you realize the dream in your heart. That is enough. Han Zheng's heart trembled. He had already guessed it in his heart. He had also heard some rumors. There would be many Almighties paying attention to the heavenly court selection. If he was lucky, there was indeed possible that he would be chosen by an Almighty. Therefore, this time, he must have hit the jackpot and caught the eye of an Almighty. However, Han Zheng was also very puzzled. He did not have any talent or potential at all. How could he be chosen by an Almighty? It sounded very fake, but it really happened to him. Han Zheng really did not know whether to laugh or cry. Moreover, the Almighty Senior in front of him had no intention of accepting him as a disciple. He probably still wanted to test him. If he performed well in the heavenly court selection, then he would probably consider him. Qin Shao also saw through Han Zheng's thoughts and continued, "Your talent and potential are indeed relatively ordinary. It is very ordinary and even a little lost to the masses. However, that is not important. These are not what I am interested in. These conditions are very important, but they are not the most crucial factor that determines a person's success or failure. Your temperament, your perseverance, and the belief in your heart are the cornerstones that determine your results. These things are actually more important. It's just that many people have neglected them. Of course, if you want to become stronger purely by relying on these, there are also some opportunities in it. It is not absolute and varies from person to person. If you can grasp it, you will succeed. If you can't grasp it, then you will still be lost to the masses." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Han Zheng also had a thoughtful look on his face. These were the key. Could it be that he had always neglected these key things? There are too many factors that determine a person's success. Talent, potential, temperament, perseverance, belief are all factors. So are luck and opportunities. You are lacking in these aspects. However, some things can be changed. Therefore, when these changes come, it depends on whether you can grasp them. If you can, then you will still have a chance. If you can't grasp it, then your path of cultivation in this life will become narrow. The smoother you go on a path, the wider and brighter it will be. The more you go on a path that is not smooth, the narrower it will be, and finally, it will become a dead end. Han Zheng fell into deep thought. He really had not considered these problems. After thinking about it carefully, it did seem to make sense. "Han Zheng, are you willing to try again?" Qin Shao asked with a serious expression. Han Zheng nodded solemnly without any hesitation. "Yes, Han Zheng is willing. I am willing to die. Since you are willing to give Han Zheng this opportunity, Han Zheng will definitely not let you down." "Thank you very much, Senior." Qin Shao waved his hand. He did not like to hear such words. "Ha ha, young Master Han." A burst of laughter suddenly rang out. A pot-bellied man in golden clothes walked over, and behind him was the waiter from before. However, at this time, the waiter lowered his head submissively, without a trace of arrogance. Han Zheng knew the man in golden robes. He was the shopkeeper of the Pleasant Arrival Inn. It was said that he was an extremely powerful fourth-step sky celestial. Han Zheng had only seen such a big shot once on the first day he had stayed at the Pleasant Arrival Inn. He had not been very polite before and had let the servants do the work. However, the shopkeeper had actually walked over with a smile on his face, as if they were old friends. Han Zheng was unable to react to such a sudden turn of events. "What? Don't you recognize me, Brother Han?" The shopkeeper smiled and looked at Han Zheng. He actually called Han Zheng brother. This change in address was enough to show that the shopkeeper now regarded Han Zheng as a big shot. How could Han Zheng not know that this change must have been caused by the arrival of the Almighty earlier? The shopkeeper had received the news immediately, which was why there was such a change. However, Han Zheng was also a little puzzled. The Almighty Senior was clearly standing in front of him, but the shopkeeper acted as if he did not see him. What was going on? "Brother Han." The shopkeeper shouted again when he saw that Han Zheng did not reply. Han Zheng came back to his senses and looked at the shopkeeper. He cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, shopkeeper. Of course we know each other." "Ha ha." The shopkeeper smiled and patted Han Zheng's shoulder. "Don't be so distant. If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother and I'll call you Little Brother." During this period of time, I've been a little busy with many things in the inn, so I haven't been able to take care of Brother Han. I hope you don't mind. I've also neglected to discipline my subordinates. That's why I allowed my subordinates to offend you, Brother Han. I've already taught him a lesson just now. Now, I've dragged him over to apologize to you. Brother Han, how do you want to punish him? Just say the word, and I'll definitely get it done for you. The shopkeeper's enthusiasm was entirely due to the arrival of the Almighty earlier. Such a huge change really made Qin Shao sigh with emotion. How could Han Jing not know that the shopkeeper was as cunning as a 1,000-year-old fox? He was just saying these words because he felt that Han Jing's identity was not ordinary, since the Almighty had personally come to look for him. That was why he came to curry favor with him. Han Jing had never liked these kinds of things, so he didn't know how to respond. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he saw that Han Jing still didn't say anything. He kicked the waiter's body, causing the waiter to kneel down in front of Han Jing. He repeatedly kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Young Master Han, this lowly one has eyes but failed to see. This lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I deserve to die. I offended young Master Han like that just now. My crime is unforgivable. I hope young Master Han can punish me. Han Jing was silent for a moment, but he still waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Get up. I don't blame you." It was obviously impossible to completely let go of this matter. Han Jing naturally felt a lot of displeasure in his heart. However, Han Jing didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble for himself, so he still held the mentality that it was better to avoid trouble. Brother Han, you're too kind. Don't worry about anything. Punish him however you want. I'll definitely get justice for you. The shopkeeper patted his chest and said again. However, Han Jing still shook his head and said, "Shopkeeper, let's forget about this matter. All right, I want to rest. If there's nothing else, please leave." Han Jing's stubbornness made the shopkeeper smile dryly, but he still said, all right. Brother Han, cultivate well. I'll order someone to send some wine over. I hope Brother Han won't refuse. Consider it a small token of my appreciation." After saying that, the shopkeeper left with the waiter. Chapter 853. After sending off the innkeeper and the waiter, Han Jing's face was filled with a strange expression. He was also sighing with emotion. Times had truly changed. He hadn't expected that his fate would completely change when a mighty figure came to find him. Even the innkeeper of the pleasant arrival and had personally come to curry favor with him. And all of this had been brought about by the senior in front of him. "Senior," Han Jing opened his mouth to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. Qin Shao waved his hand. "No need to say anything. This is our fate, and also your fortune. As for why I chose you, it's not because I want to take you as my disciple, but because I want to do something against the heavens. In the next 100 years, I will continue to teach you. I don't have any strict requirements for you. I'm willing to teach you because I like your character, but that's all. As for how much you can gain, that's all up to you. Once you're eliminated, I will leave." Qin Shao hadn't told Han Jing to fight for first place because Qin Shao didn't want to put too much pressure on Han Jing. That might lead to an appropriate outcome. However, Qin Shao felt that Han Jing's personality was similar to his own. They both had the desire to fight for first place. "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I am eternally grateful. I will definitely cultivate diligently. I won't dare to disappoint Senior. However, Han Jing's aptitude is lacking. I'm afraid I'll disappoint Senior." Han Jing hurriedly said gratefully. However, Qin Shao waved his hand in an unconcerned manner and said, "That's fine. Everything will depend on your luck. How much you achieve is your own business. It's actually nothing to me. I only wanted to teach you on the spur of the moment and give you a chance. If you don't treasure this opportunity, that's also your own business. If you can treasure this opportunity, then I'll be somewhat comforted." Han Jing clenched his fists, his heart filled with determination. He swore to himself, vowing fiercely, now that he had this opportunity, he must make good use of it. Perhaps this would be a turning point in his life. He had to give it his all. Heavenly Court Island Banquet Hall. Qin Shao and Bai had only sent out an energy clone, so it didn't affect them much. They could still eat delicious food, drink fine wine, and chat with others. Qin Shao and Bai's bet had affected everyone in the banquet hall. Everyone stopped playing and focused their attention on the bet between Qin Shao and Bai. This bet shouldn't have been so influential, but because the master of the heavenly court and crimson venerable of the ninth heaven, half of the banquet hall. In this way, their influence would naturally be great. Of course, this bet would last for 100 years. However, 100 years was just the blink of an eye for a mighty figure. It was normal for the heavenly court's banquet to last for 1,000 years. In his spare time, he also came up with some new ways to play. The heavenly court banquet was just for fun. Qin Shao, do you really think it's possible to nurture an ordinary fourth-step divine spirit to the point where he can take first place in a short 100 years without using some external means? The Lotus Emperor frowned and couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao shook his head. To be honest, I don't have a shred of confidence. I can only say that I'll do my best. How do you know that it's not possible if you don't try? Actually, I'm willing to believe in anything. I'm willing to believe that anything is possible. As long as you're willing to do it, it's possible. The key is whether you're willing to do it well. The Lotus Emperor shook his head. If you can borrow some external forces, it's indeed possible. But in a situation where one's realm can't be increased and one can't rely on external forces, and there's only 100 years, it's too big of a leap to raise a fourth-step divine spirit who's ranked a few million away to the first level. It's really hard to imagine such a leap. Based on the current situation, the strength of those who won the championship is definitely not ordinary. They are definitely rare geniuses. Both of them are comparable to ordinary fourth-step heavenly gods. They can fight across an entire realm. In fact, two of them have already mastered some of the lost arts. The other one has already mastered a supreme-grade great path. With just these three, it's almost impossible to surpass them. 100 years is far too short, and your restrictions are far too many. Therefore, I'm afraid you'll all lose this round. Indeed, the bet between Qin Shao and Ji, he was full of uncertainty. The condition of their bet was to fight for first place. Only the winner would be counted as the winner. In other words, if neither of them won first place, then neither of them would be counted as the winner. Moreover, the probability of this happening was obviously higher. Didn't Ninth Heaven Chi Zun start the bet because of this? If the result was like this, then he'd kill them all. Therefore, on the surface, Ninth Heaven Chi Zun seemed to be very generous, but in reality, Ninth Heaven Chi Zun was really a 1,000-year-old fox. He was actually so shrewd. Qin Shao nodded and couldn't deny the situation. Yes, the situation is indeed so. I know this too, but there's no other way. Ji took the initiative to provoke me, so I had to accept it. Since Ji dares to bet, what reason do I have not to? Right now, I'm also thinking that the best result is that we all lose. In that case, everyone will be happy. But I feel that since Ji dares to play like this, on one hand, he's crazy, but I'm afraid he also has some confidence. Therefore, I'm afraid this matter won't be as simple as we think. Perhaps I really can't be careless. No matter what, I have to give it a try. This is also a test for me. Speaking of which, in terms of teaching disciples, I'm really lacking. I don't have much experience. Although I've taken in 2 disciples, I've always been a shopkeeper who doesn't do anything. I haven't fulfilled my responsibility as a master at all. Just right, I can also use this opportunity to give it a try. Maybe my ability to teach disciples isn't so bad. The Qing Emperor also shook his head helplessly and said, "Yes, there's really no other way. Since others have provoked us, we can only accept the challenge." But Qin Shao, have you thought of a corresponding plan? Where do you want to start? Where should I start? Qin Shao was silent for a while before he said, "I can't say for now. It depends on the potential of the young man I choose. If his talent and comprehension are good, then I'll try to let him see if he can master a supreme-grade great Tao. As for absolute arts, I'll also impart one to him. It'll depend on whether he has the ability. For now, I don't know which aspect he'll be stronger in, so I won't make any further plans for the time being. Now, I want to have a comprehensive understanding of him. I'll let him try in all aspects and see which aspect has greater potential." The Qing emperor nodded and said, "Yes, that's true. However, if you want that young man to take first place, I'm afraid it won't be enough to master a supreme-grade great Tao and cultivate an absolute art. I'm afraid he'll have to master a supreme-grade great Tao and cultivate an absolute art at the same time. Only then will he have a chance to take first place, right?" Qin Shao had no choice but to answer this question seriously. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Yes, that's true. In just 100 years, he'll be considered a genius if he can make a breakthrough in one aspect. It's really too difficult to make a breakthrough in two aspects. Even I don't dare to say that I'm absolutely sure I can do it. It's impossible to get an ordinary fourth-step divine spirit to make him do this. Difficult, too difficult, too difficult. Indeed, just thinking about it makes me feel that it is completely impossible. 100 years will pass in the blink of an eye. The way I see it, you guys have gone overboard this time." The Azure Emperor shook his head. It was indeed difficult. Qin Shao also felt that it was a little too crazy. He also felt that the possibility of success was infinitely close to zero. However, Qin Shao had a bad premonition in his heart. He felt that there might really be an unexpected change in this matter. There might be an unexpected outcome. Therefore, Qin Shao really did not dare to be too careless. No matter what, he would do his best to do it well. On the other side, in the courtyard of the Yueli Inn on the mysterious Yellow Island. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing him, Qin Shao directly sealed the entire courtyard so that outsiders could not enter at all. Even the search of divine senses was completely isolated. In the courtyard, Qin Shao began to teach Han Zheng cultivation. Han Zheng was indeed very hardworking, and his mind was firm and strong enough. Moreover, after experiencing a failure, his potential had been completely stimulated. Qin Shao tried to guide him to cultivate the all-creation Tao. Qin Shao clearly explained the all-creation Tao to Han Zheng, but unfortunately, Han Zheng's talent and comprehension were still lacking. Although he worked very hard, his comprehension was still lacking. Therefore, there was no way for him to fully comprehend it in a short period of time. Based on this trend, it was obviously not very possible for him to grasp the all-creation Tao in 100 years. This teaching lasted for a year. Although Han Zheng had improved a lot in all aspects and his strength had improved a lot, there was still no way for him to make any progress in the all-creation Tao. There was no way for him to touch the threshold of the all-creation Tao. In addition to guiding Han Zheng to comprehend the all-creation Tao, Qin Shao was also very targeted to improve Han Zheng in all aspects. If his talent was not enough, he could make up for it with hard work. The energy that Han Zheng had cultivated really made Qin Shao see some of his own shadow in Han Zheng. It was this energy that supported Han Zheng, allowing him to improve rapidly. Chapter 854. It was too difficult to improve Han Zheng's supreme grade Tao. It was almost impossible. Of course, if Qin Shao was given time, then Qin Shao was confident that he could cultivate Han Zheng. But obviously, the thing that Qin Shao could not afford now was time. He only had 100 years, a short 100 years. 100 years was not a long time, even for a mortal who had experienced many hardships. For a god, it was extremely short. It could be said that it was just time to rest after a battle. Since the path of a supreme grade Tao was not feasible, Qin Shao naturally would not hang himself on this tree. He immediately tried to learn the absolute art. Qin Zhao's Mountains and Rivers sword scripture was too famous, so Qin Shao did not intend to teach it to Han Zheng. Moreover, it was too difficult to learn the Mountains and Rivers sword scripture, absolute art. Han Zheng was not good at the long sword Tao, so the Mountains and Rivers sword scripture was not suitable for Han Zheng. After thinking about it, only the Avalon of 5 elements absolute art was the most suitable. The Avalon of 5 elements absolute art was the first absolute art that Qin Shao obtained. It was considered the most ordinary kind of absolute art, so it was not difficult to learn it. Moreover, Han Jing happened to be good at the 5 elements. He had the innate conditions, so it was somewhat coincidental. However, what made Qin Shao somewhat helpless was that Han Jing's ability to comprehend the absolute art was relatively weak. In a year, even with Qin Zhao's guidance, he still hadn't reached the threshold. He hadn't even touched the threshold, let alone truly comprehending it. Logically speaking, with Qin Zhao's careful guidance and dissecting every detail of the absolute art in front of Han Jing could clearly understand the essence of the Avalon of 5 elements absolute art. But even so, it was still too difficult for Han Jing to accomplish. Of course, the most important thing was the problem of time. The time was too short and rushed. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was indeed impossible for Han Jing to reach the threshold. After all, there was only a year left before the competition. Time was extremely tight. Han Jing had an ashamed look on his face as he said to Qin Shao, "Senior, Han Jing is truly foolish to the extreme. Senior has taught me so carefully, but Han Jing is still unable to break through. I've really let down Senior's nurturing. I'm afraid some things can't be forced." Although Han Jing has a firm belief, his talent is still a bit lacking. Although he said so, Han Jing's eyes were still incomparably resolute, without the slightest hesitation. This showed that the conviction in his heart was still incomparably firm. If his belief wavered even a little bit, then he would not be able to go far on the road of cultivation. Qin Shao would not teach him anymore. He would just admit defeat. But from Han Jing's eyes, Qin Shao saw some hope. "I'm not in a hurry. So why are you in a hurry? Man decides what he does, but God decides what he does. Your progress in the past 2 years is already very fast. You should have sensed that whether it's your methods, your ways, your battle sense, or your overall strength, they're all much, much more powerful than before. I estimate that your current strength has at least doubled compared to 2 years ago. To have such an improvement in just 2 years can be considered very good." Qin Shao said casually. To be honest, doubling one's strength in 2 years was indeed a very monstrous thing. However, this was almost negligible to Qin Shao. So what if his strength had doubled? With this little bit of strength, not to mention competing for first place, even competing for the next round would be very dangerous. There was still 1 year left before the next round of competition. Judging from his current strength, the possibility of being eliminated again was probably as high as more than 80%. No, I can't go on like this. If this continues, then I can't see the slightest bit of hope. For the time being, I can't cultivate a supreme great path, and I can't cultivate an absolute art for the time being. What method should I use? What else can I take out to try? Qin Shao also began to ponder in his heart. One idea after another emerged, but they were quickly eliminated by Qin Shao. Heart force? That obviously wouldn't work. Heart force cultivation was something that only a very, very small number of people could take that step. Heart force cultivation didn't have any specific techniques, and it was very difficult to teach by example. Most of the time, it was up to the cultivator to grasp it personally. Just like how Qin Shao had managed to cultivate heart force, it had been a complete accident. Speaking of which, Han Jing did indeed have the potential to cultivate heart force. He might even be able to embark on the path of heart force. It was just that the amount of time he had was indeed a bit too short. If Han Jing wanted to cultivate heart force in such a short period of time, he'd have to run into some sort of heaven-defying luck. Deliberately cultivating it was obviously not going to accomplish anything. However, heart force was also one of the things that Qin Shao had to teach as a substitute. If there really wasn't a better way, then he could only give it a try and treat a dead horse like a living one. The true meaning of strength was even more out of the question. Setting aside the fact that it was far too difficult to even begin with, it wasn't any less difficult than beginning with heart force. Moreover, the true meaning of strength cultivation system was something that his master, Red Dust Guest, had taught him. Even Qin Shao hadn't taught it to Shi Jian. Without Red Dust Guest's permission, He absolutely wouldn't teach the true meaning of strength to anyone else. Illusions. After eliminating all the possibilities, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly stirred, and an idea popped up in his mind. Yes, it was Ji Shu. Qin Zhao's illusions were now at the 7th level. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Qin Zhao's illusions could now look down on the universe with disdain. There was absolutely no one who could compare to him. Moreover, with the illusion technique 9 chapters, Qin Zhao's understanding of illusions was unparalleled and very profound. Qin Zhao could also clearly analyze the process of going from shallow to deep. He could teach Han Jing in the most direct way. If it still didn't work, then Qin Zhao wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But speaking of which, it was also very, very difficult to get started with illusions. It was even more difficult than top-grade Dao and absolute arts. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Zhao had no choice but to give it a try. Zheng'er, it's your mother, wake up. The faint voice sounded as if it came from the stars far away. Han Jing felt his head was very heavy, and very painful, as if it was about to explode. He tried hard to open his eyelids, but it felt as if his eyelids were 1,000 pounds heavy. There was no way to open them. My Zheng'er, don't scare your mother. Another voice came into Han Jing's ears. This was the voice of a woman, and it was filled with deep love. This was his mother's voice. Mother. Han Jing hysterically erupted with a powerful force, bombarding his eyelids with force, forcing his heavy eyelids open. Some of the light shot into Han Jing's eyes, causing him to feel a sharp pain in his eyes. After the piercing pain, the scene in front of him gradually became clear. What entered Han Jing's eyes was a noblewoman. The noblewoman's face was filled with love and worry. This face was so familiar. It was a face that haunted Han Jing's dreams. Mother, Zheng'er missed you so much. Han Jing jumped off the bed and hugged the noblewoman tightly, like a spoiled child. P.S. Sorry, I had something to do today, so I updated late. Now there are 41 fresh flowers. Savage Shang said that he would update when he reached 38 fresh flowers. He really couldn't update today. Tomorrow, Savage Shang will try his best to update 38 fresh flowers. At the same time, he shouted, 41 fresh flowers are here. Is 58 fresh flowers still far away? Chapter 855. Silly child, don't you see me every day? Was it because of the injury this time? Zheng'er, let me have a good look at you. The lady looked at Han Jing with a doting look. Han Jing shook his head. He didn't feel any discomfort. Han Jing looked around. It was a familiar scene. Everything was familiar to him. But these things were too familiar. They were so familiar that they seemed to be engraved in his memory. However, Han Jing kept feeling that something was wrong. It was indeed wrong. Wasn't his family destroyed long ago? Didn't his mother die in that battle? No. Han Jing shook his head hard. Thinking about this, he began to have a splitting headache. Zheng'er, what's wrong? Don't scare me. The lady saw Han Jing's painful expression and was so scared that her face turned pale. Han Jing looked at his mother. He looked at the face that haunted his dreams. He felt the motherly love that he had lost for many years. This warm feeling made Han Jing's nose sour. He felt like crying. Mother, am I dreaming? Han Jing said with a sob. He didn't know how many times he had dreamed of his mother. He dreamed of the past, but these scenes had always only appeared in his dreams. But today's dream was too real. It was so real that Han Jing couldn't tell if it was real or not. The lady touched Han Jing's head with her hand and asked worriedly, Zheng'er, what's wrong with you? What nonsense are you talking about? How is this a dream? Aren't you awake? Mother is standing in front of you. As she said that, she looked at Han Jing's head and said with a strange look, What's going on? Could it be that your brain was hurt last time? But that's not right. Zheng is a god. How could his mind and soul be hurt so easily? It's not a dream. Han Jing looked around again and felt it with his heart. It really didn't seem to be a dream. Everything was so real and so clear. There was no feeling of a dream. Logically speaking, Gods wouldn't dream at all unless they deliberately did it. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't happen. Creak. At this moment, the door was pushed open and a tall figure walked in. The middle-aged man's appearance was somewhat similar to Han Zheng's. When a man who came and saw Han Zheng, his gloomy face immediately brightened up, revealing a few smiles. Zheng, you've finally woken up. You scared your mother to death. You don't know this, but your mother has been watching over you by your bedside for the past few days. She wouldn't leave your side at all. The man was none other than Han Zheng's father, Han Tianfang. Looking at his father, who didn't look so haggard and was full of vigor, Han Zheng's heart was once again shocked. He was speechless for a moment as he stared blankly at his father. He remembered his father's figure from a long time ago. Everything here, mother, father. No, this should be something that happened 10,000 years ago. How could this be? Han Zheng tried his best to recall, and only then did he manage to recall some of it. Those memories actually became incomparably blurry, as if they had appeared in a dream. He remembered that he was participating in the selection of Heavenly Court Island. He should be on Xianwang Island right now. He should be receiving guidance from a powerful senior. However, everything in front of him wasn't like that. Why were these memories so blurry? They were so blurry that they didn't seem real at all. They were so blurry that they seemed to have appeared in a dream. What was going on? Han Tianfang walked over and patted Han Zheng's shoulder gently. He asked with a loving expression, Zheng, what's wrong with you? Don't you even recognize your father? You were too impatient this time. You've only just broken through to become a god, yet you dared to enter that place to train. You really didn't want to live anymore. Fortunately, you were lucky this time and were saved by someone. Otherwise, you would have already died there. I know that you've always worked very hard on your cultivation. You've always given your all. You want to stand out. You want to become strong. You want to change the fate of my Han clan. You want to become the pride of my Han clan. You want to become the glory of my Han clan. You want to save my Han clan from the abyss of suffering. However, you can't rush things when it comes to cultivation. If you're too impatient, you might be hurt even more deeply. Han Zheng looked at his father and listened to his words. The memories in his mind gradually became clearer. Some time ago, he secretly went to a dangerous place to train. Unfortunately, he soon encountered great danger and fell into a difficult situation. When he was about to die, an elder of his family happened to pass by and saved his life. Otherwise, he would have died in that dangerous place long ago. His memories became clearer and clearer. The memories in the depths of his mind became more and more blurry. He even began to forget them. This made Han Zheng very confused. He couldn't help but think to himself, am I really dreaming? I didn't participate in the Heavenly Court selection at all. No powerful elder took a fancy to me and wanted to teach me. He began to doubt that memory. The memories in front of him began to take over his consciousness. Han Zheng slowly began to believe and accept them. Gradually, he seemed to have completely awakened. He looked at his parents and asked, Father, Mother, how long have I been unconscious this time? Seeing that Han Zheng had finally returned to normal, the noblewoman and Han Tianfang let out a sigh of relief. A weight had been lifted from their hearts. The noblewoman said, Zheng, you were unconscious for 10 years this time. Your injuries were too severe. Your consciousness was damaged, your mind was shaken, and your soul was on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, your father went all over the place and shamelessly brought back some spiritual medicine for you. That was how you were able to slowly recover and preserve your life. 10 years, Han Zheng's eyes reddened. He fell to his knees with a plop. Father, Mother, I'm unfilial. I've caused you to worry and suffer. I won't be so stubborn in the future. I'll definitely listen to you. Silly child. The noblewoman immediately helped Han Zheng up. Her face was full of love as she said, Why are you so silly? It doesn't matter if father and mother suffer a little. It's fine as long as you're fine. All right, husband, let's not talk about Zheng. Zheng, I narrowly escaped death this time and went through such a great ordeal. I'm sure he'll learn his lesson in the future. Come. I prepared some food and wine. It's been a while since we've sat down and had a good drink together as a family. Han Tianfeng waved his hand. The noblewoman nodded and pulled Han Jing to the table. Yes, yes, yes. There will always be times when you make mistakes in life. It's not terrible to make mistakes. It's fine as long as you can correct them. The family of three sat at the table, drinking wine and eating delicious food. It was the joy of a family reunion. Han Jing felt that he hadn't felt such a warm and wonderful feeling in a very, very long time. He didn't know what was going on, but he kept feeling that something wasn't right. Something was wrong. No, deep in his heart, there was still a power calling out to Han Jing, causing him to feel a bit confused. This is all fake. If it's not a dream, then it's an illusion. It seems that I've fallen into an illusion. I'm clearly on Xianwang Island, and I'm clearly being taught by that senior. Han Jing stood up abruptly. His gaze became incomparably firm, sharp, clear, and penetrating. He firmly believed that everything in front of him was an illusion and that he had fallen into an illusion. His heart was firm, and his heart was as clear as a mirror, as calm as still water. His powerful mental strength broke through everything and saw through the essence of the illusion. His mental strength turned into an invisible sword and directly cut the illusion apart. Everything shattered, and the entire illusory world began to crumble. Han Jing abruptly opened his eyes and regained his vision. He was still in the cultivation room, and that senior was still sitting in front of him. Everything returned to normal. Han Jing, on the other hand, looked very calm. After experiencing this illusion, his temperament had improved a lot. A slight smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face as he nodded slightly and said, Not bad. It seems that you don't have enough talent and comprehension in great Tao and lost arts, but you're good in illusion. This is the so-called the East is quiet, the West is bright. I've been searching for 2 years and finally found a suitable path for you. The fact that you were able to see through the illusion so quickly and break it with your mental power shows that you have great potential in illusions. If you can cultivate to the 3rd level of illusion, then you still have a glimmer of hope. Of course, just the 3rd level of illusion is definitely not enough. If he wanted to fight for the 1st place, he would need to at least reach the 4th level of illusion. Of course, this was only in terms of illusion. If he could reach the 3rd level of illusion and make a breakthrough in other means, then it would be more difficult to fight for the 1st place. For example, if he could make a breakthrough in Great Tao and Lost Arts, then combined with illusion, it would be extremely powerful. If he wanted to get the 1st place, he would have to go to such a stage. However, it was simply too difficult to reach such a level. For the time being, Qin Zhao didn't think too much about it. He would first teach Han Jing about illusion and see how much potential he had in illusion. In order to teach Han Jing about illusion, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate to use the Illusion 9 chapters. He directly used the essence of illusion to teach him. Only in this way could Han Jing's illusion improve by leaps and bounds in a short time. The 1st and 2nd levels of illusion were nothing. If he reached the 2nd level of illusion, he could basically deal with 4th-step divine spirits. If Han Jing participated in the competition again, he would encounter experts. Facing these experts, he would need to reach the 2nd level of illusion to have an overwhelming advantage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough at all. As long as he reached the entry level of illusion, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the 2nd level of illusion. The most important thing was whether he could reach the entry level. Chapter 856, Xianwang Island, God Level, Genius Selection Area. The 8th round of selections had begun. After 7 rounds of selections, only slightly more than 300,000 contestants were left. The previous selections were all based on an elimination system. However, there was a chance to revive and compete. At the very beginning, everyone had a chance to resurrect and participate in the competition. If they were eliminated at the very beginning, then they would have used up their chance to resurrect and participate in the competition. In other words, they would be completely eliminated and would not have another chance. Take Han Jing, for example. He had only made it to the third round and used up all his chances to revive and compete. Naturally, he was completely eliminated. On this basis, every 4 rounds, there would be an additional chance to revive and compete. This arrangement was to prevent people from being too unlucky and to make it as fair as possible. Of course, fairness was relative. It was not absolute. It was impossible for everything to be perfect. More than 300,000 people were fighting for the last 100 outer sect disciple spots of Heavenly Court Island. However, for many contestants, what they desired more was to be chosen by an almighty and be directly taken in as a personal disciple. If they could have such luck, they would soar to the heavens. Moreover, the almighties who took in disciples on Heavenly Court Island were all top almighties in the universe. Being taken in as a disciple by one of these almighties was no less beneficial than being directly taken in as an official disciple on Heavenly Court Island. It was precisely because of this that the Heavenly Court selection, which was only held once every 100 million years, was so sought after by countless geniuses. Even geniuses from other dominions would come to participate. After each round, there would be a few years of rest. The 8th round of the competition was about to begin. More than 300,000 geniuses who had made it to the 8th round of the competition arrived at the selection area early in the morning with an extremely high fighting spirit, waiting for the next round of battles to begin. Those who could make it to the 8th round and fight their way here were obviously geniuses who could look down on their peers. These geniuses were all in high spirits. Most of them stood alone at one side, waiting for their battle to arrive. Some of them even sat cross-legged at one side, closing their eyes to rest. There were even some who took advantage of this waiting time to begin their training. They were extremely hardworking. There were also some who sat in groups of 2s and 3s, chatting and laughing. However, in the crowd, there were a few people who were being praised like the moon by Lone Star. There were 3 candidates for the championship. Where they stood, no one else dared to step within a radius of 1,000 feet. They sat there calmly, but they were imposing without being angry. The aura of a young king spread out. These 3 people were the publicly recognized candidates for the championship. First place would definitely be born among the 3 of them. Their brilliance far surpassed that of the others. If he could get into the top 3 of the selection, he would have a high chance of being taken in as a disciple by a powerful being. If he was lucky enough, it would be a great thing. Han Zheng walked into the selection area with firm steps. This was the 3rd time he had walked into the selection area. He did not expect that after being eliminated, he would have the chance to revive and participate in the competition. This time, he had come prepared, and he walked over with some confidence. Han Zheng's appearance quickly attracted the attention of others. Although there were many contestants participating in the competition, as a deity, they naturally had the most basic ability to remember everything they saw. Therefore, they would remember clearly who was eliminated and who was not. Wasn't this guy eliminated in the 3rd round? Why is he still here? What's going on? How is he qualified to enter the selection area? Yeah, I remember very clearly too. I even defeated him once. He was clearly eliminated. Why would he dare to enter the selection area? He doesn't have a token. How'd he get in? Could it be that this kid has some connections? But the Heavenly Court selection is not a place to rely on connections, right? Strength is real. Without strength, it's useless no matter how many chances you are given. Yeah, what's going on? Why haven't I heard of a situation where someone can revive after jumping a few rounds? Didn't his chance to revive was used in the 3rd round? Everyone was also talking about it and started a heated discussion. Hearing these heated voices, Han Zheng's face remained calm and did not pay much attention to these words. This opportunity was his luck. It was useless for him to say anything now. It was also pale and powerless. The best way to prove himself was to use his strength to speak. As long as he had enough strength to prove himself, everyone would naturally shut up. If he did not have strength, he could not do anything about it no matter what others said about him. Everything depended on strength. Hey, there's another one. Wasn't that one also eliminated in the 3rd round? Yeah, what's going on today? Why are there 2 people who were eliminated in the 3rd round revive in the 8th round, and continued to participate in the competition, then wouldn't the rules of the selection be useless? Han Zheng's gaze also looked over and landed on a young man in a fiery red robe. He recognized this young man. Although they had not fought before, he remembered that the other party was eliminated in the third round like him. Now, just like him, he was revived in the 8th round to participate in the competition. The young man in the fiery red robe looked at Han Zheng with a fiery and sharp gaze with a strong sense of aggression. From afar, Han Zheng felt a strong sense of hostility. The other party was actually so hostile towards him. Han Zheng did not have any dealings with this young man in the fiery red robe. There was no enmity between them. Why was the other party so hostile towards him? Han Zheng could not help but frown slightly. Thinking about it carefully, this matter seemed to be filled with many strange situations. Was this just a coincidence? No, it could not be just a coincidence. The young man in the fiery red robe was also eliminated in the third round like him. He was also chosen by an almighty to be secretly trained and then revived to participate in the competition. The young man in the fiery red robe was very hostile towards him, as if they had an irreconcilable hatred. Such a situation, combined with the doubts in Han Zheng's heart, a bold idea emerged in Han Zheng's mind. Could it be that the Almighty Senior and another Almighty Senior are making a bet? 2 of the people who were eliminated in the third round will be chosen, and then they will be revived to compete? Han Zheng had almost guessed it, but there were some details that Han Zheng could not guess. However, Han Zheng had already guessed the general meaning. If this was the case, then everything could be explained. Everything had a reasonable explanation. However, Han Zheng did not feel like he was a chess piece. No matter what, he was still very grateful to the senior who gave him the opportunity to be revived to participate in the competition, taught him, and allowed him to cultivate the illusion technique. Compared to before he was eliminated, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Such a huge improvement indeed made Han Zheng extremely grateful to Qin Shao. This made Han Zheng's fighting spirit even stronger. He clenched his fists and secretly made up his mind. No matter what, he could not let the senior down. He could not let the senior down. Even if he was a chess piece, he had to play the role of a chess piece well. No matter what, this was also a huge opportunity for him. If he could grasp this opportunity, then his life would obviously change, and his fate would change as a result. Hey boy, why did you come to participate in the competition again? A soft voice exploded in Han Zheng's head like a clap of thunder. This voice was obviously directed at Han Zheng. Han Zheng's thoughts retracted and fell on the teenager in front of him. The teenager in front of him had an unruly look on his face. At a glance, one could tell that he was an arrogant person. He looked at Han Zheng's expression and was very unhappy. Those wolf-like and tiger-like eyes were also extremely aggressive, making people feel very uncomfortable. That domineering tone was more like a provocation. Han Zheng remembered the person in front of him and knew that he was a character with a lot of experience. If it was the Han Zheng of the past, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand one hand of this person. However, the Han Zheng now was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. He had a whole new level of respect and had completely transformed. Why can't I participate in the competition? Although he was unhappy, Han Zheng did not flare up. Instead, he calmly said. The teenager sneered, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Humph. A weakling who was eliminated in the third round actually dares to be so thick-skinned to resurrect and participate in the competition? I don't care what kind of connections you used. I don't care how you got the right to resurrect and participate in the competition. I just want to tell you that trash like you really doesn't deserve to be here. If you participate in the competition, it will only be a big joke. Any one of us here can easily crush you with one hand. Don't you think you are ridiculous? Ridiculous? Han Zheng resisted the urge to flare up. There was no need to do so now. Everything still depended on strength. He would be able to prove himself very soon. Therefore, there was no need to cause trouble now. Han Jing waved the competition token in his hand and said, "There's a powerhouse who wants me to resurrect and participate in the competition. Do you have a problem with that?" It was considered a counterattack. Seeing the competition token in Han Jing's hand and hearing Han Jing's sarcastic retort, the teenager was even more furious. He glared at Han Jing fiercely and even took a few steps forward. The sharpness of his whole body was fully displayed. It turned into a terrifying sword aura that surged towards Han Jing. However, Han Jing did not show any signs of weakness. He still stood there without moving. He was as steady as Mount Tai. He was not frightened by the teenager's powerful aura. His expression did not change, but his voice became colder as he said, "What? Do you want to make a move now? If you're not afraid of being punished, then go ahead. I did not provoke you. Why are you bullying me? Humph. Using the rules to suppress me? I think you were just a coward. Why would I bully you? I just don't like you. I just think you're easy to bully. What? Can I? Do you have a problem with that? If you're not convinced, then you can come and bite me." The teenager snorted coldly. He still had a savage look on his face. He did not put Han Jing in his eyes at all. There were many people who were so unruly. Han Jing was too lazy to speak. He used silence in place of a reply. Chapter 857. Three figures stood in a space above the nine heavens. Rong Chuan smiled as he looked at the two people beside him. One of them was Qin Shao, the #1 genius of this universe era, who had created countless miracles and broken numerous records. The other one was Qi, the reincarnator who had become famous during the Heavenly Court banquet. Rong Chuan knew about the bet between the two of them. Therefore, he was also accompanying Qin Shao at this moment. This caused him to be quite surprised in his heart. There was no chance of success in such a way, right? However, these two geniuses dared to play like this. He really did not know what they were thinking. At least, Rong Chuan could not understand it. "Guys, let's sit down and drink some wine. Won't it be fun to watch while drinking?" Rong Chuan said with a smile. As the person in charge of the God-level selection this time, he was in charge of everything here. However, he still felt inferior in front of Qin Shao and Qi, therefore, he naturally did not dare to neglect the two of them and entertain them well. Qi's expression was cold as he glanced at Rong Chuan. Just one look was enough to frighten almighty Rong Chuan. He felt a chill run down his spine. What a terrifying gaze. Rong Chuan was also an almighty who had been through a lot, but he knew that in front of these two people, he was probably nothing. Although the two of them were both fourth-step heavenly gods, with their strength, killing him would be as easy as flipping a hand. Seeing Rong Chuan's awkward expression, Qin Shao smiled at him and said, "Almighty Rong Chuan, there's no need to drink. Let's just watch here and join the fun. You don't have to accompany us. If there's anything, you can do it yourself." Okay, let's watch then." Only then did Rong Chuan's ugly expression improve a little, which made his evaluation of Qin Shao rise a little. They were both exceptional geniuses, but the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. The competition finally began. The rules were free to draw lots. Everyone was free to draw lots to determine their opponents. In this way, everyone would be treated equally, and it would appear to be more fair. Of course, bad luck did exist, but there was no way to avoid it. Han Jing and the red-clothed youth, Hong Ling, both drew their own opponents. Fortunately, the two of them didn't draw a duel. Otherwise, their duel would have been brought forward. There were more than 300,000 contestants. If they were to fight one-on-one, they would have to advance more than 100,000 rounds. Although the selection area was incomparably huge, it was impossible for hundreds of thousands of battles to progress at the same time. Every time, there would be 100 battles going on at the same time. The order was also random, but it didn't have much effect and couldn't change anything. After drawing the lot, Han Jing directly walked to the side. In any case, he wasn't very welcome. Although 3 years was a very short period of time, Han Jing had made tremendous progress in all aspects under the careful guidance of Qin Shao. His entire person had undergone a huge transformation. Although Han Jing was still not satisfied with his current strength, he was still not satisfied. He wasn't dissatisfied with his own opinion, but with Qin Zhao's opinion. He felt that he was still far from meeting Qin Zhao's expectations. The growth and improvement in these 3 years made Han Jing feel that it was much greater than all his previous achievements combined. It wasn't his turn to fight yet. He sat there quietly, watching the battles in the competition area and feeling the strength of the others. As long as he wasn't so unlucky as to meet someone with a higher strength, Han Jing was somewhat confident that he could win the next round. If he was eliminated in the first round, Han Jing would be too ashamed to face anyone. Therefore, his conviction was incomparably firm. He had to win. He had to win. High in the sky, Qin Xiao and Zhu stood side by side. Their gazes fell on the selection area below. There was a hint of sharpness in their indifference. I have already reincarnated 9 times. This is my last life. If I can't become a sovereign in this life, then I will never be a sovereign, Zhu suddenly said. Qin Zhao's brows twitched slightly. He looked at Zhu in confusion and said, 9 lives? Could it be that your reincarnation tribe also has a limit of 9 lives? There was a limit of 9 eras in the universe. Therefore, Qin Xiao was naturally surprised to hear Zhu say that their reincarnation tribe also had a limit of 9 lives. Zhu nodded slightly and said, yes, 9 lives is the limit. Our reincarnation tribe can at most reincarnate 9 lives. Once the 9th life arrives, we will die. I was a mighty figure in my previous 8 lives. In my previous life, my strength was enough to compare with Nian's. But so what if I was powerful? If I couldn't take that step, then it would be a pipe dream. Everything would be for naught. If I couldn't break through to the sovereign realm, then so what if I was a mighty figure? The difference in levels is like a natural chasm, an insurmountable mountain. I have experienced 9 lives only to seek a higher level of cultivation. Therefore, I would rather give up one life after another. My pursuit is very persistent. If I can't achieve it, then I would rather give up this life. I have reincarnated 9 lives only for the goal in my heart. Just by listening to Zhu's words, Qin Xiao could feel his unparalleled persistence. Zhu had been a mighty figure in each of his 9 lives, but he had given up time and time again. In his previous life, his strength was comparable to Nian's, but he had still chosen to give up. It seemed that Zhu's pursuit of the sovereign realm was unshakable by any power. Such persistence was also one of the conditions for success. Speaking of which, Qin Xiao was also a very persistent person. However, Qin Xiao couldn't have easily achieved Zhu's crazy level of persistence. 9 lives of reincarnation had created Zhu, who could be his strongest opponent. Qin Xiao couldn't help but admire such a person. Even if you want to break through to the sovereign realm, you don't have to reincarnate time and time again, do you? The lifespan of a mighty figure is infinite. You can definitely pursue it. Qin Xiao frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Zhu shook his head and said, in theory, yes. However, I know my own situation very well. I can clearly feel that I have reached my limit. If I continue to cultivate diligently, I'm afraid that I won't be able to break through to the sovereign realm even when this era is on the verge of destruction. Therefore, my only path is reincarnation. Every reincarnation is a huge improvement for me. Qin Xiao pursed his lips and said, well, if that's the case, then I can only give you my blessings. Zhu fell silent again. However, after a while, he said, Qin Xiao, I actually quite admire you. I only have such strength after 9 lives of reincarnation. But you, on the other hand, have only lived for 1 lifetime. You have only lived for 200,000 years. Moreover, you came from a lowly background and were born in an extremely ordinary family. You walked out of a barren origin world and were able to walk step by step until now. This is indeed very admirable. Everyone says that you are the #1 genius of our universe era. I didn't accept you in the past, but now I have to. Even if I can compete with you, it's only because of my age. My 9 lives of reincarnation is a huge advantage that you can't overcome. However, you can still suppress me. Chapter 858. Qin Shao was a little surprised when he heard Zhao's sincere words, which made him change his opinion of Zhao. From the looks of it, Qi's nature was not as brash as he had shown himself to be. Speaking of which, Zhao was a person who was obsessed with cultivation. His strong belief was unmatched by others. In his last life, he had stood at the height of competing with the number one on the heaven list, but he still gave up and let himself enter the samsara. After experiencing the last fight of 9 lives, his obsession was enough to show. The more obsessed a person was, the more likely he was to succeed. Obsession was a mysterious force. It was a force that pushed people forward. Although it was good that the samsara carried the memory of the previous life, it was not necessarily better than the previous life. It was just that there was a great possibility that the samsara would be more powerful than the previous life, but some things were unpredictable. It could even be said that there were cases where they died in the cycle of reincarnation. If they could ensure that each reincarnation was stronger than the previous one, then the people of the samsara tribe would be able to pursue their own supreme Tao through 9 reincarnations. Samsara was the supreme ability that God gave to the samsara clan, but at the same time, there were some restrictions in it. The more samsara, the greater the possibility of failure. Basically, all the samsara clan members would succeed in the first samsara. Then, the probability of failure would gradually increase. By the 9th samsara, the probability of failure will be more than 99%. The probability of success was only 1 in 10,000. Therefore, the more samsara clan members dared to enter the samsara. However, Zhao had achieved 9 lives of samsara, which was really admirable. Zhao did not speak anymore, and Qin Shao did not say anything either. However, Qin Zhao's hostility to Zhao had obviously lessened a lot. Maybe it was because of his character, or maybe Zhao wanted to use this opportunity to make his name known in the universe and across the 8 wastelands. The battles in the selection area were also carried out like fire and tea. The victors were happy, and the losers applied for the opportunity to be resurrected to participate in the competition. In theory, everyone who could advance to the 8th round had 3 chances to be resurrected to participate in the competition, unless they had already used a chance to be resurrected to participate in the competition. Therefore, winning a battle did not mean that they would advance to the next round. The losers would still have to draw opponents. After waiting for 3 months, it was finally Han Zheng's turn to fight. Coincidentally, Hong Ling and Han Zheng fought together, but they each had their own opponents. Hong Ling's character was similar to Zhao's. There was a sense of arrogance in his bones, which made people very uncomfortable. Hong Ling's and Han Zheng's battle platforms were right next to each other. Hong Ling's gaze wasn't on his opponent, but on Han Zheng instead. It was as if Han Zheng was his opponent for this battle. He directly ignored his opponent. I don't care what method you use to resurrect yourself and participate in the competition, but when it comes to me, it will be your nightmare. Your path to the selection will never be interrupted. I won't give you any more chances. Kid, come and die. With that, the young man attacked. The might of the great Tao gushed out from his giant axe. It was like a collapsing snow mountain, surging with a torrential force. Clearly, the young man was furious. He did not want to give Hong Ling any chance to fight back. He wanted to take Hong Ling down with a single move. This young man's strength was quite impressive. He was probably not afraid of a second-step heavenly god. His attack was domineering. His giant axe had the power to split the sky and earth. This was clearly the might of the heaven-splitting way. His heaven-splitting way had already been cultivated to the 4th level. The 4th level of a high-grade great Tao was naturally powerful. Under his heaven-splitting axe, the divine might was vast and mighty. The brilliance shocked the universe and shook the sky. The 8 Desolates' force also surged, causing the entire fighting ring to tremble. Countless sharp lights attacked like a violent storm, causing the entire space to shatter into pieces. It was on the verge of collapse. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, the young man with the giant axe, had a playful look on his face. He spat out 2 words. Die. Hong Ling's arrogant face curled into a cold, evil smile. He looked like a devil. When the young man with the giant axe arrived in front of Hong Ling's snow-white, delicate hand gently reached into the void and made a grasping motion. His hand only made a slight grasping motion, but the entire battle arena froze in an instant. Everything seemed to be fixed in place. The young man with the giant axe was still in the air. All his movements had stopped. The surging divine might of the giant axe was also still. Such a scene was very strange to watch. Many of the onlookers below the battle arena were also shocked. Han Jing and Hong Ling were both eliminated in the 3rd round. They should be considered weak. Even if they were resurrected to participate in the next round, they would definitely be eliminated again. How could they win the next round? The people here were all people who had made it to the 8th round with their own strength. There was a gap of 5 rounds between the 3rd round and the 8th round. How could they win the next round? How could they advance? However, the ability Hong Ling displayed at this moment was truly heaven-defying and shocking. It caused many people to be flabbergasted, and their faces were filled with disbelief. What's going on? The young man with the giant axe, who had been full of confidence, was now horrified. He tried hard to move his body, but he realized that he could not move at all. He was completely confined. This feeling was really unbearable. The wild smile on Hong Ling's face became even wider. He looked at the young man with the giant axe with a pitiful expression. Did you just call me trash? Did you just say that you would kill me? Where did you get the confidence to say such big words? With your little strength, you dare to be so arrogant in front of me? In my eyes, you are worse than trash. Do you know that? The young man with the giant axe almost vomited blood. However, he understood that the Hong Ling in front of him was no longer the Hong Ling who had been eliminated in the 3rd round. However, what he found hard to accept was that how long had it been? How could his strength have grown to such a level? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Just thinking about it made him feel that it was impossible. Hong Ling did not say much to the young man with the giant axe. He just gently clenched his fist, and an invisible force sent the young man flying out of the battle arena. He rolled on the ground in a sorry state and vomited blood. Being thrown out of the battle arena meant that he had lost. With just one move, he was thrown out of the battle arena. One could imagine how big the difference in strength was between the two of them. The young man with the giant axe was covered in dust. At this moment, he could not say a word. He left dejectedly. Where was the pride he had just now? After easily defeating the young man with the giant axe, Hong Ling's face did not change at all. It was as if this matter was not worth mentioning to him. Hong Ling looked at Han Jing again with a strong sense of provocation. Han Jing frowned slightly. He clearly saw how Hong Ling defeated the young man with the giant axe. He also knew that Hong Ling's strength was indeed strong. In his heart, he had already guessed that his real opponent this time was Hong Ling, regardless of whether it was a game between almighties or a bet. Hong Ling was the one who had the upper hand. This was a huge opportunity for him. He had to make good use of this opportunity. In the face of Hong Ling's repeated provocations, Han Jing was still as calm as still water. He was not moved. However, the pressure in his heart naturally increased by a few points. Hong Ling's strength was there for all to see. Han Jing did not have a trace of confidence in his heart that he could compete with Hong Ling. However, Hong Ling's conviction was also incomparably strong. Whether it was for himself or for his senior, he must become strong. Otherwise, how could he live up to his senior's teachings? Boy, have you seen enough? Do you still want to fight? If you don't want to fight, just admit defeat. That will save me the trouble of fighting. If you were beaten down the battle arena by me, wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? Han Jing's opponent was a burly man. He had a rough aura. His face was fierce and full of killing intent. At a glance, one could tell that he was not a kind person. In his hand, he held a weapon in the shape of a full moon scimitar. Many bloodstains could be clearly seen on his weapon. Obviously, he deliberately left those blood stains on the weapon. Han Jing collected his thoughts, and his gaze fell on the burly young man in front of him. With a calm face, he clasped his fist and said, "Please, I have been waiting for you to say this." After the burly young man roared, he charged towards Han Jing like a giant beast that had been trapped for hundreds of millions of years. With a wild roar, he charged towards Han Jing. The full moon scimitar in his hand flickered with cold light. With a bloody smell, he charged towards Han Jing at an extremely fast speed. The burly young man's means were also very experienced. His blade momentum actually contained at least 2 types of upper-grade Dao Might. Han Jing did not directly use his trump card of illusion. Instead, he drew his sword to meet the attack. Han Jing was best at the 5 elements. Originally, his 5 elements had only been cultivated to the 2nd level. However, under the guidance of Qin Shao, his 5 elements had now been upgraded to the 3rd level. A 3rd level of upper-grade Dao Might was naturally very powerful. Qin Shao had also imparted the Avalon of 5 elements to Han Jing. Although Han Jing had yet to reach the threshold of mastering the art, he had the knowledge of the art. In addition to Qin Zhao's careful guidance over the past 3 years, Han Jing had been given a good cultivation environment. Naturally, Han Jing's growth had been very great. Of course, in addition to the Avalon of 5 elements secret technique, Qin Shao also selected some powerful secret techniques for Han Jing to practice. They were relatively easy to get started with, and they were all tailor-made for Han Jing. Qin Zhao's spoils of war were numerous. Among these spoils, there were some ordinary Dao arts, secret techniques, and the like. There were also a lot of them. Any of them would be enough for Han Jing to practice. Even without the use of illusion, Han Jing's strength had increased dozens of times compared to before. Chapter 859. In the end, there were no surprises. Han Jing successfully won this battle. In the end, Han Jing was not forced to use illusions. Although it took some twists and turns, he finally won. Of course, compared to Hong Ling's tyrannical technique, Han Jingfa did seem much weaker. This made Hong Ling look at Han Jingfa with disdain. It was as if he did not take Han Jing, this opponent, seriously at all. Han Jing and Hong Ling's strong performance made the selection area a little lively. What's going on with these 2 people? Who knows what's going on? I heard some rumors. I thought it was a joke before, but now it seems that it's really possible. It said that 2 Almighties played a bet. They each chose one of the people who were eliminated in the 3rd round to revive and participate in the competition. Then, they let them compete. Yes, I also heard from the people of ULI and that Almighty Rong Chuan personally came to ULI in to revive Han Jing to participate in the competition. Then, if that's the case, it's really very likely. Other than this possibility, I don't think I can think of any other possibility, right? These 2 people are really lucky to be chosen by the Almighties. It's like a pie falling from the sky. Sigh, why doesn't such a good thing fall on our heads? What's there to be envious of? We made it to the 8th round with our own strength. We're more glorious than them, right? No matter how glorious they are, they're just chess pieces of the Almighties. Cough. Actually, I'm also willing to be such a chess piece. Maybe if I perform well, the Almighties will be happy and directly take me in as a personal disciple. That would be a huge gain. Don't think about such a good thing. If the Almighties want to take in disciples, they can only choose from the top 10. Besides, very few Almighties will take in disciples. As far as I know, the last time an Almighty took in a disciple was 10 billion years ago, right? Everyone chimed in one after another, and the sound of discussion became heated. Some people envied Han Jing and Hong Ling. Of course, there were also many people who looked at them with contempt. Hong Ling walked toward Han Jing. When he saw Hong Ling, Han Jing couldn't help but frown. Hong Ling quickly stood in front of Han Jing. The arrogance on his face had deepened, and there was a hint of playfulness in his laughter. He said, "I really don't think you're qualified to be my opponent. To be honest, I didn't treat you as an opponent from the start. My opponents will only be Yinglong, Zhang Tong, and Qian Yu. Only the 3 of them are worthy of being my opponents." Han Jing's frown deepened. Of course, he knew Yinglong, Zhang Tong, and Qian Yu. They were the three people who were recognized as the most likely to win the championship. They were the three strongest people, and no one could compete with them. From the very beginning, everyone had concluded that the top three spots would definitely be taken by the three of them. The strength of these three people was too extraordinary. They were a whole level higher than the others. They were peerless sharpness. At this moment, Hong Ling actually had such a heroic spirit and wanted to compete with these three people. Clearly, Hong Ling's ambition was extremely great. His goal was to obtain first place in this selection. Obtain first place? Han Jing was slightly startled. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Could it be that the bet between the senior and the other almighty was about who would obtain first place in this election between him and Hong Ling? It wasn't a contest between him and Hong Ling. Thinking about it, Han Jing really felt that this possibility was very high. If it was just a contest between the two of them, it seemed a little too simple. There was no need to go through so much trouble, right? There was no need for them to be resurrected to participate in the competition. They could just be pulled together and have a life-and-death contest. Wouldn't that be cleaner? Letting them participate in the competition alive obviously wasn't as simple as just letting the two of them fight. Hearing Hong Ling's words, Han Jing could not help but frown. I advise you to be tactful and withdraw from the competition as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you meet me, I won't show you any mercy, Hong Ling added with a frivolous look on his face. Han Jing said coldly, Hong Ling, don't be complacent too early. There will definitely be a battle between you and me. It's still unknown who's stronger and who's weaker. Are you sure you could defeat me? Humph, defeat you? Perhaps. I don't even need to do anything. You'll be defeated very soon, Hong Ling said with a look of disdain. Han Jing didn't want to dwell on this topic with Hong Ling. Instead, he said coldly, then you don't have to worry about it. Humph, you really don't know what you're talking about. Hong Ling waved his hand and left. After sending Hong Ling off, Han Jing frowned slightly. Compete for first place? Han Jing felt a little bitter in his heart. Competing for first place was no joke. Han Jing knew how strong Ying Long and the other two were. He had also seen the three of them fight. They were indeed incomparably strong. They were only at the fourth step divine realm, but their strength had already reached the fourth step divine realm. With such strength, wanting to defeat them was simply like a fantasy story. It was simply impossible to be realistic. With Han Jing's current strength, he was probably just an ordinary second step divine realm expert at most. Compared to Ying Long and the other two, the difference wasn't just a little bit. It was far too big. This bit of strength of his was really not enough to look at in front of Winged Dragon Trio. If the bet between Senior and another Almighty is to compete for the first place, then I can only brace myself and fight for it. Hong Ling has such a heroic spirit that he wants to fight for the first place. How can I show weakness to him? If he dares to fight, then I also dare to fight. Although my current strength is far from enough, I probably won't encounter Ying Long and the other two for the time being. There's still nearly 100 years left. I can still work hard. In 3 years, my strength can increase by dozens of times. In nearly 100 years, my strength might increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. Senior, you've been very kind to me. You've pulled me back from despair. I can't let you down. I can't let you lose. No matter how difficult it is, I have to fight. I have to fight. Han Jing's belief was extremely firm. He also had a new goal in his heart. He had a high fighting spirit and a fierce drive. The 8th round of battle was indeed very intense. The further it went, the more elites were left. The battle between elites was naturally very exciting. In fact, those who could stay until the 8th round could be said to be peerless geniuses who shone brightly in a star region. They all had great fame and were geniuses who had the potential to become almighties. Under the intense battle situation, Han Jing's luck was not bad. There was only one battle. After it ended, he was not picked by anyone else. Therefore, he easily made it through the 8th round. Hong Ling's luck was slightly worse. He He was picked by another contestant who used the chance of resurrection. However, the outcome of that contestant was the same as the previous young man with a huge axe. He was also sent rolling out of the battle arena by Hong Ling in one move. He was battered and exhausted. Hong Ling was still showing off his ability. He was still as domineering as ever. His sharpness immediately rose. His strength was also seen by everyone. His status naturally rose with the tide. Vaguely, there were already people comparing him with Ing Long and the other two. In fact, it could even be said that the gazes of Ing Long and the other two had also landed on Hong Ling. After sizing him up, it was clear that they could faintly smell a trace of threat from him. Hong Ling's domineering aura did not diminish. After obtaining 2 victories, he actually took the initiative to provoke Ing Long and the other two with his eyes. He was extremely arrogant. However, Hong Ling had the confidence and strength to do such a thing at this time. In the 8th round, more than 100,000 contestants were eliminated. Half of them were left. The 9th round continued. There would be a 10-year break between every 3 rounds. In the 9th round, Han Jing was still fighting steadily. He obtained victory without using illusion techniques. However, Han Jing had 2 battles in the 9th round. The first battle was more difficult. It even made Han Jing want to use illusion techniques. In the end, he forcefully resisted. At the critical moment, Han Jing had an epiphany and a breakthrough in his great Dao and secret techniques. Only then did he turn the tide and reverse the situation. He avoided using illusion techniques prematurely and revealed his trump card. In this battle, the two of them fought for more than 3,000 rounds before the outcome was decided. The second battle was a little easier. He did not spend too much energy in one. Hong Ling's words were as domineering as ever. One move to dominate the world. With only one move, he was always successful. He beat his opponents out of the fighting ring one by one, showing his powerful strength. After the end of the 9th round, there were only 80,000 contestants left. After the 9th round, there was a 10-year break. It was also to allow some injured contestants to use this time to recover their injuries and adjust their strength to the best. This way, it would be fairer. The contestants also returned to their own residences. In Xianwang Island, it was also unusually lively. Many dealers opened their bets. The emergence of the 2 dark horses, Han Jing and Hong Ling, also gave these people a lot of surprises. News of Han Jing and Hong Ling's deeds spread throughout profound Yellow Island, attracting the envy and jealousy of countless people who had been eliminated. Yet, such a good thing would never happen to them. After returning to the courtyard, Han Jing did not stop for a moment and began to practice desperately. He did not ask Qin Shao about his guess. Qin Shao could tell what he was thinking. Since Han Jing did not take the initiative to ask, he did not explain. How should he put it? In fact, Qin Shao did not have the confidence to win this bet. If he could win, that would naturally be for the best. Even if he could not win, it did not matter. He would not deliberately force anything. He chose Han Jing because he was pleased with Han Jing and liked his character. If he did not like him, Qin Shao would not have chosen him. Therefore, Qin Shao was indeed teaching Han Jing attentively. His attentiveness was no less than that of Qin Zhao's to Shi Jian. Therefore, Qin Shao did not want to put too much pressure on Han Jing. Naturally, he was not willing to tell Han Jing these things. He let Han Jing fight for himself. As far as he could go, that was where he could go. If he put too much pressure on Han Jing, he might get what he wanted. This was not what Qin Shao wanted to see. Chapter 860. The 10 years of recuperation also gave Han Jing some time to cultivate. What he needed the most now was time to cultivate. In the 10 years, Qin Shao had taught him carefully. Han Jing did not have any major breakthroughs, but his strength had improved a lot. In terms of illusion, he was still stuck at the 2nd level. Although he was only 1 step away from the 3rd level, there's only a thin barrier between them. However, it was far too difficult to break through this barrier. In terms of the Tao of all creation, perhaps Han Jing's talent and comprehension were limited. Until now, he had not touched the threshold. It was still like a natural chasm that was difficult to cross. In terms of the Avalon of 5 elements, Han Jing was still lacking. But in terms of the Avalon of 5 elements, he had some progress. At least he was not at a loss like he was on the Tao of all creation. The biggest improvement was probably in the Tao of 5 elements. In the 10 years under Qin Zhao's teaching, Han Jing's Tao of 5 elements had reached the 4th level. The breakthrough in the Tao of 5 elements had naturally improved Han Jing's strength. In terms of Tao techniques and secret techniques, there were also 2 that had been cultivated to full maturity. There were no major breakthroughs, but there were many small breakthroughs. But small breakthroughs were difficult to support Han Jing's goal. If he wanted to compete with Ying Long and the other 2, and with Hong Ling, his strength was far from enough. Han Jing was also anxious in his heart, so when he was cultivating, he was often distracted, so the effect was even worse. Qin Shao had not interfered with Han Jing's cultivation. When Qin Shao saw that Han Jing was a little impetuous and anxious, he could not help but frown slightly. This kind of performance should not appear on Han Jing. But Qin Shao also knew that the main reason why Han Jing was like this was because he was afraid of failing to live up to his teachings. After all these years of interaction, Qin Shao also knew that Han Jing was a person who valued relationships and knew how to be grateful. Your heart is a little messed up. On the first day, I told you that the most important thing in cultivation is the heart. If your heart is not firm, if your thoughts are not focused, if your mind is not empty, then your cultivation will be difficult and every step will be blocked. Faith can support everything. Determination was the most important strength. Your talent and comprehension ability can only be considered average. Fortunately, your temperament is not bad. But if you mess up the only good thing about you, then you will be annihilated by the masses. You will become a pile of mud that won't be able to support the wall. If that's the case, you'll really disappoint me, Qin Shao said calmly as she looked at Han Jing. Han Jing's mind was shaken, and his face was full of shame. He lowered his head and said, "Senior, Han Jing is incompetent and has disappointed you." Han Jing's heart was indeed anxious and in a mess. Han Jing is also trying his best to adjust, but it's as if he has a heart demon. He's entangled in his troubles and can't break free. In fact, Han Jing himself felt it too. But no matter how hard he tried, it was as if the shackles were getting tighter and tighter, making it impossible for him to break free. In fact, Han Jing was also in great pain. However, the more it was like this, the more anxious he became, and he fell into a cycle of death. It was as if he had fallen into a cycle of reincarnation, unable to struggle free. Everything has its 2 sides. The more you care about something, the stronger your mental strength will be in that aspect. On the other hand, the deeper you sink, the more dangerous it will be for you to breed a heart demon. Once you're entangled by the heart demon, it will be difficult for you to break free. I know you care a lot about whether or not you will disappoint me. In fact, you are completely overthinking it. Perhaps you have already guessed some things. It is undeniable that I did make a bet with others to let you and that person called Hong Ling fight for first place in this election. However, I will not force you. I chose you because I admire you, because I feel that you are malleable. In fact, I can even say that I see a little shadow of myself in you when I was young. Your talent and comprehension ability are average, but your temperament is stronger than most people. It is absolutely rare. What I value more is your temperament, not your talent and comprehension ability. If your temperament is messed up, then you will lose what I value the most. That will really disappoint me. Even if it is my disciple, I will not force them to have any achievements. How far they can go depends entirely on their own luck. No matter how far you can go, it doesn't matter to me. However, the meaning is very different for you. So, you're only responsible for yourself, not me. If you don't correct this attitude, then you will not be able to see your own path clearly. If you can't walk out of this vortex, then your temperament will be messed up. Your cultivation path can be considered to have come to an end. However, this is not a bad thing for you. On the contrary, it is a good thing. Perhaps, through this ordeal, your temperament will become even more resolute. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It is hard to tell what will happen. Everything still depends on you. Qin Zhao's words rang in Han Zheng's mind over and over again. Han Zheng's mind was shaken. He carefully savored these words and benefited a lot. Some words had indeed touched the bottom of his heart, shaking the depths of his soul. The burden in his heart also lessened a lot at once. He really cared too much and was afraid that he would disappoint the senior. His current strength was still too far away from the level of Ing Long and the others. Moreover, time was limited. There were only a few decades left before the end of the selection. In such a short time, if he wanted to improve to that level, it would be possible only if he had a series of major breakthroughs. However, he had no clue about several major aspects. There was no way for him to make a breakthrough in a short time. When he was anxious, his heart would naturally be messed up. When his heart was messed up and his thoughts were messed up, then he would be completely messed up. The deeper his thoughts, the deeper he would sink, and, in the end, it would be difficult for him to extricate himself. Fortunately, at this time, Qin Zhao's sharp warning gave him a wake-up call. It opened a ray of light in his turbid heart and made him understand a lot of things. Yes, if he went on like this, he would not only let down the senior, but also let down himself. For him, this was probably the only chance in his life to counterattack, the only chance to leap forward. If he lost this opportunity, then he would be obliterated from the masses. He would be an ordinary person for the rest of his life. The path of cultivation would also be cut off. His life would be considered to have come to an end. What was the reason he worked so hard to live and cultivate? It was to be able to stand out, to be able to stand at a high position, to be able to become a person above others, to be able to protect one's family, to let one's relatives and clansmen live a peaceful and stable life, to be able to let his clansmen prosper and develop steadily. He would be worthy of his ancestors and bring glory to his family. However, all of this depended on his thoughts. If his thoughts were wrong and chaotic, then he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Han Zheng closed his eyes. His thoughts suddenly became clear. His mind was as clear as a mirror, as still as an ancient well, and as still as a pool of water. The power of his mind surged out again. With a powerful force, he completely removed all distracting thoughts and mental demons from his mind. His mind became even more resolute. The slight loosening just now was completely repaired at this time. The state of mind was as clear as a mirror. This was the state of profound will. The state of mind had to be as firm as a rock. It had to be invulnerable. It had to be unaffected at all times. The power of his mind guided him to go up and pursue everything. Face one's self, peek into one's heart, seek the root, and be as clear as Tai. At this time, Han Zheng's mind was also enlightened. He had pulled out his chaotic thoughts and returned to his original path. Not only that, but his state of mind had also improved imperceptibly, making his belief stronger. Naturally, this would be of great help to his cultivation. Han Zheng, you have to always remember that your enemy will always be yourself. Others are just stumbling blocks on your path to success. What you have to do is to turn these stumbling blocks into the cornerstones on your path to success. Step on these cornerstones, step by step, and walk to the top. You live for yourself, not for others. Your heart must be firm and your mind must be focused. These are very important. As long as there is a slight gap, others will be able to find the opportunity to destroy you in one fell swoop. Talent and comprehension are innate. It is very difficult to improve in growth. But a person's state of mind is zero from the beginning. The growth of your state of mind completely depends on you. Qin Zhao said again. Han Zheng's eyes became increasingly clear. He understood everything and understood everything. He nodded and said with a serious expression, "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Han Zheng understands now. It was Han Zheng who walked into the wrong path. Han Zheng will not make such a mistake again. Cultivation is something that can be encountered but not sought. If you insist too much, You will only get what you want. One step at a time, this is what I should do. You can have a big goal, but you can't have a big heart. If you deliberately pursue it, I'm afraid that in the end, everything will be in vain. Qin Shao nodded slightly, with a hint of approval on his face. It's good that you can understand. You can understand with a little guidance. I'm also very gratified. Well, there is not much time left. You should continue to cultivate. The most pressing thing for you now is time. If you can understand me, then your progress in the future will definitely be greater. Han Jing nodded and continued to cultivate. He had already recalled Qin Zhao's words more than 10 times. When his mind was focused and his heart was as clear as a mirror, the thoughts in his mind suddenly became incomparably clear. The things that had been troubling him previously also became clear at this time. Han Jing's figure moved, and his whole person disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Qin Zhao's eyes lit up slightly, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Oh, the path of mirage. When Han Jing walked out of the mirage again and returned to reality, a slight smile appeared on his face. I really didn't expect that a thought could give me an epiphany. Senior, you also guided me to cultivate the path of mirage before, but I didn't have any clues. Just now, my thoughts gushed out like a spring, and it gave me an epiphany of the path of mirage. The path of mirage was also a top-grade path. Chapter 861. Lu Fangzi was indeed qualified. Although his strength was indeed inferior to Ying Long, Zhang Tong, and Qian Yu, he had enough confidence. Other than the three of them, he could suppress everyone else. He could look down on the universe. In fact, he even felt that he could firmly suppress Hong Ling. He had no intention of fighting for the top three, but he had always regarded the fourth place as his. No one could take it away from him. Any threat, he would directly kill it. Although Han Jing was not as strong as Hong Ling, Han Jing's current performance was not outstanding. However, Han Jing was also a contestant chosen by an almighty. Such treatment naturally made many people envious. Lu Fangzi was no exception. She couldn't compete for the top three, so she wouldn't be able to gain much from this election. At most, he could get a place as an outer disciple. It was almost impossible for him to be accepted as a personal disciple by an almighty and be accepted by Heavenly Court Island. Therefore, he was naturally very jealous of Han Jing. His jealousy made him want to trample on Han Jing. Facing Lu Fangzi and feeling her powerful and sharp aura, Han Jing's expression was serious. His eyes were cold, and he was on full alert. He did not dare to be careless. With his current strength, he should not be able to defeat such a strong opponent. Encountering such a strong opponent in the first round, he could only sigh helplessly. I'll give you a chance to fight. Don't say that I bullied you. Let me see how well the Almighty has taught you. Lu Fangzi waved her hand, her face full of arrogance. The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes later suffers. Han Jing did not hold back with Lu Fangzi, but directly attacked. Han Jing entered the mirage, and the power of his sword was pushed to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lu Fangzi. The smile on Lu Fangzi's face became wider. She stood there proudly with her hands behind her back. She raised her eyes and said, "Just a small trick. You're only at the second level of the mirage path, and you dare to show off in front of me?" While speaking, Lu Fangzi also made her move. The sharp blade in her hand flashed with a demonic purple light. It was as if a giant lightning bolt had awakened the blue dome of heaven. It also seemed as if a giant devil's tentacles were rushing towards Han Jing to kill him. Even Han Jing, who was walking in the mirage, could not escape the turbulent power. Under this power, he was instantly pushed out. His whole body flew out in a sorry state. In just one exchange, Han Jing had almost been sent flying out of the battle arena. He had almost been killed in an instant. Han Jing's expression became more serious. He knew that Lu Fangzi's strength was strong, but he did not expect himself to be defeated in one exchange. Even if he hadn't used his illusion technique, but even if he did, Han Jing didn't feel that he had the ability to contend against Lu Fangzi. The difference in strength was a big gap. This battle was going to be difficult. But no matter what, Han Jing would not easily admit defeat. No matter how difficult it was, they had to fight to the end. Continue. Han Jing once again rushed towards Lu Fangzi. This time, he used his illusions and brought Lu Fangzi into another world. At the same time, he walked in a mirage path. He used all his means and pushed them to the extreme. This time, Han Jing obviously went all out and did not hold back. Lu Fangzi's expression was slightly sluggish. She fell into Han Jing's illusions. However, this sluggishness did not last long. When Han Jing arrived in front of her, Lu Fangzi's eyes suddenly became clear. The corner of her mouth hooked up into a disdainful smile. Pucci! Han Jing's sword directly penetrated Lu Fangzi's body. Such a scene shocked many people. They secretly thought that Lu Fangzi was going to die under Han Jing's sword. As soon as the sword pierced Lu Fangzi's body, Han Jing felt that something was wrong. There was not much resistance, and his sword easily pierced Lu Fangzi's body. It felt as if he was piercing the air. What's going on? Something is wrong. Han Jing shouted in his heart. He immediately felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. What Han Jing did not see was that behind him, a figure condensed out of the void. Who else could it be but Lu Fangzi? Lu Fangzi made a powerful move, and a terrifying power rushed towards Han Jing's body to kill him. At this time, the body of Lu Fangzi that was pierced by Han Jing's sword turned into nothingness. Obviously, that was not Lu Fangzi's real body. It was just a fake body left behind by Lu Fangzi. However, it was able to confuse everyone. Such a method also made some of the onlookers exclaim in surprise. This is their Changlu Sect Supreme Secret Technique, Thousand Buddha Avatar. TSK. It's really amazing. I've long heard that the Supreme Secret Technique of Thousand Buddha Avatar of Changlu Sect is infinitely close to a lost technique. It seems that it's true. Yes, this Thousand Buddha Avatar is really magical. Even I didn't notice it just now. In a situation where you can't detect it at all, Lu Fangzi can create an avatar and then silently appear in a place where you can't detect it. Then, she will attack you unexpectedly. It's said that if this Thousand Buddha avatar is cultivated to the point of perfection, it can even create 10,000 avatars with a thought. Moreover, even a fourth-step Divine Realm expert would find it difficult to distinguish which avatar is real and which avatar is fake. This secret technique is almost equivalent to a lost technique. I'm afraid it's really not much weaker than a lost technique. I just don't know what level Lu Fangzi has cultivated this supreme secret technique to. This is Thousand Buddha Avatar. Han Jing could not help but frown deeply. He had also heard of Thousand Buddha Avatar supreme reputation. Although it was a secret technique, it was known as infinitely close to a lost technique. Previously, Lu Fangzi had not performed Thousand Buddha Avatar at all, and she had already defeated everyone. Now that she had performed Thousand Buddha Avatar, her strength was even more terrifying. Han Jing's heart was bitter. However, there was no other way. He could only brace himself and go forward. Even if he were to lose, he had to lose with a clear conscience. He would definitely not give up until the end. With my current strength, I'm far from being Lu Fangzi's opponent. If I want to turn the tide, there's only one possibility, which is to have a great breakthrough. As the saying goes, one has to fight to survive in the face of death. Wealth comes from danger. A person's potential is usually forced out by danger. My myriad Dao, void Dao, 5 elements, heaven unique skill, and illusion technique. No matter which one I can achieve a breakthrough in, my strength will improve by leaps and bounds. They will all rise to a new level. At that time, I may not necessarily have no chance. I may not necessarily be unable to fight against Lu Fangzi. However, how difficult was it to achieve a breakthrough? Out of the 4 aspects, no matter which aspect it was extremely difficult to achieve a breakthrough. The belief in Han Jing's heart struck him again and again, stimulating his potential time and time again. However, Han Jing was not in a hurry to think too much. He could only go forward with all his might. However, in a hurry, he was unable to unleash much of his strength. Under Lu Fangzi's terrifying attack, Han Jing was sent flying once again. This time, he was in an even more miserable state. He rolled on the ground and rolled to the edge of the battle arena. Just a little bit more, and he would have rolled off the battle arena. Han Jing stood up with difficulty. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a shock. What a terrifying power. Is that all you've got? After being taught by an almighty for 100 years, your strength has only increased so little? Humph, you've really wasted an opportunity. If it was given to me, my strength would not be below Ying Long and the rest. You don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity. Don't you feel ashamed? Lu Fangzi looked at Han Jing in disdain. There was a tinge of jealousy in her words. Why didn't such an opportunity fall on his head? Such humiliating words made Han Jing's face turn slightly ugly. However, it was also the truth. He could not deny it. In fact, he did feel a little ashamed in his heart. However, his belief was incomparably firm. He had done his best and had a clear conscience. After toying with Han Jing twice, Lu Fangzi had vented some of her anger. She did not want to waste any more time. Forget it. Your strength is not worth my effort. Are you going to roll down by yourself, or do you want me to beat you down? Her words were full of disdain. In Lu Fangzi's eyes, Han Jing was not even worth her effort. This level of contempt was indeed very hurtful, and it dealt a heavy blow to Han Jing's soul. However, the world was like this. It was so cruel. The battle between people was incomparably bloody. If you did not have strength, you would be bullied and humiliated by others. Your face would be trampled under their feet. What could you do? Along the way, Han Jing had suffered cold gazes and bullying. It was truly too many to count. It was because of these bullying that his temperament became so firm and his belief became so strong. Such a degree of humiliation naturally did not affect his temperament. It was just a fierce force that stimulated his potential. He did not want to lose. He did not want to be trampled under others' feet again. This opportunity was too important to him. He was not only shouldering his own honor, but also the life and death of his entire family. He had not avenged his mother's death, his father's injury had not been cured, and the safety of his family had not been guaranteed. He really could not lose. Fight. He must fight. Even if he died, he had to fight. Under the impact of waves of severing thoughts, Han Jing's soul became clearer and clearer. The mirage, yes, it was the mirage. Han Jing's heart skipped a beat. When he touched the mirage, he seemed to be able to see the essence of the mirage. The mirage. So that's how it is. It turns out that I have been walking in a wrong direction. My previous thoughts were all wrong, very wrong, very wrong. No wonder I always felt that something was wrong. So that's how it is. With a thought, Han Jing's figure once again disappeared from the spot and entered the ethereal realm. However, this time was not like before. After entering the mirage this time, many people were shocked. This was because many people could not detect Han Jing's aura this time. In other words, he was completely hidden in the mirage. Chapter 862. The Third Level of the Path of Mirage. Lu Fangzi said unhappily. Just now, he was disdainful of Han Jing, but he did not expect Han Jing to make a breakthrough right in front of him, reaching the third level of the Path of Mirage. Now that Han Jing was walking in the mirage, he could not even sense Han Jing's aura, which meant that he could not grasp Han Jing's position. As such, he fell into a passive state in the battle. Making a breakthrough in the face of danger was not something new. However, when it happened to Han Jing, it did indeed irritate many people. Many people felt that Han Jing was just a lucky guy who stepped on dog poop. If he did not have the guidance of an almighty, he would just be a weakling who was eliminated in the third round. Even if he was not considered a piece of trash, he would not be much better. However, Han Jing's repeated breakthroughs and his strength increased again and again, which made people admire him. with the guidance of a mighty figure. But without a certain amount of talent and potential, it was impossible to make consecutive breakthroughs and advance by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Han Zheng had gone from being weak to being powerful in less than 100 years. Now, he had made a breakthrough in the face of danger, reaching the third level of the path of Mirage. Even if the Tao of Mirage wasn't the most difficult Tao to cultivate among the high-grade Tao, it wouldn't be too bad. There were very few people who could master the path of Mirage. Han Zheng could be said to have started from scratch with the path of Mirage. In just a few decades, he had cultivated it to the third level. This was definitely not an achievement that could be achieved just by relying on the guidance of an almighty. This was definitely inseparable from one's own hard work and talent and potential. Han Zheng was evolving from an ordinary youth to a genius youth. Although many people were jealous of Han Zheng, there was nothing they could say about this. They had no choice but to accept it. The path of Mirage has finally broken through to the third level. The power of the path of Mirage is not great, but its practicality is good. Now that I have entered the Mirage, even Lu Fangzi will find it difficult to accurately capture my aura. This means that I am basically in an invincible position. At most, I will not be able to do anything to him. At this moment, Han Zheng, who was walking in the Mirage, had a slight smile on his face. To be able to take this step in the face of danger was indeed not an easy thing to do. This could be considered a big breakthrough. However, the breakthrough of the Mirage True Body was not enough to support Han Zheng's strength to defeat Lu Fangzi. He was still a little lacking. If he had a breakthrough in the path of all creation, a breakthrough in the Avalon of 5 elements, and another breakthrough in the art of illusion, then he would have the ability to turn the tide. Now, Han Zheng's path of Mirage. If he wanted to fight for first place, of course, he had to make breakthroughs in all 3 aspects. Otherwise, it was impossible. Lu Fangzi was already so strong. Then what about Ying Long, Zhang Tong, Qianov? There was still a strong opponent, Hong Ling. As for how strong Hong Ling was, Han Zheng still had no idea. However, he was sure that Hong Ling was extremely powerful. He should be able to compete with Ying Long and the others. Therefore, the road ahead of Han Zheng was still very long and very difficult. Of the Almighty, of a mirage, of the Almighty. Being weak is just being weak. With just this method, you won't be able to cause any waves. Today, I will let you see how strong I am. As soon as Lu Fangzi's voice fell, doppelgangers emerged from the void. There were more than 1,000 of them, almost filling up the entire battle arena. More than 1,000 doppelgangers surrounded Han Zheng. These doppelgangers could all attack. Lu Fangzi's true body could change between the doppelgangers at will. It was only in his mind. In other words, once Lu Fangzi used this secret skill, there was only one way to hurt him. That was to destroy all the doppelgangers. Only then would Lu Fangzi be unable to escape. Otherwise, as long as there was still a doppelganger, Lu Fangzi could change between the doppelgangers at will. If you killed one of his doppelgangers, it would not affect him at all. This was the frightening part of this secret skill. It was equivalent to having more than 1,000 lives to fight with. Even if it was a battle of attrition, the opponent would be exhausted to death. Lu Fangzi displayed more than 1,000 doppelgangers, which shocked many people once again. They did not expect that this secret skill had been cultivated to such a level. It was really terrifying. Even the Almighty, Ying Long and Hong Ling could not help but look at Lu Fangzi. Originally, the 4 of them did not treat Lu Fangzi as an opponent. However, the situation now seemed to be different. Hence, they had to take Lu Fangzi seriously again. Perhaps, Lu Fangzi could really bring them some trouble. His strength was indeed not weak. The battle was triggered again. Above the 9 heavens, 3 figures stood there majestically. They seemed to be in control of the 9 heavens. During this period of time, Qin Xiao and Zhao had spent a lot of time together. Moreover, they chatted from time to time. This made the relationship between the 2 of them much closer. In fact, after getting along with each other, Qin Xiao clearly felt that Zhao was not like what he had shown before. Although Zhao still had some arrogance, after they got to know each other, he did not feel anything. He and Zhao just fought in a fit of anger. In fact, it was not related to the enmity between the two of them. It seemed that you were really good at teaching disciples. An ordinary little guy can also be taught to such a level by you, Zhao said with a hint of praise. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "It's not like I'm good at teaching. I'm just exploring. Speaking of which, I actually did not teach much. I just gave some pointers. As for the rest, I let him explore by himself. In terms of teaching disciples, I'm definitely not as good as you. Speaking of which, I don't have the intention to compete with you for the first place. Winning or losing is actually nothing. Just treat it as a form of entertainment. Of course, the bet this time is indeed more attractive." Zhao laughed and said, "Then when I win, if you like, I'll give you all the dragon saliva wine. That kind of thing is just a drink to me. It's not very useful. If you have a use for it, I can give it to you." Qin Xiao curled his lips and laughed. He said, "You are so confident that you can definitely win me? Don't say these words too early. It's not good to owe you a big favor. I still don't like to owe other people favors. So, it's better to get the things that I want with my own hands. Who knows? Maybe the one who wins in the end will be me. Isn't there a saying that goes, 'An unintentional willow grows into a shade'? I don't have the intention to compete for the first place, but it's possible that the first place will fall into my heart. Sometimes, aren't the things in the world so wonderful?" Zhao laughed again and said, "All right, then it seems that I really can't boast too early. But based on the current situation, the possibility of you losing is higher. The little guy that you chose, his talent and comprehension ability are a little lacking. Even if his temperament is not bad, his foundation is there, and the selection is nearing its end. To let him break through consecutively in such a short time is not an easy thing. Unless he can be as monstrous as you, then there's a trace of possibility." Qin Xiao looked at Zhao and said, "Then what about you? The little guy that you chose was also miserably eliminated in the third round, right? If you can teach him so well, why can't I?" Zhao shook his head and said, "Mine is different from yours. Actually, this bet is not very fair to you. This is also a little bit of my intention. I want to win this round and turn the tables on you. The reason why I chose that little guy is that his physique is very special. It's the extremely rare darkness physique. Darkness is compatible with reincarnation, so it's very easy for me to teach him the reincarnation doctrine. There's a natural advantage there. Of course, he doesn't know about this situation. I can activate his darkness physique and let him use it to its fullest. In addition to my teaching, his strength can naturally become extremely powerful in a short time. He's just a fourth-step divine spirit kid. Isn't it very easy to raise his strength to the level of a fourth-step divine spirit in a short time? If it weren't for the restriction of the rules, I think it wouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. Darkness physique? He really hadn't heard of it. He was also very surprised that Hong Ling could become so powerful in such a short time. Since the 8th round, Hong Ling had been showing off his ability and was unparalleled. So, it was because of this reason. In that case, Zhao did indeed have a great advantage. It was a little suspicious that he was cheating. Indeed, if there weren't any restrictions, it wouldn't be difficult for Qin Xiao to raise a fourth-step divine spirit strength to the level of a fourth-step divine spirit in a short time. However, he was only an energy doppelganger. He couldn't bring anything over, and all the resources couldn't be used on Han Zheng. He could only pass on the information through words. Qin Xiao shook his head. He didn't think it was fair or unfair. You're lucky to be able to meet someone with darkness physique. It doesn't matter. I don't care about winning or losing anyway. It's just a game. We can be considered friends from exchange of blows. If you weren't so arrogant, I would actually think that you're quite easy to get along with." Zhao looked at Qin Xiao and said, "Am I difficult to get along with because of this?" "Haha, not so good," Qin Xiao said with a smile. Zhao shook his head helplessly and said, "As the saying goes, it's easy to change mountains and rivers, but hard to change one's nature. I've lived for so long and have reincarnated 9 times, but I still can't change this character of mine. Standing at the top, as lonely as the snow. I'm used to being arrogant. Qin Xiao said, actually, that's not necessarily true. I think you want to fight with me in another way to attract the attention of others, right? You want to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and use this opportunity to rise to prominence. Naturally, you have to make a big fuss. After all these years of getting along with you, I don't think you're as arrogant as you were at the beginning. In fact, you're quite good. Of course, you're still more arrogant than me. Zhao looked at Qin Xiao and smiled. It seems that you've seen through me long ago. However, I still won't give in to you. The first place is mine. No one can take it from me. Chapter 863. At the Heavenly Court Banquet, other bets were temporarily put on hold. Everyone's attention was on Qin Xiao and Yin Qing. The bets were on Xiao Zhao's side. In this gambling house, there were many other small gambling houses. Everyone was having a lot of fun. Qin Xiao, you really have a good eye for choosing people. He's such an ordinary lad in all aspects, but you actually managed to uncover his potential to such an extent. Not bad, the Azure the Arch said, full of praise. The Flame Emperor nodded slightly and said, not bad indeed. In just 100 years, he has undergone a huge transformation. Moreover, this young man's potential has not been squeezed dry. There is still the possibility of further development. If he can really take first place in the selection, then he is really worth grooming. Take first place? The Qing Emperor shook his head and said, Flame Emperor, although this kid's performance is not bad, that's all, right? I'm afraid it is not very possible for him to take first place in this selection. After all, with his current strength, he is still far from it. However, I think that there is a possibility. The one I chose is a possibility. Obviously, he hasn't displayed his full strength yet, although I don't really like it, but I have to admire his ability to teach his disciple. An ordinary kid has been groomed by him to such an extent in less than 100 years. The Flame Emperor seemed to have seen through everything. He shook his head and said, it's just a coincidence. The person he chose has a rare constitution of darkness and is compatible with the reincarnation Great Tao. He can inherit the secret skills of the reincarnation tribe. Once the constitution of darkness is activated, it is not strange for his strength to increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. The one who really knows how to choose people is Qin Xiao. The person he chose is really ordinary, but his potential has been stimulated by Qin Xiao. Actually, many people have endless potential. It just depends on whether you have a way to stimulate his potential. Constitution of Darkness? The Qing Emperor was slightly surprised. I have seen records of the Constitution of Darkness in an ancient book. The Constitution of Darkness was at its strongest when the universe was first created. At that time, the universe was still chaotic and dark. That was how people with the Constitution of Darkness were born. However, with the retirement of time and the development of the universe, the body of darkness is rumored to have long been extinct. He didn't expect that there would be people with the form of darkness. No wonder, since he dared to make such a bet. It turns out that he already had such a plan. The Flame Emperor nodded slightly and said, yes, according to the rumors, it is indeed extinct. I have never seen it before. It was only after I saw this person that I did a check and found out that he had a body of darkness. Previously, his form of darkness was not activated. Now that his form of darkness has been activated, it is normal for his strength to soar in a short period of time. The first place of his selection, this time, would probably fall into the hands of this Hong Ling. Even Qin Xiao agreed. How would he know that Hong Ling had a body of darkness? He also confessed that he had played a little trick. Hearing this, the Qing Emperor felt a little indignant for Qin Xiao. If that's the case, isn't it too unfair to Qin Xiao? Qin Xiao laughed indifferently and said, it doesn't matter. I didn't care about winning or losing from the beginning. Although it's a pity to lose, all's fair in war. It's not a big deal to play a little trick. Cough, you are really open-minded. It's not a big deal to win or lose, but where did you lose? Don't you feel uncomfortable with my hand? This guy is a troublemaker. His flamboyant character is not likable, the Qing emperor said. Qin Shao smiled and said, perhaps there's another side to him that's pleasing to others? Actually, what you see might not be the truth. His character isn't that detestable. The Qing emperor looked at Qin Shao strangely. The battle between Han Jing and Lu Fangzi entered an intense process. Han Jing relied on the third level of the art of mirage. Although he could make himself invincible in front of Lu Fangzi, it was difficult for him to do anything to her. Hence, the battle between the two of them entered a stalemate and entered a tug-of-war. It was impossible to determine the winner. If this continued, it would be considered a draw. However, at the last moment, Han Jing had a breakthrough. Under the pressure of potential, Han Jing's Tao of all creation had a breakthrough. The breakthrough of the Tao of all creation had made his Tao power even stronger. Together with the art of mirage, he naturally had the upper hand and defeated Lu Fangzi in the end. However, Lu Fangzi's strength was indeed very strong. Han Jing also spent a lot of effort to defeat Lu Fangzi. Although Han Jing had successfully grasped the Tao of all creation, he had only just stepped into the Tao of all creation. The increase in his Tao power was limited. Hence, this battle was naturally more difficult. If the Tao of all creation was raised to another level, defeating Lu Fangzi would be a piece of cake. For example, Yinglong and Zhang Tong, the two of them had cultivated a supreme Tao to the second level. Hence, they were able to show disdain and stand out from the crowd. For example, Qian Yu had cultivated a unique skill to a certain level. Hence, his strength was naturally unparalleled. The three of them were like three peaks standing in the middle of a ravine. The battle continued. Han Jing fought steadily and won one battle after another without any mishaps. This allowed his strength to improve. On Hong Ling's side, he was as strong as ever. His sharpness was unparalleled, and he was extremely overbearing. No matter who it was, they couldn't even last one move in his hands. They were all defeated by Hong Ling instantly. Yinglong and the other two naturally advanced very easily. Fortunately, the five of them didn't encounter each other. Following Hong Ling's strong rise, the number one contender in the selection had increased from Yinglong and the other two to Hong Ling and the other three. As for Han Jing, compared to the other four, his momentum was still a little weaker. However, other than the three of them, there was only Han Jing. The others had no way to compete with Han Jing. In the sixth round, Han Jing finally faced his first strong opponent, Zhang Tong. The battle between the two of them had attracted the attention of many almighties. This battle seemed to be related to Qin Shao, and it was between success and failure. If Han Jing couldn't overcome this hurdle, it was obvious that Qin Shao would be the first to lose this time. Zhang Tong's ultimate sword principle had been cultivated to the second level. Coupled with a set of extremely dangerous secret swordsmanship, his strength was unparalleled. The sharpness of his sword was invincible and unstoppable. After all, Han Jing's all-creation Tao was only at the first level. Naturally, there was no way to compete with Zhang Tong's ultimate sword principle. Han Jing's Tao of Mirage didn't play a very big role in front of Zhang Tong. Therefore, it couldn't become Han Jing's greatest reliance. In other aspects, Han Jing wasn't as good as Zhang Tong. Therefore, as soon as the battle started, Han Jing was suppressed by Zhang Tong. Fortunately, Han Jing was able to block with his Tao of Mirage. He didn't let Zhang Tong defeat him directly. The Tao of Mirage was indeed useful in this aspect. However, such a response was obviously very strenuous. Under Zhang Tong's storm-like attacks, Han Jing was like a small boat in a huge wave. He was on the verge of collapse and could capsize at any time. Time and time again, Zhang Tong forced Han Jing into a desperate situation. Time and time again, he was almost defeated. However, Han Jing was like a stubborn cockroach. He held on with all his might time and time again. After experiencing a few desperate situations, Han Jing finally erupted. He actually comprehended the Avalon of 5 elements. With the absolute art and all creation Tao, although these two were just beginners and their levels were relatively low, the power that erupted from the combination of the two became extremely powerful. In addition to the means of the Tao of mirage and the means of illusion. Although the Tao of mirage and illusion couldn't play a decisive role, it was still very good as a means to confuse the opponent. Under such wear, the scales began to tilt in Han Zheng's favor. Han Zheng became braver and braver as the battle went on. After erupting again and again, he finally defeated Zhang Tong with a slight advantage. Such a magnificent display of turning the situation around really set off a huge wave of commotion, causing everyone to be in an uproar. Han Zheng went from being weak to being strong step by step. He grew bit by bit. His strength increased time and time again. He broke through danger time and time again. Everything happened under everyone's eyes. Every breakthrough was a metamorphosis, a sublimation. Han Zheng, who was an ordinary contestant who was eliminated in the 3rd round, had risen to a powerful level that could compete with Ying Long and the others for glory. And now, he had actually defeated Zhang Tong, making Han Zheng's supreme reputation. For a time, Han Zheng also became a popular candidate to win the championship. Even in the black market, Han Zheng suddenly became a popular person. He became the biggest dark horse and appeared out of nowhere. Han Zheng defeated Zhang Tong. He just glanced at him indifferently and didn't pay much attention to him. He could see that. He was still full of confidence that Hong Ling would win in the end. But now, Han Zheng also had some opportunities and a trace of strength to compete. Qin Xiao was very gratified that Han Zheng could come this far. He didn't have much hope at first. But who would have thought that Han Zheng would rely on his own hard work and his own good fortune to make breakthroughs time and time again, transforming time and time again to reach this step? It was something that even Qin Xiao did not expect. If Han Zheng was given time, Qin Xiao believed that he could become very strong. But time was too short for Han Zheng. Han Zheng's progress could be said to be a miracle. His temperament had created a miracle. Haha, Qin Xiao, you're too good at teaching disciples. I'm thinking about when to bring my disciple to your place and let you teach him for 100 years. Who knows, it might even transform. The Azure Emperor joked with a smile. Qin Xiao also smiled and said, if you're not afraid that I'll kidnap your disciple, then just bring him over. Maybe he'll stay with me and not leave. Then I'll have picked up a good seedling. If he's kidnapped, then so be it. A disciple who can be kidnapped is definitely not a good disciple. I'm not sad at all. Emperor Qing didn't care. While they were talking and laughing, the competition in the selection area was also more intense. The 7th round began. Han Zheng's opponent this time was Ying Long, who had mastered the Tao of all things. Ying Long's strength was on par with Zhang Tong's. They were on par. It was just that both of them had their own strengths and weaknesses. This battle was destined to be a difficult one. On the other side, Hong Ling also fought with Zhang Tong. In the end, Zhang Tong was defeated miserably. This made Hong Ling's prestige rise suddenly. Chapter 864. The battle between Han Zheng and Ying Long was also over. This battle was a bit more difficult for Han Zheng than it was for Zhang Tong. But in the end, it was more daunting than dangerous. Han Zheng's steady style had played a role. Han Zheng was very smart and knew how to make good use of his advantages. If the difference in strength between the two was not particularly big, then the way of fighting would play a big role. On the other hand, Han Zheng had displayed this aspect to the fullest. In addition, he already had a slight advantage in strength. With the momentum of defeating Zhang Tong earlier, it was reasonable for him to take down Ying Long. Han Zheng, this dark horse, only showed up at the very last moment. It really made everyone's eyes pop out. This was different from Hong Ling. Hong Ling had shown his peerless sharpness from the very beginning. It turned out that Ying Long, Zhang Tong, and Qian Yu were the most powerful contenders for first place. But now the situation had suddenly changed. Yinglong and Zhang Tong had been defeated. Among the three popular candidates, only Qian Yu had not fought with Han Jing and Hong Ling. However, judging from the previous situation, Qian Yu obviously could not win. Qian Yu's strength should be about the same as Yinglong and Zhang Tong's. Hong Ling easily defeated Yinglong. As for Han Jing, he also defeated Yinglong and Zhang Tong. So the momentum of these two people suddenly appeared. Now, the popular candidates for the championship had changed from Yinglong and the other two to Han Jing and Hong Ling. It was a bit like stealing the sky and swapping the sun. In just 100 years, Beijing Tianjin Film and Television Culture Media Company, Limited in Zhao, had created a miracle. Originally, no one thought that Qin Shao and Zhao could do it, but the fact in front of them really shocked everyone. The two of them actually managed to accomplish such an unimaginable feat, judging from the current situation. The final contenders for first place in this election were bound to be Han Jing and Hong Ling. This good show really made people feel like their horizons have been broadened a little. Wonderful. It was really wonderful. In the 8th round, Han Jing faced Qian Yu. It was as if it had been arranged long ago. The 9th round was left to Hong Ling for the final battle. There were not many surprises in the 8th round. Han Jing defeated Qian Yu. On the other side, Hong Ling also took down Zhang Tong in a domineering manner. Both of them swept across the battlefield, their skills shocking the heavens and their might shaking the world. The 9th round was also the last round. It was the deciding round, the round to determine the champion. The first place would belong to whoever could win this round. Both of them had come here for this goal, and now they had come this far. The final battle between the two also attracted everyone's attention. On the martial stage, a strong wind blew. Han Jing and Hong Ling stood facing each other like two gods of war. They were about to engage in an earth-shattering battle. One was sharp, the other reserved. One was domineering, while the other was calm. It was like a battle of fate. I really didn't expect that you would be able to make it to the end and compete with me for first place. Speaking of which, I have indeed underestimated you. I originally thought that you wouldn't be my opponent at all, that we wouldn't even have the chance to meet. You would be eliminated early, and I would fight to the end, writing my own magnificent poem. But you gave me a big surprise. But it's just a little surprise, that's all. My first place, nobody can think of snatching it from my hands. From the moment I realized, I knew that first place belonged to none other than me. Hong Ling was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he looked at Han Jing. The sharpness that flickered in his eyes was abnormally fierce. The battle had not started yet, but the smell of gunpowder was already thick. I know that your strength is very strong, and I also know your confidence. But since I'm standing here, there's no reason to retreat without a fight. Although it's very difficult, I still want to give it a try, Han Jing said with a serious face. Actually, how could he not know that this battle was more likely to be defeated than won? He basically did not have much hope. But no matter what, he would definitely fight to the end. Even if there was not the slightest possibility, he had to fight to the end. For him to be able to reach this step, didn't he rely on his indomitable and unwavering belief? Hong Ling laughed lightly. Why do you need to do useless work? I admire your persistence, but I don't like you asking for a rebuff. You and I are fated to fight. In fact, we are originally two parallel lines, and originally, we would never have any intersection. But fate made us cross and made us walk on opposite sides. We are both here for the same dream and the same goal. We are both lucky people. But I'm different from you. You're destined to be lowly, destined to be ordinary. As for me, I will walk on a different path, a path that you will never be able to reach. If you can consciously admit defeat, I'll leave you some dignity and not embarrass you too much. Han Jing shook his head and said with a serious face, giving up without a fight is the behavior of a coward. Hong Ling, I think there's no need to talk nonsense. Let's start. If you don't make a move, then I won't be polite. You really don't know what's good for you. Hong Ling shook his head lightly. His tone was frivolous, and it was obvious that he did not take Han Jing seriously. Han Jing did not say anything else, and directly attacked Hong Ling with all his strength. Facing such a strong opponent, he could only go all out from the beginning. Otherwise, if his opponent grasped the opportunity, he would probably be instantly killed. Instantly defeating his opponents had always been Hong Ling's hobby. Han Jing naturally did not want such a thing to happen to him. Han Jing used all his techniques and walked in a mirage, waiting for an opportunity to return and find an opportunity to attack. Hong Ling's expression was still frivolous, and his disdain for Han Jing was written all over his face. It's just a small trick. In the face of Han Jing's all-out attack, Hong Ling only spat out a few words. He waved his hand, and the terrifying power of reincarnation surged out from his palm. It was as if he had opened a door to a foreign realm and opened the door to reincarnation. Instantly, the entire martial platform became a world of reincarnation. Han Jing immediately fell into reincarnation as well. Reincarnation was a bit like an illusion, but it was even more dangerous. Reincarnation was the way of heaven and earth. Everything in the world entered reincarnation. With just this move, Hong Ling defeated all his opponents. Now, the same trick was being used on Han Jing. Even if he fell into reincarnation for thousands of years, it would only be an instant to the outside world. Heavenly Court Island, in the banquet hall. The battle was coming to an end, and everyone was eagerly waiting for the final result to be announced. Because Qi had been too flamboyant earlier, Qi Zun of the highest heavens had bet on Qin Shao winning, and there was not much difference between those who bet on a draw and Qi winning. If Qi won in the end, Qi Zun of the highest heavens would have profited greatly. At this moment, Qi Zun of the highest heavens smiled, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. The Lotus Emperor had also bet on Qin Shao, but looking at the current situation, the probability of Qin Shao losing was more than 90%. The Lotus Emperor shook his head and said with a pained expression, "This time, I'm going to lose a lot. I really have to chop off my hand. I wanted to use this opportunity to earn some money, but I didn't expect to play so big." The Lotus Emperor had put in a lot of money this time, and he had bet all his winnings. If he lost, he would not be able to bring anything back from the Heavenly Court banquet. Qin Shao laughed and said, "It's just 2 pots of dragon saliva wine, Lotus Emperor. You don't have to care so much, right?" The Lotus Emperor immediately said, "How can I not care? 2 pots of dragon saliva wine and 2 peaches of immortality. I couldn't even bear to drink or eat a mouthful of it. Now, it's going to benefit others. Isn't it not over yet? Why are you in such a hurry? Who knows, there might still be a chance to turn things around." Qin Shao was very calm. He didn't think that Han Jing would lose until the very last moment. Although it seemed that Han Jing had a high chance of losing, this wasn't absolute. Perhaps Han Jing could break through at the last moment. Although the possibility wasn't high, it wasn't completely impossible. "Forget it. I don't expect a chance to turn things around." The Lotus Emperor shook his head. Actually, he quite admired Han Jing, but there was no way he could change the facts in front of him. Just as the Lotus Emperor finished speaking, the situation on the battle arena suddenly changed. Han Jing, who was originally frozen in the void by Hong Ling, actually broke free from the restraints and charged out of the samsara wheel. His sword actually arrived in front of Hong Ling without any hindrance and pressed against Hong Ling's glabella. If the sword pierced through, Hong Ling would probably be killed on the spot. This sudden turn of events also shocked everyone, causing their hearts to be in their throats. However, Han Jing's sword finally stopped steadily. The tip of the sword was pressed against Hong Ling's glabella, but it didn't pierce through. Obviously, Han Jing didn't want to do anything to Hong Ling. The entire arena was dead silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Many people even held their breaths. All these changes happened too quickly and too suddenly. Everyone was caught off guard, and there was no way for them to react at all. Many people didn't even understand what was going on. In the blink of an eye, the situation had changed dramatically, and it was already over. Hong Ling's expression stiffened and his face turned pale. He was stunned on the spot. Obviously, he couldn't accept such an outcome. He had lost before he could even react. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. However, everything was already over. It was useless for him to say anything. After a moment of silence, the venue of the Heavenly Court banquet immediately became lively. Zhao and Zhou Qianqizun also had strange expressions. They had thought that they had won, but they didn't expect such a huge reversal at the last moment. It was indeed something that neither of them had expected. Not to mention the others, even Qin Shao himself was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses. Since we've won? Haha, it seems that I have underestimated Han Zheng's potential. The potential that he can unleash in the face of danger is indeed amazing. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. He even started to have some ideas in his mind. Should he accept Han Zheng as his disciple? This question indeed made Qin Shao feel a little conflicted. After all, he already had 2 disciples. Moreover, he was a shopkeeper who didn't need to do much. Chapter 866. Haha, junior brother Qin Shao, you're truly my lucky star. The Saiyan Emperor also laughed heartily. He had thought that he had lost everything. He did not expect that there would be such a shocking reversal at the last moment. He actually turned the situation around and won the competition. His talent and potential were not ordinary. He was another talent that could be molded. Haha, Qin Shao, your eyesight is really good. Thanks to you, I've finally won today. TSK, this is a good seedling. I want to take him as a personal disciple. Don't fight with me. This disciple must be mine. The bet was over, and the banquet hall became very lively. Those who won were very happy, while those who lost were speechless. It was clearly a good situation all the way, but they did not expect to lose at the last minute. It was really vomiting blood. Red Zune of the Ninth Heavens laughed helplessly. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "Little friend Qin Shao, you have really screwed me over this time. I wanted to earn a little more, but now I have to lose my countless years of savings." Qin Shao replied with a smile and said, "Ninth Heaven's Crimson Venerable is very magnanimous. This little bit of pain, and it shouldn't hurt Ninth Heaven's Crimson Venerable's tendons and bones. I originally wanted to bet on myself to win, but I felt that doing so would be a bit shameless, so I held back. Consider it saving you some money, Ninth Heaven Red Zune." Huh. To be able to sit here, there wasn't much difference in status, so everyone could interact with each other as if they were of the same generation. They were talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was joyous and harmonious. Red Zune of the Ninth Heavens had indeed vomited blood this time. However, Red Zune of the Ninth Heavens had accumulated for countless years, so he could withstand it. If he could not withstand it, he would not have played like this. Selection area above the Ninth Heavens. Rong Chuan waved his hand and summoned Han Zheng above the Ninth Heavens. After Hong Ling lost to Han Zheng, Qi's energy clone dissipated. Clearly, Qi did not want to stay here any longer. As for how Hong Ling Lai would deal with it, that was Bai's problem. Others had no way of interfering. After Ho left, Rong Chuan felt that the atmosphere was better. He couldn't help but smile as he stood with Qin Shao. Han Zheng went up to the Nine Heavens. When he saw Qin Shao and Rong Chuan, he quickly knelt down and bowed. "Greetings, Almighties. Greetings, seniors." Rong Chuan smiled and waved his hand. "Little fellow, there's no need to be so polite. Quickly get up. Haha. I really didn't expect that you would be the one to obtain first place in the selection. You were eliminated in the 3rd round. I thought that your aptitude would be very mediocre, but I didn't expect that your potential would explode so quickly. You were actually able to walk step by step from being weak to being strong." In the short span of 100 years, you've transformed time and time again, sublimated time and time again. In the end, you actually took first place in the selection. You've created a miracle. This is something that has never happened before in our Heavenly Court selection. You're such a good seedling. We almost buried you. Haha, Fortunately, His Highness Qin Shao saw gold and dug you out. If you want to thank someone, you should thank His Highness Qin Shao. If it weren't for him, your fate wouldn't have been rewritten. You would have been annihilated and would have just lived an ordinary life. Rong Chuan admired Qin Shao very much, so he addressed him very respectfully. He was Almighty whose strength was close to the heaven list, yet he still addressed a fourth-step heavenly god so respectfully. However, Qin Shao's strength was worthy of his respect. Qin Shao was known as the most monstrous genius of this universe era. His ability to teach his disciples was truly astonishing and heaven-defying. An ordinary youth was actually taught by him to become a peerless genius in a short span of 100 years. It was really incredible. In fact, Qin Shao himself was quite surprised, let alone others. He really didn't expect Han Zheng to be able to reach this point step by step. It was indeed something beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. Han Zheng's talent and potential were indeed ordinary, but his temperament was relatively good. This was what Qin Shao valued the most. However, if he only had a temperament, it wouldn't be easy to break through again and again. It was just that if he followed his heart and kept going, he might be able to achieve something. However, it was only a possibility. Even Qin Shao didn't dare to guarantee it. However, Han Zheng's performance had indeed surprised Qin Shao time and time again. His potential was stimulated and released time and time again. In the end, he actually took first place in the selection. If he was properly nurtured, he should also be a seedling who could make it to the Earth list. Geniuses who could make it to the Earth list would be snatched by Almighties. Moreover, they were not ordinary Almighties. They had to be experienced Almighties to be qualified. All the major forces would definitely try their best to rope them in. What? Qin Shao Senior is the legendary Qin Shao. Hearing Almighty Qin Zhao's words, Han Zheng was suddenly petrified. His eyes widened and his face was full of shock as he looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao. This name had long been known throughout the entire universe. Who didn't know him? He was third on the Earth list, and his strength was ranked in the top 5 of the Heaven list. He was also known as the #1 genius of this universe era. He was a peerless genius who had created countless miracles. In addition, his achievements in the battle on the Mother Planet were unparalleled. All the Holy Lands also tried their best to protect Qin Zhao's good name. Naturally, Qin Zhao's reputation was even more mighty and had long been spread to every corner of the universe. Countless people worshipped Qin Shao as their idol and the god of their faith. Han Zheng had naturally heard of many of Qin Zhao's deeds. He had long prostrated himself in admiration of Qin Shao and worshipped him incomparably. In his heart, he had always regarded Qin Shao as his role model, as his goal, and as his spiritual pillar. Even in his dreams, he wished that he could meet Qin Shao one day. However, what Han Zheng did not expect was that he had been taught by Qin Shao for 100 years, and he was completely unaware of it. Therefore, at this moment, he was so shocked that he could not wait to kneel down and worship Qin Shao. Seeing Han Zheng's expression, Almighty Rong Chuan also laughed. "Ha ha, little guy. Happiness came too suddenly, didn't it? You still don't know that the senior who has been teaching you is the legendary His Highness Qin Shao, right? This kind of happiness is something that others can't even ask for, but you inadvertently got it. I can only say that you are lucky to have this luck. Luck did indeed exist. Sometimes, people really had to rely on their luck." His Highness Qin Shao, Han Zheng was so excited that he could not speak. He did not know what to say. He was too excited, too excited. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "Almighty Rong Chuan, don't scare him. Haha, I'm telling the truth. To be able to be taught by His Highness Qin Shao is something that countless geniuses dream of. Even I yearn for it, haha." Almighty Rong Chuan laughed heartily. Qin Shao was very easy to get along with and was approachable, so Almighty Rong Chuan dared to joke in front of Qin Shao. Whoosh, a figure suddenly descended. It was the energy clone of an Almighty. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the other party and naturally recognized who it was. Almighty Rong Chuan saw the person and immediately bowed respectfully. Greetings, Almighty Yuan Lai. Almighty Yuan Lai had made a bet with Emperor Qin before, but he'd lost in the end. Thus, he had a deep impression of Qin Shao. Almighty Yuan Lai waved his hand casually at Rong Chuan. Obviously, this level of Almighty wasn't qualified to speak to him. Almighty Yuan Lai's gaze fell on Qin Shao. Qin Shao, will you accept this little fellow? If not, then I won't hold back. I don't see that you have any intention of accepting a disciple. Why don't I accept him? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Almighty Yuan Lai didn't seem to have a good temper, but he was still a decent person. At least he was a gentleman. Almighty Yuan Lai's status in the Nine Dragons Celestial Palace was very high. It would indeed be a good thing if Han Zheng could become his personal disciple. Qin Shao hadn't expected that Almighty Yuan Lai would think so highly of Han Zheng that he couldn't wait to snatch him away. However, Qin Shao had no intention of accepting Han Zheng. He already had Shi Jian and Song Gue as his disciples. If he accepted another disciple, he felt that it would be a little too much. After all, Qin Shao was currently focusing all his energy on cultivation. He was still a fourth-step celestial god, so he didn't want to spend too much energy on teaching disciples. It was better not to accept him than to be a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. Just like Song Gue and Qin Shao had directly thrown them to Shi Jian. However, speaking of which, Song Gue's talent and potential were ordinary. He was still far from Han Zheng's. Qin Shao didn't have any expectations for Song Gue. He just let him be. As for Han Zheng, Qin Shao actually quite liked him. Moreover, Han Zheng's potential was indeed not bad. If he was nurtured well, he would have a great chance of making it onto the Earth Roll in the future. As long as he could make it onto the Earth Roll, becoming an Almighty would be a cinch. To be able to nurture a disciple of an Almighty was something that countless Almighties yearned for. However, Qin Shao really didn't have the energy to do so. If Han Zheng could become a disciple of Almighty Yuan Lai, it would actually be a good thing. Almighty Yuan Lai was an Almighty, and his potential had reached the end. Therefore, he had more time and energy to nurture and teach disciples. In this aspect, he obviously had an advantage over Qin Shao. If Almighty Yuan Lai wants to accept him, then accept him. Qin Shao smiled slightly. Almighty Yuan Lai's face suddenly revealed a smile. His gaze landed on Han Zheng, and he was about to speak. However, at that moment, another figure descended. Yuan Lai, you're really fast. Such a good seedling can't be snatched away by you. I'm going to compete with you. Qin Shao looked at the person who had come. This time, it was a bright sea Almighty from the ancient Jiang clan. He was also in existence on the Heaven Roll. All of a sudden, two existences on the Heaven Roll had come to snatch a disciple. It was considered a miracle. Yuan Lai raised his eyebrows and glanced at the bright sea Almighty. What's wrong, Ming Hai? You dare to snatch someone from me? Do you have the strength? Come. Why don't we have a fight first? Let's determine the winner and loser first. Then we can decide who will take this disciple. You want to snatch from me? I'm afraid you don't have the strength. Chapter 867. In terms of strength, Almighty Yuan Lai could indeed suppress a Bright Sea Almighty. However, the Bright Sea Almighty did not back down and said, Almighty Yuan Lai, accepting disciples is not purely based on strength. You already have hundreds of disciples under your name. Aren't you spreading the net too wide by accepting so many disciples? I'm different. I only have 3 disciples now. If they become my disciple, they will be my 4th disciple. Moreover, my 3 disciples have already become Almighties and don't need me to teach them anything, so I can teach them wholeheartedly. This advantage is something you, Almighty Yuan Lai, can't compare to. Almighty Yuan Lai spat and said, Bright Sea Almighty, you have to pick these old and rotten things to talk about. Who doesn't know that I, Almighty Yuan Lai, have not accepted any disciples for 100 billion years? Those disciples I accepted in the past are all in the past. Why mention them again? Now I just want to accept a disciple with potential and nurture him well. In order to snatch him, these two supreme beings were actually fighting until their faces turned red. Such a situation really made Han Jingwei tremble, and he felt like his eyes were about to pop out of his head. Once upon a time, he had dreamed that an almighty would take a fancy to him and accept him as a personal disciple. In that case, he could be considered to have soared into the sky. Once upon a time, an ordinary almighty was higher than a mountain in his heart that he could never surpass. Once upon a time, almighties were existences that were far beyond his reach. But now, there were actually two heaven-roll almighties fighting to take him in as a personal disciple. Such treatment really made Han Zheng's heart tremble. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Life's encounters were really unexpected. And all these changes were because of one person, Qin Xiao. Almighty Yuan Lai and Bright Sea Almighty were fighting to take Han Zheng in as a disciple. This situation really made Qin Xiao a little surprised. Han Zheng's potential seemed to be quite good at the moment, but it should be difficult to attract two heaven-roll almighties to fight over him based on this alone. All of a sudden, Han Zheng became a hot commodity. Almighty Yuan Lai could not be bothered to fight with Bright Sea Almighty anymore. Instead, he said to Han Zheng, "Little guy, I'm Almighty Yuan Lai of the Nine Dragons Celestial Palace. Are you willing to take me as your master? If you accept me as your master, I can guarantee that your path of cultivation will be very smooth. In the future, kill your way up to the earth and sky rankings and become a disciple of my Nine Heavens Dragon Palace. Your name will shake the entire universe. This should be your goal. And all of this, as long as you acknowledge me as your master, then all of this can be realized. I, Almighty Yuan Lai, have always been good at nurturing disciples. Your potential is not bad. You are a good seedling worth nurturing." Without waiting for Han Zheng to reply, the Bright Sea Almighty said, "Qin Xiao, don't listen to Almighty Yuan Lai's bluff. He is indeed strong, but in terms of teaching disciples, Yuan Lai is definitely not my match. I've only taken in 3 disciples so far, and each of them is at the almighty level. If you were to take me as your master, becoming a powerful being would definitely be an easy task. As far as I know, your hometown is close to the territory of our Jiang clan. If you become my disciple, I can move your entire hometown to the territory of the Jiang clan. At that time, your hometown could be in theft and become an overlord. This should be what you need." Almighty Yuan Lai said, "This is nothing. Is there a need to say such a small thing? I could do it too. Not only will I infect a territory for your hometown, but I will also give them a lot of cultivation resources. I will also send people to protect your hometown and ensure that they will not be bullied." Almighty Yuan Lai and Bright Ocean Almighty did not give way to each other. The two of them argued until their faces turned red. Han Zheng, who was on the side, was also sweating and felt a lot of pressure. Under such circumstances, no matter which almighty he agreed to, he was afraid that he would offend the other almighty. Qin Xiao did not say anything. He did not express any opinion and let Han Zheng choose for himself. In fact, whether it was Almighty Yuan Lai or Bright Ocean Almighty, it was a very good outcome. To be able to become their disciple was the dream of countless geniuses. Almighty Yuan Lai and Bright Ocean Almighty argued for a long time. Neither of them was willing to give way, as if they were determined to get Han Zheng. The two of them seemed to be in a fit of pique. In the end, both of them gave the choice to Han Zheng and said to Qin Xiao, "Han Zheng, you choose. Do you want to be my disciple or his disciple?" The invisible pressure made Han Zheng's tightly clenched palms break out in cold sweat. He could not afford to offend either of these almighties. However, Han Zheng had already made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Seniors, thank you for your kindness, seniors. I, Han Zheng, am really in fear and trepidation." Han Zheng also dreams of becoming a disciple of the two seniors, but Han Zheng cannot become a disciple of the two seniors. "I am truly sorry that I do not have the fortune to become a disciple of the two seniors. I hope that seniors will be magnanimous and not lower yourself to my level." Rejected? Almighty Yuan Lai and Almighty Ming Shao were stunned. Clearly, this answer was a little unexpected for them. They were existences on the sky roll. Who would refuse an almighty on the sky roll taking the initiative to accept a disciple? To Guangzhou, he was just a fourth-step god. Even existence in the top 100 of the heaven leaderboard would agree without hesitation, let alone a fourth-step deity. However, Han Jing had actually rejected both of them at the same time. To them, this matter was truly a huge blow. They rarely accepted disciples now. After all, at their level of strength, what was the point of nurturing an almighty disciple? To them, not being able to enter the heaven leaderboard was dispensable. It wouldn't be of much use to them. It was extremely rare for them to take a liking to someone they wanted to accept as a personal disciple. Today, they had also taken a liking to Han Jing at the same time and wanted to accept him as a personal disciple. However, they had been rejected. Such a matter indeed made the two of them very unhappy, and their faces slightly darkened. It could be said that they had never thought that they would be rejected. After Han Jing rejected Almighty Yuan Lai and Almighty Ming Hai, he turned around and knelt down before Qin Shao. I am Han Jing. Please accept me as a disciple, Senior Qin Shao. In this life, Han Jing will not acknowledge anyone else as a master except for Senior Qin Shao. I am indebted to Senior Qin Shao for giving me a new lease on life. Han Jing was originally humble, but it was Senior Qin Shao who changed Han Jing's fate and allowed Han Jing to reach this point. All of this is thanks to Senior Qin Shao. When I was young, my parents often taught me that I should repay the kindness of others with a gushing spring. Han Jing will never be able to repay Senior Qin Shao's great kindness in this lifetime. Therefore, I only wish to become a disciple of Senior Qin Shao and serve Senior Qin Shao for the rest of my life. Qin Shao frowned slightly. In fact, when Han Jing had rejected Almighty Yuan Lai and Almighty Ming Hai, he had already guessed Han Jing's intentions. Qin Shao had not intended to accept Han Jing as a disciple, but now that Han Jing had insisted on acknowledging him as a master, Qin Shao's heart softened. I will teach you because we are fated. To me, this is just a game. It's nothing. If you want to be grateful, you can keep it in your heart. It's nothing. However, if you want to acknowledge me as a master out of gratitude, then I will not accept you as a disciple. Get up. Almighty Yuan Lai and Bright Sea are both very good choices for you. You should cherish such a good opportunity and not miss it. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Han Jing did not listen to Qin Shao's words and said resolutely, No, Senior Qin Shao, I want to acknowledge you as my master, not only because I want to repay your kindness, but more importantly, Senior's teachings can allow me to transform and fully stimulate my potential. Without Senior's teachings, Han Jing would never have been able to reach this stage. Therefore, to Han Jing, Senior Qin Shao, you're the best master for me. If I want to pursue a higher goal, it would be best for me to take you as my master, Senior Qin Shao. I hope Senior Qin Shao can accept Han Jing. After saying that, Han Jing kowtowed heavily to Qin Shao to express his determination. Qin Shao also knew Han Jing's character. Once he decided on something, he would not change his mind. This made Qin Shao a little helpless and a little embarrassed. Almighty Yuan Lai and Bright Sea Almighty also saw Han Jing's determination and shook their heads. Almighty Yuan Lai said, Qin Shao, it seems that you are not fated with us. If you want to accept him, then accept him. You don't have to care about us. Accepting a disciple is also a matter of mutual consent. Forced melons are not sweet. Besides, you have priority in this matter, so it's fine if you can't snatch him. Yes, Qin Shao, if you want to accept him, then accept him. It seems that Yuan Lai and I are not fated to be together, so we will take our leave first. Haha, but if you don't want to do it, I'm still very willing. The Bright Sea Almighty laughed heartily, then he left first. Almighty Yuan Lai shook his head and also left. Only Qin Shao and Almighty Rong Chuan were left there. Rongchuan was completely there to watch the show. Han Jing knelt there with a resolute look in his eyes. Looking at Han Jing, Qin Zhao's heart softened. It was just that this matter really made Qin Zhao somewhat hesitant. I'm only a fourth-step sky celestial. I'm also pursuing my almighty Tao. If you become my disciple, I have no way to guide you to become an almighty. Moreover, I have no time to teach you at all. Are you sure you want to become my disciple? Qin Zhao asked, slightly hesitant. Han Jing raised his head and looked at Qin Zhao. His face was filled with determination as he said, "Yes, Senior Qin Zhao. I've already thought it through. I only want to become Senior Qin Zhao's disciple. The master leads the way, but the cultivation depends on the individual. What I need is Senior Qin Zhao's guidance at the crucial moment. I will achieve the rest through my own efforts. I hope Senior Qin Zhao can accept me as your disciple." Han Jing's heart is unwavering. Qin Zhao nodded slightly and said, "Well, since you insist, I will accept you as my disciple. However, although we are master and disciple, I have very few opportunities to teach you. You can consider it carefully." Dong dong dong. Chapter 868. With the Heavenly Court selection over, the Heavenly Court's banquet came to an end. It was a perfect ending. Because of the bet with Hui, Qin Zhao's harvest this time was incomparably huge, including the 10 pots of dragon saliva wine and 10 immortal peaches from the Heavenly Court Master and Ho. Qin Zhao had won 11 pots of dragon saliva wine and 11 immortal peaches. Including his own, he had won 12 pots of dragon saliva wine and 11 immortal peaches, one of which was given to Yao Xuelian. In addition, he originally had 3 Dao integration pills. In other words, with these resources alone, Qin Zhao would probably be able to nurture more than 10 almighties. Of course, the dragon saliva wine was not absolute. The success rate was less than 50%. After the Heavenly Court banquet ended, everyone bid farewell and returned. Qin Zhao, the Azure Emperor, and the Yin Emperor naturally returned to the desolate land temple together. Before they left, the Starfire Almighty walked over and said to Qin Zhao, "Qin Zhao, I have something to discuss with you. The Heavenly Court Master instructed me to do so." "Oh, the Heavenly Court Master instructed me to do so. Feel free to speak your mind," Qin Zhao said. The Starfire Almighty said, "It's like this. Didn't you just accept a disciple? I know you don't have time to teach him. Your disciple's talent and potential are indeed very good. Even Yuan Lai and Bright Sea Almighties fought over him to take him in as a disciple. Therefore, the Heavenly Court Master also wants to ask if you're willing to let him cultivate in our Heavenly Court Island. We can take him in as an official disciple and enjoy all the benefits." Qin Zhao frowned slightly when he heard the Starfire Almighty's words. The Starfire Almighty immediately explained, "Qin Zhao, don't misunderstand. Our Heavenly Court Island is not fighting over your disciple. He's still your disciple. We're just helping to nurture him. He can leave whenever he wants. Our Heavenly Court Island will not restrict him in the slightest. We won't be affected. Your master isn't from Heavenly Court Island either." Qin Zhao could understand this, but in this case, he would have another identity. The Lotus Thorch laughed and joked, "Mighty cultivator Xinghua, your Heavenly Court Island is really wishful thinking. Wouldn't that make Han Jing a member of your Heavenly Court Island? And Qin Zhao is Han Jing's master. Doesn't that make him half a person of your Heavenly Court Island? It's okay if you don't have the time to train Qin Zhao. The Temple of the Desolate Land can do that for him. His eldest disciple has also been taken in by our Desolate Land Divine Palace. How could Qin Zhao not understand Heavenly Court Island's intentions? They wanted to nurture Han Jing for him, not because of Han Jing's potential. To Heavenly Court Island, one more genius or one less genius did not mean much. However, Heavenly Court Island wanted to use this opportunity to get closer to him. If Han Jing joined Heavenly Court Island, then Qin Shao would naturally have some connection with Heavenly Court Island in the future. Just like what the Lotus the Arch had said, he would be half a person of Heavenly Court Island. Mighty cultivator Xing smiled calmly and said, Lotus the Arch, you can't say that. Heavenly Court Island does have this intention, but it's also based on practical considerations. Han Jing was born in Heavenly Court Island's territory. His family is also in Heavenly Court Island's territory. This is his roots. If he can join our Heavenly Court Island, with the protection of our Heavenly Court Island Saint Light, I'm sure he'll be more than willing. Although you can move his family to Desolate Land Divine Palace's territory, you can move people, but you can't move one's roots. Everyone has a special feeling about their hometown. The Lotus the Arch was actually just joking. He did not really care about this matter. Furthermore, this was Qin Zhao's matter. It was naturally not up to him to make the decision. Qin Shao had actually considered this issue. Since mighty cultivator Xing Hua had taken the initiative to raise this issue, Qin Shao had no choice but to take it seriously. Qin Shao frowned slightly and thought for a while before saying, How about this, mighty cultivator Xing Hua? I'll go have a good chat with Han Jing and see what he thinks. I'll let him make the decision before replying to you. What do you think? Haha, good. I'll go with you to see Han Jing then. Mighty cultivator Xing Hua nodded. This time, Qin Shao planned to bring Han Jing back to Desolate Land Divine Palace first. As for his family, he would make arrangements after settling them down. However, this was also a troublesome matter for Qin Shao. It really gave Qin Shao a headache. Hence, if he could agree to mighty cultivator Xing Hua's request, it would be very easy. He would be a shopkeeper who did nothing. Qin Shao and mighty cultivator Xing Hua found Han Jing and asked. Han Jing was also willing to join Heavenly Court Island. The main reason was that his family was in Heavenly Court Island's territory and their roots were here. Hence, Han Jing was naturally more willing to join Heavenly Court Island. That way, his glory would be enough to protect his family. Since Han Jing was willing, Qin Shao naturally did not say much. After bestowing him with some things, Qin Shao returned with Flame Emperor and the others. This disciple was very clean. However, that was all he could do. For the time being, Qin Shao really did not have the time to teach his disciples. After returning to Desolate Land Divine Palace, Qin Shao was summoned by the Palace Master of Desolate Land. Palace Master, what's the matter? Qin Shao took the initiative to ask after bowing respectfully. The Palace Master of Desolate Land beckoned to Qin Shao, indicating for Qin Shao to take a seat first. This treatment made Qin Shao a little fearful, but Qin Shao still sat down. The Palace Master of Desolate Land said, Regarding the strange celestial body in your hometown, I have asked the Master of Heavenly Court and the others over the years. I have also looked through some ancient records, but I have not found any relevant information. Hence, this strange black vortex celestial body is very likely to have come from another universe. It is very strange and has a terrifyingly powerful origin that can fight against other forces. Furthermore, this black vortex celestial body probably wants to slowly devour your source world and turn its origin into its own. Later on, I went to investigate again and found that this black vortex celestial body has already fused with the origin will of your source world. Hence, even if I attack with all my strength, there is no way I can destroy this strange black vortex celestial body. According to my speculation, only you have a chance of breaking this predicament. Therefore, the crisis in your hometown may still need you to solve it. Hearing the words of the Palace Master of Desolate Land, and knowing that the Palace Master of Desolate Land had been busy working for his hometown all these years, Qin Shao felt a burst of gratitude in his heart. The Palace Master of Desolate Land actually put in so much effort for his own affairs. Qin Shao asked, Palace Master, what can I do to solve the crisis in my hometown? Because you are the Origin Lord, you can mobilize the Origin Will. Therefore, the Black Vortex celestial body may not be so repulsive to you. Therefore, you may be able to directly enter the interior of the Black Vortex celestial body. In this way, you may be able to find a way to break it. Even if it doesn't work, you can also transfer all the people in your hometown. At most, you will have to give up your source world. Of course, that is the worst-case scenario. According to the current situation I have, theoretically, you may be able to directly destroy this black vortex celestial body. However, the requirements for your power will be very high. At the very least, you will have to reach the level of Kunpeng ruler to have a chance of giving it a try. In other words, you will have to become a universe master to be able to do it. Hearing the words of the palace master of Desolate Land, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply, and his expression became somewhat solemn. He didn't have much time left. At most, he had about 100 million years left. In 100 million years, not to mention reaching the level of Kunpeng ruler, even becoming a universe master was too difficult. In 100 million years, Qin Shao was confident that he could become a powerful being. He was even confident that he could be invincible among the powerful beings and strive for the first place on the sky list. However, if he wanted to become a universe master in 100 million years, Qin Shao wasn't confident at all. However, just becoming a universe master wasn't enough. He had to reach the level of Kunpeng ruler to have a chance. Kunpeng ruler was widely acknowledged as the undisputed #1 universe master, and his power was the closest to that of a universe master. There were even rumors that Kunpeng ruler's power was already at the level of a universe master. Although there was no proof, it was enough to show how powerful Kunpeng ruler was. To reach the Kunpeng hegemon's level of power was far too difficult. If Qin Shao was given time, perhaps Qin Shao would have the confidence to give it a try. However, it was only 100 million years, and it was too short. It was even possible that reaching the level of Kunpeng ruler wasn't enough. He had to become a universe master first. A universe master? Putting aside the possibility of Qin Shao becoming a universe master, the current situation of the universe didn't allow for the birth of another universe master. It had been countless years since a universe master had been born. Moreover, it was only a short 100 million years. It sounded like an impossible task. It was extremely impossible. Therefore, such a situation naturally caused Qin Shao to be incomparably solemn. The Misty Palace Master also knew the cruelty of this matter, and said, "However, Qin Shao, you don't need to be too anxious. These are only the conclusions I've reached for the time being. Perhaps there will be some changes in the situation. Besides, I haven't gathered all 5 sacred masters to give a try. Perhaps, if the 5 of us join forces, we can destroy this black whirlpool celestial body. Of course, there is no other way. If we really have to go that far, I believe I still have some face left. Besides, you have done us a great favor, so it shouldn't be a problem to invite the other 4 sacred masters." Qin Shao was extremely grateful. "Thank you, palace leader. Let's wait and see. That's the last resort. I might have a chance to give it a try in 100 million years. I've only lived for a little over 200,000 years. 100 million years is actually a very long time for me. With such a long time, I might be able to reach that step. No matter what, I have to give it a try." Desolate Land Palace leader nodded slightly and said, "Yes, if you can reach that level and solve this crisis yourself, that would be the best outcome. With your talent and potential, there is indeed a glimmer of hope." Chapter 869. Qin Shao could tell that the Temple Master's tone was a little heavy when he said this, which made Qin Shao realize that what the Temple Master was going to say next would be very important. Therefore, Qin Shao listened attentively. The Desolate Land Temple Master looked at the endless desolate land sky and was silent for a long time before he said, "Qin Shao, you should know about the universal era by now, about the existence of other universes and the so-called greater thousand universes. Some things are still too far away for you, and there is no need for you to know so much, but there are some things that you can know now. Moreover, you must shoulder a certain mission. With your current strength You will be shouldering a lot of responsibilities, and the burden you'll be carrying will also be very heavy. The higher you stand, the easier it will be, and the more tired it will be. But for you, great pressure is also great motivation. Perhaps it will be able to stimulate your potential. Qin Shao nodded solemnly. He understood this principle even without the desolate land temple master's explanation. Humans were selfish, but sometimes they also had to be selfless, especially those who stood at a high position. Take the desolate land temple master, for example. He stood at a high position, so he had to be responsible for the entire desolate land temple territory. He had to shoulder the great responsibility of guarding the desolate land temple territory and the God realm. Qin Shao, you're a very responsible person and a selfless person. The meaning of the existence of the 5 great sacred lands is to protect the God realm forever and let the God realm prosper and develop. If you don't have such a sense of responsibility, you won't be accepted by the 5 great sacred lands. In the face of a calamity, no one can escape. There are heroes and there are traitors. But what we have to do is to be heroes. This is our sacred mission and our righteous duty. The desolate land temple master said again. Although he hadn't gotten to the main point, Qin Shao had already guessed that this matter might have something to do with the secret alliance between the 3 realms and the Otherverse and the fate of the God realm. Although this calamity hadn't erupted yet, it would happen sooner or later. The undercurrents were already surging and were just waiting to erupt. Qin Shao listened silently and didn't interrupt the desolate land temple master. The desolate land temple master retracted his gaze and said with a sharp look, "Let's not talk about this anymore. You should be able to understand and do better than anyone else. Everyone can see how selfless you are. Your spirit will be respected by everyone. With your current strength, there aren't many good places to go if you want to break through. You can explore the endless universe ocean, and you can also go to the few dangerous places in the universe. But before that, I have a task to give you a task." Finally, they got to the main point. "I want you and Yi Juanhe to go to the God-Sealing Abyss and train there for 100,000 years. God's Sealing Mountain?" Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. He searched his memories but couldn't find anything related to God's Sealing Mountain. He had never heard of God's Sealing Mountain. Moreover, if it was mentioned by the desolate land temple master, it couldn't be an ordinary place. Logically speaking, it should be very famous. Why hadn't he heard of it before? Thinking about it, there was only one possibility. It involved a big secret of the universe, so it wasn't known to anyone. Just like the existence of the Otherverse and the Otherverse power, only a few people knew about it. The desolate land temple master nodded slightly. "Yes, God's Sealing Mountain. You might not know where this is, but it's related to a big secret of the God realm. Today, I will tell you. You know about the Otherverse and the Otherverse power in our universe. This hidden danger was left behind a long time ago, and it has always been the source of disaster in our universe. Our universe is close to a universe called Devil Beast Universe. Originally, our 2 universes coexisted peacefully. However, there was a sudden change in the universe that opened a passage and connected our universe to the Devil Beast Universe. In other words, people from the Devil Beast Universe can enter our universe through that passage, and people from our universe can enter the Devil Beast Universe through that passage." "What?" Qin Shao was shocked. "Such a thing actually happened? Does that mean the Otherverse power of Eros and the automaton race came from the Devil Beast Universe to our universe? But it can't be, right? Eros and the automaton race both have universe masters, and they can dominate their own universes. There's no need for them to live in hiding in our universe, right?" The desolate land temple master shook his head. "That's not the case. Eros and the automaton race are different Otherverse power, and they entered our universe after that incident. Then they took root in our universe. The Devil Beast Universe originally wanted to invade our universe, but we suppressed them. Fortunately, there's only one passage. As long as we guard that passage, the people from the Devil Beast Universe can forget about coming over. And in our universe, we have the help of the universe origin, so we can naturally suppress the people from the Devil-Beast universe in terms of power. Therefore, countless people from the Devil-Beast universe have tried to invade our universe, but we suppress them all. We've always had a powerful force guarding the exit of the passageway, sealing it. We call that place God's Sealing Abyss. God's Sealing Abyss has always been guarded by the 5 holy lands of the godly world, so there hasn't been any trouble. Otherwise, I'm afraid the people from the Devil-Beast universe would have invaded our universe long ago. Then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Qin Shao felt a chill down his spine when he heard that. If that was the case, it would indeed be unimaginable. If it was just the Devil-Beast universe, then if the 4 realms were united, there would be nothing to be afraid of. But the problem was that the 3 realms had always wanted to be the master of this universe, and they had always been at odds with the godly world, always siding with outsiders. And speaking of which, there is also the existence of Eros and the automaton race, 2 powerful otherverse power. If all of these powers were to erupt together, it would be a nightmare for the divine realm. Then, no matter how strong the godly world's foundation was, it would definitely be no match for them. Therefore, just thinking about it made one's heart tremble, and a strong sense of crisis could be sensed. But there were some questions that Qin Shao still had some doubts. He couldn't help but frown and ask, "Temple Master, why does the Devil-Beast universe have to invade our universe? Logically speaking, the territory of a universe should be enough for them to reproduce, right? Why do they have to go to such great lengths? Could it be that their universe has already reached the 9th era?" The Temple Master of Desolate Land nodded and said, "Yes, you guessed right. The Devil-Beast universe has indeed reached the 9th era, so there isn't much time left for them. The 9th era is the Great Destruction, the reincarnation of everything. Only a very small number of people are lucky enough to escape from the universe. But after leaving the universe, they enter the busy cosmic ocean, and the universe has its own self-protection. With the will of the universe origin, it will restrict people from other universes from entering. For example, Eros and the automaton race. Because their universe has reached the point where the reincarnation of the 9th era will be destroyed, they fled with some of their people in a panic. They were lucky enough to escape successfully. After that, they drifted in the endless universe ocean for countless years. In the end, by chance, they entered our universe and stopped drifting. But when they enter our universe, the will of our universe will oppress them and won't recognize their existence. So, they want to invade our universe, they want to occupy our universe, and they want the will of our universe to recognize their legal status. That's why they are racking their brains and using every method possible to start a war with the godly realm. That's their goal. If they simply want a stable environment to reproduce, then they can open up a territory in the endless cosmic ocean. But what they want is the acknowledgement of the will of the universe origin. Qin Shao was shocked. They can do that. They can force the will of the universe origin to recognize them. Yes, that's right. The will of the universe origin is just a wisp of will. It doesn't have as much wisdom as we do, and it can consider many things. Whoever's power can dominate this universe. Then the will of the universe origin will recognize that power as the legal living being of this universe. The Temple Master of Desolate Land nodded and said, Qin Shao was relieved that there was such a thing. No wonder Eros and the automaton race wanted to occupy the godly realm at all costs. In that case, the Warcraft universe came with the same idea. They all wanted to occupy the universe and force the will of the universe origin to recognize their status. Who would have thought that there was such a secret behind the calamity of the godly realm? The Temple Master of Desolate Land continued. Now, the worst thing for the godly realm is that the Warcraft universe and Eros and the automaton race have joined forces. If these two powers join forces, then the godly realm may not be able to defend itself. So, we need to suppress the Warcraft universe with all our might, so that their power can emerge, and so that Eros and the automaton race can't contact the Warcraft universe. If they can't contact each other, then it'll be difficult for them to cooperate. If we just deal with them separately, then the godly realm can still handle it for the time being. But they'll definitely do everything they can to contact the Warcraft universe at all costs. The most likely scenario is that they'll send some people into the Warcraft universe as messengers. So the purpose of sending you to the God-sealing abyss is to train you. First, I want to train you guys. The God-sealing abyss is extremely dangerous. Even sovereigns can die in there. The second is to do your best to prevent people from the Warcraft universe from entering our universe, and people from the other universe from entering the Warcraft universe. We must cut off this line. As long as we can guard this line, then their plot won't succeed. That will create a lot of time for us so that we have time to react, think of some countermeasures, and digest them step by step. Perhaps only then can we protect the godly realm. Chapter 870. Hearing the desolate land palace master's solemn words, Qin Shao understood the importance of this matter. The importance of the sealing god abyss was needless to say. It was the lifeline of the realm of the gods and must be guarded. Once the sealing god abyss was lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. I am duty-bound for this matter. Palace master, please instruct me. I can leave immediately. Qin Shao nodded heavily. The desolate land palace master also expected Qin Shao to agree. He nodded slightly and said, "You don't have to leave immediately. You still need to prepare. How about this? We will leave after 1,000 years. During this 1,000 years, you should prepare yourself well. If there's anything you need to do, you can arrange it yourself. Although this is an experience, it is also filled with endless danger. Even I can't guarantee that you will be able to return safely. So, do you understand what I mean?" Qin Shao frowned a little, but she immediately felt relieved. She pursed her lips and said, "I understand, Palace Master. Then I'll make the preparations." The desolate land palace master nodded slightly and said, "Yes. Originally, you and Yi Juanhe are the original body, so this mission shouldn't be assigned to you. But everything has its two sides. You are the original body, so it is indeed very dangerous. If something happens to the original body, the consequences will be unimaginable. But at the same time, this kind of danger is also a pressure for you. It will also make you aware of this problem and stimulate your potential. Therefore, to you, this is an adventure as well as a journey of opportunity. Whether or not you can grasp it depends on your own luck." Qin Shao didn't care too much about this. He curled his lips and said, "There is a challenge when there is danger. If it is absolutely safe, then there is no meaning. So what if it is the original body? Wealth comes from danger. I have experienced countless dangers along the way, but I still managed to get to where I am today. Danger will only become a kind of training for us." Qin Zhao's true body ventured into the ancient battlefield of gods and devils, and Qin Zhao's true body ventured into the mother planet. Was it not extremely dangerous? But in the end, Qin Shao was able to profit from the misfortune and succeed instead. Things like opportunities were sometimes like this. If you didn't have the courage to risk your life, then you wouldn't even be able to touch it. To put it simply, how could one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Besides, this wasn't just a simple experience. The meaning behind it was to protect the God realm. It was a sacred mission. Being in a high position, one had to shoulder this mission. This was a responsibility that all capable people had to bear. Ordinary deities envied major powers and sovereigns, but who knew that major powers and sovereigns had to shoulder so many things? As long as it involved the safety of the God realm, these experts would have to deal with it, take risks, and even sacrifice themselves. The existence of the 5 great sacred grounds in the divine world was also the same. Although they were high and mighty, although they were the rulers of the God realm, they were also the guardians of the God realm. Without the protection of the divine world's 5 great sacred grounds, how could the divine world have a day of peace? Responsibility. This was something that Qin Shao had understood very well long ago. In the past, when he was still immortal, when he was still in the 9 provinces continent, he understood this very well. At that time, he had shouldered the mission of protecting the entire human race. Now that he stood at the peak of the God realm, he also had to shoulder the mission of protecting the God realm. This was a sacred, selfless, and even more so, noble duty. Go! The palace master of the desolate land palace waved his hand at Qin Shao. Qin Shao stood up and bid him farewell. Qin Shao talked with Yi Junhe for a while. After the two of them agreed on a time, Qin Shao returned to 9 Provinces City. Although they hadn't seen each other for only a few hundred years, 9 Provinces City's appearance had changed completely. The order of the city was also clearly different from before. The various organizations were operating on the right track, and everything was in order. Such a 9 Provinces City not only gave people a feeling of vitality, but also made people yearn for it. Actually, Qin Shao didn't need to prepare anything. He just said that the mission this time would be very dangerous. So Qin Shao wanted to use this time to spend more time with everyone. After all, his clone was still trapped in the 9th district of the Divine Mountain. At least, it wouldn't be able to come out in a short period of time. With his current strength, it was still too far away for him to break through. This time, his main body was going to the God-sealing abyss, and the dangers were unknown. Although Qin Shao had enough confidence, he still had to consider everything thoroughly. Preparing a backup plan could also be considered as being prepared for any eventuality. Using this time, Qin Shao planned to spend more time with everyone. He didn't prepare to cultivate anymore. 1,000 years' time was still too short. Most importantly, Qin Shao didn't have any thoughts of cultivating for the time being. Small improvements wouldn't be of any help to his strength. It was better for him to spend more time with everyone. He rarely asked about the affairs of the 9 Provinces City. This time, he was prepared to take a look. He couldn't leave everything to others without doing anything. Knowing that Qin Shao was going to accompany everyone for 1,000 years, everyone cheered and stopped cultivating. Even Brother Pure, who was training outside, hurried back when he heard the news. If it was in the past, Qin Shao would definitely not do this. But this time, he was under the God-sealing abyss, so he didn't stop everyone. After all, he really didn't know how dangerous it would be this time. Everyone gathered together in a lively manner. It was a very happy and blissful thing. Perhaps such a situation would be difficult to happen again in the future. Coincidentally, Qin Shao also brought back some delicious food from the Heavenly Court banquet and shared it with everyone. At the banquet table, several people broke through their realms one after another. Among these people in the Source World, Brother Pure and Shurjian's strength were naturally above the rest. Both of them were ranked in the top 100 of the Earth list. Their strength was comparable to that of a powerful figure. Then, it was Tianxing and Qizhu. After these years of cultivation, the two of them had a large amount of resources, which allowed them to break through to the 4th step of the Heavenly God Realm. However, their potential was limited. Their cultivation path was basically cut off. Then, Changfeng and Palace Master Xiao were 3rd step Heavenly Gods. It was not bad. Of course, they also received a lot of resources. If they didn't have abundant resources for cultivation, it was naturally impossible for them to reach such a level so quickly. A 3rd step Heavenly God Realm was not considered weak. Then, there were Bai Jinxiu and the others. Some were 1st step Heavenly Gods, some were 2nd step Heavenly Gods. Their potential was relatively weak. According to this situation, it would be difficult for them to reach the 4th step of the Heavenly God Realm. This banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a rare occasion for everyone to gather together and talk and laugh, speaking their minds freely. Moreover, the wine and dishes brought back by Qin Shao were all treasures. After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, with Shurjian replacing Qin Zhao's guidance, Song Gui also broke through to the 1st step of the Heavenly God Realm. His progress could not be said to be great, but it was not bad. By the way, Eighth Enlightenment, according to the arrangement, you will do one thing. Pick 3 4th-step heavenly gods who have more potential, are loyal to our 9-state city, and have made some contributions. Implement it as soon as possible. After the selection is done, a citywide meeting will be held and everyone will be gathered together. Speaking of which, I'm also the city lord of 9-state city in name, but I don't really care much about 9-state city. Use this opportunity to meet everyone. Go and arrange it. Qin Shao suddenly said. Eighth Enlightenment nodded and immediately went to arrange the arrangement. Eighth Enlightenment efficiency was very high. Soon, the matter was arranged according to the arrangement. Qin Shao said to everyone, "Let's go. Let's go together." Everyone rose to their feet. This was also a grand event in 9-state city. Without Qin Zhao's order, no one had the ability and qualification to hold a citywide meeting. After Qin Shao gave Eighth Enlightenment's order, the whole 9-state city became lively. The streets and alleys were filled with cheers and laughter. Many people were even jumping for joy. Everyone ran around to spread the news, filling the streets and alleys with people. These people were all heading towards the 9 Provinces Plaza of the 9 Provinces City. Haha! After waiting for so many years, His Highness Qin Shao is finally going to hold a city-wide meeting. We finally have a chance to see His Highness Qin Zhao's face. That's right, that's right. I've been dreaming of seeing His Highness Qin Shao. No. We should call His Highness Qin Shao the City Lord now. We are now the people of 9-state city, and His Highness Qin Shao is our City Lord. That's right, City Lord. Haha. This time, all the big shots in 9-state city will come. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Me too. I'm so beautiful. What if some big shot takes a fancy to me? Go away, you beauty. Don't be so smug. Even if he's blind, he won't like you. A large number of people poured into the 9-state square from the streets, like rivers flowing into the sea. The 9-state square was located at the center of 9-state city. As the origin point, it ran through the whole 9-state city. Countless great dao spread out, forming a huge and dense net. Behind a 9-state square was the majestic Qin Mansion. The 9-state square had become the core of 9-state city. The entire 9-state square was extremely huge. Its diameter was no less than 100,000 miles, and it could accommodate more than 100 trillion people. However, the current population of 9-state city was really more than that. Therefore, this huge square was still a little too small for the huge 9-state city. In less than half a day, the entire 9-state square was tightly packed. The people who came later couldn't squeeze in. They could only stand on the surrounding buildings, and some even stood at a low altitude. Such a scene was truly spectacular. The lively atmosphere seemed to be about to overturn the entire 9-state city. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. Everyone was talking and laughing, and it was very cheerful. Qin Shao and his group flew over and landed on the rostrum. The rostrum was high enough to overlook the entire square. Seeing such a magnificent scene, Qin Shao sighed in his heart. 9-state city was built from scratch. In just a few 100,000 years, it could be said that it was a miracle that it could grow to such an extent. And this was his personal strength, his force, and the cornerstone of the 9 states' world's strength in the future. Seeing Qin Shao and his group arrive, the originally lively 9-state square suddenly quieted down. Everyone knelt down at the same time. Their neat and loud voices resounded through the sky, as if they had rehearsed it countless times. Chapter 871. Countless people shouted in unison, "Greetings to His Excellency, the City Lord." The huge 9 Provinces square was filled with people kneeling in front of him. Qin Shao was the City Lord of 9 Provinces City. At the same time, he was the spiritual leader and faith of countless people in 9 Provinces City. Those who came to Nine Provinces City were either seeking refuge with Qin Shao or the family members of those seeking refuge with Qin Shao. There were only two reasons why these people sought refuge with Qin Shao. The first was because they had nowhere else to go. These people were the most grateful. The second was because of Qin Zhao's fame. These people were full of admiration and worship for Qin Shao. Moreover, Qin Zhao's fame was like the sun. He was extremely powerful and stood at the top of the world. Naturally, all the people in Nine Provinces City submitted to him. Last time, Qin Zhao's bold and decisive actions won the hearts of the people in Nine Provinces City. Those who in the hearts of the people rule the world. Therefore, at this time, all the people in Nine Provinces City sincerely respected, worshipped, and submitted to Qin Shao. Qin Shao felt an indescribable sense of joy when he saw the people worshiping him and working as one. He had never thought of ruling over the world, never thought of becoming the overlord of a region, the supreme ruler of a region. He did not pursue power, nor did he pursue fame and fortune. What he cared about was only strength and familial ties. Palace Master Xia and the others were beaming with joy. They were very happy and even a little excited. They had never dreamt of such a magnificent scene. Big Brother Xia, don't you feel like you're dreaming? Chong Feng smiled and looked at Palace Master Xia. Palace Master Xia nodded and said, "Yes, it does feel like a dream. Even in my dreams, I never thought that we would reach this point today. Thinking back to more than 200,000 years ago, our goal was to become a god. Our goal was to be like Big Brother Tian Xing and Big Brother Qi Zhu, to ascend to the god realm and live a carefree life. Now that I think about it, my thoughts back then were really laughable. When ordinary gods ascended to the divine realm, the probability of surviving was very small. Even if they could survive, most of them would be struggling at death's door. They will either be enslaved for eternity or be taken in by other forces as odd job workers. Their fates are miserable. How can they still be considered gods? But we have never experienced any of these dangers because we have Qin Shao. He fought for us, gave us a stable home, and allowed us to walk to where we are now easily. Now that we have the Nine Continents City as the foundation of our Nine Continents world, the future generations of our Nine Continents world will have full protection. In the God realm, having such a guarantee was the most important thing. It was the cornerstone of a race's development. All of this does not require us to work hard. We do not need to struggle. Qin Shao alone has done everything for us, allowing us to sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Chong Feng nodded and said, "Yes, if it weren't for Qin Shao, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to become a god. We would have died in the source world long ago." Heaven Star and Qi Zhu also sighed with emotion. If it weren't for Qin Shao, their fates wouldn't have been any better. Even if they didn't die, they would definitely have lived a miserable life, especially Qi Zhu. But now, they had already married and had children, reproduced their descendants, and gave birth to a huge family. It was Qin Shao who gave them everything. And all of this didn't require them to pay anything, not even a word of thanks. This gratitude was actually hidden in the depths of everyone's heart. Although they usually didn't express it, they didn't forget it. Qin Zhao's greatness, selflessness, and loyalty were a model worthy of everyone to learn from. So when they taught the future generations now, they also took Qin Shao as an example and let them all learn from Qin Shao. To be an indomitable man, to be a man that everyone respected. A man in the world should do and not do. The charm of a person's personality was endless. This scene also triggered everyone's emotions, causing them to be in high spirits. However, the situation in the source world was still a thorn in everyone's heart. Such a magnificent scene couldn't be shared with the source world. After more than 200,000 years of development, the source world had developed very quickly. At this time, there were already more than 30 gods in the source world. But all of the gods couldn't ascend to the divine realm and could only stay in the source world. If it weren't for this situation, a large number of people in the Nine Continents world would have been moved to the Nine Continents City. Then, The source world power would be far more than that. After Qin Zhao's speech, it also attracted a lot of praise and submission. Qin Zhao shouted the slogan of the nine-continent city. It was their own nine-continent city, the nine-continent city of everyone, the nine-continent city where everyone was equal. Even if the people of the source world were in the nine-continent city, they wouldn't be treated differently. A wise ruler like Qin Zhao was naturally loved and respected by everyone. After the speech, Qin Zhao looked at the great sage of Eightfold and gave him a look. The great sage of Eightfold walked out and waved at the crowd. The nine-continent square immediately quieted down. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The great sage of Eightfold's gaze fell on the city guard area. He said to the three silver-armored fourth-step gods standing at the front, "The three of you, step forward." Although the three fourth-step gods weren't the strongest among all the fourth-step gods, they were honest people and had made a lot of contributions to the construction of the nine-continent city. Every time they were given a task, they completed it very well. Moreover, they were loyal to the nine-continent city. The great sage of Eightfold had gone through a strict comparison before he finally selected these three people. Although the great sage of Eightfold didn't know what Qin Zhao wanted these three people for, he just did as he was told. The three gods stood in front of Qin Zhao. Seeing Qin Zhao at such a close distance, the three of them were very nervous and fearful. The others also looked at the three fourth-step gods. They didn't know why they were called out by the great sage of Eightfold gods. However, when they thought about it, something good must have happened to them. After sizing them up, Qin Zhao said, "The three of you are carefully selected warriors of the nine-continent city. You have strength, loyalty, and responsibility. You have all three of these qualities and have performed very well. Therefore, I'll take this opportunity to give you a certain reward. I will reward those who have done well and punish those who have done wrong. Anyone, as long as they sincerely work for Nine-Continent City, will be noticed by me and have the possibility of receiving my rewards. Of course, the reward will only belong to a few. Those who don't receive a reward are not because you're not outstanding enough, but because the quota is limited. I can only choose the right time to reward you. Perhaps some of you think it's unfair, but in this matter, I really can't be absolutely fair. After all, there are too many people and too few resources. It's naturally unrealistic to reward everyone. I can only say that each of you has a chance to receive a reward. As long as you do enough and contribute enough, you will all have a chance. I've carefully observed the situation of the three of them. If anyone thinks that they have done better than the three of them over the years, you can stand up and tell me now." Hearing that Qin Zhao was going to reward them, countless people immediately became excited. Some voices of discussion rang out. The three people standing in front of Qin Zhao were even more excited. They felt as if they had been smashed by happiness. Not to mention what the reward was, it was already a supreme honor to be called out by His Highness Qin Zhao to reward them. To them, the significance of this was already extraordinary. Qin Zhao moved his hand, and 3 cups of dragon saliva wine appeared in his hand. However, no one recognized the dragon saliva wine. Only Yao Shiwilian, who had attended the heavenly court banquet with Qin Zhao, knew about the dragon saliva wine. Therefore, when she saw Qin Zhao take out the dragon saliva wine, she was slightly surprised and exclaimed, "Dragon saliva wine? So generous." Brother Pure and the others were also curious when they saw Yao Shiwilian's surprise. What was this dragon saliva wine? Brother Pure asked directly, "Shiwilian, what is this dragon saliva wine? Is it very precious?" Yao Shiwilian shook her head and said, "It's not very precious. It's very, very precious. To put it simply, the value of the dragon saliva wine exceeds the value of the convergence elixir to a certain extent." What? Exceeds the value of the convergence elixir? Such a comparison truly gave everyone quite a fright. They did not know about the dragon saliva wine, but they knew about the convergence elixir. It was something that even a powerful figure who had experienced many hardships yearned for. It was something that a powerful figure who had experienced many hardships would do anything to get. For example, Dao Qi did not hesitate to betray Qin Shao in order to get his hands on a convergence elixir. They did not expect Qin Shao to take out 3 jugs of dragon saliva wine at once, which was equivalent to 3 convergence elixirs. This was really a big deal. It was enough to shock everyone. Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao enviously and said, "Brother, how can you give such a good thing to others? Give it to me. We've been brothers for so many years, but you don't even think about me. Give me a jug of dragon saliva wine, and let me succeed in the convergence elixir and become a powerful figure immediately. TSK, TSK, TSK. I've been waiting for this day for many years." Qin Shao laughed and said, "Why are you in such a hurry? You've only cultivated for 200,000 years. Why are you in such a hurry to become a powerful figure? You'd better work hard on your foundation and accumulate more. With your talent and potential, the convergence elixir will happen sooner or later. You can succeed on your own. Why do you need to rely on external help? No matter how good the external help is, it will more or less have some impact on you. It's best to succeed in the convergence elixir on your own." Ahem, I'm just saying. Forget it. I don't want it. Brother Pure pursed his lips. Qin Shao naturally knew that Brother Pure was joking. He ignored Brother Pure and looked at the 3 4th-step heavenly gods. "This is dragon saliva wine. I'll give each of you a jug of dragon saliva wine. Drink it now." With that, Qin Shao waved his hand, and 3 jugs of dragon saliva wine landed in the hands of the 3. The 3 4th-step heavenly gods naturally did not know what dragon saliva wine was. However, since the City Lord gave it to them, it must be something good. Since Qin Shao asked them to drink it now, they did not hesitate at all and immediately drank it all. Chapter 872. The crowd below the stage also stared intently at the 3 4th-step celestial gods. They were all curious as to what kind of treasure His Highness Qin Shao had bestowed upon them. After the 3 4th-step celestial gods drank the flask of dragon saliva wine, the worlds within their bodies exploded. Their minds and wills instantly entered a mysterious world and resonated with it. Their sea of consciousness became incomparably clear and transparent. Their Daos also appeared in front of them, down to the tiniest details. Every single line became incomparably clear. The Daos were no longer abstruse and difficult to understand. Instead, they became simple. This is the 3 4th-step celestial gods were incomparably excited. This was the thought of Tao integration. Moreover, their Daos had become incomparably clear, giving them full confidence to attempt Tao integration. Not every 4th-step celestial god could achieve Tao integration. The so-called Tao integration was a critical point to break through. Only after reaching that point would you be qualified to attempt Tao integration. If you couldn't reach that point, you wouldn't even be qualified to attempt Tao integration. Let's not talk about that for now. Just the most basic requirements of Tao unification were there. At the very least, you had to meet the most basic requirements. There were 2 basic requirements for Tao integration. The first was to completely master 2 supreme-grade Great Daos. The second was to completely master 3 superior-grade Great Daos. Of course, it was fine as long as you met either one of the 2 requirements. This was the most basic requirement. Even if you met the most basic requirement, it didn't mean you could directly attain Tao integration. You still had to reach the critical point of Tao integration, the critical point of breaking through. It was even possible that some people wouldn't be able to reach the critical point of Tao integration even after completely mastering 3 superior-grade Great Daos. If you didn't reach the critical point of Tao integration, there would only be one result if you forcefully attempted Tao integration. That was failure. You would perish and cease to exist in this world. Only after reaching the critical point of Tao integration would you attempt Tao integration again. Even so, the success rate of Tao integration was exceedingly low. It was less than 1 in 10,000. Tao integration was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 3/4 step celestial gods hadn't actually reached the critical point of Tao integration. Fortunately, they all met the most basic requirements. After drinking the dragon's saliva wine, the three of them directly reached the critical point of Tao integration with the help of the wine's powerful energy. Moreover, the powerful energy continued to urge them, making Tao integration even easier. The three of them directly attempted Tao integration on the spot. Seeing this, the crowd below the stage finally reacted. What? Tao integration? They're actually Tao integration? Could it be that His Highness Qin Shao bestowed a divine item Tao integration? There are some divine items that can assist in the Tao integration stage, such as the Tao integration flower, the 3 lives lotus throne, the flames of 9 daybreak, and so on and so forth. To Tao integration, to Tao. Let's wait and see. If they dare to Tao integration right away, that means they're very confident. Otherwise, they'd definitely find a place to seclude themselves before attempting Tao integration. Tao integration was a taboo to be disturbed by others. That could cause the process to fail. Therefore, many people would choose an extremely secluded place to attempt Tao integration. They wouldn't let anyone know. This was because Tao integration would be relatively weak. If an enemy ambushed them, the chances of death would be very high. Even if they didn't die, they'd still die if their Tao integration was disrupted and they failed. Therefore, Tao integration should be very, very important to 4th step celestial gods. Tao integration here was indeed a surprise to the crowd. However, with His Highness Qin Shao overseeing this place, they were relieved. Boom! One of the 4th step celestial gods completed Tao integration first. 3 superior grade Taos began to fuse. Heaven and earth changed, and strange phenomena appeared. Rainbow light, starlight, and a starry sky. Phoenixes, Cheelants, true dragons of the 9 heavens. Fortune, prosperity, and longevity. All sorts of strange phenomena appeared. The 4th step celestial god shone with extraordinary brilliance, illuminating the 9 heavens. Soon, auspicious signs descended from the heavens. A mighty divine might descended upon the world like a king. A mighty figure was born under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Immediately afterward, the other 2 4th step celestial gods also succeeded in Tao integration. Beams of brilliance illuminated the 9 heavens and pierced through the firmament. The crowd below the stage was also shocked beyond belief. Then, they became incomparably excited. Mighty figures. 9 State City had given birth to 3 mighty figures all of a sudden. This was simply too shocking and unimaginable. If news of this spread, it would certainly cause an uproar. However, as citizens of 9 State City, they were naturally happy to see such a thing happen. The more mighty figures that were born, the more powerful 9 State City would be. As citizens of 9 State City, they would feel safer and prouder. Currently, 9 State City had a total of 9 mighty figures. Moreover, there were 3 4th step celestial gods whose strength was comparable to mighty figures. One of them was His Highness Qin Shao, whose strength was comparable to the top 5 of the heaven leaderboard. The other 2 were Shi Jian and Brother Pure, who were ranked in the top 100 of the Earth leaderboard. This combined force was absolutely terrifying. They could definitely look down on the firmament. Perhaps in the entire God realm, there were not many ancient forces that could compete with them. 9 State City, on the other hand, had only been around for a few 100,000 years. If 9 State City was given enough time to develop, it would be even more immeasurable. The strength of 9 State City was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. The The three newly born mighty figures were wild with joy. They really did not expect that this pot of dragon saliva brew would allow them to succeed in Tao integration and become mighty figures so easily. All of them had not even reached the Tao integration point. Before this, they had never thought about Tao integration at all. They did not expect that they would succeed so easily today. Mighty figures. This was something that they had always dreamed of. After waiting for so long, it had finally come. Finally, they had become major powers, taking this stepping into the realm of eternity. The three of them immediately knelt down before Qin Shao. The gratitude in their hearts could not be expressed with any words. This was a great favor to them. The three of them swore in their hearts again and again that they would be loyal to His Highness Qin Shao for the rest of their lives. Qin Shao waved his hand to the three of them and said, "All right, all of you may rise. This is the reward for your hard work. However, it has given you enough strength, enough responsibility. From now on, you will be the main force protecting Nine-State City. The safety of Nine-State City and the safety of all its citizens will depend on you to protect them. We will not hesitate to die for you. We are willing to sacrifice our lives for you." The three mighty figures' sonorous voices resounded through the nine heavens, expressing their attitude. Qin Shao looked at the crowd below the stage, especially the lineup of fourth-step heavenly gods. Many people must be envious of them. Qin Shao said, "Some of you may be envious, some may be jealous, and some may even feel that it is unfair. I have said from the beginning that I cannot be absolutely fair in this matter. As long as you have contributed to Nine-State City, I will take note of it. Rewards based on merit will eventually fall on your heads. The path of cultivation is slow. The most important thing is not your talent and potential, but your temperament. If your temperament is not strong enough, it will be difficult for you to go far. Everyone wants to become a mighty figure. The path of Tao unification is not that easy. Everything depends on your own efforts." Everyone lowered their heads and said nothing. Qin Shao did not say anything else. After a few more words, he left. The rest of the matters were left to the others. Qin Shao was used to being a hands-off boss. He was used to leaving many things to others. After finishing everything, Qin Shao also had some free time. When he was free, he walked around Qin Mansion. Speaking of which, he really did not walk around Qin Mansion properly, nor did he walk around Nine-State City properly. When he walked to a garden, Qin Shao could not help but stop. He was attracted by the fragrance here. The fragrance of the flowers in the air was very refreshing. Just by smelling it, one would feel relaxed and comfortable. This kind of flower fragrance was very special. It was mixed with the fragrance of many flowers. It was soft like a hodgepodge, but it was very pleasant to the nose. Clearly, these flowers had been carefully selected so that they could fuse together. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the garden. The garden was not big, but the layout was very delicate and beautiful. Bunches of flowers bloomed in the garden. They were colorful, strange, and each had its own merits. If they were placed on one side, they would not be noticed. However, these flowers were delicately combined together, forming a very beautiful pattern. It was very pleasing to the eye. Qin Shao involuntarily walked into the garden. Along the way, he appreciated the fragrant flowers and smelled the refreshing fragrance. He felt indescribably happy, comfortable, and relaxed. Qin Shao did not know how long he had not had this kind of feeling. At this moment, Qin Shao even wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Qin Zhao's line of sight. The familiar back naturally allowed Qin Shao to recognize who it was at a glance. Qin Shao walked over and stood behind the figure. Only then did the figure turn his head. He was holding a bouquet of budding flowers in his hand. The moment Yao Shiulian turned around, with a bright smile on her face, the bouquet of flowers in her hand also bloomed. It was so beautiful and gorgeous. Yao Shiulian smiled even more happily. Her smile was so beautiful, just like the bouquet of flowers in her hand. Yao Shiulian handed the flowers over and said, "Qin Shao, these are for you. A bouquet of passion flowers bloomed for you." I planted this garden for you. Every bouquet of flowers is a passion flower. They represent my sincerity. Passion flowers need to be cultivated with sincerity. The moment the sincerity blooms, the passion flowers will bloom. Looking at the bouquet of passion flowers that Yao Shiwelian handed over, and looking at the garden full of blooming passion flowers, Qin Zhao's heart was touched beyond words. It was an indescribable feeling. To be honest, he was very touched. He saw everything that Yao Shiwelian had done for him. It was indeed a rare thing for a girl to do so much for him. Qin Zhao's heart was slightly touched at this moment. However, there was still a force in the depths of his heart that was resisting. Chapter 873. Qin Shao really didn't know what else to say other than, thank you. He had already rejected her, so there was no need to say it again. Besides, it wasn't appropriate to say such words at this time. It was too hurtful. Yao Shiwelian was a good girl. This was undeniable. The passion flowers in the garden were so beautiful, just like Yao Shiwelian at this time. Qin Zhao's heart was inexplicably touched, but he could only endure it. By the way, Shiwelian, after 1,000 years, I will leave the God realm to carry out a mission with Yi Juanhe. Qin Shao changed the topic. He really didn't want to make the atmosphere too awkward. Yao Shiwelian smiled as she looked at Qin Shao and said, didn't you say that you would leave after staying in 9 Continent City for 1,000 years? It's obvious that you have something to do and have to leave. But your departure this time doesn't seem to be that simple, right? Yao Shiwelian's expression became serious towards the end. Qin Shao looked at Yao Shiwelian, frowned slightly, and said, why do you say that? Qin Shao didn't tell anyone that he was going to carry out a mission in the God Realm. Besides, this was a core secret of the God Realm. Very few people knew about it. So when he heard Yao Shiwelian's question, Qin Shao couldn't help but ponder for a moment. However, he also felt that it was impossible for the news to be leaked out. Qin Shao didn't intend to tell anyone about this matter. If he told others, it would only make them worried for him. Yao Shiwelian said, didn't you notice that you were a little different from before when you came back this time? Not quite the same. Qin Shao frowned. Of course, he knew this. Yao Shiwelian nodded and said, yes, it's different. In the past, when you came back, you basically wouldn't ask about the matters of the 9-continent city. You would only take some time out to meet everyone and have a meal. After that, you would lock yourself in your room to cultivate. But this time, you're obviously different. This time, as soon as you came back, you called everyone over to hold a banquet. Then you asked about the matters of 9-continent city very carefully and even called for a meeting. Furthermore, you didn't lock yourself up to cultivate. Instead, you said that you wanted to accompany everyone for 1,000 years. There must be something fishy about bringing out an Anitya Hellguard. You must be hiding something from everyone, am I right? Qin Shao smiled for a while. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from Yao Shiwelian's eyes. Her subtle changes were completely seen through by Yao Shiwelian, and she could also keenly guess that she was hiding something from everyone. However, Qin Shao didn't know how to explain this to Yao Shiwelian. So after thinking for a while, she shook her head and said, Shiwelian, I'm indeed going to carry out a dangerous mission. I've been working too hard these years, so this time, I want to spend more time with everyone while I'm preparing. This time, the mission will take a long time, so I want to relax a little. There's nothing else. You're just thinking too much. No, I won't. Yao Shiwelian shook her head and said firmly, my intuition is rarely wrong. It's definitely not as simple as you said. You're such a confident person. I don't think ordinary dangers can make you like this. Qin Shao, can you tell me? What are you going to do? Yao Shiwelian's tone toward the end of her words seemed to be begging. Her bright eyes also flashed with a trace of tears. It seemed that if Qin Shao didn't tell her, she would really cry. Faced with Yao Shiwelian's concern, Qin Zhao's heart was filled with warmth. She was very touched. However, he really couldn't tell Yao Shiwelian about this matter. He could only say, You're thinking too much. It's really nothing. As a sealed disciple of the divine palace of the desolate land, you should also know some of the rules of the divine palace of the desolate land. This matter involves the big secret of the divine palace of the desolate land, so don't ask me. I won't tell you. The mission is naturally dangerous, but there are also opportunities. Don't make a fuss, okay? You're talking as if I'm going to die. The temple master is worried about me. How can he let me do something that will lead to death? Although Qin Shao said so, Yao Shiwilian always had a bad premonition. She always felt that this matter was not so simple. She also thought that she was thinking too much, but she really couldn't help thinking about it. Qin Shao was the original body. If something happened to the original body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, she knew that Qin Zhao's doppelganger was trapped in the small universe. It was another matter whether it could come out or not. Under Qin Zhao's comforting, Yao Shiwilian gradually felt relieved. She also knew that Qin Shao really wouldn't say anything about the secret of the divine realm. It was useless for her to ask again. For thousands of years, Qin Shao accompanied Yao Shiwilian the most. Of course, the main reason was that Yao Shiwilian followed Qin Shao every day. Qin Shao had to accompany her. As for the others, no one knew whether it was intentional or not, but they consciously didn't disturb them and left more time for them. It was as if they had formed a tacit agreement. Actually, speaking of which, everyone liked Yao Shiwilian very much. If they really had to compare, they definitely liked him more than Gu Lingwei. After all, they had been together for hundreds of thousands of years. Naturally, their feelings for each other were very deep. Moreover, everyone felt that Qin Shao didn't need to be so stubborn. Why did he have to stay by Gu Lingwei's side? It was very normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yao Shiwilian also said that she didn't mind sharing Qin Shao with Gu Lingwei. However, Qin Shao still couldn't accept Yao Shiwilian. Qin Zhao's stubbornness really made everyone anxious for him, but there was nothing they could do. After all, they couldn't force Qin Shao to accept Yao Shiwilian, could they? 1,000 years could be said to be slow, but could also be said to be fast. For ordinary people, perhaps a new generation could be born in 20 years. 1,000 years was enough for a couple to produce a huge family. When the time came, Qin Shao bade farewell to everyone and rushed to the desolate land god palace. He would first meet up with Yi Junhe and then set off for the god-sealing abyss together. Yi Junhe was also waiting for Qin Shao in the desolate land god palace. After Qin Shao arrived, the two of them went to see Master Qingye together. Master Qingye said to the two of them, "No one can find the god-sealing abyss. The seal created by the combined efforts of the 5 great holy lands of the god realm is hidden in the depths of the endless sea of darkness. You need someone to guide you there. I have a doppelganger that has always been stationed in the god-sealing abyss. I will now send an energy doppelganger to take you there." Qin Shao and Yi Junhe nodded. Under the guidance of Master Qingye's energy doppelganger, the 3 of them headed toward the depths of the endless sea of universe. This time, the journey took a total of 3,000 years. Fortunately, the journey was very peaceful and there were no accidents. They successfully reached the god-sealing abyss. In the endless sea of stars, a towering ice mountain that exuded an unparalleled holy aura stood there quietly. Its height was unfathomable. The entire sacred mountain was barren and jagged rocks of grotesque shapes. From afar, it looked like an incomparably ferocious ancient giant beast. Under the mountain, there was a huge abyss. It was especially terrifying. It was like a giant mouth that could swallow the sky and swallow everything. The entire sacred mountain stood above the huge abyss, sealing the entrance to the abyss. This is the god-sealing abyss? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. Even though he was extremely far away, he could still feel an extremely eerie and terrifying aura emanating from the huge abyss. It was as if some peerless monster was hiding inside and was only waiting to charge out. Master Qingye's energy doppelganger nodded and said, "Yes, below is the god-sealing abyss." The mountain above is the God-sealing mountain, which is the camp of the 5 holy lands of the godly world. The 5 holy lands of the godly world have many powerful doppelganger bodies. Even the doppelganger bodies of the rulers are guarding here. Although there aren't many of them, there are more than 10,000 of them. Qin Shao was slightly shocked. There are more than 10,000 of them guarding the God-sealing abyss. It should be known that those who could pass through the God-sealing abyss were at least powerful. Also, there were many doppelganger bodies of the rulers here. It could even be said that there were universe masters here personally. With such a lineup, one could say that it was not weak. However, after thinking about it, the significance of the God-sealing abyss to the godly world went without saying. Therefore, the godly world had to guard the God-sealing abyss to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Otherwise, if the power of the demon-beast universe attacked without restraint, without such a lineup, there would be no way to stop it. Master Qingye continued, "There are 3 doppelganger bodies of a universe master guarding this place. He is the master of primordial chaos, and he belongs to the heavenly court island." Qin Shao had long known that there was a universe master guarding this place. He had thought that it would be one of the doppelganger bodies of the 5 holy masters guarding this place. He had not expected that it would be the original body of the master of primordial chaos guarding this place. The master of primordial chaos had his original body and 2 doppelganger bodies. In other words, the 3 doppelganger bodies were equivalent to 3 universe masters. The master of primordial chaos was considered the most mysterious of the 6 universe masters in the godly world. He was a universe master of Heavenly Court Island, just like the master of Heavenly Court Island. The master of Heavenly Court's power was unquestionably the strongest in the universe. However, the battle for second place in the universe had always been debated without a conclusion. Some said it was the master of Desolate Land. Some said it was the master of Primordial Chaos. Some said it was the master of 9 Skies. And some said it was the master of Primordial Chaos. However, the most popular ones were the master of Primordial Chaos and the master of Desolate Land. From this, one could see how powerful the master of Primordial Chaos was. His 3 doppelganger bodies had always been guarding the God-sealing abyss, sealing it so that the people from the demon-beast universe could not break out. In addition to the master of primordial chaos, there are more than 10 doppelganger bodies guarding this place. Normally, the people from each holy land will be under the charge of the respective holy land's leaders. In the future, I will be in charge of all your operations. If there are any orders from the higher-ups, I will inform you. Let's go, Master Qingye said. We will first go to God's Sealing Mountain to settle you down and familiarize you with the environment here. Qin Shao and Yi Jun nodded. They would follow Master Qingye's arrangements. After arriving at the God Sealing Abyss, Qin Shao could not help but feel a little hot-blooded. This time, they were not only here to gain experience, but also to carry a sacred mission. They were here to protect the godly world. They would not let go of the rascals from the demon beast universe. These almighties were also the top powers of the Desolate Land Temple. Everyone sat together and drank for a while. It was considered a simple welcoming dinner for Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe. After drinking, Master Qingye said, "Qing Emperor, I'll leave Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe to you in the future. The 3 of you will form a team. You should know the situation inside the God-Sealing Abyss better. Tell them in detail. If there's a chance, you can go and familiarize yourself with the God-Sealing Abyss." Qing Emperor immediately shook his head and waved his hand with a smile. No. I can handle Yi Juanhe. How can I take care of Qin Shao? You should be the one taking care of me. Indeed, Qing Emperor's current strength was far inferior to Qin Zhao's. Therefore, he was a little fearful that Qing Emperor would take care of Qin Shao. Master Qingye laughed and said, In any case, the three of you will form a team from now on. You can decide the specifics yourself. You've been in the God-sealing abyss for hundreds of billions of years. You know the situation very well. Haha, all right. Qin Xiao, Yi Junhe, let's go. Let's go to my residence first. I happen to have 2 empty courtyards nearby. You can stay there in the future, said Qing Emperor. Qin Xiao and Yi Junhe nodded. After bidding farewell to everyone, they followed Qing Emperor back to his residence. They didn't care about any conditions here. They just wanted to have a place to stay. Besides, they spent most of their time in the God-sealing abyss. They didn't spend much time on God-sealing Mountain. After returning to his residence, Qing Emperor took out some fine wine and said, "Come, let's sit down and drink while we talk." The situation inside the God-sealing abyss is quite complicated. However, you're here to carry out a short-term mission. Once you become almighty, you'll have to send a clone to guard this place long-term. Qin Xiao and Yi Junhe listened attentively. Qing Emperor first introduced the situation at God-sealing Mountain. Since the God-sealing abyss was guarded by the God-sealing abyss together, there were naturally some rules. Firstly, it was to restrain the Almighties. Secondly, it was to ensure the effectiveness of the defense. Hence, there would be some death missions that everyone had to complete. If they couldn't complete the mission, they would be punished. Although the punishment wouldn't be very heavy, it would definitely be embarrassing for a powerful being to be punished. Dignity was more important than life to Almighties. If they completed the mission beyond the quota, there would be some corresponding rewards. Other than the contribution points from the God-sealing abyss, the God-sealing abyss also had some rewards from the God-sealing abyss alliance. Furthermore, these rewards were quite tempting. They had to carry out a mission in the God-sealing abyss for 100,000 years before they could come to God-sealing Mountain to rest for 10,000 years. Hence, the Almighty spent most of their time in the God-sealing abyss. Most of the time, they left an energy clone on God-sealing Mountain. Everyone who entered the God-sealing abyss had to leave an energy clone on God-sealing Mountain. This way, if anything happened, they could report it immediately and let the higher-ups know. This way, they could ensure everyone's safety. The danger in the God-sealing abyss was needless to say. Every million years, they had to kill a member of the magical beast universe. Of course, the more they killed, the more rewards they would receive. If they didn't complete any mission, they would be punished. These missions sounded quite simple, but they weren't easy. According to Qing Emperor, there were often people who were punished. Even had been punished a few times. Hence, if they wanted to complete the mission without being punished, they couldn't enter the God-sealing abyss with a playful attitude. They had to complete the mission seriously and fearlessly. They had to kill the members of the magical beast universe. Sometimes, in order to complete the mission, they had to risk their lives. Of course, there were also many Almighties who died in the God-sealing abyss because they took too many risks. However, there was nothing they could do about it. The rules were strict. Under the sacred duty of protecting the God-sealing realm, there were some sacrifices that they had to make. This was the situation on God-sealing Mountain. Qin Xiao and Yi Junhe were sent here to complete the mission. The Hall Master said it would only take 100,000 years, but it was actually just a period of time for the mission. However, 100,000 years was obviously a very short period of time for the God-sealing abyss. However, Qin Xiao and Yi Junhe's trip to the God-sealing abyss this time was more important for them to gain experience. After all, the two of them weren't Almighties and couldn't take such a big risk. Once they became Almighties, they would be allowed to cultivate a clone to guard the God-sealing abyss for a long period of time. The situation in the God-sealing abyss was even more complicated. The God-sealing abyss was vast, and the space inside was much larger than the mother planet. It was about half the size of the God-sealing palace in the desolate land. Hence, the situation inside was very complicated. There were many powers of the magical beast universe hidden inside. Some Almighties and even rulers of the magical beast universe were hidden inside. They would slowly adapt to the rules of the primordial universe and reduce the restraints of the origin will on them. If they directly entered another universe, the restraints of the origin will would be the most terrifying. Their strength would be greatly suppressed. However, if they slowly adapted to the rules of a universe, the restraints of the origin would slowly decrease. Hence, there are many people from the magical beast universe hidden in the God-sealing abyss. The purpose of the God-sealing mountain's existence was to seal this passage and prevent the powers of the magical beast universe from entering the primordial universe through this passage. Secondly, it was to let the Almighties go deep into the God-sealing abyss and kill as many Almighties of the magical beast universe as possible. They would strangle them in the cradle and prevent them from growing. By constantly weakening the powers of the magical beast universe, they could maintain the status quo as much as possible and prevent the powers of the magical beast universe from easily invading the primordial universe. This way, they could protect the safety of the divine realm. For countless years, the 5 great holy lands of the divine realm had been guarding the God-sealing abyss. Many Almighties and even rulers sacrificed themselves heroically in exchange for the stability and peace of the divine realm. The magical beast universe was also unwilling to accept this. Hence, they would often send people out to secretly hunt down the Almighties of the divine realm who entered the God-sealing abyss. On the other side, there would probably be corresponding rewards. Hence, after countless years, both sides seemed to have formed a tacit understanding. They would send people into the God-sealing abyss to hunt each other and weaken each other's power, forming a continuous confrontation. In this slow confrontation, both sides suffered losses and sacrificed countless people. However, they were unable to break this balance and could only work hard to maintain the status quo. The people of the divine realm did not want to enter the magical beast universe and had no interest in invading. After the two of them understood the situation in detail, Qin Shao said, "Cyan Emperor, when are we going to enter the God-sealing abyss?" "Haha, why are you in such a hurry? I thought you would rest for a period of time." "Actually, there is no need to be in such a hurry." Cyan Emperor laughed. Qin Shao said, "We have already rested for a long time. Actually, there is no need to rest anymore. We came to the God-sealing abyss to gain experience. We do not want to waste too much time on this. Besides, we are all hot-blooded. We want to have a good fight and kill our enemies." Cyan Emperor said with admiration, "All right. After all, you're only 4th-step heavenly gods. Your potential is limitless. This time is indeed a good opportunity for you to gain experience. If you make good use of it, you may gain a lot. All right. Since you're in such a hurry to enter the God-sealing abyss, we will set off immediately. Speaking of which, I have rested on the God-sealing mountain for almost 10,000 years. It is time for me to set off." After making the decision, the 3 of them did not hesitate and flew towards the God-sealing abyss. Soon, the 3 of them took over the God-sealing abyss. Looking down at the God-sealing abyss from above made one's mind panic. It felt as if they were about to enter another universe. The God-sealing abyss was a passage that connected to another universe. Naturally, it was strange and eerie. It was abnormally terrifying. That huge mouth seemed to want to devour everything. It made people worry that if they entered the God-sealing abyss, they would be devoured. Most likely, if ordinary experts saw this, they would not dare to enter. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it would be, and the more powerful the demonic beast universe would be. Therefore, once one encountered any danger in the sealing god abyss, it would be very difficult to ask for help. There was no rush at all. Unless they happened to bump into an almighty from the god realm in the vicinity, then they would be able to rush over. Otherwise, the Grand Mist Sovereign would have to personally make a move. Of course, the Grand Mist Sovereign wouldn't make a move so easily. He wouldn't make a move because of the life and death of an almighty. It was also because of this that the danger in the God-sealing abyss increased. Once he encountered danger, he could only pray for the best. Based on the current situation in the sealing God abyss, we are the defending side, while the Devil-Beast universe is the attacking side. Therefore, we will appear to be more passive. The power of the Warcraft universe has already crossed the center line. They built their headquarters there, but their power has already crossed the center line long ago. Therefore, even if we don't go too deep, it's possible to encounter the Devil-Beast universe's power. Of course, this also depends on luck. In the sealing God abyss, the Devil-Beast universe's power is the most threatening. The sealing God abyss itself is actually not much less dangerous than the Devil-Beast universe's power. To all of you, the things that can give you the greatest enlightenment in the God-sealing abyss are probably the many wonders here, the Lotus Emperor explained. Qin Shao could clearly feel it without the Cyan Emperor's introduction. Because everything in the sealing God abyss was distorted, the primordial laws and the channel connected to the Grand Mist universe were also distorted, and the heavenly Tao was also distorted. Under this distortion, there were naturally many loopholes. Once one grasped this loophole, one could directly peek into the origin of the heavenly Tao. In this way, it would naturally be of great help to the cultivation of the heavenly Tao. If one was lucky, one could completely cultivate one's heavenly Tao to an extremely deep level in the sealing God abyss. For Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe, this was a great opportunity to gain experience. Qin Zhao's supreme grade Tao, the myriad Tao, and the ultimate sword Tao had already been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. The Chaos Great Tao was at the 5th level, and the Primordial Great Tao was at the 4th level. As for the Reincarnation Great Tao and the No Beginning Great Tao, Qin Shao had not comprehended them yet. In addition to these 4 supreme grade Taos, Qin Shao had also cultivated 9 superior grade Taos to the 6th level of perfection. If one could master all 9 high-grade Taos, they would be able to become a ruler as well. However, if one used this method to become a ruler, their cultivation path would be cut off. It would be almost impossible to become a ruler of the universe again. Once the unifying Tao was formed, it was very difficult to change it. It was just like how it was impossible to turn the rice back into rice once it was cooked. Therefore, Qin Shao had never thought of using superior grade Taos for the unifying Tao. He was definitely pursuing supreme grade Taos for the unifying Tao. His myriad Tao and ultimate sword Tao had both been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. It was just that he had not reached the unifying Tao point yet. Once he reached the unifying Tao point, he would be able to use these 2 supreme grade Taos for the unifying Tao. Once he succeeded in the unifying Tao, Qin Zhao's strength would probably be comparable to Nian, who ranked first on the heaven leaderboard. It was just that it was too difficult to take this step. However, Qin Shao was not in a hurry to reach the unifying Tao. After all, he had only cultivated for a little over 200,000 years and was still far from the end of his lifespan. Therefore, he could accumulate more experience before attempting the unifying Tao. Qin Shao was not in a hurry to reach the unifying Tao. Of course, Qin Shao now had to consider not only the problem of his lifespan, but also the crisis of the source world and Gu Lingyue's life and death. These were all things he had to consider. Within 100 million years, he had to become a ruler. 100 million years was a relatively long time. At least for Qin Shao, who had only cultivated for a little over 200,000 years, it was a relatively long time. However, to reach the same height as the Kuan Peng ruler in 100 million years, at least in this universe epic, no one had been able to do so. A monster like Master Qingye had indeed only used 100 million years to become a ruler. However, compared to the Kuan Peng ruler, the difference in strength between Master Qingye and the Kuan Peng ruler was not small at all. For Qin Shao, merely reaching the ruler level was not enough. It was far from enough. Therefore, the pressure on him was extremely great. Among the supreme grade Daos, only the ultimate sword Dao had reached a high level. The myriad Dao was still at the lowest level, not to mention the chaos great Dao and the primordial great Dao. Improving the use of the great Dao was also a main way to improve one's strength. For Qin Shao, there weren't many ways for him to increase his strength. Firstly, he had to cultivate the Chaos Great Tao and the Primordial Great Tao to the 6th level of perfection. He also had to comprehend the Reincarnation Great Tao and the Boundless Great Tao. Secondly, the use of the Great Tao was on a much higher level and more difficult level. If one could cultivate the use of any supreme grade Great Tao to the extreme, one's strength would reach the threshold of the ruler level. If Qin Zhao's ultimate sword Dao took another step forward, he would reach the pinnacle of the use of the Dao. However, Qin Zhao still did not have any clue about this step. It was simply too difficult to reach this step. Thirdly, there were other cultivation Daos, such as the heart force, the true intent of power, and the illusion technique. These 3 major improvements could also greatly improve Qin Zhao's strength. Qin Zhao's true intent of power and the heart force were only at the 4th level. If he reached the 5th level, he would be able to fight against a ruler. If he cultivated the illusion technique to the 7th level, he would reach the threshold of the ruler level. He would be able to barely deal with a ruler. Of course, he would only be able to barely. Thirdly, it would be absolute arts or even secret manuals. Qin Shao had quite a few absolute arts. However, his main ones were the Mountain River Sword Scripture, the Mirage True Body, the Desolate Land Sword Technique, and the Heaven and Earth Seal. The Mountain River Sword Scripture was the absolute art Qin Shao had created, so it was naturally the most powerful. The Mirage True Body was both offensive and defensive, and the Desolate Land Sword Technique was the strongest offensive. The Heaven and Earth Seal was more suitable for group attacks and long-range attacks. With 4 of the 10 great absolute arts, Qin Shao had plenty of means and was strong enough. As for the 7-star sword absolute arts and the Avalon of 5 elements absolute arts, they were useless to Qin Shao. Qin Shao had never had the chance to cultivate the 9-heaven diagram that he had obtained in the ancient battlefield of gods and demons. In theory, with Qin Zhao's current realm, there was no way for him to cultivate the 9-heaven diagram. He could not reach the threshold of cultivation at all. Therefore, Qin Shao had never tried to cultivate it. The 4 levels were the direction that Qin Shao was working hard to improve. Cyan Emperor, look over there. What's that? Qin Shao suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. In the midst of the chaos, there was a huge creature lying there. It was more than 100 million miles long and looked extremely huge. Qin Shao had never seen it before. With such a huge body, it was like an ancient giant beast. From afar, one could smell an extremely terrifying aura. It was obviously dead, but it still exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. Obviously, it was an extremely powerful existence when it was alive. The Cyan Emperor glanced at it and smiled. Oh, you're talking about that. That's the corpse of a Beast Clan member. It should have been killed by an Almighty in the Divine Realm. There are still many corpses of the Beast Clan floating in the God-sealing abyss. There's nothing to be surprised about. You'll see it when you stay here long enough. We might even come across the corpse of an Almighty in the Divine Realm. This is a Beast Clan member. Qin Shao had never seen the people of the Beast universe before. Now he knew. Chapter 876. The 3 of them approached the corpse of the magical beast universe. In terms of appearance, it looked like a beast from the primordial universe. In terms of size, it was comparable to an ancient giant beast. However, it was more ferocious and sinister, and its body was covered with thick armor. In terms of appearance, it still looked more like a human. It also had hands and feet, but its body was too large. Moreover, there were two huge fangs in its mouth, which made it look unusually ferocious. Its huge mouth was like a huge black hole. Qin Shao asked curiously, "Lotus Emperor, do all the people in the magical beast universe look like this?" The Lotus Emperor nodded and said, "Yes, they look about the same. Anyway, according to what we know, there are also beasts. The beasts are different from the ones in the primordial universe. They are also like ancient giant beasts. These are probably the two types. Anyway, we don't know if there's a third type. Moreover, the magical beast universe is very strange. The stronger they are, the stronger and bigger they are. Therefore, we can basically judge their strength based on their size. For example, the corpse in front of us is definitely in the top 100 of the heaven list. It is a very powerful existence. Moreover, the biggest difference between the magical beast universe and the primordial universe is that the magical beast universe is a unified universe, unlike the primordial universe, which is divided into 4 realms and many small forces. Even the divine world is divided into 5 camps. The 5 camps of the divine world will only unite when there is a problem. However, the magical beast universe is different. All their forces are ruled by a force called the Magical Beast Empire. The Magical Beast King is the supreme ruler of the Magical Beast universe. It is also because of this that the Magical Beast universe is a great threat to us. Fortunately, it is not that easy for them to invade the primordial universe. With the suppression of the origin we'll hear, they do not dare to act rashly. Only then did Qin Shao feel relieved and rather surprised. The primordial universe was a place where there were thousands of races, and the number of races was uncountable. There were also the 8 great holy lands and the various smaller factions, such as the reincarnation tribe, which were innumerable. Therefore, the entire primordial universe gave off the feeling that it had scattered into a pile of sand. Fortunately, the 5 great sacred lands of the divine realm were still very united at critical times. They could work together to protect the safety of the divine realm. If that wasn't the case, the primordial universe would have been occupied by the other verse long ago. In comparison, the magical beast universe was much simpler. There were only 2 races, and the entire universe was unified. This way, they could be twisted into a rope and maximize their strength. If that was the case, it really made people feel a sense of crisis. They really couldn't be careless at all. It was no wonder that the God realm had sent so many people to guard this place, not daring to relax in the slightest. The most worrying problem now was that the magical beast universe was going to reach the land of reincarnation of the 9th era. Therefore, the people of the magical beast universe would definitely try their best to invade the primordial universe in order to survive. This battle was probably unavoidable. It was just a matter of when it would erupt. Right now, the divine world was in a very bad situation. It could be said that there were wolves in front and tigers behind. Eros, the machine race, and the forces of the 3 realms were now biding their time. They were probably waiting for the best opportunity to attack the divine world. There was no way to avoid these things. Now, they could only take one step at a time. The divine world was still leaning towards defense. If they took the initiative to attack, they would definitely be powerless. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Let's go first, said the Qing Emperor. However, before his voice died away, his expression changed slightly. Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe also felt a trace of movement. They couldn't help but frown slightly and look over. Whoosh, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the ear of the corpse of the magical beast universe. Its speed was so fast that Qin Shao and the others could only see a black shadow. In an instant, it arrived in front of Qin Shao and the others and pounced on the Qing Emperor. Die, you bastard! The Qing Emperor's reaction was also very fast. After a loud shout, a green light slashed out from his palm, tearing the void and killing with a peerless sharpness. The green light tore the void. The sky was furious, and the sun and the moon rose. One after another, strange phenomena bloomed from the green light. The cries of 10,000 beasts and the descent of ancient sages were heard. Streams of terrifying power seemed to have surged out from the ancient times. Green peach blossoms bloomed one after another. It was abnormally beautiful. Soon, the peach blossoms withered and fell one by one. Each of them could collapse mountains and rivers and stir up the sky. The peach blossoms pressed down on the black shadow, crushing the void and crushing everything in its way. It was extremely overbearing. When the peach blossoms bloom, only wait for the Qing Emperor to return. This sentence was an allusion to the Qing Emperor. The peach blossoms were one of the Qing Emperor's trump cards, one of his unique skills and a standard means. Facing the attack of the Black Shadow, the Qing Emperor directly used his trump card. It could be seen that the Qing Emperor attached great importance to this Black Shadow. The boundless power of the vast expanse smashed into the black figure, layer after layer, covering the 9 heavens. The vast and mighty void was filled with extreme sharpness. The Qing Emperor, after all, was in existence in the top 100 of the heaven list. Naturally, his all-out attack was extremely powerful and terrifying. Therefore, under the bombardment of the Qing Emperor, the Black Shadow issued a sharp and ear-piercing scream. Its body was blasted away. The Black Shadow also took advantage of the momentum to turn its head and unexpectedly escaped back into the ear of the magical beast alien's corpse. I didn't kill this bastard. It seems that this bastard's level is relatively high. The Qing Emperor shook his head helplessly, but he didn't take advantage of the victory to pursue and attack. If he chased after the Black Shadow, he could obviously kill it, but the Qing Emperor didn't. Qin Shao and Yi Junhe had heard from the Qing Emperor that there were many dangers in the sealing god abyss, but they hadn't heard the Qing Emperor talk about what this Black Shadow was. The Qing Emperor attacked with all his strength, but he was only able to injure the Black Shadow. Moreover, the Black Shadow escaped, which showed how strong the Black Shadow was. The Black Shadow was obviously not from the magical beast universe. Obviously, there was only one possibility, and that was, it was a creature of the sealing god abyss. While Qin Shao and Yi Junhe were lost in thought, the Qing Emperor's urgent shout pulled them back from their thoughts. "Hurry up, we can't stay here for long." There was a hint of nervousness in the Qing Emperor's words, which really puzzled Qin Shao. Hadn't he already chased away that shadowy creature? What danger was there? Could it be? Soon, Qin Shao thought of a possibility. Sure enough, they immediately heard movement coming from the corpse of the magical beast universe. Not good. Qin Shao and Yi Junhe cried out in their hearts. Naturally, they knew why the Black Shadow came back. Obviously, a lot of those creatures came out. It seemed that the Black Shadow had fled back to find help. One of them was already so terrifying. What if there's a group of them? Qin Shao swept the area with his gaze, and he saw that over 10 of those shadowy life forms had charged out. The Qing Emperor could only deal with one of them with all his strength. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, it would be difficult for him to deal with the rest alone. Needless to say, Yi Junhe definitely wouldn't be able to deal with one. Therefore, the current situation was very bad. The Qing Emperor spat. "I was careless. I should have thought of this. How could I not realize it? Hurry up and leave. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave." The Qing Emperor's face turned a little cold. The 3 of them left at their fastest speed, but the Black Shadow creatures chased after them. Their speed was very fast, so fast that it was terrifying. Fortunately, the Qing Emperor also had a treasure with him. He had an extremely powerful flying treasure, so the Black Shadow creatures did not have an advantage in terms of speed. Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately attacked and used all his strength to activate the Qinquan Seal. The Qinquan Seal was best at long-range attacks and group attacks. The heaven and earth turned into a supreme palm print. At this moment, the universe and sky were mobilized by the Qinquan Seal. All the power was used by the Qinquan Seal. It was the power to twist the heaven and earth. Rays of light surged out from all directions, stirring up the void. They were absorbed into the heaven and earth and twisted in the heaven and earth. Huge golden palms with mighty divine power surged out and hit the black shadow creatures, sending them flying one by one. As a result, the distance between them and the black shadow creatures was naturally pulled apart. Soon, the black shadow creatures were shaken off. After running at full speed for a while, the Qing Emperor stopped when he was sure that it was safe. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was really dangerous. I didn't expect that there were more than 10 dark beasts hiding in the corpse. Fortunately, we ran fast. Qin Shao, your Qinkuan seal, showed its divine power. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. Dark beasts? Qin Shao looked at the Qing Emperor with a puzzled expression. The Qing Emperor nodded and said, "That's right. These black shadow creatures are called dark beasts. They're a life form unique to the sealed god abyss. There's only one kind of life form in the entire sealed god abyss. After the sealed god abyss was born, this kind of life form was also nurtured by the sealed god abyss. After countless years of reproduction, the power of the dark beasts became extremely strong in the sealed god abyss. If they were to gather together, they could deal with either the divine realm or the magical beast universe. It's just that these dark beasts are rather scattered. There is no way to gather together and unite. These dark beasts live by eating the corpses of powerful experts or rulers. So, they kill any life they see. As long as it's not a dark beast, they will kill it. The power of the divine realm and the magical beast universe have been killing each other for countless years. The number of powerful experts killed and injured is innumerable. Many of the corpses were not discovered by their companions in time and could not be taken away. Naturally, they became the dark beast delicacies. The growth of the dark beasts also depends on eating the corpses of powerful experts. The more they eat, the stronger they become. Chapter 877. Dark beasts are so scary. Isn't that too heaven-defying? Qin Shao and Yi Junhe were also very surprised. In that case, the Dark Beast clan was really more heaven-defying than the Reincarnation clan. They didn't need to cultivate it all. They could easily become an almighty just by eating the corpses of almighties. Moreover, they were born with the strength of a fourth-step heavenly deity. That was a bit too powerful. Emperor Qing also shook his head with a puzzled look. Isn't that so? What's scary is that the Dark Beast clan's reproduction ability is very strong. Although we didn't have a specific count, according to estimates, the number of dark beasts in Sealed God Abyss is more than 10,000. This is only an estimate. The real number is more than that. Qin Shao and Yi Junhe were also speechless. It was really heaven-defying. The creation of nature was indeed miraculous. To think that such a powerful race could be born in the God-sealing abyss. Inconceivable. It was really too inconceivable. Qin Shao also knew about the strength of the dark beasts. Just now, when he used all his strength to activate the heaven and earth seal, he only repelled those dark beasts. He basically didn't injure those dark beasts. From this, it was enough to see how strong the defense of these dark beast bodies was. But fortunately, these dark beasts could only live in Sealed God Abyss. They couldn't leave Sealed God Abyss. If these dark beasts could leave Sealed God Abyss, then it would be unimaginable. Once they entered the divine realm, then probably countless almighties would become their food. And these food could nourish them, making their strength even stronger. In that case, probably a lot of Dominator-level dark beasts would be born. At that time, it would probably be a disaster for the divine realm. This could also be considered a very fortunate thing. However, the heavens were still relatively fair. Some preferential treatment was given, but there were also some restrictions. Whether it was the Reincarnation clan, the Undead clan, or this Dark Beast clan, they were all given a certain amount of restrictions so as not to break the balance. Once the balance was broken, it would probably be a destructive disaster for the universe. The original will of the universe wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. It would do its best to protect the stable development of the universe. Emperor Qing, those dark beasts don't seem to have any aura. It felt cold, as if it was a dead object. It also looked strange. It's just a mass of black shadow. Qin Shao suddenly said. The Lotus Emperor nodded and said, yes, yes. Another peculiar thing about the dark beasts is that they don't have a trace of aura, just like dead things. This is also the only life form that we know of that doesn't have any aura. Logically speaking, as long as there is life, there should be aura. Aura represented the standard of a living being. But the darkness beasts are strange. They don't have any aura. So, if a dark beast approaches you, you won't be able to detect it. Once you react, it will be too late. Therefore, when we walk in the Sealing God Abyss, we have to be extra careful. Who knows, we might encounter a sneak attack from a dark beast. Their bodies are somewhat similar to the Netherworld race. But the dark beasts are even more peculiar. After they die, they don't leave anything behind. They directly turn into smoke and dissipate between heaven and earth. Not even a trace of consciousness is left behind. Qin Shao clicked his tongue and said, that's really strange. It's simply beyond common sense. Then, it seems that we really have to be more careful in the future. But fortunately, there are 3 of us, so we can guard against each other. Yes, so every time we from the divine realm move, there must be at least 2 people. Generally speaking, we move in a group of 3. That way, it's relatively safer. The Lotus Emperor nodded, but it was still okay. After all, the Sealing God Abyss was too big. The probability of encountering a dark beast was actually not much higher than encountering the Warcraft universe's people. Like the situation just now, it could be considered extremely lucky. Fortunately, there wasn't much damage. The group of 3 continued forward. This time, the 3 people's mission wasn't to hunt the Warcraft universe's people. Instead, it was to train Qin Shao and Yi Juanhe. Qin Shao exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly stopped and gazed into the distance. At this time, what appeared in front of Qin Shao and the other 2 was a strange space. Everywhere was strange. Layers of worlds overlapped, giving birth to a fantasy-like visual effect. The diameter of this space was about the size of a mansion. It was considered a relatively large, special space in the Sealing God Abyss. Such a special space was not rare in the Sealing God Abyss. It was relatively common. Moreover, many spaces in the Sealing God Abyss had a life cycle and could move. In short, it was very changeable. Therefore, there was no fixed map in the Sealing God Abyss. Maps were of no use to the Sealing God Abyss. It was only a rough map of the location. But the surrounding scenery of each location could change with time. Therefore, there was no way to determine the location based on the surrounding scenery. This special space was in the shape of a huge nebula. There was a land hidden in it. What a wonderful celestial body! Qin Shao immediately exclaimed. This could be collectively called a celestial body, just like the black vortex celestial body that shrouded the source world. A celestial body was similar to a planet. It was an independent existence in the universe. Some celestial bodies also had some source wills. Of course, they would not be as powerful as the source world. In the universe, celestial bodies were rare, but there were many in the Sealing God Abyss. At this time, Qin Shao and the other 2 had been in the Sealing God Abyss for hundreds of years. During this journey, they had encountered some celestial bodies, but they were all relatively small. It was strange, but it was not like the celestial body in front of them. Qin Shao felt a little shocked when he saw it. He could not help but exclaim. Just one look made Qin Shao feel a little touched deep in his heart. Qin Shao had not felt this for a long time. To be able to touch deep in his heart meant that this celestial body might be of great help to his cultivation. Didn't he come to the Sealing God Abyss to gain experience and to seek some breakthroughs? The Lotus Emperor looked at it and nodded. Yes, this celestial body is indeed quite strange, and it is so big. It is definitely not simple. This nebula gave off a feeling of having no beginning. It came from nothing and started from nothing. With the nebula as the cornerstone, layers of derivation finally formed the entire celestial body. A wisp of nebula is nothing, and the entire nebula is the beginning. A nebula is one, and the entire celestial body is the beginning. This entire celestial body feels like a nebula. But if you look at it carefully, you will feel that the entire celestial body is made up of countless nebulas. They fuse together in a special way and overlap from the beginning. Then they formed a whole by themselves and gave birth to a continent. What was a celestial body? It could be called a celestial body because it was alive. If it was an inanimate object, then it would be a continent, a planet, or a dangerous place. These are all dead. Inanimate objects could not be called celestial bodies. To be called a celestial body, firstly, it was a whole. Secondly, it was alive. The main thing was how to understand the word alive. Alive was like the black vortex celestial body. It could change the size and shape of its own celestial body. It had its own will and could block the invasion of foreign enemies. Only then could it be called alive. Only when it was alive could it be called a celestial body. Celestial bodies could give birth to things on their own, such as continents and even living creatures. In fact, the source world could also be called a celestial body in theory. I also feel that this celestial body is not simple. I can vaguely smell a trace of danger. Yi Juanhe frowned slightly. Qin Shao said, "Lotus Emperor, you have been in the God-sealing abyss for so long. Have you not seen this celestial body?" The Lotus Emperor shook his head and said, "I have not seen this celestial body. Moreover, there are no records of this celestial body in the God-sealing abyss in our God-sealing mountain. This matter is indeed a little strange. Logically speaking, we have only been in the God-sealing abyss for a few hundred years. Although we are moving forward slowly, we have not gone too deep into the God-sealing abyss." This celestial body appeared here, but no one has been able to discover it before. Therefore, I guess that this celestial body might have been teleported here. Qin Shao nodded. He thought so too. There were spatial faults everywhere in the God-sealing abyss. There were wormholes everywhere. Once one encountered one would directly jump and leave. Although such a situation was rare, it really did happen. Therefore, after thinking about it, this was the only possibility. The God-sealing mountain had been guarding this place for countless years. There were countless almighties and sovereigns who had entered the God-sealing abyss. Therefore, there was naturally a lot of information that was sent back. The God-sealing mountain would specially collect this information, then compile it and distribute it to everyone, especially the records of some celestial bodies. This way, if the people of the God world encountered the celestial body in the God-sealing abyss, they would know the situation and whether it was dangerous. Then, they would choose whether to enter the celestial body or not. Information was very important. Over countless years, the information collected by the God-sealing mountain was naturally very terrifying. However, there was no record of this celestial body in this information. This was really strange. There was only one possibility. This celestial body had never been discovered by the people of the God world before. Unknown celestial bodies were full of unknown dangers. Of course, there might also be unknown opportunities. Everything was hard to say. Qin Shao, Yi Juanhe, the main reason you came to the God-sealing abyss this time is to gain experience. You definitely can't miss this opportunity. You must go in and give it a try. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't take this risk. For me, I've basically reached the end of my potential. Therefore, I'm only interested in hunting the people of the magical beast universe now. As for other things, it doesn't matter. The Cyan Emperor laughed. That was indeed the case. Many almighties had cultivated for countless years and actually didn't have a trace of potential to speak of. There was no way to improve at all. They had already reached the end. To them, entering the God-sealing abyss was purely to hunt the people of the magical beast universe. Chapter 878. Let's go in. Without any hesitation, Qin Shao and the other two flew directly into the nebula, intending to enter the celestial body. The nebula was spiral-shaped, like the mouth of a snail. After flying into it, they could feel the wonders of the nebula more clearly. The shock it brought was also more intense. Wave after wave, it impacted the depths of Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Zhao's mind was greatly moved by the repeated impressions. Qin Shao suddenly stopped and stared at the nebula. At this moment, his body and mind were completely integrated into the nebula. A wonderful feeling and many thoughts came out, accumulating more and more. This was a kind of comprehension of the Great Way. He had already comprehended some of it. After embarking on this path, as long as he continued along this path, he would be able to master this Great Way. The path of the Great Way was like a deeply hidden path. There were layers of fog and obstacles blocking this path. If he wanted to set foot on the path of the Great Tao, he had to break through the layers of fog and get rid of the layers of obstacles. Seeing Qin Zhao's state, Emperor Qing and Yi Jun were also slightly stunned. They were quite surprised and looked at each other for a while. The two of them also stopped and stood aside, not bothering Qin Shao. Naturally, they could see that Qin Shao had entered a very mysterious state. He had entered a wonderful state. Entering this state meant that Qin Shao had been greatly touched and even had an epiphany. In this situation, it was also the easiest to comprehend the Great Way. TSK. It's really infuriating to compare oneself with others. Alas, I can't be envious at all. I guess Qin Shao is about to comprehend the Great Way of no beginning. Emperor Qing clicked his tongue and said with an envious look, in terms of the cultivation of the Great Way, Qin Shao was already heaven-defying enough. He had already mastered 4 supreme Great Ways, and 2 of them had been cultivated to the 6th level of perfection. Yi Junhe had only cultivated 2 supreme-grade Great Tao. The Azure the Arch was slightly better, but he had only cultivated 3 supreme-grade Great Tao. Furthermore, he had only cultivated 1 supreme-grade Great Tao to the 5th level. He had been unable to break through to the 6th level and enter the perfected realm. It was also because of this that Emperor Qing's strength had been unable to improve greatly. Qin Shao had already gone further than them in the cultivation of the Great Way. It was already a rare thing. However, they didn't expect that Qin Shao would have a great comprehension here and might cultivate another supreme Great Way. Incredible. It was too incredible. It was enough to make people speechless. The two of them could only wait and watch for Qin Shao for free. This wait actually lasted for close to 3,000 years. All these years, Qin Shao had been standing there. His gaze was completely fixed on the nebula, and his mind was completely immersed in it. The longer he waited, the higher the probability of breakthrough. Emperor Qing and Yi Junhe also wanted to cultivate, but they didn't have any comprehension at all. Naturally, there was no way for them to cultivate. So out of boredom, they built a small pavilion and sat inside to drink wine. No wonder he's the #1 genius of our universe era. He really lives up to his name. Breakthroughs are like child's play to Qin Shao. No matter how incredible something is, it will become simple to Qin Shao. TSK. I really can't believe how far Qin Shao can go in the end. I feel that rulers should be very confident, but if you want to go any higher, then it's impossible. After all, there's no way for another universe master to be born. Our universe has been severely damaged because of the Great War of the 4 realms. Many things have lost their balance. Besides, this universe era has already reached the middle and late stages. The probability of another universe master being born is almost 0. Otherwise, if Qin Shao was born at the beginning of the universe era, he might really become a universe master. Emperor Qing had lost count of how many times he had clicked his tongue. Yi Junhe nodded. That was indeed the case. Based on the talent and potential that Qin Shao had shown so far, his growth should be much stronger than Master Qingye's. There should be no problem for him to become a universe master. Schwa. Qin Shao suddenly moved. His eyes regained their brightness and released a beam of light. So this is the great path of no beginning. 3,000 years of comprehension was not in vain. I didn't expect that this nebula would allow me to directly comprehend the great path of no beginning. It's really a small world. Life's encounters are really miraculous. Qin Zhao's face broke into a slight smile. He was in a good mood. Qin Shao did not expect that he would be able to use this opportunity to cultivate the great path of no beginning in one go. Although he had only cultivated to the second level after 3,000 years of cultivation, Qin Shao had already gained a lot. After mastering the great path of no beginning, Qin Shao had actually mastered 5 of the 6 types of great path of no beginning. There were probably only a few people in the entire God world who could master 5 types of great path of no end. Not to say that they could be counted on one's fingers, but there were probably not many of them. The difficulty of mastering one more type of great path would increase exponentially. Mastering 5 types of great path of no end was already one of the top few in the God world. 6 types, at least on the surface, no one had achieved this. There are no records of anyone mastering 6 types of great path of no end. Of course, this was only on the surface. There are no records of this. No one had ever heard of it. But whether it really existed or not, no one knew. After all, no one knew what the 8 great Saint Masters of the God world were like. No one dared to steal anything from them. Aha, Junior Qin Shao, you're still the best. TSK, TSK. Wherever you go, you break through. When you encounter a celestial body, you can also gain enlightenment and comprehend the great path of no beginning. I'm really in awe of you. There are very, very few people who can cultivate the great path of no beginning. Even I don't know many. Such a difficult great path, but you manage to master it so easily. You're really heaven-defying. The Azure Emperor laughed. He was also very happy for Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled and said, I was lucky. This nebula originally contained the great path of no beginning. That's why I was able to comprehend it. Whether it was cultivating great paths or other things, cultivation was actually like this. To comprehend something like this, one had to look at opportunities and luck. If one's heart was touched, then it would be very easy to cultivate. If one's heart was not touched at all and forcibly cultivated, then there would be no effect at all. As long as his heart was touched, he would be able to achieve 100 times the result with half the effort. Therefore, one couldn't just lock oneself up to cultivate. Instead, one had to go out more, see more of the world, and see more wonderful scenery. This way, it would be easier to be touched. Once one grasped a trace of thought, it would be enough to comprehend a lot of things. The Azure Emperor waved his hand and laughed. Don't talk about luck. Even if it's luck, luck is also a part of one's strength. Of course, there's an element of luck. But your talent and comprehension are also really amazing. Yi Junha, and I didn't feel anything at all, but you did. So, in the end, it can still be said that it's talent. Qin Shao smiled. If that was the case, then it was understandable. He had no choice but to accept this praise. However, Qin Shao still felt that it was a pity that he could only cultivate to the second level and couldn't continue to improve. The second level of the great path of no beginning was of no use to Qin Shao at all. It couldn't help him at all in battle. If he was willing to spend time here to comprehend and cultivate, then Qin Shao was confident that he could improve a lot in a short time. However, time waits for no man. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons of his heart, Qin Shao still gave up this idea. Otherwise, if it took tens of thousands of years to break through to the 3rd or 4th level, Qin Shao couldn't afford it. Anyway, since he had already embarked on this path, it would be much easier for him to continue in the future. Therefore, there was no need to be in a hurry to talk about it. Sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. Let's go in, Qin Shao said. Emperor Qing waved his hand with a smile and said, It's okay. As long as you can make a big breakthrough, we can wait for another 3,000 or 30,000 years. I came here this time to accompany the Crown Prince to study. I don't expect to kill anyone from the Warcraft universe. As long as I can accompany you well, then I will have completed my task. Let's go. The three continued to enter the celestial body. After passing through layers of nebulas, Qin Shao and the other two landed on the continent in the nebula. There were mountains and rivers, as well as flowers and trees. It was a prosperous scene. Here, there were many strange rocks, strange peaks, and strange valleys, which were also crisscrossed and densely covered. Looking around, Qin Shao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. He had some doubts in his heart. What's going on? Why do I feel that it's not dangerous at all? On the contrary, it's more like an otherworldly paradise. Emperor Qing looked around seriously and was also very puzzled. Yeah, why do I feel like I'm in paradise? This doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be so peaceful inside. No matter what, this is the interior of a celestial body. From what we know, celestial bodies are not simple. There should be a certain amount of danger in the interior of celestial beings. But why is this celestial body so strange? It doesn't make sense at all. I feel that we have to be more careful. The more it's like this, the more uneasy I feel. Perhaps a greater and more terrifying danger is lurking in the dark. Emperor Qing's guess was also possible. Often, some things were confusing. The more beautiful something was, the more poisonous it could be. Therefore, behind this otherworldly beauty, there might be great danger lurking. Since we're here, let's just take it as it comes. Since we've decided to go in, we don't care about the dangers. Let's go. Let's take a look inside first. This continent is big enough. Let's take a good look at it. If there really is any danger, I believe that with the three of us working together, we won't be afraid of anything, Emperor Qing said seriously. Chapter 879. The three of them walked on this continent for 3 days and 3 nights, but they didn't even see any life. Everywhere they passed, there were only mountains and rivers. There were really many beautiful places. However, Qin Shao and the other two had seen many beautiful places, so they didn't feel that there was anything new. It's really strange. Logically speaking, we've been walking for 3 days, and the area we've explored is not small. Not to mention danger. We didn't even see any life. There's no danger at all. This place is very much like an otherworldly peach garden. Emperor Qing was really puzzled. He shook his head and said, "But that's not right. I've never heard of a celestial body like this. I've seen many celestial bodies, and there's more or less danger in them. The bigger the celestial body, the more terrifying it is. How can there be such a situation? Strange, it's really strange. There's no way to explain it." Qin Shao and Yi Junhe were also very puzzled. It was indeed a very strange thing. Regarding the celestial bodies in the God-Sealing Abyss, they had also checked the information on God-Sealing Mountain. But compared to this place, it did feel somewhat out of place. But the more it was so, the more worried Qin Shao and the others were, and the more vigilant they were. They were always worried that there would be more terrifying dangers lurking in the dark. Once they relaxed their vigilance, they would rush out and catch the three of them off guard. This possibility was definitely there, and it wasn't small. "Emperor Qing, what do you think?" Qin Shao frowned and asked. Emperor Qing frowned and pondered for a while, then said, "We can't make any conclusions for the time being. Anyway, no matter what, we can't let our guard down. Let's continue to investigate." Qin Shao nodded. He had the same idea, but after all, it was his and Yi Junhe's first time entering the God-Sealing Abyss, so he wanted to ask Emperor Qing's opinion. He was very experienced. Since everyone had the same idea, they continued to walk. For a month, Qin Shao and the others were still very peaceful, just like the first 3 days. They didn't encounter any danger at all. This situation was really strange. Qin Shao and the others had to re-examine this problem. Maybe our way of thinking is wrong. Maybe there really is some special situation. Maybe there really isn't any danger in this celestial body. Emperor Qing couldn't help but say, It had been more than a month since they entered this place. They had almost searched the entire continent, but they still didn't find anything. They still didn't encounter any danger. What he saw was still the mountains and rivers, still the beautiful scenery of the great rivers and mountains. It was truly a paradise. Qin Xiao said, "That should be the case. Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed to find anything after investigating for so long." Such a huge celestial body. He thought there would be something special. "Let's go out." The Azure the Arch nodded. Since there was nothing to gain, it was best not to stay any longer. However, just as the three of them were about to leave, they were shocked to discover something. Is the passage gone? Emperor Qing was the first to discover the situation. Qin Xiao and Yi Juanhe also discovered that the spiral mouth of the nebula had disappeared. It had been completely closed. As for these changes, they had actually failed to notice them the entire time. It was only now that they discovered them. The situation was not good. Qin Xiao couldn't help but think of the black vortex celestial body. In the beginning, there had always been a passage out. But one day, there was a sudden change. That passage was closed. The situation in front of them was exactly the same. Therefore, Qin Xiao cried out in his heart, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. It seemed that danger was coming quietly. They didn't notice it at all. The danger was actually lurking in the dark. They only cared about this continent and ignored the nebula. Qin Xiao said, "Let's go and take a look first. Maybe we can break through and escape." The Azure Supreme the Arch and Yi Juanhe nodded. This was indeed a possibility. After all, if the three of them joined forces, their strength would be close to the level of a ruler. It could be considered very powerful. If the three of them attacked together, it was still possible to tear open a passage and leave. Qin Xiao and the other two quickly arrived in front of the nebula. The nebula was originally scattered, but now it was completely closed. It formed a tight cage without any gap. Unless they could tear open the nebula, there was no way out. The passage they came in through just now was no longer there. They didn't notice all these changes at all. They didn't know when it was completed. Perhaps, in just an instant, everything would be completed. However, now was not the time to discuss this. The most important thing now was how to leave this celestial body and how to break through the nebula. Qin Xiao said in a deep voice, "Let me try first." After saying that, Qin Xiao moved his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. His eyes suddenly became incomparably cold and sharp. Whoosh! Qin Xiao made his move. The desolate landsword technique was fully displayed, and the sword slashed heavily into the nebula. Clusters of nebulas dissipated under Qin Xiao's sword, disappearing without a trace. However, the strange thing was that clusters of nebula appeared and filled the gap in time. Therefore, it was useless. The nebula didn't decrease at all. Qin Xiao's sword only caused a small ripple. Then, it returned to normal. Qin Xiao was unwilling to give up. He tried 100 times, but it was the same every time. Whether it was the desolate landsword technique, the mountain river sword scripture, or the true meaning of power, etc. He tried many methods one by one. Moreover, he tried many times, but it still didn't work. He tried again and again, but failed again and again. However many were destroyed, more were born. The speed of destruction was exactly the same as the speed of birth. So how could he fight? After 100 times, Qin Xiao had no choice but to retreat temporarily and give up. Emperor Qing and Yi Juanhe saw this scene. Their faces were bitter and serious. Obviously, the situation was very bad. Emperor Qing shook his head and said, "It seems that we've really gone too far this time. We've miscalculated everything. I didn't expect that we would be trapped in this celestial body. Qin Xiao, you can't break this celestial body even if you try your best. It seems that it's not easy to break this celestial body. I'm afraid that even if the three of us work together, we won't be able to do it." Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I'm afraid that even if the three of us work together, we won't be able to do anything. Even if I try my best, I still feel that it's too far away." I can't even scratch the surface of this nebula. Therefore, even if the three of us work together, it won't be much better. This time, we're completely trapped. Although we can't see any danger because of the cause and effect, since it can trap us here, I feel that it's not simple. It's not simple at all. Now, we still have to plan for the long term. The most important thing is to know how to break this nebula and leave here. Emperor Qing, maybe we have to ask for help from the higher-ups. Chapter 880. At the pinnacle of Sealed God's Mountain in the Saint Palace, Master Qingye and Baron Sword God entered the Saint Palace hand in hand. Inside the Saint Palace, a towering figure sat on a throne, overlooking the land of nine remoteness. He had sealed the entire Sealed God's abyss and was overseeing everything. A clump of primordial chi swirled around the towering figure, forming the image of an ancient sacred being. There was a green dragon, a qilin, a phoenix, a black tortoise, a white tiger, a pai xiao, a xieji, a qingluan, a taiyang illumination, a taiyin serene glow, and so on. All the ancient, godly beasts were present, and all of them submitted to the towering figure. They circled around the towering figure, displaying their divine power. Although they were only apparitions, they exuded ancient divine power, as if they were the real body. No one dared to act rashly. Master Qingye and Baron Sword God stood respectfully before the towering figure and shouted, "Greetings, primordial chaos ruler." The figure sitting on the throne was none other than primordial chaos ruler, who had been guarding the place with his original body. In addition to his original body, his two main bodies were also guarding the place. There were a total of 3 bodies, which were equivalent to 3 universe masters. The master of primordial chaos opened his eyes when he saw He Jimin Greenleaf and He Jimin Baronsword. His gaze landed on the two of them gently as he asked, "Is something the matter?" Master Qingye nodded and explained the situation that Qin Shao and the others had sent back in detail. Primordial chaos ruler's eyes flickered as he looked into the depths of Sealed God's abyss. His gaze passed through the endless void and reached the deepest part of Sealed God's abyss. The Grand Mist ruler's eyebrows twitched slightly. Sensing the slight change in his expression, the Green Leaf ruler and the Baron Sword ruler felt a sense of foreboding rise in their hearts. It seemed that Qin Shao and the others were in big trouble. Primordial Chaos ruler looked away and said, "Qin Shao and the others are in trouble. They entered a strange, celestial body that can travel through the void on its own. Now, that celestial body is close to the central area." "What? Is it close to the center line?" When He Jimin Greenleaf and He Jimin Desolate Sword heard this, they were given quite a fright. The Devil Beast universe was different from the primordial universe. The primordial universe was guarding the exit. It had created a God Bestowment Mountain, and its headquarters was stationed in the God Bestowment Mountain. As long as the exit was guarded, there was no need to be afraid that the Warcraft universe's people would be able to break through. The philosophy of the primordial universe was defense, while the theory of the Devil Beast universe was offense. Therefore, the Devil Beast universe's main camp was stationed on the central front. That way, they wouldn't be bound by the primordial universe's origin will. At this time, Qin Shao and the other two were close to the center line, which was equivalent to approaching the headquarters of the Warcraft universe. Once exposed, it could be said that 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 if it was exposed at this time, it could be said that 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 at this time, 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 it could be said that it was almost impossible to escape back to Mount God Bestowment from the central front. Therefore, this situation made Greenleaf anxious. Master of primordial chaos, what should we do now? Qin Shao and Yi Junhe are both in their original bodies. The Azure Emperor's words don't matter. After all, it's just a clone. If it's really sacrificed, then so be it. Qin Shao and Yi Junhe have unlimited potential. If their original bodies die, it will be a great loss to the divine world. Especially Qin Shao. He has a high chance of becoming a sovereign. This kind of loss is enough to make our hearts ache. Primordial Chaos ruler nodded slightly and said, Qin Yi, don't worry. Although the situation is bad, it doesn't mean that there's no hope. Everything would still depend on their luck. Qin Shao is a person with great providence. Providence should be on his side. Perhaps this is also an opportunity for them. That celestial body didn't appear earlier or later. It just had to appear now. Qin Shao and the others left as soon as they entered. This in itself is very strange. We haven't seen that celestial body in countless years. We can't help him now. Even I can't rashly enter the center line. Everything will depend on their own luck. I hope that they can escape this calamity and survive. He Gem and Greenleaf and He Gem and Desolate Sword could only shake their heads helplessly. There really was nothing they could do about this. They definitely didn't dare to go to the center line. Even if they wanted to, it would take a lot of time. The Grand Master had the ability to go to the center line, but he wouldn't go unless he had no other choice. In Starcloud Continent, Qin Shao and the others were waiting for Master Qingye's reply. Qin Shao and the others suddenly heard Master Qingye's voice in their minds. The three of them immediately became serious. Qin Shao, Azure Emperor, Yi Junhe, I have bad news for you. You are now in the center line, very close to it. I believe I don't need to explain how dangerous it is. I'm sure you all understand. We can't go to the center line to save you. Even the Grand Master wouldn't dare to enter the center line. Therefore, you can only rely on yourselves to deal with the danger. If there's any situation, just tell me in time. However, I can't help you anymore. All of this is your good fortune, your destiny. No one can say for sure whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Qin Shao and the others were stunned when they heard Master Qingye's words. The three of them looked at each other. Their faces were also filled with helplessness and bitterness. After a long while, the Azure Emperor shook his head and sighed. This is really 8 lifetimes of bad luck. It's fine if we didn't encounter any opportunities, but we were actually brought here by this celestial body. This is really something that has never happened before. Qin Shao also said helplessly, I'm sorry, Azure Emperor, Yi Junhe. I've implicated you. If I hadn't insisted on coming in, we wouldn't have been brought here. Now that we're at the center line, we'll definitely die if we go out. However, if we don't go out and continue to be trapped in this Starcloud continent, it's probably no different from death. It's really a dilemma. Now, we have to think about what to do. The Azure Emperor waved his hand and said, Don't say such things. This can't be blamed on you. No one expected something like this to happen. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves for being too unlucky. If we were just trapped by this celestial body, it wouldn't be too bad. There wouldn't be any trouble. At most, we'd be trapped for a while. If it really doesn't work, we can ask for help from the higher-ups. Master Qingye and the others can also help us. Now that we're close to the center line, even the Grand Master wouldn't dare to come here easily. We can only rely on ourselves. Moreover, we're close to the headquarters of the Devil Beast universe. If we're exposed, we'll definitely be hunted down endlessly. Once we're discovered, there's no way we can escape. If we want to return to Mount God Bestowment from the center line, I'm afraid it'll take us at least 50 million years, right? Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said, Yes, it's too difficult to go back. However, I'm thinking, are we really that unlucky? Or are we really that lucky? Lucky? The Azure Emperor looked at Qin Shao in confusion. Yi Junhe also looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao said seriously, Yes, Azure Emperor, Yi Junhe, think about it. Isn't all of this too much of a coincidence? Too much of a coincidence? The Azure Emperor frowned and thought for a while. Then a thought came to his mind. He nodded and said, Yes, it's indeed too much of a coincidence. It's a little too much of a coincidence. No one in the divine realm has discovered this celestial body. This means that this celestial body only appeared recently. After we entered this celestial body jumped through the endless void and arrived here. We've only been here for 3 months. In such a short time, this celestial body actually jumped through the endless void. Such an ability is truly unimaginable. Qin Xiao said, "Yes, that's why I'm wondering if this celestial body has a consciousness inside. As long as someone enters, it will take that person away. If there's such a consciousness, it shouldn't be too simple. However, we can't figure out what the consciousness of this celestial body wants to do for the time being. Celestial bodies had their own consciousness and could do some things on their own. Was the consciousness of this celestial body intentional or random? If it was intentional, then there might really be a secret behind this matter. If it was intentional, then it would be a disaster for the 3 of them." Yi Juanhe, who had been silent all this time, said, "Is there a possibility that this celestial body will keep jumping through the void and take us away from here?" Qin Xiao and the Lotus Emperor agreed with this guess. Of course, it was still possible. As for the specifics, they would have to wait and see. Since they were trapped, they definitely didn't know the specific location. They could only rely on the Master of Grand Mist to find out. The Lotus Emperor said, "I'll ask again after some time. If the location is constantly changing, then the situation won't be that bad. However, no matter what, I feel that the most important thing now is to figure out the situation of this celestial body as much as possible. Secondly, we have to find a way to break out of this nebula and find a way to leave this place. Otherwise, if we continue to be trapped here, it's no different from death." Qin Xiao and Yi Juanhe nodded. This was the only thing they could do now. Hence, the 3 of them continued to search the entire Starcloud continent. After spending 3 years, they carefully checked several times and finally confirmed that this was a continent without any living creatures. There wasn't a trace of danger. Master Qingye also sent back news that the Master of Grand Mist hadn't noticed any changes in the celestial body's position. The celestial body had stopped moving. Of course, no changes for the time being didn't mean that there wouldn't be any changes. Perhaps the celestial body would stay in one place for some time before leaving again. Hence, they still had to wait and see before coming to a conclusion. Qin Xiao and the other 2 didn't discover anything after checking for a while. They could only start thinking of ways to break out of this nebula and leave this place first. Master Qingye shared his guess and the Master of Grand Mist's intention. He said that he would let Qin Xiao and the other 2 comprehend the great Tao of no beginning. Perhaps they would be able to break out of this nebula after cultivating the great Tao of no beginning to the 6th level. Chapter 881. In theory, the distance between 2 universes was extremely far. Even if a universe master wanted to travel from one universe to the other, it would take an unknown amount of time. If one was unlucky, one universe era might not even be enough. In the endless universe ocean, in a cold land near the Hongmeng universe, a majestic ice palace stood there quietly, exuding an extremely cold aura. The boundless universe ocean was extremely gloomy, cold, and pitch black. The endless universe ocean was a huge black screen, and the great 1,000 universes were like bright stars on this huge black screen, embellishing the entire black screen with various colors. Xiao, a light spot suddenly tore apart the void space and flew out from the Hongmeng universe, flying toward the ice palace at an extremely fast speed. As the light spot approached, the door of the ice palace slowly opened, welcoming the light spot into the ice palace. Within the ice palace, 2 figures were seated cross-legged suddenly opened their eyes. One of them was a white-clothed man, and the other was a green-clothed man. Both of them maintained the appearance of being in their 30s, which was the same as the body features of the human race in the godly world. The green-clothed man's face revealed a hint of excitement and joy, and he said to the white-clothed man, "Big brother, we succeeded." "Ha ha, big brother, you are so lucky to be able to come up with such a good thing." Interesting. The white-clothed man's face did not change at all. He was as calm as still water as he looked at the green-clothed man and said, "Why are you so happy?" "For now, we are still exploring. Whether we can succeed or not is still unknown. This time, I'm afraid we can only treat it as a game, just a small experiment." Who cares? In any case, we have been drifting in this frigid place for countless years. God knows how many years have passed by. We brothers can't find that legendary place, and we have no way of entering the other universes. This time, we finally caught 3 little fellows, so of course we have to play with them. After being trapped for so long, I am so bored that I want to die. "Big brother, let me play with these 3 little fellows." The green-clothed man didn't care too much. He rubbed his hands and laughed, looking impatient. The man in white shook his head helplessly and said, "Second brother, you can play, but don't overdo it. Don't play these 3 people to death." "Big brother, it's just 3 little fellows. If they die, then they die. Why do you care so much?" The green-robed man said unhappily. However, the white-robed man's face darkened and became serious. Seeing this, the azure-robed man said, All right. I know, big brother. I know you don't like killing. Forget it. It's fine as long as I don't play them to death." Big brother, I'm going to play." After saying that, the green-clothed man left. The white-clothed man shook his head helplessly. Starcloud Continent. Since they had decided on a temporary direction, the 3 of them started cultivating. Yi Juanhe and the Azure Supreme, the Arch, obviously had no clue about the great Tao of no beginning. However, they could not just sit around and do nothing. Qin Zhao's great Tao of no beginning had already reached the 2nd level. However, he was still very far away from reaching the 6th level. Qin Zhao once again immersed himself in cultivation. He entered the cloud and felt the nebula. Originally, Qin Zhao was confident that as long as he had enough time, he could cultivate the great Tao of no beginning to an extremely high level. Now, there was nothing much to talk about in terms of time. Being trapped here, there was no way out. He could only cultivate the great Tao of no beginning. This was the only path he could take. He could give a try. What's going on?" The Azure Supreme, the Arch, suddenly exclaimed. Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe also came back to their senses. They frowned deeply. Clearly, they had also felt it. The Azure Supreme, the Arch, looked at Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe in shock. He asked, "Did you feel it?" Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe both nodded. Qin Zhao's brows were deeply furrowed, and his expression was incomparably solemn. "I actually have no way of contacting my clone." The Azure Supreme, the Arch, nodded. "Yes, I can't contact my original body either. We have completely lost contact." The situation on Yi Juanhe's side was obviously the same. Logically speaking, as long as they were in the universe, no matter how far apart they were, the original body and the clone would have a natural connection. They would know each other's situation. This was a kind of instinctive power. No matter how far apart one was, there was no way to block it. Previously, Qin Zhao and Yi Juanhe had accidentally entered the depths of the ancient palace on Mount Shintong. They had also lost contact with their original bodies. After they came out from the depths of the ancient palace, the connection was restored. Qin Zhao thought for a while and asked, "Azure Supreme, the Arch, other than being isolated by something, what else can you think of that would cause us to lose contact with our original bodies and clones?" The Azure Supreme, the Arch, shook his head and said, "That's impossible. We have been here for quite some time. Previously, we were able to contact our original bodies and clones. But now we suddenly lost contact. Could it be that this celestial body has moved again? If that's the case, could it be that we have already passed through the central line and arrived at the Warcraft universe? If we arrived at the Warcraft universe, it would be equivalent to leaving the Hongmeng universe. Naturally, there would be no way for us to contact our original bodies and clones. If there's a possibility, it would be that our original bodies and clones were killed at the same time. We didn't even have time to react. However, this is obviously impossible. I tried to contact Master Qingye, but I couldn't. So, the Azure Supreme, the Arch, couldn't help but gasp. The most likely possibility is that we have already left the Hongmeng universe. Gasp. Qin Shao and Yi Juna gasped as well. Left the Hongmeng universe? Could it be that they had really entered the Warcraft universe's territory? If that was the case, it would be even more troublesome. Only death awaited them. They didn't even want to think about it. The Azure Supreme, the Arch, looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. He complained bitterly. What is this celestial body trying to do? Where do you want to take us? Isn't this too strange? It was indeed strange. The Azure Supreme, the Arch, had never heard of such a strange celestial body. However, the reality in front of him made him feel helpless. The situation had become even more dangerous. It was already dangerous enough. Now that they had left the Hongmeng universe's territory, the three of them were in despair. Unless this celestial body could jump through the void again and return to the Hongmeng universe, the three of them would definitely die. However, there were still many doubts lingering in the minds of Qin Shao and the other two. If this celestial body had really jumped through the center line and entered the Warcraft universe, then the Warcraft universe's defense of the center line was too poor. How could there be a wormhole left behind? How could it not be sealed by the universe masters of the Warcraft universe? This situation shouldn't be right? Since the Warcraft universe had set up its headquarters in the center line, it obviously had made all the necessary precautions and sealed the area. There must have been a universe master who had set up a boundary here to seal off everything. Unless one barged in directly, there was no way one could pass through without being noticed. However, this celestial body was obviously not under attack. How could this be? Strange. It was really too strange. Qin Shao and the other two were very puzzled. They didn't know what was going on. An intense sense of danger shrouded the three of them, making them frown. Sai, this is fate. It seems that the three of us are really going to die here. There's no other way. If there was a 1 in a trillion chance of survival, just now, there's no chance at all now. We're doomed. My death is not regrettable. After all, I'm just a body. Besides, this body of mine has killed many people from the Warcraft universe in the past 100 million years in sealing God Abyss. It's enough for me. Qin Feng, you and Yi Junha are still young, and this is your first time in sealing God Abyss. It's really a pity that you're so unlucky. What's more, this is your original body. Your loss is incomparably huge. This is also a huge loss to the godly world. Especially you, Qin Shao. With your talent and potential, there shouldn't be any problem for you to become a ruler. It's very likely that you'll surpass Master Qingye and achieve immeasurable success. However, Sai, maybe this is all fate. The Azure Emperor said something very dejected. He was really in despair. He had reached a dead end. Qin Zhao's body was trapped in God Ascension Mountain, and the possibility of him coming out was very slim. If the original body was dead, it would be impossible for him to come out. If the original body was not dead, there was still a little hope, but it was still terrifyingly low. The death of the original body would naturally have a huge impact on the body of the clone. Moreover, with the clone trapped in God Ascension Mountain, it was almost impossible for him to improve his strength greatly. A rare look of despair appeared on Yi Jun's face. He really couldn't see any hope. Qin Shao was also aware of his current situation. He had really walked into a hopeless situation. However, Qin Shao still had a strong will to not admit defeat. Don't be discouraged. Before we really die, there's still hope for us. Qin Emperor shook his head. For now, he might still have some ambition and fighting spirit, but in the endless years, everything would be worn away. Besides, Qin Shao and Yi Junha didn't have that long to live. At the peak of God Ascension Mountain, Master Qingye and the Barren Sword Sovereign once again came to the palace to find the Master of Grand Mist. The Master of Grand Mist frowned slightly, and his expression was a little serious. When he saw Master Qingye and the Barren Sword Sovereign, he took the initiative to speak. I already know the situation. I've been monitoring that celestial body, but I didn't expect it to slip away under my nose. It's no longer in our Grand Mist universe. In such a situation, I'm afraid there's only one possibility. That celestial body has crossed the central line and reached the Devil Beast universe. Now, even if I want to, I can't do anything. There's no solution to this situation. Jim and Greenleaf was beginning to panic. Master of primordial chaos, then aren't we just going to watch Qin Xiao and the others die? Chapter 882. On the Star-Cloud Continent. Although Qin Xiao and the other two knew that they were in a predicament, they did not give up. Even if it was a hopeless situation, it wouldn't be able to crush the three of them, and they wouldn't feel despair. Even if they crossed the midline, Qin Xiao wanted to break through the nebula and leave this celestial body first. If they were trapped in this celestial body, they would definitely die. If they left this celestial body, even if they entered the magical beast universe, they would not die. Even if they died, they could drag it out for a while. To put it bluntly, they could kill more people from the magical beast universe. Their deaths would be worth it, and they could contribute to the divine realm with their last ray of light. Qin Xiao had never been afraid of death. He was a hot-blooded man. Even if he died, he should die with a bang. He should die on the battlefield. Qin Xiao was not affected by the predicament in front of him. He continued to immerse himself in his cultivation and continued to comprehend the great Tao of no beginning. While Qin Xiao was immersed in his cultivation, the Lotus Emperor was free and easy. He took out some wine and drank. Yi Junhe also wanted to cultivate. However, he had no idea about the great Tao of no beginning at all. No matter how hard he worked, it would be difficult for him to step into the threshold. In that case, it was better to leave this important task to Qin Xiao. Among the three of them, only Qin Xiao had the possibility of cultivating the Grand Tao of no beginning to the 6th level of perfection. If even Qin Xiao was unable to accomplish it, then it was naturally impossible for them to accomplish it. The Lotus Emperor's cultivation potential had been exhausted long ago, so the Lotus Emperor did not participate in this matter. Yi Junhe, don't worry about it. Come sit and drink with me. Since we are already in such a predicament, there is no other way. It is better to be open-minded. After Qin Xiao breaks through the nebula, we will kill our way out. Write a heroic song and kill more powerful people from the magical beast universe. We will have profited. Ha. The Lotus Emperor pulled Qin Xiao down. Yi Junhe shook his head and sat down. Yi Junhe had always been a man of few words, so he sat down and drank a cup of wine. After drinking, the Lotus Arch was filled with pride. Ha! Can we be considered heroes? They could be considered the first batch of people from our primordial universe to kill their way into the Devil Beast universe. Ha! Thinking about it is actually quite exciting and exciting. For countless years, our primordial universe has always been on the defensive, while the Devil Beast universe has always been on the offensive. This time, the three of us have become the pioneers and started the first battle. Let's go to the Devil Beast universe and see the strength of our primordial universe's heroes. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. Yi Junhe's emotions were not affected by the Azure Supreme the Arch. He was not afraid of death, but he felt that dying in such a way was too humiliating. He was willing to die, but it had to be on the battlefield. Only a hot-blooded sacrifice could be considered heroic. The situation this time was indeed very difficult to accept. Maybe Qin Xiao is right. We may not necessarily die here. We can't give up until the moment we really die. We can't think that we will die without a doubt. It's not impossible to do things that defy the heavens. Yi Junha finally spoke. His conviction became even firmer than ever. The Lotus Thorch glanced at Yi Junha. At this moment, Yi Junha was quite similar to Qin Shao. The Lotus Thorch smiled and did not say anything. It was naturally good to have such a conviction. However, although he did not want to think about this matter, he had to admit that he could not see any hope. It could be considered a dead end, unless a miracle really happened. But how could there be so many miracles? Although Qin Shao had created many miracles, the Lotus Thorch did not think that he could create another one this time. Now, it was equivalent to the three of them going against the entire Devil-Beast universe. The combined strength of the three of them was not even comparable to a speck of dust in front of the Devil-Beast universe, let alone ants. The power of the demonic beast universe could easily crush Qin Shao and the other two to death with just a gentle blow. There was no way they could stop it. Even if Qin Shao could defy the heavens and break through to the sovereign realm, it would be useless. A sovereign realm was still very weak in front of the Devil-Beast universe. There was no way to stop it. Time passed year after year. Hundreds of years, thousands of years, and tens of thousands of years flew by. 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30,000 years. Qin Shao was fully immersed in the cultivation of the great Tao of no beginning. Although the speed of improvement was not fast, it was still a steady improvement. Of course, Qin Shao's so-called slow speed was only for himself. If he really had to compare it to other things, it was naturally very fast. In 30,000 years, Qin Shao had cultivated the great Tao of no beginning to the 5th level. He was only one step away from the 6th level and reaching perfection. Of course, the difficulty of this last step was much more difficult than the previous 5 levels combined. Qin Zhao's great Tao of chaos had been trapped at the 5th level. It had been more than 100,000 years now, but there was still no sign of a breakthrough. There were countless situations where people were trapped at the last level for endless years. It was really too difficult to take this last step. Qin Zhao's body and mind were completely integrated into the nebula, comprehending from nothing to beginning, from 1 to 9. The core of the so-called no beginning should be from nothing to beginning. This is a replacement of the great Tao. Countless thoughts surged in his mind. They were replaced again and again, rejected again and again, and new comprehensions were added time and time again. This cycle repeated over and over again, as if it was a cycle. Qin Shao fell into a vicious cycle of thoughts. It was as if he had fallen into an endless cycle of reincarnation. 40,000 years, 50,000 years, 60,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 90,000 years had passed. The Lotus Thorch was the most relaxed. He did not need to cultivate, so he spent most of his time drinking. In his words, he was enjoying the last moments, adjusting his state of mind, and facing the battle in his best state. Yi Junha was sometimes dragged over by the Lotus Thorch to drink, but he spent most of his time cultivating. He did not comprehend the no-beginning great Tao, but cultivated his own great Tao, his ultimate skill. Yi Junha was only thinking about Tao integration and becoming an almighty as soon as possible. In that case, his strength would at least be able to rise to the level of the heaven roll. If his strength increased, he would be more confident when the nebula was opened, and he could kill more people from the magical beast universe. Yi Junha had been cultivating for more than 1,000,000 years. However, he had always wanted to use 2 supreme-grade great Taos to achieve Tao integration. If he was willing to use high-grade great Taos to achieve Tao integration, he would have touched the point of Tao integration and could have achieved Tao integration long ago. However, he had given up on using a superior-grade great Tao to achieve Tao integration and had always insisted on using a supreme-grade great Tao to achieve Tao integration. However, it was too difficult to achieve Tao integration with a supreme-grade great Tao. There was no way for him to touch the point of Tao integration at all. Naturally, there was no way for him to attempt Tao integration. There was still time, so Yi Junha was not in a hurry. Instead, He tried to use a supreme-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration and touch the point of Tao integration first. If it still did not work in the end, he would not persist and would just use a superior-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration. If Yi Juanhe used a superior-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration, he had full confidence that he would succeed. Moreover, if it really did not work, he still had a pot of dragon saliva brew. Even if he relied on the dragon saliva brew, he could easily achieve Tao integration successfully and become an almighty. Of course, he did not need the dragon saliva brew. He was confident that he could achieve Tao integration successfully. However, he was still a little hesitant about whether he should persist in using a supreme-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration. Yi Juanhe, you don't have to hesitate anymore. Actually, it's not a big deal. If you want to use a supreme-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration and become an almighty, you probably won't be able to do it in a short time. Therefore, you'd better use a superior-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration directly. That way, you will have full confidence. Even if you use a superior-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration, once you become an almighty, your strength will definitely be on the heaven roll. Moreover, we are now in the territory of the magical beast universe and are not affected by the laws of the primordial universe. Therefore, no matter what Tao you fuse with, it won't affect your avatar. If you lose contact with your original body and clone, there will not be any impact. Your clone can continue to use a supreme-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration, the Lotus Thearch suggested to Yi Juanhe. Yi Juanhe nodded. That was indeed the case. Under such circumstances, the Tao integration of the original body would not affect the clone. Yi Juanhe shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see. There's no rush for now. If it's Tao integration, it won't take much time. Let's wait and see how Qin Shao is doing. If he cultivates the no-beginning Great Tao to perfection, then I'll make a decision. Now we can still delay it. Let's delay it a little longer." After all, using a supreme-grade Great Tao to achieve Tao integration has always been my belief. It's not that easy to give up on this belief. If I want to achieve Tao integration, if my belief is not firm enough, I might fail. The Lotus Thearch nodded and said, "Yes, that's indeed the case. Therefore, I'm only giving you advice. As for what you want to do, it's up to you. Forget it. I can't help much anyway. I'll leave the cultivation matter to you and Qin Shao. Only the two of you have unlimited possibilities. My path of cultivation has long been severed. 90,000 years have passed. Qin Shao is really crazy when it comes to cultivation. He has been completely immersed in cultivation for 90,000 years. It feels a little crazy." Yi Juanhe nodded and said, "Yes, Qin Shao is really crazy when it comes to cultivation. I can't help but admire him for this. No matter what kind of situation he was in, he was able to devote himself to cultivation. Only in this way can the efficiency of cultivation be the highest. Therefore, Qin Shao is able to create one miracle after another and write one legend after another. His success is definitely not a coincidence, and it can't be attributed to luck or talent. He is indeed strong in these aspects, but without hard work, an unwavering heart, and a strong belief, I'm afraid it's not enough." The Lotus Thearch looked at Qin Shao, who was cultivating over there, with a face full of admiration. He nodded and said, "Yes, that's true. Therefore, I also admire Qin Shao very much. If I could be like him when I was young, I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. I'm ashamed." Chapter 883. From nothingness to beginning, from 1 to 9, the cycle repeats. That is no beginning. The nothingness of no beginning means that everything is nothingness. Everything is nothingness. There is no time or space, no material or illusory objects. Everything is nothingness. Nothingness is just a concept. There is no way to express it clearly with any adjectives. Beginning means there is, everything is there. There is, but it is not specific. It is just a concept. Just like a sword is just a concept. It does not have to be sword-shaped to be called a sword. Everything can be called a sword. Nothingness and beginning are both concepts. Thoughts flooded Qin Zhao's mind. 90,000 years of comprehension, 90,000 years of cultivation, immersed in the nebula, immersed in the dojo of the no-beginning path. He could personally comprehend the no-beginning great path. Qin Zhao had already reached the last step of the no-beginning great path. He only needed one more step to reach the great perfection of the 6th level. It was just that although this step seemed easy, it was far too difficult to walk out of it. The difficulty of the last step was far greater than the previous countless steps. Some people could not take the last step even if they spent their entire lives trying. Some people could not do it even after countless years of cultivation. Some people could take the first step immediately. Everything depended on fate, talent, comprehension, and a trace of luck. Only by combining all three perfectly could it be possible to reach the last step. Rumble. The wind and clouds suddenly changed and the nebula surged. The terrifying nebula was like a demon that was about to awaken. It bared its ferocious fangs and emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Once it fully awakened, everything in the world would be destroyed by it. Everything would be turned into ashes under its power. What a terrifying aura. A dangerous aura descended, shrouding the hearts of Qin Zhao and the other two. Emperor Qing threw down his wine cup and walked over. Yi Junhe walked over with a frown. He looked around, and his face showed some horror. Not good. The situation is not good. It seems that it is impossible for us to stay here quietly. This celestial body is about to self-destruct. It is accumulating energy now. Once it reaches a certain amount, it will self-destruct. At that time, everything here will turn to dust. Even a sovereign would be killed without a doubt, let alone us. How could this be? Wasn't this too strange? A celestial body could actually self-destruct? Did he really become a spirit? The Lotus Emperor exclaimed and shook his head helplessly. He was very confused. Qin Zhao frowned deeply and said, "It seems that we don't have much time left. According to my estimation, according to the speed at which this nebula is accumulating energy, it will explode in at least 1,000 years, or at least 10,000 years. Once they self-destruct, the three of us will definitely die. It seems that the situation is far worse than we thought. I thought that this celestial body would trap us forever. But I never expected that in less than 90,000 years, this celestial body would self-destruct to kill us. Such a strange celestial body is truly unheard of. This time, we are really in big trouble." The Lotus Emperor shook his head. Yes, it was indeed big trouble. It was not just big trouble. Qin Zhao looked at the turbulent nebula. At this moment, the faith in his heart was not affected at all. It did not waver in the slightest. The closer it was to this moment, the more firm and strong his faith became. One thought to live, one thought to die. The thought of survival would also stimulate Qin Zhao's potential time and time again, pushing it to the limit. A green-robed man sat on a throne. In his palm lay a fist-sized planet in the shape of a nebula. The man in green looked at the nebula planet with a playful expression. From time to time, he would laugh evilly. If Qin Zhao and the other two were here at this time, they would definitely recognize this nebula planet. Wasn't it the nebula celestial body? It was just much smaller. It should have been a huge nebula celestial body, but at this time, the man in green was holding it in his hand like a toy. Oomph. The game has just begun. If you want to be comfortable in there, I won't let you do as you wish. I just don't know if you can make it through. If you can't even make it through this, then it won't be fun. I've been lonely for so long. It wasn't easy to catch 3 living things to play with. Don't let me play with them to death so quickly." And Big Brother, thinking of the man in white, the man in green suddenly became like a deflated ball. He smacked his lips and looked unhappy. Big Brother won't let me play with these three little guys to death. It's really a headache. I want to play with them, but I always have to consider whether I can play with them to death. Sigh. Then I can only be careful. That's right. If they die so quickly, then it won't be fun. I have to think carefully about how to play with them. The man in green looked at the nebula crystal ball in his hand with a thoughtful look. Starcloud Continent. Qin Shao and the other two naturally did not know that at this time, they had become the prey of others. Time was pressing, and Qin Shao was even more immersed in cultivation. If an ordinary person encountered such a predicament, they would probably be upset and unable to continue cultivating. However, Qin Shao was different. The more difficult the situation was, the more Qin Shao's potential would be stimulated. The calmer Qin Shao was, the clearer his mind would be. The Qing Emperor and Yi Juanhe went to one side. At this time, they naturally would not disturb Qin Shao. The Qing Emperor shook his head and sighed. He drank a lot of wine and took out some treasure goods that he usually could not bear to take out. Yi Juanhe, if we die like this, it will be really aggrieved. If I die on the battlefield, then I can at least get the title of a warrior, a hero, right? Although it's just a title, it's better than nothing. If we die like this without knowing how, even our clones and original bodies can't sense how we died. Just thinking about it makes me feel aggrieved. If one day someone asks my original body how your clones died, how should I answer? If I answer that I don't know how I died, won't I be laughed at? Yi Juanhe was speechless. He did not think that far ahead. However, such a death was indeed aggrieved. However, what could he do now that things had come to this? No matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. Sigh. Yi Juanhe, don't be so depressed. At least talk to me. We are about to die. Don't you want to say anything? Only my clones died. You died in your original body. Don't you have anything to say? The Qing Emperor asked again. Yi Juanhe thought for a while and said seriously, actually, I think that we don't have to be so sad for the time being. Perhaps, as Qin Shao said, we should not give up until the very last moment. Since there are only thousands of years left, so what? Isn't that the moment has not arrived yet? If we are thinking about how to die now, I really can't put myself in that situation. Therefore, I am thinking if I should go and cultivate. The Qing Emperor quickly pulled Yi Juanhe back and said, cultivate my ass. Qin Shao is crazy. You're crazy too. What time is it? Why are you talking about such useless things? The matter of cultivation would be left to Qin Shao. As for us, we should just think about how to die. Hey, don't go. I haven't finished talking yet. Okay. Let's not talk about how to die. Can you drink with me? This is something I have treasured for thousands of years. Usually, I can't even bear to take it out to drink. Today, you are lucky. Don't think about leaving. If you do, I will get angry with you. Seriously, I am about to die. Can I just ask you to accompany me? Yi Juanhe was really helpless. He could not persuade the Qing Emperor, so he could only sit down obediently and drink with the Qing Emperor. Yi Juanhe shook his head and said, if I didn't know better, I would have thought that you were afraid of death. The Qing Emperor pursed his lips and said, then you are right this time. I'm really afraid of death. It was not easy to cultivate to this level. How can I be willing to die so easily? Even if it is just a clone, I still cherish it very much. You see, I have been carrying out missions in the Seal God's Abyss for hundreds of millions of years. Haven't I lived well until now? But ever since I met you, I feel that my bad luck has started. Hey, are you guys my natural nemesis? Yi Juanhe obviously knew that the Qing Emperor was joking. He did not mean to say anything about them, but to be honest, they had really implicated the Qing Emperor. Yi Juanhe opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the Qing Emperor. Okay, let's not talk about such mushy things. Hurry up, come and drink. Anyway, we don't have many years left to live. Why don't we take advantage of this and drink properly for thousands of years? Okay, then I will drink with you. Yi Juanhe was also very generous for once. The two of them were drinking here while Qin Shao was cultivating there. There was a sharp contrast. As they drank, the Qing emperor suddenly frowned and looked puzzled. He looked at the wine pot on the table and said, Yi Juinhe, don't you feel that something is strange? Why do I feel that the wine has decreased a lot unknowingly? We clearly did not drink that much. So why is the wine decreasing so quickly? Something is wrong. Something is completely wrong. Do you feel it? Yi Juinhe shook his head and said, Don't ask me. I am only in charge of drinking. I don't care about other things. Only you know how much wine you have. Why would I care about that? Besides, there are only the two of us here. There is also Qin Shao. There is no one else. Given our strength, even if a ruler is hiding in the dark, it is impossible for us not to sense it. If there is another life form here, it is impossible that we have not sensed it after being here for more than 90,000 years. The Qing emperor was deep in thought. Of course, he knew about this situation. It was precisely because he knew this situation that he felt it was very strange. That was why he asked Yi Juinhe with uncertainty. Chapter 884. In the blink of an eye, another 3,000 years had passed. Latest update. Although Qin Zhao's potential had been completely stimulated, it was still too difficult for him to take this step forward. Difficult? It was indeed very difficult. With the pressure of time, it was also difficult for him to advance by leaps and bounds. Rumble. The nebula had entered its final stage of eruption. The entire star-cloud continent was surging like boiling water. Mountains and rivers began to collapse and be destroyed. Flowers and trees withered rapidly, losing their vitality. The nebula churned as if a demon was stirring up the world. Emperor Qing and Yi Juinhe put down their wine glasses and looked at the nebula with bitter and helpless expressions. They were already in despair. They had indeed reached the end of the road. The next moment would be destruction. Everything would be destroyed and cease to exist. In the face of this terrifying power, let alone them, even a ruler would have no choice but to succumb to it. Sigh, this moment has finally come. Although I haven't lived for long, I have never really faced death. I wonder what it feels like to die. Emperor Qing shook his head and took another big gulp of wine. The surging and terrifying force rushed over. Attacked by this force, they felt like a small boat in the middle of a magnitude 12 tsunami. They were powerless to resist. There was nothing they could do. This feeling made Yi Juinhe and Emperor Qing very uncomfortable. They had lived for so long, but they had never encountered such a situation. The two of them were completely engulfed by the force, as if they had fallen into a whirlpool of destruction. Death had truly come. At this moment, Qin Shao was also completely engulfed by an irresistible force. It was destroying his divine body, making him powerless to resist. This was also the first time Qin Shao had faced death. Although he had been in a few desperate situations and faced death several times before, none of them were like this. In the past, he had more or less been able to resist. But this time, there was no resistance at all. The Tao of no beginning was still stuck at the last step. There was still no way to break through. Looks like I'm really going to die. Qin Shao could not help but have this thought in his mind. However, there was still a trace of unwillingness in his heart. This resolute thought turned into a firm force that could break through all obstacles, cross the river of time, and reach the other side of the soul. No beginning. A ray of light suddenly flashed in Qin Zhao's mind, illuminating the world in his heart. The origin of the Tao of no beginning became extremely clear at this moment, allowing Qin Shao to see its true essence. Instantly, Qin Shao became enlightened. Everything was clear now. The destructive power had already devoured and destroyed his god body. His last bit of consciousness was also annihilated. He had no way to resist. Since he had already comprehended it, he still couldn't escape death. But no matter how helpless he was, there was nothing he could do. When the last trace of consciousness was destroyed, everything would cease to exist. Bamboo forest. A stream. A handsome young man in his early 20s was practicing a sword. Beside him was a young girl of 15 or 16. She was cute, delicate, and charming. She was as fresh as a fairy. She was also learning from the handsome young man. The two of them practiced quite well, but the young girl still made mistakes. The handsome young man was very patient. He taught her again and again, correcting the young girl's mistakes. "Sister, you can't do this. The sword is about the intention and the heart, not about the form. Only having the form without intention is like having the body without the strength. Only having the intention without the heart is like having the strength without the strategy. Form, intention, and heart. Only the perfect combination of these three can produce beautiful swordsmanship. Only then can the true power of the swordsmanship be displayed. This set of fallen leaves swordsmanship requires the heart, and the sword is one. My heart is the sword, my intention is the sword, I am the sword, and I and the sword is one. The sword is me, and I am the sword." Listening to the handsome young man's teachings, the young girl playfully stuck out her tongue at him. She pouted and said, "I know, brother. You said it 100 times already. But I'm not a sword genius. I'm still young, so my cultivation will naturally be slow. I know, brother, is our tribe's #1 youth genius, #1 youth warrior, #1 youth sword cultivator. But I'm not as talented as you. So, brother, you don't have to worry. Wait for me to slowly cultivate. I feel that it's very, very difficult." Listening to the young girl's words, the handsome young man helplessly shook his head and said, Actually, your sword cultivation talent is quite good. You just don't put too much effort into it. You're already so old, yet you still want to play. You're about to go through your coming-of-age ceremony. You're about to become an adult. In our world of sword cultivators, strength is respected. The way of the sword is respected. It's said that a strong sword cultivator can fly with a sword. They can fly with a sword. They can live forever. They can move the 9 heavens with a single thought. At the end of his speech, the handsome young man's eyes were filled with passion, longing, and passion. His dream was to become a strong sword cultivator. He wanted to become a sword immortal. He wanted to be able to fly with a sword. He wanted to live forever. Sword immortal. That was the most passionate dream in the depths of his heart. But he also knew that this dream was too far away from him. It was so far away that it could only be a dream. It was something that could only be encountered but not sought. It was something that his heart yearned for the most. Even if he was known as the tribe's #1 youth genius and #1 youth warrior, he deeply understood that he was still far from being a true genius. So, he worked very hard since he was young. Diligence could make up for his lack of talent. He wanted to rely on 100 times more effort than others to realize his dream. He wanted to become the pride of the tribe. He wanted to become a sword immortal who could fly with a sword. But now he was still too weak. But he firmly believed that with his firefly's light, it was enough to start a prairie fire. "Brother, what are you thinking about again?" Seeing the handsome young man in a daze, the young girl waved her hand in front of him and asked curiously. Only then did the handsome young man come back to his senses. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. Come on, sister. Let's continue practicing the sword. If you don't have talent, you can make up for it with hard work. Brother's strength is the #1 youth in our tribe. It's not because of your talent, but because you work harder than others. Brother's Han River is several times more than others." The young girl did not agree. Instead, she ran away mischievously. As she ran, she pouted at the handsome young man and said, No, I don't want to. I want to rest and play." As she spoke, the young girl had already run to the side of the stream. The handsome young man could only look helpless. After a bitter laugh, he could only give up and let the young girl do as she pleased. But soon, a sharp cry of surprise came from the young girl's mouth. The handsome young man raised his eyebrows and his face darkened. He immediately rushed to the stream. Chapter 885. The handsome young man immediately saw that there was indeed a person lying in the stream. His face was facing downwards, and he could only see his back. Lying in the stream motionless, he did not know if he was dead or alive. He could not even feel his breath. The handsome young man did not hesitate and immediately walked over and pulled the person out of the stream. Turning over, she saw that he was about 26 or 27 years old. His face was as firm as a knife, and he was really handsome. He exuded an indescribable masculine charm and had a very good temperament. The exquisite young girl curiously squatted down and sized him up. She looked a little love-struck and said, "Wow, this big brother is so handsome. Big brother, he's even more handsome than you. If this was in our tribe, he would definitely be recognized as the #1 handsome man. Hoo-hoo, he's really handsome. Big brother, I think I'm starting to like this big brother. What should I do?" The handsome young man unhappily flicked the exquisite young girl's forehead and said, You're almost an adult. Why are you still acting like a child?" The exquisite young girl pouted and said unhappily, "I'm almost an adult. Can I like handsome guys? Even my parents don't care about me. You're the only one who cares about me. Smelly big brother, you must be jealous of this big brother's beauty, right? Jealous that he's more handsome than you, right? Actually, there's nothing to be jealous of. In the past, I thought you were the #1 handsome man in our tribe. Now, you can only be #2. The handsome young man was also speechless. Was this still his own sister? Was this still the sister that he had doted on for so many years? She kicked her own brother aside just because she saw a handsome guy? The exquisite young girl curiously searched the body of the young man on the ground. Immediately, as if she had discovered a new continent, she jumped up and shouted, "Yo, big brother, come look. This handsome big brother isn't dead. He's still alive. There's still a trace of breath. Didn't you say I was jealous of him? Since I'm jealous of him, why should I look?" The handsome young man pretended to be angry. The exquisite young girl immediately acted cute. She shook the handsome young man's arm and said with a fawning face, "Good big brother, I know you're not so petty, right? Just save me. This handsome brother looks quite pitiful. It looks like he's being hunted down by some enemy, which is why he's unconscious. Brother, how about we bring this handsome brother back first? Grandpa is the best doctor in our tribe. Let Grandpa treat him." The handsome young man wasn't really angry. He still came over and carried the young man on his back, then quickly returned to the tribe. The Daki Mountain Range was like a huge spider web. It radiated continuously and formed many branches like a long dragon. Countless branches were connected into one and formed the majestic Daki Mountain Range. In the middle of these branches, there were more than 10,000 tribes of various sizes. These tribes lived in the Daki Mountain Range and hunted for generations. The Lin tribe was a relatively small tribe. The number of people in the entire tribe was only around 100,000. The tribal castle was also very dilapidated. It could only withstand the invasion of ordinary demon beasts. "Oh, Linley, little Shuang, you're back so early today? How rare." Linley, why are you carrying someone on your back? He's not from our tribe." The handsome young man's name was Linley, and the petite girl's name was Lin Shuang. They were a pair of brother and sister. One was the #1 genius of the Lin tribe, the #1 warrior. The other was a playful and cute little girl. She was very likable. Both of them were very famous in the Lin tribe. Therefore, once they returned to the tribe, they naturally attracted the attention of many people. Linley said, "This is someone I saved on the way. Let's not talk about it anymore. I have to go back and look for Grandpa first." After greeting everyone, Lin Li quickly returned to his home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a burly man who looked unusually valiant practicing his sword. The entire courtyard was filled with sword energy. Seeing that Lin Li and Shuang had returned, the burly man stopped and looked over with a gentle gaze. "Li Shuang, you're back? Why are you carrying someone on your back?" "Father, this is the handsome brother that brother and I saved. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go look for Grandpa. Lin Shuang, they said, then pulled Lin Li and ran to his grandfather's residence. The burly man shook his head and smiled. Lin Li's grandfather was the best doctor in the tribe. His residence was filled with medicinal herbs. This sagely old man frowned after doing a detailed examination of the person that Lin Li and Shuang had brought back. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Strange, it's really strange. Why is there such a strange situation?" "Grandpa, what are you talking about? What happened to the handsome brother?" Lin Shuang asked anxiously with a worried look on her face. Grandpa Lin shook his head and said, "Little Shuang, Grandpa doesn't know either. This little brother situation is very strange, very strange. I've been a doctor for my whole life, but I've never seen such a strange thing." Then is there no saving him?" "Sob, sob, sob. My handsome brother, please don't die just like that. I'll cry." Lin Shuang looked as if she was about to cry and looked at her grandfather pitifully. Lin Li couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, what's the situation with this brother?" Grandpa Lin said, "Little Shuang, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa only said that the situation is very strange, but I didn't say that he's dead. Actually, that's not the case." Although the situation is very strange, there's nothing wrong with this little brother's body. Not only is there nothing wrong with him, but he's even healthier than the average person. But I don't understand why there's nothing wrong with his body. He's still breathing, and there's no sign of his vitality declining, but he's still in a deep coma. Then what's going on? Won't this handsome brother never wake up? Is he a zombie? Lin Shuang blinked and asked. Grandpa Lin thought for a while, but still shook his head and said, "Grandpa doesn't know for now. How about this? You arrange for this little brother to stay in the room over there. I'll come over every day to observe him. Maybe after a few more days of observation, I'll know what's going on. As long as his breathing is still there and his vitality hasn't declined, it means that he's fine. Then I'll stay and take care of handsome brother." Lin Shuang said bravely. Lin Li shook his head. He didn't have the time to stay there, so he left. The Lin tribe was still so peaceful. Days passed just like before. In the depths of the Daki mountain range, there was a huge cave. A lion mandarin that was more than 10 feet tall was lying there, snoring. Its entire body was enveloped in crimson flames, which made it look unusually mystical. Its pair of wings were retracted, forming a protective cover that looked like a tortoise's shell, enveloping its entire body. Its powerful aura caused the entire cave to tremble as it submitted to the lion duck. The thunderous snoring was like a sudden clap of thunder, and it still lingered in the cave. It was continuous and seemed unusually strange. A figure suddenly landed in front of the lion mandarin. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying aura surged out and instantly enveloped the lion mandarin. The sleeping lion mandarin instantly woke up and knelt there in fear. Its huge body trembled violently, and it lowered its head, not daring to look at the figure in front of it. A low voice came from the lion mandarin's mouth. "Greetings, great immortal. What orders do you have for me?" Someone whose aura could make it unable to resist had to be a sword immortal. The lion mandarin was the supreme king of the entire Daki mountain range. It ruled the entire Daki mountain range, and its strength stood at the peak. However, in the face of a sword immortal, it was as weak as an ant. The person who landed in front of the lion mandarin was a young man in green. The corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile, and he said playfully, "Little lion mandarin, I have something for you to do. Listen carefully." The lion mandarin was so frightened that it hurriedly said, "Please instruct me, great immortal. I will definitely do it well. I won't dare to be negligent." After instructing the lion mandarin, the smile on the corners of the young man's mouth deepened. "Little fellow, our game has just begun. Since Big Brother said that I can't play you to death, then I can only pull you into my inner world to play with you. The top power in my inner world is enough to easily trample on you. No rush, no rush. It's more interesting to play slowly. On the other side, the Lin tribe was quiet, and time passed like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The person who was saved by the Lin siblings had been unconscious for a month. During this month, Grandpa Lin had neglected sleep and food to study that person. He studied him as if he was the biggest challenge in his life. As for Lin Shuang, she had been accompanying that person and taking care of him meticulously. "Grandpa, can you do it or not? It's already been a month. Why are you still so helpless? Don't you have any idea at all? My handsome brother, can you save him or not?" Lin Shuang asked. Grandpa Lin was so anxious that he almost jumped up. He scratched his head and paced back and forth, saying, "Little Shuang, don't be anxious. Grandpa will definitely have a way. There must be a way. Grandpa is familiar with medicine. I've been a doctor all my life. What kind of difficult problem have I not encountered? I don't know how many lives in our tribe have been saved by your grandpa. This little fellow will definitely be able to do it. He definitely can. Don't disturb Grandpa. Let Grandpa think about it. Think about it carefully. Where's the problem?" Lin Shuang pouted. "Oomph, you say that every day. You only know how to lie to me. Boo-hoo, my handsome brother, please don't die. If you die, I'll be so sad that I'll cry myself to death." At this moment, the man who had been in a coma for a month suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up from the bed and looked around with a blank face. "Didn't I die? Where's this place?" Qin Zhao's first thought when he woke up was to look around. It was an unfamiliar environment, and everything was unfamiliar. He felt around and realized that he was not dead. This was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. What was going on? Chapter 886. When Lin Shuang saw that Qin Xiao had woken up, she couldn't help but be stunned. She blinked her eyes and finally reacted after a long while. She immediately rushed over with a face full of excitement and joy. "Handsome brother, you're finally awake. I was so worried. I knew that you would not die so easily because you are blessed with great fortune and will not die so easily. It's really great to see you awake." Looking at the exquisite and cute little girl in front of him, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown slightly. He tried hard to recall, but he couldn't recall anything. He still didn't know what was going on. However, what shocked him the most was that he could clearly feel that his cultivation had been completely sealed, and he couldn't even summon a trace of it. If it weren't for this, Qin Xiao wouldn't have been unable to dodge Lin Shuang's unconscious pouncing on him just now. What's going on? Where's this place? Why is my divine power completely sealed off? The laws here are completely different. This isn't the Hongmeng universe. I can't contact my doppelganger, which means this is another universe. Could it be that I'm in the Devil-Beast universe? But that can't be right. According to the information we have in the Hongmeng universe, the people in the Devil-Beast universe don't look like this. Qin Xiao didn't understand what was going on at all, no matter how he thought about it. He couldn't think of a reason. At this time, his own situation was very bad. His divine power, divine sense, heart force, power, and so on. All of his strength was completely sealed. He couldn't use it at all. In other words, Qin Xiao was now completely an ordinary person, a mortal. Only his body was still there. However, this body alone had no power. The laws here were different, so Qin Xiao couldn't use the power of the Great Tao. What the hell was this place? Was this an illusion? However, Qin Zhao's illusion technique had reached the 7th level. Logically speaking, he should have cultivated it to an extremely high level. This shouldn't be an illusion technique. Everything was so real. However, Qin Xiao couldn't figure out all. Seeing that Qin Xiao didn't answer her, Lin Shuang waved her hand in front of Qin Zhao's face and asked with concern, "Handsome brother, why aren't you saying anything? Are you still feeling unwell? If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. My grandfather is the best doctor in our tribe. He will definitely be able to cure you." Qin Xiao came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Shuang and shook her head. "No, I'm fine. Thank you, miss. You saved me, didn't you? Lin Shuang'er playfully stuck out her tongue before nodding and smiling. Yes, yes, yes. A month ago, I was practicing with my brother at the back of the mountain. Then, I found you and my brother saved you. A month ago, Qin Xiao raised her eyebrows again. So I've been in a coma for a month? This was strange. With his strength in the top 10 of the heaven list, he was comparable to an existence at the peak. How could he be in a coma for so long? Lin Shuang nodded and said, yes, yes. A whole month. That's a long time. But fortunately, nothing happened to you, handsome brother, and you woke up. Heaven helps the worthy. By the way, handsome brother, my name is Lin Shuang'er. What's your name? Lin Shuang. Qin Xiao repeated the name. After all, she was his savior. Naturally, he had to remember it. Then he said, my name is Qin Xiao. By the way, Miss Lin, where is this? Qin Xiao, Qin Xiao, Qin Xiao. After Lin Shuang'er repeated it 3 times, she smiled at Qin Xiao. She looked very cute. Brother Qin Xiao, you could just call me Shuang'er, or you can call me Sister Shuang'er. Little Shuang'er is also fine. Anyway, don't call me Lin Shuang. It's too distant. But everyone likes to call me Little Shuang'er. You can call me Little Shuang'er too. It's so nice. Hee hee. Her face was full of innocence. It really made people feel pity for her. Qin Xiao chuckled and could only say, okay, I'll call you Little Shuang. Yes, yes. By the way, Brother Qin Xiao, this is the Lin tribe. It's located in the Daqi mountain range. Brother Qin Xiao, where are you from? Why were you unconscious in the stream? Were you chased by an enemy? Lin Shuang'er widened her eyes and looked at Qin Xiao with a very curious expression. Lin tribe? Daqi mountain range? Qin Xiao obviously did not know this unfamiliar place. This little bit of information was far from enough for Qin Xiao to understand this world and where he was now. Seeing that Qin Xiao did not answer, Lin Shuang'er immediately said, I'm sorry, Brother Qin Xiao. I shouldn't have asked so much. I won't ask anymore. Everyone has their own unspeakable addictions. I know. By the way, Brother Qin Xiao, you've been unconscious for a month. Your stomach must be very hungry, right? I'll go get something for you to eat. You can rest in a room first. Wait, I'll call my grandfather to come and see you. Brother Qin Xiao, before I come back, you're not allowed to leave. Otherwise, I'll be very worried about you. When it came to stomach, Qin Xiao was really not hungry. Although all of his strength had been sealed, he still had the body of a 4th-step divine god. Moreover, because he had cultivated the unique skills of the body and the true meaning of power, his body had long been comparable to the level of an almighty. The body itself could not be sealed, so Qin Xiao still did not need to rely on food to maintain the operation of his body. Of course, in front of Lin Shuang'er, Qin Xiao naturally would not say this out loud. He could only nod. Lin Shuang'er jumped away excitedly. After seeing Lin Shuang'er off, Qin Xiao frowned deeply and looked dignified. Qin Xiao looked around the room. His eyes quickly lit up slightly and fell on a row of bookshelves. There were many books on them. When he saw the books, Qin Xiao's heart suddenly moved. Perhaps there were many records about this world in the books, and he could learn more about it from them. Now, what Qin Xiao wanted to know the most was where he was now and which world he was in. Qin Xiao flipped through the bookshelves. Many of them were medical books and medicine books. Qin Xiao was very disappointed. However, Qin Xiao's luck was not too bad. He finally found a book called Records of Mountains and Rivers. Judging from the name, it should have recorded some things about this world. Opening the book, the first thing that came into Qin Xiao's eyes were 4 big words. Sword Cultivator World. Sword Cultivator World? Could it be that this world is called the Sword Cultivator World? Qin Xiao's heart moved slightly. However, Qin Xiao did not think too much about it. Instead, he patiently read the entire book, memorized all the contents, and then integrated them. After digesting the entire book, Qin Xiao finally had a general understanding of the world he was in now. It turned out that this world was indeed called the Sword Cultivator World. This world was boundless and vast. Mortals did not know how big it was. It was said that only powerful sword immortals knew. There were mortals and immortals in this world. The cultivation system was Sword Cultivator, which was extremely diverse. Although this Sword Cultivator sounded similar to the ultimate Sword Dao in the Hongmeng universe, in fact, they were fundamentally different. Of course, there were some similarities between the two methods. However, the ultimate Sword Dao was only a kind of Dao, but Sword Cultivator was a cultivation system that was extremely diverse. Everyone in this world cultivated Sword Cultivator, and everyone was a Sword Cultivator. Everyone would be born with a natal sword. The strength of the natal sword could determine a person's talent in the early stages. This situation was very easy to understand. It was just like the innate divine ability in Qin Zhao's source world, which could determine a person's talent in the early stages. Unlike the innate divine ability in Qin Zhao's source world, the natal sword was given to everyone when they were born. It was just a matter of whether it was good or bad. The natal sword's types, attributes, quality, and so on were all divided into good and bad. These were collectively known as immortal roots. Immortal roots were divided into 9 grades. The first grade was the worst, and the 9th grade was the best. Generally speaking, it was actually different from the innate divine ability in Qin Zhao's source world. It was also divided into 9 grades. Of course, there was one difference. The immortal roots in the Sword Cultivator world could be upgraded and increased in grade. It was not static. Therefore, even if one was born with a first-grade immortal root, it could be slowly upgraded as one grew. Basically, everyone's immortal roots would be upgraded in the later stages of cultivation. It was extremely rare to see someone born with a 9th-grade immortal root in the Sword Cultivator world. The Sword Cultivator world's cultivation system was not only divided into mortals and immortals, but also into many realms. Mortals were divided into 6 realms. From low to high, they were Sword Apprentice, Sword Guardian, Sword Spirit, Sword Monarch, Sword King, and Sword Venerable. Immortals were also divided into 6 realms. From low to high, they were Sword Immortal, Sky Immortal, Golden Immortal, True Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Emperor. There were many immortal sects in the Sword Cultivator world, and each immortal sect governed endless territories. Every Sword Cultivator's lifelong dream was to join an immortal sect. Only then would they have the chance to become an immortal and live forever. For example, the Daki mountain range where the Lin tribe was located was only a part of Mount Hua Fairy Gate. The Mount Hua Fairy Gate ruled endless territories, and the Daki mountain range was only an insignificant speck of dust. This was a bizarre and variegated world, but also a wonderful one. After understanding all this, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and frown slightly. The Sword Cultivator world is vast and boundless. Why did I come to this world? According to the records in this book, the immortals here are equivalent to the divine spirits of our primordial universe. This world should be powerful enough. But the Sword Cultivator world is not a universe. Where is this place? Could it be a world in the Devil Beast universe? Something that our primordial universe doesn't know about? After thinking for a while, Qin Shao could only shake his head. He couldn't understand it all. Logically speaking, only the Devil Beast universe had this possibility. However, this was incompatible with the Devil Beast universe that Qin Shao knew. It didn't match at all. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel very puzzled and strange. Chapter 887. For the time being, Qin Shao had a clear understanding of this world, but Qin Shao was helpless about his current predicament. His strength was completely gone. Now, apart from his body, he was no different from an ordinary person. He was still the most ordinary of mortals. If he still had his strength, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't have to worry about anything. With his strength, Where couldn't he go? Not only his strength, but his inner world was also sealed. He couldn't even sense it, so he couldn't take anything from his inner world. If he could take out the treasures from his inner world, then he would have some assurance. Now, apart from the strength of his body, Qin Shao could be said to have returned to his youth, to the time when he was still in the mortal spiritual power realm, the time when he was the weakest. Everything seemed to have returned to zero. If he were in the Hongmeng universe, Qin Shao wouldn't be afraid of anything. But this was the other verse, and the laws were completely different. If he wanted to adapt to the laws of this universe, he would have to start from zero. Is that nebula so strange that the big explosion didn't kill us, but completely sealed our strength, and then threw us into the Warcraft universe? If that's the case, isn't it giving us a chance to start over? If I'm given time, as long as I slowly adapt to the laws of this universe, I might be able to grow again. But Qin Shao shook his head. As a person of the Hongmeng universe, the origin will of the other verse should have a binding effect on me. This effect needs to be weakened by slowly assimilating into the universe and finally assimilating. But this is a slow process, and during this process, the constant binding will have a great impact on me. But now, I have no other choice. This is the only way. Creak. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and Lin Shuang came in with a basket of food. Brother Qin Shao, I've kept you waiting. You must be hungry. Come and eat. I prepared a lot of delicious food for you. I just don't know if it suits your taste. After Lin Shuang placed the food on the table, she pulled Qin Shao over to sit down. To be able to meet such a kind-hearted girl in a foreign land was truly a blessing. Qin Shao glanced at Lin Shuang and began to eat. It had to be said that the food prepared by Lin Shuang was indeed very delicious. This kind and cute girl held her chin with both hands and watched Qin Shao eat without blinking. There was not a trace of impurity in those pure eyes, and they were filled with innocence and innocence. Seeing Lin Shuang, Qin Shao couldn't help but think of Gu Lingyue and the scene of their first meeting. Big brother Qin Shao, the way you eat is also very handsome. How can you be so handsome and good-looking? You're even more handsome than my big brother, Lin Shuang said bluntly while stroking her chin. These bashful words came out of her mouth, but there wasn't a trace of shyness in them. Instead, they were filled with innocence and cuteness. They were sincere words. Even though Qin Shao had an incomparably firm temperament, when he heard Lin Shuang praise him like this, he felt a little speechless. He had never been praised by a girl in front of his face like this before. It wasn't vanity, it was just a very special feeling. Little Shuang, the food is really delicious. Did you make it? Qin Shao changed the topic, not wanting to talk about this awkward topic any longer. Lin Shuang smiled and said, "No, I didn't. I'm not that good. These are all made by my mother." "How is it? My mother's cooking is delicious, right? I love eating my mother's cooking the most. I think my mother's cooking is the best in the world." Qin Shao was relieved and said, "Oh, so it was made by Auntie. Her cooking skills are really very good. Hee, if you like it, then eat quickly. Don't let it get cold," Lin Shuang said with a smile. Qin Shao nodded and didn't hold back at all. He ate all the delicious food on the table into his stomach. Seeing that Qin Shao had eaten all the food, Lin Shuang smiled even more happily, as if she had won a battle. She couldn't help but feel a little proud. "Little Shuang, thank you, and thank your family. Sorry for disturbing you," Qin Shao said. Lin Shuang smiled and waved her hand, saying, it's okay. It's just a small matter. Don't be in a hurry to leave for the time being. Heal your injuries first before you leave. Let's go, brother Qin Shao. I'll take you to see my grandpa and let him check your body again." Qin Shao wanted to say that his body was completely fine, but he guessed that this little girl wouldn't believe him. So, Qin Shao just let her be. Grandpa, quickly come and see brother Qin Shao. He's already awake." Before he arrived, Lin Shuang's voice had already arrived. Grandpa Lin had been studying Qin Zhao's body condition wholeheartedly for the past month, but he still hadn't found anything. When he heard Lin Shuanger's voice, he immediately became interested. However, when he saw Lin Shuanger bring a living person to him, he was slightly stunned. His gaze carefully sized up Qin Zhao's body. With his 60 years of experience as a doctor, naturally, he could tell at a glance that Qin Zhao's qi and blood were vigorous. He was full of energy and his steps were steady. There was nothing wrong with his body. He couldn't be any healthier. Grandpa Lin went up to take Qin Zhao's pulse again. Finally, he confirmed that Qin Zhao was indeed completely fine. Moreover, his body was stronger than ordinary people. This was strange. He had fainted for no reason and then suddenly woke up. How could there be such a strange situation? It was puzzling, really puzzling. Grandpa, don't be silent. How is Brother Qin Zhao? Lin Shuanger asked a little anxiously. Grandpa Lin said, Little Shuanger, don't be anxious. Little friend Qin Zhao's body is very good. There are no problems. Hee. If there are no problems, you should have said so earlier. Grandpa, then I wouldn't have worried. Let's go, Brother Qin Zhao. I'll bring you to our tribe to walk around. Although our tribe is small and not very beautiful, we can still walk around. Lin Shuanger immediately smiled again and pulled Qin Zhao outside. Very quickly, they arrived at the streets. The Lin tribe wasn't usually very lively, and there weren't many people on the streets. The appearance of Qin Zhao, a stranger, attracted a lot of attention. However, with Lin Shuanger around, no one dared to come up and do anything to Qin Zhao. Feeling the atmosphere of this foreign land, Qin Zhao also tried to slowly understand this world from his own perspective. By the way, Brother Qin Zhao, I haven't asked you yet. Are you a sword apprentice or a sword disciple? Lin Shuanger asked curiously. There were 6 major realms in the mortal realm, and sword apprentice was the lowest realm. Generally speaking, as long as one reached adulthood, one could become a sword apprentice. Each major realm was also divided into 5 small stages: front, middle, peak, and extreme. In a small place like the Lin tribe, those who could reach the peak of sword apprentice were famous warriors. The most powerful chief of the Lin tribe had only just stepped into the sword disciple realm. Lin Shuanger's brother Lin Li was recognized as the #1 youth genius of the Lin tribe and the #1 youth warrior. His realm had just reached the peak of sword apprentice, and he had broken through not long ago. Qin Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head. I haven't even reached sword apprentice yet. I'm ashamed to say this. Qin Zhao wasn't lying. In this world, he hadn't even reached sword apprentice. His path of swordsmanship hadn't even begun. It can't be. Lin Shuanger looked at Qin Zhao in disbelief. She blinked and said, How can this be? Logically speaking, as long as one reaches adulthood, one can easily become a sword apprentice. I haven't even reached adulthood yet, but I've already reached the middle stage of sword apprentice. Lin Shuanger's talent in swordsmanship was considered to be very good in the Lin tribe. If she continued to practice, it wouldn't be difficult for her to reach the peak of sword apprentice in the future. The peak of sword apprentice was considered to be the strongest in the entire Daki mountain range. It was enough to become the backbone of the tribe's defense. Qin Zhao smiled bitterly and didn't explain further. Lin Shuanger was like a child who had done something wrong. She said weakly, I'm sorry, Brother Qin Zhao. I didn't know about this. If I had known, I wouldn't have asked. Haha, it's okay. This isn't something to be ashamed of. Actually, I was also seriously injured before, so my cultivation was temporarily crippled. I was also a sword apprentice before. Qin Zhao smiled and casually made up an excuse. Oh, I see. Hee, Brother Qin Zhao. It's good that you're not angry with me. Lin Shuanger was very trusting. The two of them casually strolled around the tribe. The tribe's atmosphere was quite good. The tribe members were very friendly and united. It felt like a home. Oh no, something happened. A man ran over in a panic and said as he ran. Lin Shuanger pulled the man and asked curiously, Brother Atai, what happened? The man called Atai said, When our tribe was hunting at the back of the mountain, we had a conflict with the giant wolf tribe. They're now confronting each other. I think they're going to fight. Your brother is there too. What? The giant wolf tribe again? Aren't they bullying us too much? Why do they always want to bully our Lin tribe? How despicable. When Lin Shuang heard about the giant wolf tribe, she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Atai was also very angry. He said, "Didn't I tell you? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to inform the chief." After saying that, Atai ran off first. Lin Shuang was so angry that she pouted. She pulled Qin Shao and said, "Brother Qin Shao, let's go. I'll take you there to have a look." The people of the giant wolf tribe are really despicable. To be able to make such a naive and kind girl so angry, it was enough to see how despicable the giant wolf tribe was. Qin Shao asked curiously, "Little Shuang, what's the background of this giant wolf tribe?" As they hurried, Lin Shuang explained to Qin Shao. When the giant wolf tribe was mentioned, Lin Shuang was also full of anger and had an endless amount of bitterness to vent. After listening to her, Qin Shao finally understood how despicable the giant wolf tribe was. The Lin tribe and the giant wolf tribe were only separated by a branch. They were considered the two closest tribes. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.